Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Price of Power, a lit RPG cultivation saga, by Ivan Kal, narrated by Phil Thron. Chapter 1. Present. Zack. Paycheck. Zack hit the ground again, his practice sword flying away as his opponent disarmed him. He groaned and got up to his feet, looking at the other warden. Emra was a senior warden, a Ravzer who looked like a big were-tiger, and he was in charge of training other wardens in advanced combat. He usually taught younger wardens, or at least those who were less powerful. On paper, Zack and Emra were in the same power-level class. Emra was higher in level, but his path wasn't even in the Foundation realm, and he had a greater mastery of skills. Their practice fights weren't all one-sided. Zack could hold his own, and his abilities were good enough to give the man problems, but Zack could see the difference in their fighting styles. Emra was a weapons master, and knew how to fight with almost every weapon. He was even better than Zack at swordplay. Zack hadn't had the chance to train and learn the sword as much as he wanted. Even though it was his focus, there had been no great sword masters left on Earth for him to learn from. Those who had survived the framework were pale shadows of the masters who had lived long ago in a time when knowing the sword was something more. He had tried to teach himself, as much as one could, and follow his skills in order to learn more, but he could see now that there was much for him to learn. "You still need to work on your ability rotation," Emra said as he retrieved Zack's practice sword and put it on the rack. "Knowing when to use your abilities is crucial for a classer." Zack nodded his head, having come to learn a lot more about the way classers fought. "Thank you for the extra lesson," Zack said. Emra waved his clawed hand. "I appreciate it when my students want to learn more, although you and Nyathala are a special case." Zack nodded his head. The Cthulhu was his fellow student, someone else who had joined the Wardens under special circumstances. Zack had only met her a few days ago and hadn't had much chance to really get to know her and her circumstances, although he doubted that they were anything like his situation. "I still expect you for our regular lessons tomorrow morning," Emra said as he gathered his things. Zack assured the man that he would be there, and waved as his instructor left. Zack cleaned up and changed his clothes slowly, taking the time to think a bit about what he needed to do. He still had some essence saved up from the bounty that he and Gris had received for the miners, and he was thinking about leveling up. Most of what Emra instructed him in was the general stuff, but he did also recommend some tomes that he could check up in the Citadel's library. He had been meaning to visit and see if he could learn something more. Making a decision, after he was finished, he made his way to the library, intending to read and learn more before he leveled. He left the training grounds and headed toward one of the Citadel's towers, but as he was crossing the central courtyard, a voice called after him. "Zack!" someone yelled, and Zack turned around. Gris was waving at him and rushing to catch up. "Hey, Gris," Zack greeted the Drake. The two of them hadn't exactly had a chance for a real conversation since his talk with the Warden Commander. "Ah, I've been searching for you all over," Gris said with a smile. "I've good news." "Oh?" "Yes, the Warden Commander just approved a bonus for us, and we're cleared to pick it up." "A bonus?" Zack asked. "For the information we brought back, the unidentified group we encountered." "I thought that we hadn't learned enough for it to be useful," Zack said. "Apparently the Warden Commander disagrees. I made a full report to her personally, and she seemed to think that just what we knew was valuable." Zack nodded. "So what kind of a bonus are we talking about?" "Essence, some stat-increasing elixirs, and one-time access to the Citadel's dungeon," Gris said excitedly. Zack blinked at that. He knew already that wardens received essence through the framework interface once per month. It was basically a salary. It was extremely low, a few dozen greater essence, which wasn't enough to live on, but apparently that could be increased based on a person's contribution, which was, in essence, a questing system. The more they contributed to their faction, the more essence they would get. Zack currently had around 4,000 greater essence, and as long as he stayed in the Citadel, he could eat and sleep here for free. He knew that out in the city, however, that little essence would start drying up. It was why he hadn't leveled just yet, even though he had enough to reach level 90. The Citadel has a dungeon? Yeah, the Citadel was built on top of it. It's a respawning dungeon with several different floors, each with a different difficulty. It makes it perfect for helping wardens level, since there are floors that have low-tier monsters. That did sound interesting to Zack. The reason why he had joined the Wardens in the first place was in order to get resources that he would have a hard time getting by himself. Come, we should go and collect. Gris led him back to the Citadel's main structure through the hallways that he hadn't been through before. Or if he had, he didn't remember. But then again, the inner layout was more akin to a labyrinth, and he was yet to become accustomed to that. They reached a room deep in the heart of the Citadel, one guarded by several wardens. They were allowed inside, and Zack noticed a pillar standing in the middle of the room behind some kind of a counter. It resembled the interfaces that he had seen before, but it was also somehow more. A spiral of black and white with the emblem of the Wardens, the tower, stamped on its center. Behind it was a massive door, looking as if it were made out of metal, with hinges as long as Zack was tall. The door reminded him of vault doors from Earth. A man was sitting behind the counter, and as they approached, he stood. He was a minotaur, with long black fur and horns that curved like those of a ram. "Warden Gris and Warden Zachariah, I presume?" the minotaur asked. Gris nodded his head. "Yes, we are here to receive our bonuses." "Of course. The Warden Commander sent word, and everything is ready. Here." The Minotaur bent beneath the counter and then pulled out 2 baskets. Both were small, but each held the exact same contents, 2 potions and a blue stone with a symbol on it. Zack reached out and took one of the potions, immediately seeing that it was an elixir of minor strength. Checking the other, he saw that it was an elixir of minor dexterity. Drinking it would apparently give him a permanent boost of 2 to his stats, which was incredible in itself. He put both potions in his storage after he saw Gris do the same, and then Zack grabbed the blue stone. Abyssal Deep Keystone, 1 charge. Allows access to the Abyssal Deep Dungeon, floors 1 through 5. He would need to talk to Gris and find out what access to the dungeon really meant. "Here are the access stones for the essence transfer," the Minotaur said, bringing Zack's attention back to him. He put 2 small stones on the counter, and Zack frowned as he wasn't familiar with them. His confusion had to have shown on his face because Gris leaned in and whispered, "Remote access to the interface, so that you don't need to touch it. Put one hand on it while holding your badge in the other." Zack nodded in understanding, and, watching as Gris did so, he then put his hand on it while he placed his other on the badge tied to his waist. Immediately he received a notification telling him that he had been allocated 10,000 greater essence. He blinked at the number. He hadn't expected so much essence, but he suppressed his desire to ask questions. He would wait to ask Gris when they were alone. Even Gris seemed surprised, however, as he thanked the Minotaur and ushered Zack out of the strange room. Zack waited until they were alone in the corridors of the Citadel before speaking. "That seems like a lot of essence. With this added to what I already have, I could probably hit level 100, Zack said. "It was more generous than what I thought, yes, but it isn't as much as you think," Gris told him. "What do you mean?" Zack asked. "Don't get me wrong. This tells me that the leadership sees potential in us and are willing to support us.
The potions alone are worth a ton, and access to the dungeon is nearly priceless. The essence is good, but I would not recommend you to spend it all on your leveling," Gris said.
"Why not?"
"Because you need to buy things if you are going to be a successful warden. Gear, materials, tents, and preferably a mount," Gris answered.
"I thought that the wardens provide gear for their recruits."
"They do, for new recruits, and while you are new, you are not as weak as they are. The standardized gear is good for someone who is level 20, maybe 30, but beyond that, you need to have your own gear."
Zack already had gear, but it was from Earth, and he had noticed that there was much better gear in the Infinite Realm.
"Half of what makes a person powerful is their gear. At least you have an awakened sword, which means you won't have to buy weapons in the future," Gris told him.
Zack knew that his sword was powerful, but in his opinion it didn't match some of the things he had seen here in the Citadel. There had been several awakened weapons on Earth, and he had watched some get completely destroyed by Ryun during their last battle. They didn't seem all that great to him, even though everyone that had seen it seemed impressed by it.
"You and I are in the middle of the Warden forces as far as power is concerned. Most of the recruits are around level 10 up to 20, with perhaps a bit invested in cultivation or a skill or two. The great majority is around level 40 to around level 80, Gris said. Since the leadership seems interested in investing in us, that means that they want to groom us for leadership positions in the future. Those levels, they seem low to me." "That's because you are a freak," Gris said. "Just getting your class evolved once is a great feat. You are thinking like a ranker, which I guess you are. Your life has been a constant struggle, fighting against monsters and growing, but out of your entire Earth, only a few managed to become strong. How many people did your world have before the framework, and how many survived?" "It's the same on other worlds from other iterations. Only a few manage to get strong enough to survive while the others die. The Infinite Realm is the same. Most people live their lives in the core, in civilization, never even seeing a monster. They live on the essence that they gain as their contribution. They craft and sell their wares, and they advance when they manage to save enough essence to do so. Most don't even advance past a certain point, when they feel like they have achieved something, choosing instead to save essence to buy their children a better start."
Gris shook his head and then continued speaking.
"They just don't get to live long enough to advance further. And of those who become adventurers, who go out and hunt monsters, a fraction of them are successful. Yes, there is potential for an incredible rate of advancement if you can survive the monsters, but not everybody is lucky enough to get ahead or smart enough to know when to slow down. Ordinary people are lucky if they get to evolve their class twice by the time they die of old age. The average level of most of the regular people in the core is between 60 and 100, or peak foundation realm to early lord if we are talking cultivators. Most people spread their advancement a bit, so it is hard to tell sometimes, but that is what they achieve by the end of their life. If they were lucky to advance a bit more when they were younger and extend their lifespan a bit, then they might reach higher, but beyond that..."
Zack raised an eyebrow, and Gris went on.
"The leaders of the smaller factions, of guilds, organizations, might have 2 or 3 evolutions, or they might be led by peak lords or monarchs if we are talking sects. The medium-sized factions have people with 4 evolutions as their regulars, and the sects might have a heavenly realm cultivator as their leader. Most of the factions are this level. Their people might be slightly higher than average, with their lowest being level 100, but their leadership are all greater. And beyond them you have the top of the top, the people with more than 5 evolutions. the immortal realm cultivators. Now, these people have reached high enough that they can live forever. They are the ones that will in time reach further still. But on the peak, beyond even them, there are only a handful of people who have reached beyond. The rulers of the most powerful factions, those who are high rankers. Your view is skewed. You achieved all that you have in barely a handful of years. You are a monster compared to everyone else.
Zack nodded. He didn't yet understand a lot of how things worked in the Infinite Realm, but he was starting to get a better picture. He remembered the group that he rescued when he arrived. They had been higher level than the average he had seen, but they would have probably died if he hadn't come along. Perhaps they had died after he left.
On top of that, Chris added, people need essence to live, to pay for food and homes, to support themselves. You, too, will need it, which is why I'm suggesting that you don't spend all of it on your advancement. The stronger you are, the more expensive food gets. At some point, you won't be able to sustain yourself with low-tiered monster meat, or you will need to eat food that was grown by high-tiered people and was of greater quality. It can get expensive. It is why most of the ordinary people don't advance beyond a certain point. They don't have the income that would allow them to support themselves. Some try, of course, but most of them are unable to earn enough and eventually wither and die.
Chris shook his head.
Managing your essence is about more than just advancement. It is everything. But I don't think that you need to worry about that for now. Once you finish your instruction here, we'll move into the city for me to finish your training. You'll need to pay for a room, at least. The Citadel is too far for you to stay, and in any case, remaining here would mean that you wouldn't earn more essence. Your contribution would be very low, and your growth incredibly slow.
That, at least, Zack could understand. "Oh, so you're still willing to be my partner?" he asked.
"Yes, of course,"
Chris told him with a grin. Zack sighed in relief. He hadn't been sure, since they had barely spoken with each other since their meeting with the Warden Commander. "Well, I was hoping to ask for your advice. I was on my way to the library. Perhaps you can come with me? I could use some help in finding the right guides and books that could be useful to me." Chris grimaced.
"I'd really like that, but unfortunately I've been asked to consult on a murder case down in the city, and I planned on stopping by my sister's inn beforehand, and I wouldn't be of much help. It's not like I know much. Most of what you need you can find just by asking. The library staff is far better equipped to help you than I am. And I know that you are not used to things here, but for most people, their advancement is a private matter. Even if they are willing to discuss different builds, abilities, or perks, it is rare for someone to just come out and tell you what to do. The resources of the library are at your disposal, but you are the one who needs to make the choice in the end."
Zack was disappointed, but he understood. "It's okay. I'll manage. But I do need lessons in how all of this with essence works." Chris nodded as they reached the courtyard, and he waved in goodbye. He really needed to figure out how the economy worked and how he could get more essence quickly. He did have a few things in his storage that he could probably sell. He sighed and headed to the library. The Citadel's library was massive, one of its towers dedicated entirely just to books and tomes. Zack stood on the ground floor, looking up through the center of the tower that stretched up far into the distance, with levels going all around the inner sides of the tower. There were quite a few people in there, most of them appearing young, likely being recruits on assignments. He found one of the librarians and asked where he could find books and tomes on class perks, as well as general builds for sword-based classes. He was pointed to the 7th floor and given a note with symbols that would tell him what shelf to search. It took him a better part of an hour to find what he was looking for, and then he settled in one of the reading berths to read. There were hundreds of class builds, depicting exactly where to put every stat, which abilities were the best, as well as what perks were the most effective. He even found his own class, and, unsurprisingly, his choices hadn't been listed as the most optimal ones. He read more about each of the options that were available and why they were better than what he had chosen. The list held all of the known ones, but apparently there was always a chance for someone to get something that was unique. For classes, it seemed like one of the choices of either abilities or perks was always the same for that class, while the second and third were wild cards which depended on the classer's actions in their life as well as their perks. If a swordsman fought mostly one type of monster, for example, they might get a class evolution geared more toward fighting those kinds of opponents. The guides didn't recommend such evolutions for wardens, as they were too limiting. Zack's evolution, Blade Master, was a common enough one, although his rarity being rare meant that he would have a better evolution next time. His class's rarity had upgraded when he evolved the first time, and was a result of his actions and the way he used his abilities. After reading about what perks would be the best for his class, he found that most of the choices revolved around the choices for future evolutions. His perks were the things that influenced the evolutions the most, so none of the things in the guide were all that useful to him, not until he evolved for the second time at least. Then he could steer his build in another direction by choosing perks that would give him an even better evolution the third time. That was also where most of the guides seemed to end. There were a couple that showed up to the fourth evolution, but those seemed rare. Zack leaned back and closed his eyes. There was little that could help him in the books at the moment, although there were lists of possible perks and what the best level 90 perks were. From what he read, he would get one choice tied to his class, which would probably be the Blade Spirit perk, which would allow him to draw out the spirit of his sword and have it fight beside him. That was what was suggested as a pick from the guides, as it would allow the class more flexibility and power, depending on the power of the weapon the classer wielded. The second and the third perk would be a wild card based on his actions, titles, and previous perks. It also mentioned that level 90 perk was special. It was called a class-defining perk, and apparently 60 levels after level 90, a classer gained a new class-defining perk. There wasn't much information about it in the tomes he was currently reading, but it also mentioned that the class influence seemed to grow with each class-defining perk gained. He made a mental note to try and find more information about that. A while later he realized that he had spent a few hours reading. He sighed, as he knew that he wouldn't get much more from the tomes unless he knew what his choices were. He glanced at his stats and his essence. He had a lot of it now, and with some quick math he knew that he would still have a lot even if he spent some to level up to level 90. Zack made a decision and started putting the essence in, leveling himself to 90. He dismissed the perk window for a moment and allocated his stats. From what the guide said, he needed to get his strength up a bit to be closer in line with his dexterity, so he put all his free stats in that. After he was done with that, he took a look at his perk choices. Blade Spirit, class perk. Once per day you may draw out the spirit of your sword, allowing it to fight beside you. The power of the sword spirit depends on the rarity and quality of your weapon. Duration depends on the highest stat. Windbound, class perk. 10 times per day you may turn into the wind, becoming untouchable by any physical or special attacks. You can travel as wind anywhere in the 30 meters around yourself. Once you reform, you gain an instance of haste, stackable, that lasts for 10 seconds and increases your total strength and dexterity by 12%. Using the perk before the buff expires will refresh the buff and increase the bonus. Last Heir of Terra, class perk. Once per week you may call upon the Spirit of Terra, which grants you the combined knowledge, talent, and expertise of all the sword masters that have ever lived on your earth. The Spirit of Terra imbues you with heightened senses, doubling your total stats for the duration, and lowers the stamina requirements and cooldowns of your abilities by 20%. All sword-based skills level 5 times faster. Upon Spirit of Terra's ending, you will be unable to use abilities for 1 hour. Duration and cooldown depend on your highest stat. The first perk was no surprise, and the second fit in the theme of his other perks. But the third, it made his heart ache. He had read a few passing lines about unique perks that rankers could get at level 90, things that could give them something that no one else had. But it was the name that made him feel so many things. His world was gone, as was everyone that he knew, and now he was being offered a perk that would name him. The last heir of Terra. It was the truth. The other survivor had stopped being a child of Earth long ago, and Zack was the last one who still held love for his world for what it used to be. All 3 perks were powerful as class-defining perks. He knew that perks could get improved with further class evolutions, that they could get even stronger in the future. But there was really only one choice for him, and he made it. Chapter 2. Present. Zack. Advancement. By the time he picked his new perk, Zack realized that night had fallen, or rather, turned. He had planned on going back to the training yard and testing it out, but he realized that there would be people there even at night, and he didn't want to try it around other people. He could get a private training chamber, but those had to be reserved in advance. And in any case, there was still much for him to read through. His stats allowed him to stay awake for more than a day without any harmful effects, so he decided to try and find more things to study. There were still books on classes that he wanted to read, other builds that he wanted to study, but he needed a break from it. So he found a librarian and asked for tomes on cultivation, or rather ways to fight cultivators. The librarian pointed him to another floor, but Zack did notice the strange expression on their face as they did so. He was tempted to ask why his request was so strange, but the librarian moved on before he had a chance to do so. Zack made his way to the cultivation floor and found the section that he had been looking for. There was actually very little material compared to what there was on classes. He approached the shelves and looked through them. The titles were actually very informative, and he could figure out what the tome contained from just reading them. There were a few path guides, some volumes on cultivation theory, but all were very slim. Finally, he found what he had been looking for, a guide for fighting against cultivators. It was a small volume, barely as thick as his finger. He took it up anyway and turned to find a reading berth and read. He paused as he found someone standing behind him. Nyathala was standing there with several books on different paths in her arms. She looked down at the book in his arms and tilted her head, her tendrils swaying as she spoke. "That is some interesting reading material," Nyathala said, and Zack had to suppress a shiver. "I thought that I should be prepared for everything," Zack told her. "There isn't any point to reading that, you know," she added. "What do you mean?" Nyathala looked around. There weren't many people in this area, but there were a few people looking through various paths. She motioned for him to follow and led him to one of the private berths. They sat across from one another and put their tomes on the table. Zack took a moment to study her. She was the strangest being that he had ever met. She looked like something straight out of a Cthulian nightmare. She had smooth gray skin, tendrils over her mouth, large expressive eyes, and an elongated head. In a way, she looked like a female mind flayer, or close enough that the description was functional. But the most unsettling thing about her was her voice. There was something about it that grated on his mind, something that he couldn't exactly hear but could feel. He didn't know what it was, but it took an effort for him not to react. Of course, she was not speaking English, so the way she communicated could just be so alien that even with the framework translating, it made his hairs rise up. He had learned quite a bit about language in the framework. Apparently, most people, those who were born in the infinite realm, spoke the same language. There were 1,000 dialects of it, but mostly were the same. It was a language that had been developed by the children of the rankers. Before they had access to the essence, their children didn't get the various languages translated in their head. So as they grew, they started speaking a language that was a combination of all the various languages that the rankers around them spoke. Once they gained essence, they could understand everyone, of course, but they still had to speak something. Apparently, Zack himself would eventually start speaking that language, even though he might continue to think in his native tongue. He wouldn't even notice that he was speaking in another language, and the framework would keep everything running smoothly. It was disturbing to think that it had so much control over people, but it was the reality of existence, and there was nothing that he could do to change it. So, Zack put a hand on the book on the ways of fighting cultivators. "What did you mean when you said that there isn't any point in reading this?" Nyathala shrugged. "Exactly what I said. It is unlikely that you will encounter cultivators that you will need to worry about." Zack knew that that wasn't true. Ryun had been far too powerful by the end, but he wanted to hear her thoughts on the topic. "Aren't there any powerful cultivators around?" "Sure, but you are unlikely to encounter them. There are many sects, true, but overall the population of people that are in the sects is nothing compared to other types of factions. And in any case, it is rare for the wardens to be called into a sect. There aren't that many cultivators in other factions, and those that do exist aren't all that strong." Zack tilted his head. "I'm not sure that I believe that. I have encountered cultivators that were extremely powerful." "I mean, sure," Nyathala conceded, waving a hand. "There are cultivators who are powerful beyond measure. There are high rankers who are cultivators. Only a few, but still. What I mean is that a classer is almost always going to be more powerful. If you take two people having the same amount of essence invested in their advancement, one a classer and the other a cultivator, the classer will almost always be stronger." Zack agreed with that, at least, but he didn't agree that that meant he shouldn't be prepared. But he knew that she wasn't aware of his past, of his plans to fight against a cultivator who was far more powerful than him. "I'm not sure that thinking that way is wise. I could be in a situation where I need to be ready to fight a powerful cultivator," Zack added. "Certainly," Nyathala said. "But you won't need any extra tactics against them, provided, of course, that you are close in power level. But on average, cultivators who advance to the higher realms are extremely rare. If you encounter someone more powerful than you, they will most likely be a classer." "They don't advance that high? Why? And how do you know so much about them?" Zack asked, interested to hear the answer. Nyathala's tendrils twitched for a moment, but then continued their usual swaying motions. He wondered what that meant, but she started speaking before he could consider it. "The village I lived in used to be close to a sect. Most of the people in the sects were weak compared to the people in my village who followed classes. I've seen and talked to many cultivators. Few ever reach the higher realms. Some couldn't even get out of the foundation realm." "Why, though? I don't think that they couldn't find enough essence to do so," Zack asked. Advancing for cultivators is not all about the essence, although they do need far more to advance while gaining less power. Their perks can be very powerful, but there is another requirement for advancing. In order to leave every realm, you need to have what they call a breakthrough. It isn't so hard to achieve in the mortal realm. You just need to be somewhat proficient in the use of your techniques. But the higher you go, the harder it becomes.
Zack blinked. He hadn't known anything about something like that, and he was in the Foundation realm. He never had an issue advancing. I don't follow. Nyathala sighed.
Sometimes they call it inspiration. It is personal. Sometimes it is a threshold of power that you need to attain in order to rise further. Your core or conduits have to be reinforced. I believe that the breakthrough for the Lord realm is to be able to alter techniques on your own, improve them, but I'm not sure. That's why I'm trying to find some insight.
She gestured at the tomes she had been carrying.
I'm looking for a way to improve my techniques now so that I can reach the Lord realm eventually. I don't know enough to do it on my own. If you don't have a breakthrough, you won't be able to put essence in your path and advance. You would just get stuck at the stage you are in at the moment.
Zack wondered how Ryun managed, but then he had always been good at cultivation. He even cycled his essence before advancing, far more than Zack did. He wondered if the reason why Ryun had managed to get into the Lord realm so easily on Earth was because of his cycling. Would Zack ever be able to reach that far? I thought that you are a classer, Zack asked.
I am, but my particular class is a family inheritance. My ancestors had been part of a faction that studied both classers and cultivators, and my build requires both. I need to reach at least mid-lord realm eventually and gain a true body in order to really make my class shine.
Zack envied her the fact that she had something to follow, as he had been stumbling in the dark for so long. Now, at least, he had some information. He could read and find out how useful some perks that he got offered were. He could learn how to best allocate his stats, but he was still mostly in the dark, having to experiment by himself. He was a ranker, not someone born in this world who had the benefit of following a build from the start. The knowledge here was precious, and it would help him, but he would still need to make some choices on his own. I still don't see why I shouldn't read about how to fight them, Zack said.
I'm not telling you that you shouldn't. I just think that it won't be as helpful as you think. It is unlikely that you will ever meet a true cultivator. Let's say you met an early Lord cultivator who does not have even their first-class evolution. These types of cultivators are the most common in the core. More often than not, they will not be all that powerful. If their path is good, if they had powerful perks, they might be a threat. But a true cultivator, someone who had reached into higher realms, they are rare and seldom leave their sects. If you do find a true cultivator, someone who had breakthroughs, they would already be more powerful than you, and you should run rather than fight. Even if you evolve your class further, if you reach higher evolutions, you will be hard-pressed to fight against a cultivator beyond the monarch realm. They are rare, but they have not only had breakthroughs, they've also had an enormous amount of resources invested into them. They would have spent far more essence than you to reach their level of power, and they would probably be far older than you, more experienced and better accustomed to their power. Fighting them wouldn't be smart.
If cultivators are so much more powerful, then why isn't everyone a cultivator?
Zack asked.
Because, on average, they are not more powerful. Cultivating takes more essence and has lesser gains in the earlier realms. In order for your power to truly show itself, you need to be at least mid-lord, and few ever reach that high. A class is far easier to level and cultivation far too complicated. If you watch two people, one a classer and the other a cultivator, and follow them since the moment they first gain essence, the classer would gain power at a far faster rate. In reality, it is hard for a cultivator to catch up. In order to do so, they would need far more essence than a classer. It is why cultivators are so outnumbered, why there are 20 classes for every one cultivator.
Then how are there even any cultivators left? Zack asked.
Nyathala shrugged. Because there are a few who manage to gain an incredible amount of power, enough that they can hold off the others. Sects depend on their heavyweights far more than other factions, who depend more on numbers and tactics. A sect that has a couple of heavenly realm cultivators can keep itself safe just by the threat that they themselves pose. If they have anyone from the higher realms, their power is their reputation. The people in the sects all hope and dream that they could one day become as strong. Barely a fraction manage it, but those who do are powerful.
Zack knew that very well. The great majority of cultivators on Earth had been weak, could barely keep up with monsters. But then there was Ryun, a genius who, even when far less powerful than the monsters, managed to survive and thrive. By the end, he had gotten so much more powerful than all the rest of them. Zack knew how wide the chasm between them was, but he needed to catch up. Everything that she was telling him indicated that cultivators advanced at a slower pace than classers. It was his one chance to catch up.
"I still think there might be something useful in here," Zack said, turning back to the book.
"I don't doubt that. I just feel like you won't have a chance to use it. Unless you plan on actually hunting down cultivators, you are unlikely to even meet one."
Zack didn't answer. He looked down at the book and thought about what he needed to do. Most of the warders were classers with cultivation used as a way to round off their build. It was what Zack had planned on doing too, but what Nyathala told him made him doubt if that was the best way to proceed. He had no hope of catching up to Ryun in cultivation, and his path, while good, didn't add much to his build in the way of overwhelming powers. He had two techniques that helped him in fights. One sharpened his awareness, and the other focused him on a single thing. They were good techniques for his sword-fighting style, but he didn't know just how much more benefit he would get by continuing down the cultivation path. Perhaps he could focus on the third path. He already had an extremely useful skill in Sealing Slash, which was basically a silencing ability. It was extremely powerful. What would it be able to do if he improved it? It had already managed to seal Ryun's powers the last time they fought. It did work on other people, although for them the effect lasted for a shorter period of time. Still, it was a great weapon in his arsenal, as were his other skills.
"Nyathala," Zack spoke again, "do you know, perhaps, if there are any skill instructors in the Citadel?"
She raised her eyes from her books, and he realized that while he was thinking, she had been reading. She frowned, but then nodded her head.
"There is one, I believe, but I'm not certain, as it isn't an area I am interested in. Do you plan on focusing on skills?"
"As my secondary focus, perhaps. I don't think that my path would be useful to me in the future."
"That depends on how high you can climb and what kind of perks you can get. Almost no classers advance their cultivation beyond the Lord realm. Hitting the mid-Lord realm and getting a true body is usually where the most powerful classers stop." To go beyond that is wasteful and dangerous.
Dangerous how?
I don't know exactly, but my build specifically forbids me from rising further than that. It mentions something about balance.
Zack sighed. There seemed to be so many things that people didn't know about cultivation even here. Perhaps the sects knew more, but he doubted that he would ever get a chance to learn from them. He turned his eyes to his book, making a mental note to try and learn if there was a skill instructor around. He started reading about the cultivators, or rather, how to fight them. Most of the things written he already knew, but there were some insights. A cultivator's power was in their techniques, and they had no cooldown on them, needing only to draw on their chi. That meant that different cultivators had different casting times, but also that the size of their core impacted their combat ability immensely. Most tactics offered in the book suggested that depending on the power of the cultivator that a classer was facing, they either tried to end the fight quickly in case the cultivator had powerful techniques but took longer to use them, or, in cases where they could cast their techniques quickly, to avoid them and tire them out, forcing them to empty their core before moving in. Zack was disappointed by what he read. It wasn't even half of what he had expected to find. There were also mentions that there were vastly different types of cultivators, that some could cast their techniques incredibly fast and use more than one at the same time. There was little in the book that he hadn't already figured out on his own. He closed the book as he reached the end. The small book hadn't even taken an hour for him to read. He stood and waved to Nyathala, seeing that she was planning to continue reading. He returned the book to its place, finding a librarian and asking about a skill section. He took a look at the skill floor and found that most were just tomes of skills, ways to instruct someone how to learn a particular skill, not actually guides on how to improve them. He decided to try and find an instructor and see if perhaps he could focus a bit more on skills. If he could improve his ceiling slash, he would have a weapon against most people. He walked out and headed to the training yard. The moon still shone above, and while there weren't that many people around, it wasn't like it was abandoned. Most people could stay awake for more than a day around here. There were a few people in the training yard, but Zack didn't want to try out his new perk when people were looking, not for the first time, at least. Still, he made his way to the empty part of the yard and sat down on a bench. He thought about the builds that he read through. Most had people eventually pushing their cultivation to early lord, and others offered paths for pushing even higher. Zack wondered how many actually managed to do it. If what Nyathala said was true, some had to hit a ceiling and have their cultivation stopped. Zack looked at his path. He knew that it wasn't the best, though it had been useful to him. He also knew that cultivation would never be a real weapon for him that he wanted it to be, as he just didn't have the talent for it. He saw that he had enough essence to advance, to even cycle a couple of times. Griss's warning not to spend all of his essence made him hesitate, but in the end he started putting his essence in, filling his core. He wasn't going to focus on his cultivation, but he figured that getting it to peak foundation and getting another perk would be useful. He pulled his essence out, creating an essence crystal. He cycled through his core 3 times, spending 4,500 greater essence. He hoped that he was doing the right thing by wasting essence to cycle. And then he advanced. He felt a heat radiate out of his core and fill his body, and then quickly retreat back into his core. He sighed and looked at his notifications. Lake of Chi, Path Perk. Your Chi core is reforged. Your Chi is more powerful than before, and you are able to use less to achieve more. Strength of effect depends on wisdom stat. Formless Core, Path Perk. Your Chi core loses its shape. Instead of containing your Chi, it now lets it move freely through your body. You can now use your techniques at a 50% faster rate. You gain plus 10% to wisdom, and your chi passively enhances your body based on your lightning aspect, giving you plus 10% to dexterity. You are no longer able to enforce your core or upgrade this perk. Enhancing Core, Path Perk. Your chi core is constantly sending pulses of chi through your body, passively enhancing it based on your aspect. Minus 30% to chi speed. Minus 10% to total core capacity, plus 20% to dexterity, plus 10% to strength, plus 10% to wisdom. He looked at the choices, thinking about what to pick, but he already knew. Most of the classes similar to his that used Cultivation Path as a secondary investment had certain perks, and Zack had gotten 2 of them as a choice, the Formless Core and the Enhancing Core. Most paths suggested the latter, since they didn't really focus on their techniques and didn't need to be able to use them quickly. Instead, they were after the better bonuses. Some used the Formless Core, those that had paths that had techniques that could be useful in the middle of the fight, like Zack's. He took a deep breath and made his choice, then looked at his screens. Name: Zachariah Gardner. Race: Human. Earth, Iteration 7. Titles: First Kill, First to 10, Adventurer, Hero of Promise, Chief, Leader, One Against Many, First to 60. Essence: 6610, Greater. Perks: Riposte, Class Perk. Once per combat, gain the ability to execute a lightning-fast attack after being damaged. Speed of returning strike equals twice your dexterity stat. Wind's Child, Class Perk. During combat, every strike with your weapon sends a short gust of wind. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Wind Lord, Class Perk. In combat, wind swirls around you, always blowing gently in your back. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Consequence, Class Perk. Every kinetic attack you block stores a part of its energy. Once per combat, you may unleash all the stored kinetic energy. Amount stored depends on strength stat. Second Chance, Class Perk. Once per combat, upon taking damage that would kill you, you may heal yourself instead. Healing speed depends on vitality stat. Lightning Body, Path Perk. Your body's reflexes are enhanced, able to utilize max dexterity at a moment's notice. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Lightning Chi, Aspect Perk. When using techniques, your chi passively enhances you. Gain plus 30% to dexterity while any technique is active. Forged Conduits of Chi, Path Perk. Your chi channels are reforged. Chi channels regenerate faster and are able to handle greater strains. Increases the speed at which techniques are used. Strength of effect depends on chi aspect. Last Heir of Terra, Class Perk. Once per week, you may call upon the Spirit of Terra, which grants you the combined knowledge, talent, and expertise of all the sword masters that have ever lived on your earth. The Spirit of Terra imbues you with heightened senses, doubling your total stats for the duration, and lowers the stamina requirements and cooldowns of your abilities by 20%. All sword-based skills level 5 times faster. Upon Spirit of Terra's ending, you will be unable to use abilities for 1 hour. Duration and cooldown depend on your highest stat. Formless Core, Path Perk. Your chi core loses its shape. Instead of containing your chi, it now lets it move freely through your body. You can now use your techniques at 50% faster rate. You gain plus 10% to wisdom, and your chi passively enhances your body based on your lightning aspect, giving you plus 10% to dexterity. You are no longer able to enforce your core or upgrade this perk. Class: Blade Master R. Level: 90. 0 of 770 Greater Essence. Combat Ability: White Wing. Movement Ability: Winged Leap. Support Ability: Light Chains. Cultivation: The Path of the Lightning Blade, R. Stage: Peak Foundation, 0 of 3000 Greater Essence. Aspect: Lightning. Base technique, calm before the storm. Branch technique, charged focus. Fruit technique, lightning strike. Passive skills. Combat mastery, 10 of 10. Evolved to sword mastery, 7 of 10. Weakness sense, 6 of 10. Active skills. Strike, 10 of 10. Evolved to great strike, 7 of 10. Evade, 9 of 10. Ceiling slash, 5 of 10. Strength, 222. Dexterity, 336. Vitality, 144. Endurance, 145. Intelligence, 131. Wisdom, 135. His eyes lingered on his skills, and he made up his mind about focusing on them instead of pursuing his cultivation further, at least for now. From everything that he knew, skills didn't require essence, and his new class perk would increase his learning speed. It was going to be his way of catching up to Ryun, and of growing strong enough in this world so that he could survive. Chapter 3. Present. Ryun. Stats. They ran over the rocky ground quickly after their prey. The wolf jumped over the rock and hit the ground. Then he pushed with hind legs, leaping forward again. Next to him ran his other half, and the wolf felt every beat of the scythe's heart. They were two parts of the same whole, an aspect of true death, the very building blocks of all reality. They were one of the great natural laws upon which all the others were built. And their quarry did not wish to go quietly into the night. It did not wish to accept its end, and so the hunt was on, and the wolf rejoiced. The two parts of the same being reached the edge of the rock and stepped onto the sand. The wolf could smell their prey, but saw no trace of it. The scythe knelt on the scorching sand, touching it gently, and then turned her masked head toward the wolf. "It escaped this iteration," the scythe said. The wolf growled and walked over, sniffing at the ground. He felt the fading power of their prey, and he reached out, looking through the different iterations, searching for their target. It took little time for him to find it. The aspect they were after was young, only as old as the world they stood on. The eternal hunters had been here from the beginning, when the three first breathed everything into existence. There could be no life without death. "Found it," the wolf growled, and then opened his maw. Power ripped out and tore the veil between iterations, and the hunters stepped through, landing on another world in another universe. They found themselves on top of a field of yellow grass, stretching around them in all directions. A white sun shone in the sky, and beneath it, on the field of yellow, stood their prey. It saw them, and its eyes widened with fear. "Please, you don't have to do this," it pleaded. The wolf gnashed his teeth. All things feared them, and most ran away rather than face them. But there were a few of those worthy, who stood their ground and welcomed their end with open arms. This one was not like that. "All things must end," the scythe said, her voice caressing their prey like a soft lullaby, making the aspect of the forests sway on its feet. "I am an aspect," it whispered. "I shouldn't need to die." The wolf stepped forward. "There are no more great forests on your world. Only sand covers it now. You no longer have a purpose." "But there are forests here. I can live." The wolf shook his head as he got closer. "This is not your world," the wolf said, and then he leapt forward, his maw opening wide as the scythe moved behind him. Ryun woke up, startled. For a moment he felt a panic rise up in him as he tried to open his eyes to look, but then he remembered that he couldn't see. His senses filled his mind, and his surrounding was revealed. When he realized that there was no danger, he relaxed. It had been a while since he'd had a real rest, a few weeks, probably. His body didn't require it as much, but he did sleep every once in a while. But this time, his rest had been different. He had a dream, and he couldn't remember when he had one last. It was a long time ago, in any case. The dream had felt so real. He felt like he had been the wolf. He could feel the wolf's exhilaration at the hunt, the desire to catch their prey. He wondered what the dream meant, if it was an echo that came to him with the rest of his memories. It did make sense, as the remnant of the aspect of true death had been the anchor for his memories. Some of its own memories could have got tangled up with his own. He sighed and shook his head as he got up from the bed. He was still in Wolf's Grove, as Ierv prepared to put their dungeon hall on the auction. Most of what they were going to sell was the heartstone ore that they harvested from dead golems. Ryun wanted to see what else he could purchase with it. He focused on his senses and looked at the town around him. There were people still outside, so it didn't look like he had slept for long. More importantly, he didn't sleep through the night. Ever since Tali informed him that he would need to gather at least one full cycle of his core with essence that had a related aspect to his own, he had been drawing in essence through Kagehime from the moment the sun turned into the moon and back again. He could feel himself increasing his own rate of drawing in essence, but even with the bonus that Kagehime gave him, it was still going to take him at least 3 months to do so. And then he needed to gather enough essence to cycle 5 more times. He already had enough for 1 cycle, but he needed to wait until he filled his core by drawing in essence first. The only issue that he had was the quality of the aspect. The highest aspect of shadow that he managed to find was in the mountains, in a cave that led deep beneath the ground, and that was only Tier 4. He had no choice but to use it, since it was the best that he could find. He left the room and walked out. His sense told him that Ierv and Onrush were in the office talking about politics and the general rule of the sect. Ryun would usually join them, even though he didn't participate often, only listening in and trying to learn, but today he had another meeting with Tali. She was an enigmatic person with many secrets, that much was obvious. Ryun liked her, and he was a good judge of character in most cases, so he wasn't worried much about her past. He would learn it in time, or not. It made little difference to him personally. For now, what she could teach him was more important. He made his way through the mansion, servants bowing and greeting him as their sect head. He was still not sure what exactly his role in the sect was. From Ierv he had learned that it was more about appearances, about him being present in the sect and keeping outside forces at bay. A sect survived on the reputation of its leaders, and apparently there were 3 other sects on the frontier, what they called this area of the world, and all 3 had powerful people within them. Ierv had expressed concern that they might see the change in leadership as a sign of weakness. It was why he had suggested that Ryun take the time to visit every territory that the Twilight Melody sect ruled over in order to show both their own people who he was, as well as any spies that might be hiding in their own populace. That was another thing that he learned. His sect also had spies in other sects, which was how they knew that there were whispers from the leaders of other sects. They might try and test the Twilight Melody sect to probe for weaknesses. Ryun still didn't quite grasp how everything worked, but if all he had to do was appear in public, be visible to the people, he could do so easily. The other sects were all close to the same power as the Twilight Melody sect was, some stronger, some weaker. They had powerful people, principally monarchs, but one even had a heavenly realm cultivator. They hadn't pushed against the Black Viper sect because they feared Ierv, as he had been known as someone who was powerful and close to advancing to the heavenly realm himself. But now, with his defeat at Ryun's hands, others would wonder if his power had been real or just a fabrication. Someone might decide to try and take advantage. The sect had lost most of its monarchs and was weakened. Ryun knew that he needed to make a decision, but not today. He kept using his sense skill, pushing himself as he walked. It had already improved and was close to hitting max level and advancing further. It seemed that his decision to keep himself blind had been the correct one. He had even had to rip out the mass in his sockets as his eyes started to regrow on their own. The benefit to his skill was too much for him to pass up now. As he walked, he also triggered his null mantle, pushing his stats into dexterity and strength. Tali had told him that he needed to get accustomed to using higher stats if he wanted to use them effectively. Having greater stats while not in combat had showed him just how ineffective his use of stats was. He could feel himself twitching, every step taking him a bit further than he wanted it to. He hadn't even noticed how much it impacted him while he was fighting. It took quite a bit of effort for him to control every step he took, to make his stride measured and smooth. He could see that Tali had been right about him learning how to handle higher stats. And this wasn't even as high as he could go in the right situations, but at least it was teaching him control. He reached his destination and approached the garden behind the mansion and found Tali sitting on the grass. He walked over and sat across from her. Her lessons were mostly in theory and verbal instructions, as she couldn't exactly show him in practice given her disability, but just her words were valuable enough that he was glad to have met her.
"Have you been doing what I asked of you?"
"I have," Ryun replied. She had asked him to not only try to have his null mantle active as much as possible, but also that he try and reduce the consumption of qi that the technique required. He had already managed to reduce the qi draw by a couple of percentage points, but he realized that there was a lot about the technique that he didn't quite understand. The framework gave him the how, not the why, and so he was trying to study the technique a bit more and find out how it worked exactly.
"Good,"
Tali said.
"Because today's lesson will be all about stats. The first thing you need to understand about them is that they are far more connected than it might appear at first. There are 6 stats, and they are all paired up. Strength and dexterity, vitality and endurance, intelligence and wisdom. Increasing only one of the pairs will not always get you the best results. We, as cultivators, don't have many issues concerning that, as all of our stats are raised equally. But with your technique, you need to be aware of what you are doing when you increase certain stats over others."
Ryun had already figured a few things out, but he didn't interrupt her.
"Strength and dexterity,"
she continued.
"Many uneducated think that strength equals physical power, that it is the ability to hit hard or to lift greater weight, and that dexterity is speed. That belief is wrong. Strength is the power of your muscles, the speed at which they contract and expand, the toughness and flexibility of your tendons and ligaments. Dexterity is your hand-to-eye coordination, the speed at which commands go from your mind to your body. If you have a high strength and low dexterity, you will appear slower because your body will not be able to take advantage of all that you can do. Having high dexterity and low strength will make your body unable to follow the commands from your mind. Balance is what is the most important thing when assigning your stat points. As a cultivator, you will never have issues with this, but you should be aware of what can happen if you put all of your bonus into one stat. There are situations where it can be useful, but in most cases balance is preferable. Next are vitality and endurance, the 2 stats that govern your physical state. Vitality is the power of your body to regenerate, to fight off disease and poisons, your general fitness. Endurance is your body's toughness, how hard your skin is to pierce, how durable your flesh is, your organs, your bones, how much pain can you survive, and how large your stamina pool is. If you increase only vitality but not endurance, then you run the risk of incapacitating yourself. You can get injured and have your body heal, but with lower endurance you might not be able to handle the pain of such a fast regeneration, or your body might become brittle and weak. It may force your vitality to constantly heal tiny injuries inside of your body, making every moment of your life an agony.
Ryun shuddered at that. His vitality and endurance stats were pretty close to each other, and he thankfully never had issues like that.
The last pair is intelligence and wisdom. Intelligence governs the power of your mind, how quickly you think and grasp unfamiliar concepts. It does not make you smarter, as some people think, but it can help you retain information. Wisdom is your connection with your power, and because of that, it is the most important for cultivators. Increasing your wisdom, but not your intelligence, can cause you to lose control over your power, so you need to be very careful. You've been lucky that you don't know how to take advantage of all your bonus stats, as otherwise you might have hurt yourself in the process.
Ryun nodded his head, more for himself than her. He was coming to realize just how much he needed to practice in order to be able to effectively use his bonus stats.
This next part is not as important for you since you don't rely on them as much, but it can be useful to know. There are two types of resources that abilities use, stamina and mental power, each governed by a different stat. Your class has hybrid abilities. One requires stamina and two mental power. Since they aren't a crucial part of your kit, you probably never realized that they are drawing on different resources. If you want to increase your stamina, you should boost your endurance. If you want to boost your stamina regeneration, you boost your vitality. Stamina allows you not only to endure during a fight, but also to cast abilities that are more physical in nature. Mental power as a resource comes from your intelligence and is mostly used by people that have caster-type abilities. Wisdom increases their power, the same as it does for your chi. But since you are a cultivator, these things will not impact you much. Your core is a separate well of resources that has its own laws independent of your stats.
She was right. He hadn't even realized that two of his abilities drew on something other than his stamina. He leaned forward as Tully continued. There was so much for him to learn, and he couldn't afford to waste any time. He needed to learn as quickly as possible. It had become apparent to him that ignorance was his greatest flaw. Only by remedying that and pushing forward would he be able to stay free to do whatever he wanted. But first, he needed to take control of the sect in more than just the name. Chapter 4. Present. Rayla. Intimidation. Rayla and Naira sat on top of their mounts, the long-tusked boars that the Black Viper sect used. The Twilight Melody sect now, she corrected herself. They didn't have many of the black mounts, but they had enough to run their caravans and to have a few mounted patrols. Rayla was very much familiar with these types of beasts. She had ridden a great many different types of mounts, many far better than the boars, but she had to admit that she had seen many that were worse. Boars could go fast when necessary, and they were strong enough to pull a lot of weight. The reason for their journey was her biggest issue with the situation. After her conversation with the new sect head, he and most of the leadership left to visit another territory. Rayla believed that the sect head's invitation to talk had been forgotten. In a way, she felt relieved, since the man had made her feel strangely uncomfortable. But then, a few weeks after he returned to Venoran, he asked her to accompany him on a trip to visit the territories of the former Black Viper sect. It wasn't like Rayla could refuse, so she found herself a part of the group heading out of Venoran. Naira insisted on coming along, as she didn't want to leave Rayla alone with the new sect head. Rayla agreed for several reasons, the fact that she could keep an eye on her sister not being the least among them. The new sect head, Ryun Nacht, gathered a small group. In it were only 2 Lord Realm cultivators from Venoran and 6 other weaker warriors. Ento had managed to learn that the former sect head and the woman that seemed to be the new sect head's second-in-command had stayed in the newly acquired territory. She glanced at the sect head sitting on top of his mount in silence. His eyes still didn't show visible signs of regeneration, which meant that he was probably preventing full regeneration by himself, as the scars around the eyes were slowly disappearing. She didn't know why anyone would do that, would choose to go through such pain and handicap themselves for apparently no reason. She knew that he had a way of sensing his surroundings without his sight, probably a skill, but she didn't think that anyone would subject themselves to this just to train their skills. It was excessive, at least in her mind. They were almost a day out from Venoran and had been traveling without any major rests. Most of the people on this trip could handle more than a day without sleep, however, so it wasn't an issue. "Why do you think he brought us?" Naira whispered as she brought her boar near Rayla's. Rayla glared at her sister for a moment, then glanced at the sect head. He was at the head of the procession, so she didn't think that he could hear Naira's whisper, even if his stats were incredibly high. "He was interested in learning more about classers," Rayla answered. "He has to have grown up in a pretty strict sect, then, if he doesn't know much about classers. Probably lived there for most of his life as well," Naira added. At least Rayla was certain that Naira was capable enough not to speak about things that could reveal their true origin. Talking about the sect head, while perhaps at risk of being rude, wouldn't really be strange for 2 outsiders interested in him. Even if they were overheard, there shouldn't be any problems. "Probably," Rayla said. The sect head was an enigma. He seemed to have come out of nowhere, with no connections to any other faction. The way that he took over the sect itself was strange as well. From what she learned in her studies, sect heads didn't generally surrender their sects willingly. And from everything that she had seen so far, the change in leadership hadn't affected the ordinary people much, which she knew was rare. The last sect head was still a part of the sect, was even still in a leadership position. Ryun Nacht was a strange man, but that was why she needed to learn more about him. He had even taken the slave, or rather former slave, with him to the other territory, getting her out of Rayla's reach. That made her wonder if he knew who an Italian was, or if he knew about Rayla and her people. Either way, Rayla needed to learn more. The problem was that since they started their trip, the sect head hadn't spoken with her. Nor, she noticed, had he spoken with the warriors around him. She could tell that all of them were nervous, uncomfortable in his presence. He obviously didn't inspire any loyalty from them, but they did fear him. Their procession reached the end of the forest and stepped into a large open space nestled at the foot of a mountain, with fields covered in farmland and a river falling down the side of the mountain to twist its way down the plain among the crops. Higher up, at the base of the mountain, was a small village, or a town by some standards, and they were headed in that direction. They traveled up the road in between the farms, and people working the fields raising their heads as they spotted them. She saw people in the distance heading for the town to announce their arrival as a pair of warriors rode out to meet them. She watched as they spoke with the Lord Realm warrior at the head of their group. The man gestured at the sect head, and the two guards seemed surprised, but then they bowed in their saddles to their new leader. Ryun waved with his hand and said something too softly for her to catch. Rayla saw the surprise on the guards' faces that bled to fear and confusion, but then they fell in with their group. They arrived at the town's gates and were met by a group of people. At a glance, Rayla could tell that most of them were warriors, although the man in front was not. He had the bearing of someone who had a support cultivation path, or a class. That did not mean that he was weak, however. Rayla remembered one of the few lessons that her mother had imparted to her was never to underestimate someone who did not have a combat class, cultivation path, or skill. She told Rayla the story of how the closest she had ever come to death was when she underestimated a simple high-level gardener. At the time, that had seemed impossible to Rayla. Her mother was a high ranker, the Butcher of Dawn, and a simple gardener couldn't be a match for her class. And yet it had happened. Power was power. Just because someone didn't focus on combat did not mean that they weren't powerful. The people of this town seemed to be primarily farmers, so she made sure to watch them closely. The leader took a step forward, looking at the sect head and then bowing. "Honored Elder," the man said, "my apologies for the lack of reception, but I was not aware of your arrival." "It is of no concern, Territory Leader Embesh. I care little for such things," Ryun said. The man looked around, his expression visibly confused. Rayla wondered if he would have allowed his expression to show if the man he was speaking to could actually see. "May I ask why you've come, then, Honored Elder? My visit to Venoran made me believe that I would be dealing with your second, Lady Kesh." Ento had learned a bit of what happened during the meeting of the sect's leadership. 2 of the 3 Lord Realm cultivators, who were put in charge of different territories, had voiced their concern over having a young Lord Realm cultivator put in charge, as all of them were at the peak Lord Realm. Both of them had been shown the error of their ways, and violently. Anrush Kesh was another enigma, someone who only a short time ago hadn't even been close to entering the Lord Realm, and was now powerful enough to defeat 2 Lord Realm cultivators who had been in their realm for a long time. 2, apparently she was very loyal to the new sect head. "And so you will, but I have decided that it is time for the people of the Twilight Melody sect to meet me, to know me, and for me to know them. Your territory is the first I have chosen to visit. I hope that you do not mind, Lord Embesh." The Demacy man blinked. "Of course not, Honored Elder. We are at your service. Come, I have already instructed people to prepare my chambers for your use, and we shall have a feast tonight in your honor. Guest chambers will suffice for my escort. I have no need for a room, as I rarely rest, but I am looking forward to the feast. Ierv has told me that the crops you grow here are particularly delicious." The dining hall was small compared to some that Rayla had dined in. It was a long room with wooden beams overhead and tables placed in the middle around a fire. Rayla and Naira sat to the left of the sect head, looking very out of place among the sect people. Most of the people around them wore simple farmer's clothing. Even the sect head himself wore a simple black robe. He fit in more with these people than with even the ordinary people in Venoran, but that only made Rayla and Naira stand out more. The fact that they were twins, that they looked different than everyone else with their red hair and different style of clothing, made them the object of many stares. She could see them wondering who they were and what connection they had to their new sect head. Ryun was speaking with the territory leader, talking about nothing of real value to her, but she listened in anyway. Ierv told me a little about your path, and that only because of you the sect doesn't need to purchase as much food from the core as it already does, Ryun said. Lord Embesh sighed. That is true. I am on the path of bountiful harvest. My techniques allow me to increase the yield of our crops, but the truth is that our territories are not suited for crop growing. It is only because of me and my people that we can grow as much as we can. Ryun took a bite of a blue vegetable that Rayla was unfamiliar with. He hummed in appreciation and then turned to the other man. It is delicious, Lord Embesh. I wonder what you could do if you had access to better land. Much more, honored elder. This is one of the reasons I have come, Ryun said. I spoke with Ierv and Onrush about the sect's future. You see, I have been granted an upgrade to my territory, bountiful soil. Sadly, that happened before I became the sect head, so it is placed in my old territory. I wonder if you could make use of it. The man's mouth opened wide in shock. Rayla herself was stunned. An upgrade like that was an incredible boon to an isolated faction. Honored elder, with something like that, I could grow enough to feed the sect without the need for us to buy from the core. Good, Ryun said loudly, his voice carrying across the hall. Now, I think that we should talk about the other reason for my visit. The still shocked Lord Embesh stiffened. Rayla watched the man, wondering what he was going to do and why he brought her along. I've come to see you, Ryun started, and for you to see me. You know that I have taken over your sect. You know that your former sect head surrendered, but you do not know me. I am here to tell you that I have only one goal in my mind, and that is to advance. I do not care for politics. I do not care for expanding my territory or fighting wars. I have no affiliations and no loyalties other than to myself. But I have come to be in charge, to rule this sect, and all of you in it. And I can feel your trepidation, your worry. You wonder if things will change, and if you will have to leave as some of your neighbors already have. I am here to tell you that, yes, things will change. I am not Ierv, and I will not rule in the same manner. He paused, his eyeless head turning around as if he was looking at everyone in the hall. I am here now to ask, what is it that you want? Honored elder? Lord Embesh looked at Ryun with confusion in his eyes. Rayla felt the same way. What do you want, Lord Embesh? What do your people want? I don't understand. Ierv told me that you joined the sect at his urging. Why did you do that? Ryun asked. Lord Embesh started. I wanted to advance, like everyone else, but I knew that I wouldn't be able to reach high enough in the core. I did not come from a wealthy family. I had few resources. I hoped that by coming to the frontier I would manage to find something to help me advance. I joined because of the opportunity, as no one knows what can be found on the frontier. Advancement. I've been told that most people in the sects desire this, yet I have seen few who have managed to achieve it. I've watched the people around me and seen them settle and waste the opportunities given to them. Is this what all of you want, to advance? Ryun asked the room, his voice commanding. Yes, honored elder, Lord Embesh said, and Rayla saw people in the room nod, a few even voicing their agreement. Well then, as the head of this sect, I cannot promise you advancement. I cannot promise you safety. I cannot promise you resources. I can only give you the freedom to make your own fortune. Not everyone can advance, not everyone is strong enough, and not everyone is lucky enough. But if you stay in the Twilight Melodies sect, you will not fail because someone else exploited you, but because you yourselves were unworthy of climbing higher. That is all that I can offer you. The freedom to make your own choices without fear of someone else claiming what you've gained. That is all that you can expect of me." The room filled with silence as Ryun stood and left the hall. The conversation didn't start until a few long minutes after Ryun left, and then it never rose above whispers.
"What did that mean? Isn't that what every sect head promises?" Naira whispered to Rayla. "No," Rayla whispered to her sister. "That is what all of them imply, but few ever make such promises. A sect, by its nature, is exploitative, even if most other factions are as well. Those on top benefit from those on the bottom, and it is rare for someone to climb unless they are extremely talented and they catch an eye of someone who has the resources to help them advance. What Ryun has promised them isn't anything new, and it will not change their lives. Very few people are actually able to overcome adversity and rise, but he has given them hope and the freedom to make the attempt. Before, they knew that even if they could attempt to advance further, someone might come and take all their progress from them. Now they are free to fail or succeed on their own merits."
But what surprised Rayla was that they seemed to believe his words. It was one of the advantages of sects compared to other types of factions, their trust and belief in those who were stronger, their willingness to follow them in hope that they get just a sliver of their knowledge and resources. But that was almost a requirement for cultivators. It was far harder for someone to become stronger on their own, because few knew the secrets that the powerful guarded selfishly. As the feast died down, Rayla and Naira retreated out of the hall and headed for their room, which was in another building. As they walked out into the night, Rayla immediately noticed Ryun sitting in front of the doors of the building they were headed to. She exchanged a look with Naira, then approached. He had his sword out and placed over his knees, but she couldn't really see it. The man was sitting in the shadow, obscured from the firelight that illuminated the town street. But she had seen the sword once before, and was almost certain that it was an awakened weapon. It was a treasure. The great empire had only a few hundred of them, and most were in the hands of the most powerful or their heirs. Rayla and Naira didn't have one, although their family did. Both of her parents had awakened objects, as did a few of her siblings. Rayla and Naira weren't worthy, being too young and weak to inherit such an object. But here was an unknown monarch wielding such a weapon. He was either incredibly lucky to have found it, or was connected to someone who was very powerful. Either way, he was dangerous. As they approached, the man dismissed his sword and then stood up. "Rayla and Naira Orn, I wish to speak with you if you are free." The two of them looked at each other, but it wasn't like they could refuse. "Of course," Rayla said. Ryun smiled, and then led them away, down the streets and eventually out of the town. Naira grabbed Rayla's sleeve as he led them into the farmland and then stopped in the middle of the road. Rayla gave Naira a look and pulled free. She wasn't going to deny feeling apprehensive, but she didn't think that he brought them along just to kill them. The moon above them shone brightly enough that there was light for her to see fairly well. Ryun turned and tilted his head. "I would like to speak with you frankly," Ryun said, a smile forming on his face. "I've reviewed some of what your agreement with the sect is, the amount of weapons that you've given us in payment for allowing you to pass through our territories. I do not think that you've been completely honest with us." Rayla stiffened. Of course they hadn't been honest. Even a baby could see that. But to actually say it to their face was troubling and dangerous. She knew little about the man she was dealing with, other than the fact that he didn't seem to fit into a mold of a usual sect head. That meant that she couldn't predict what he wanted and how to deal with him without getting herself and everyone else under her command killed. But what worried her the most was the idea that she had somehow accidentally betrayed them, that he knew who they really were. Ryun waved his hand, and Rayla nearly pulled her spear out of her storage. Thankfully, she realized that she wasn't in danger in time, and Naira hadn't done anything stupid either. "There is no need for you to worry," Ryun said in a tone and an expression on his face that almost made her think that he knew exactly what she had nearly done. "I do not care who you are, really. I do not care what your plans are, nor whom you are planning to attack, as long as your target is not my sect and my people." His scarred face made his serious expression all that much more intimidating. "I assure you, we have no plans." "Don't," Ryun interrupted her. "I do not need to hear your lies. I just want you to understand who I am. You may remain here, and you may do whatever it is you do, may keep sending people through my territories, as long as you pay us and don't involve my sect. But if your dealings hurt people under my protection, I will be forced to respond. Do you understand?" Rayla shivered at the intensity in his voice. She had spent her life with people who were powerful enough that they could speak in such manner, who could expect to be obeyed, and yet still she felt unbalanced when dealing with Ryun. "Yes, I understand." He smiled again, and she swallowed hard. "Good," Ryun said. "I've told you that I am interested in learning more about your way of advancing, and that was true. But I had to make sure that we understood each other first. I am not a cruel person, but I do not care for politics and secret dealings. As long as you do not stand in my way, I can be a friend to you." He stepped closer, making both Naira and Rayla stiffen again. "I would be honored if you decide to come with me tomorrow as I explore this territory." "Of course, Sect Head," Rayla said. "Ryun is fine," he said with another smile, and then took a step back. One moment he stood before them, and then he jumped, faster than she could follow, disappearing up into the sky. Rayla released a breath that she didn't know she had been holding. She had been afraid, of course. Anyone in her position would be, but she hadn't expected to be directly dealing with a strange new sect head who acted in the manner she was not accustomed to, who didn't seem to care for the established ways of how the world worked. Rayla glanced at her sister and saw her looking at the sky with a strange expression on her face. "I'm glad that you didn't do something stupid," Rayla said. "How could I?" Naira asked. "He was so intense. It felt like he could squash me as easily as he could an insect." Rayla wouldn't go exactly that far, but she did agree that the man was powerful. "I don't know what to make of him. Why would he take us with him on this trip in the first place?" Rayla asked. "I think that he wants to get a feel for us, for what we want. I don't think that he is interested in what we are doing here, but rather in us. Personally, I mean." Rayla blinked. "What do you mean?" "You said that he wants to learn more about what a classer is like. I think that that is all there is to it. He just finds that interesting," Naira said. "But what about this?" She gestured at empty space, indicating the conversation they just had. That was so hot," Naira whispered. Rayla blinked, and then she started shaking. A moment later, laughter exploded out of her. "What?" "He is," Naira said, looking offended, which only made Rayla laugh harder. She laughed at the absurdity of what her sister said, but also as she knew her sister's tastes in men, because she shared them more often than not. She laughed because her sister didn't seem to appreciate the severity of the situation, and laughed that Naira found their enemy attractive more than she feared him. She had forgotten how her sister looked at things. They had drifted apart, and Rayla had focused on her duty. It had alienated the two of them, but now she smiled at her sister because she remembered what it had been like in the past, when they were close, when they shared everything, even men, when they had been inseparable and would whisper secrets under the blankets at night. She missed that. And perhaps if their punishment, their assignment here, could help fix their relationship, then the risks that came with prolonged contact with someone like Ryun Nacht would be worth it in the end. Chapter 5. Present. Zack. Skills. Zack dodged to the side as a hail of violet magical bolts flew toward him. He hit the ground and rolled as the bolts slammed into the ground. Quickly he tried to stand up and use his winged leap to close the distance to his opponent, but before he had a chance to, a cage of violet light slammed into the ground all around him. "There," a voice said from outside of his prison, only slightly muffled. "Do you know what your mistake was?" Inspector Emra stood in front of the cage, looking at Zack with an expectant look on his face. "I wasn't fast enough," Zack said. "True, but that wasn't what I was talking about." The prison vanished, and Nyathala approached. "Fighting casters like her is tough for people like you, who have no ranged powers and use a melee weapon. A caster like her can take you down long before you reach her. Your only choice is to close the distance quickly." "That's what I was trying to do," Zack argued. "Yes, but you made one mistake. You dodged her first attack," Emra said. "What?" Zack frowned in confusion. "You see, Nyathala's class is Arcane Mage, and from what I can tell, she has good enough perks for her current evolution. She can cast her abilities quickly, but the downside of that evolution is that her main damaging ability, Arcane Barrage, doesn't deal as much damage per individual bolt. You should have sacrificed one of your powers to block several of the bolts and take the hits from the others. That would have allowed you to close the distance and surprise your opponent," Emra answered. "Sometimes the only good option you have is to take a bad hit in order to avoid a worse fate." Zack sighed. What Emra said made sense, but he wasn't used to fighting against people who had abilities like Nyathala. Caster classes weren't all that common on Earth. Linda had been a caster, but she rarely fought. He shook his head before his mind led him down a dark path, and instead focused on the two people in front of him. "Thank you for the instruction, Warden Emra," Zack said, and inclined his head. Nyathala did the same. "It is my job," Emra said. "You are both coming along nicely. Another week of this, and I will clear you for active duty. Tomorrow, the same time." Zack and Nyathala bowed as their instructor turned to leave, but then Emra paused. "Oh, Zack, I almost forgot. I've spoken with Warden Ferret. He has agreed to meet with you. He is expecting you this afternoon. Try not to make him mad." With that, their instructor left the courtyard, leaving the two of them alone. "Ferret?" Nyathala asked. "A skill user. I wanted to speak with someone who can teach me more about them," Zack said. "Ah," Nyathala said. The two of them gathered their things, changed, and then headed to the library. It had become something of a ritual for them. After every training session, they would go and read together, trying to help each other find what they were looking for. Zack helped her by looking for any mentions of breakthroughs or the secrets of cultivation, and she helped him search for the right build to follow. There wasn't a lot that he could follow, considering what he had already done on Earth. Many of the better documented class evolutions had requirements that Zack didn't have and couldn't get. But at the very least, their research allowed him to learn more about his new friend. It was a bit strange to say, but it had been a long time since he really felt like he had made a friend. There was Gris, of course, but he had been more of a mentor to him, someone who helped him grasp the reality of the infinite realm. Nyathala was in the same boat as he was, an equal who was new to the Wardens. He still didn't know much about her situation, about how she got to be here with the Wardens, and he wasn't about to pry. But they were both alone, in a foreign place where they were outsiders. Zack because he didn't know much about the way things worked, and she because of her race. He had seen the way people looked at her sometimes. Growing up as the only black kid in the neighborhood hadn't been easy. It was why he and Ryun had become such good friends, an Asian and a black kid, both outsiders. He hadn't felt much of the same kind of looks here. Having 9 different races probably made for all kinds of different problems, but the only race that he had seen people look differently at was Nyathala's. Even then it was different in a way. People were almost afraid of her. They spent the next 2 hours in the library, reading the many tomes that the Citadel had available. Quickly, Zack had realized that most of what was available was actually personal records. The journals were from people reaching a certain level of power and then recording the things that they did, mentioning a few of their theories on how things worked and what would be better. There were a couple of builds that had been revised and optimized over several generations, but those required that the person start following them from the beginning. The rest were people's records of things that they had done. Some had good insights, others were just the bare-bone record of the names of the perks they had chosen. There were almost no research papers that delved deeper into a class or cultivation, nothing that really pooled all the knowledge available together and explained the best way to make decisions. The knowledge was there, buried among a mountain of misconceptions and pages of people writing why their choice was the best. And while Zack and Nyathala were trying to find the facts, to learn from others' mistakes, both of them knew that it was going to take them a long time to find what they were looking for. Finally, Zack sighed and lowered a tome written by a cultivator who had tried to find the best synergy between the class and a cultivation path. He'd managed to evolve his class 3 times and reached the monarch realm. As far as Zack could see, the man's essence split had been almost equal. There were good observations written down, but by the end of the tome his words had become erratic. "I'm sorry, but I need to go," Zack said.
"Already?"
Nyathala asked distractedly as she lowered the book she was reading. "I need to meet with Warden Ferret," he reminded her. The most glaring thing that he noticed was just how little information on skills there was in the library. There were many instructional tomes on basic skills, some even having guides about the best way for improving them, but there was very little information on what came after, on how to achieve power with them.
"Oh, right,"
Nyathala said.
"Will you come back here afterward, or—"
"I need to meet with a friend, so I'll see you tomorrow," Zack answered. She nodded her head in agreement and then turned back to her book. Zack left his reading material on the table since they had told the librarians that they were doing research and they had a private reading room. He made his way through the Citadel, heading to the room where Emira told him he could find Warden Ferret. It was on the other side of the Citadel, in the area where most of the Warden crafters were. Finally he found the room and knocked. A voice from the inside called out, and Zack entered. Inside he found a man, a Karura. He had gray feathers and a hawk-like head, with his wings growing out of his back paired with ordinary-looking arms. He wore a long brown apron that was made out of strange rough hide, and wore even stranger glasses on his head, fitted for his avian head. His eyes focused on a tiny jewel on the desk, while he used a delicate piece of equipment that looked like a set of golden pincers. "I'll be with you in a moment," the man said. Zack closed the door and waited patiently, watching the man twine a thread of gold around the jewel with sure and precise movements. Then he took it in his hand and pressed with his hands gently, and the strands of gold melted together as if they were molten. He could feel something in the air coming off the man, but it was just barely there, like a whisper that he could barely hear. Zack blinked as he saw the man shape the gold around the jewel. It had to be a power, maybe even a skill. Once he was finished, he put what was now a pendant in both of his hands, and they started to glow. A few seconds later, he opened his hands and looked at the result. The pendant was glowing softly, and then the light settled. The man took a piece of string and pulled it through the back of the pendant, and then hung it above his work table next to several others. Zack had seen people with support classes before, some who could infuse items to give stats temporarily, but this seemed different somehow. The man turned around and looked at Zack. "You must be the new warden that Emra spoke to me about," Warden Ferret said. "Yes, I'm Zachariah. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me." "Emra said that you have some questions about skills?" He tilted his head and then gestured to a chair in the corner of the workshop. It was backless, like all the others in the room, which made sense given the man's wings. "Yes, Warden Ferret," Zack said as he took a seat. "I hope I'm not being a nuisance." "Just Ferret will do. So, what is it that you think that I can help you with that can't be found in the library?" "I want to know how to advance my skills, what the proper way to do it is. What is available in the library tells me little." "There isn't much that you need to know. You pick a skill, and the more you use it, the more it levels. When it reaches the end, you get a skill quest and evolve it further. The reason why there isn't much written about skills is because there isn't much to know." Zack got the feeling that the man wasn't telling him everything. "There is nothing about skills after Tier 3. The Karora tilted his head to the other side and blinked with his eyes. "Because advancing skills beyond that is rare, and not useful for most people." "So you do know more," Zack said. The man sighed. "You should stick to your chosen path. Emra said that you are a classer. Stick to that, and use cultivation to round out your build. I have seen too many idiots thinking that they can gain power through skills and die because they weren't strong enough when it mattered." "There are no builds in the library that can help me now. My situation is unique. I'm not going to be able to follow any of the recorded paths. I might get something useful from them in the future, but not now." "Skills aren't the answer. Reaching Tier 3 is an accomplishment for most people. Few advance them beyond that, as they lack what is necessary." "Can't you at least tell me what I need?" Zack asked. The man's eyes narrowed at Zack, studying him, and then he started to speak. "If you follow the framework and advance your skills slowly, you will eventually reach a peak where just repeating the same action will not gain you anything. To advance your skills beyond that, you need understanding. You need to know what the skill does, how it does it, why it does it, to know it deep down in your bones. But advancing a skill comes with a price. It can give you great power, but requires a piece of you. I do not recommend it." Zack leaned in as he listened. "What do you mean by understanding?" "Exactly what I said. You need to understand the skill. The path that the framework offers for skills is a long one, but someone who has an understanding of the skill deep down on an instinctual level, they can evolve a Tier 1 skill all the way to Tier 6 in an instant, as long as they are willing to sacrifice a piece of themselves." "What does that mean, to sacrifice a piece of oneself?" "You need to take something about yourself, a facet of your personality, and imbue it in the skill. Doing that will lock it in place, record it, in a way. You will never be able to change that about you, but you will be granted great power. In order to do that, you need to first know yourself. This is why few manage to get far with skills. Most people don't know themselves. They lie to themselves. Not everyone is able to look at themselves in the mirror and see who they truly are." Zack blinked. It seemed that skills were far different than he imagined. So, if I knew myself, I could evolve a skill right now? The warden snorted. You don't know yourself, child. I have seen 1,000 like you, young wardens thinking that they were something that they were not. You are not different than anybody else, and if you want to advance your skills, you will need to take a long look at yourself. Zack didn't say anything. He didn't think that a man just meeting him could know anything about him. He had lived through a world assaulted by monsters, had survived where humanity hadn't. He knew who he was. But he wasn't about to alienate someone who could help him. Thank you for sharing that with me. I know that most don't focus on skills, but I don't think that cultivation is the path for me. The warden shrugged. Your build is your choice in the end. I can only give you advice. Do you know of any good skills that I might look at? Zack asked. I am not a combat specialist. I craft jewelry for the wardens. But you need to understand that skills are not like other powers. Even non-combat skills raised to a high tier can be extremely powerful. It depends on you and your understanding. Then the man stood up and walked up to the corner where bars of metal filled a large crate. He picked one up and turned to look at Zack, and then something changed. The sensation that he felt before returned, but this time it was greater. The space itself seemed to move around his hands as he pressed on the metal. In the blink of an eye, the gold bar became as a molten ball, and then it twisted as his hands blurred. A moment later, he held a long sword made out of gold in his hands. Any skill can be used as a weapon, the same as it can be used for something else. A skill is an action. It is how you use it that defines it, and its power comes from your understanding of it. Zack looked at the weapon, seeing how elaborate it looked. He wondered what tier the man's skill was that it could do that. It appeared that there were more things about skills that he didn't understand. He wondered what his own skills would be able to do eventually if he raised them to a higher tier. What would his ceiling slash be able to do? That was the only thing that had ever worked against Ryun. Trying to catch up to him through cultivation would not work. Zack knew that. But skills, it seemed, didn't need essence. They could be improved through other means. And Zack needed that power if he was to survive in this world. Chapter 6. Present. Zack. Training.
So why did we need to rent a private training room?
Gris asked as he put his gear on. Zack did the same on the other side of the room, putting the pieces of his venomous lizard armor on. It was a good set, but Zack knew that he needed to replace it. It still had a hole in the chest where he had been stabbed by the spear wielder. I want to test out a perk, Zack said.
I know that I told you that you should keep your powers private, but I didn't mean that you should hide them from everyone in the Citadel, Gris remarked.
I'm not sure how it works yet. It was my level 90 perk, and I want to try it in private, with someone I trust, Zack added. Gris tilted his head at him.
You don't know how it works? So you picked something that isn't in our records?
Yes. I know that you said that picking things that have already been tested was smarter, but I had to pick this perk.
Zack, the choice was yours, of course, but you might have made a mistake, Gris told him. There is a reason why many of the perks are not considered viable.
I don't think that anyone else has had the chance to pick this perk. That got the Drake interested, but he narrowed his eyes.
What do you mean?
I think that it's something that only someone like me could get, Zack said slowly.
A rancor, you mean? Gris asked.
One that has lived through something similar to what I had, yes.
Well, let's see it then. Also, Are you sure that you don't want us to use practice weapons?
It should be fine. I just want to try it out, not train, Zack said. They both had high stats and all kinds of perks. Even if the worst kind of accident were to happen, they wouldn't be seriously injured. Besides, Zack wanted to get a feel for the perk with his main sword. He pulled Windrazor out of his storage and walked over to the center of the room. Gris followed. The Drake pulled out his shield and mace and readied himself.
"Whenever you're ready,"
Gris said. Zack nodded and then focused, entering a breathing form. He activated his calm before the storm technique and immediately entered a state of peaceful anticipation. His emotions were dulled, and he felt a clarity of purpose. He felt his perk Lightning Chi activate, and his dexterity received another boost. The speed of him achieving his technique had been fast, quicker than ever before. He knew that it was his newest path perk, Formless Core, which allowed for that. He gripped his two-handed sword, a curved blade that resembled a katana, but wasn't really. It was just a bit longer and slightly less curved. Windrazor was an awakened weapon, and the more he used it, the more it started to lose its form and become like a blade made somehow out of barely visible wind. It was one of his most prized possessions, even though it hadn't changed since he had received it. He and the others had found things in the world, guides and information about the framework. An awakened weapon was supposed to level with its owner, but none of theirs ever had. Still, they were better than other weapons, at least in quality, although Ryun had still managed to shatter the weapons that the others had wielded. He turned his full attention to his opponent. Gris was a defense specialist. With his heavy armor, tall shield, and mace, he was nearly impossible to move. Because of that, Zack felt that the Drake was the best person to test his new perk on. Zack took a deep breath, and then activated the power of his perk, Spirit of Terra. For a moment it was as if everything stopped, as if time itself froze. And then he felt himself swelling, filling up with knowledge, with mastery of something that he thought he knew how to do. It was such a strange feeling, but it made him feel powerful. His senses sharpened, and his stats doubled. He looked at Gris and noticed things that he hadn't before. The way that he kept his shield just a tiny bit off-center. The way that his weight was distributed on the ground. He could see how to attack him, knew how to feint in order to have him overextend. He felt his own hands on the hilt of his sword, and he adjusted it as he realized that it hadn't been perfect. There was knowledge in his mind now. His entire stance shifted. He pulled his sword to the side and then pointed it back. He bent his knees and lowered his center of gravity, put his weight on his front leg as he bent forward, and pulled his other leg back, placing it in line with his front leg, and then twisting his foot at a 45-degree angle to the side. His shoulder moved, and in seconds his entire presence had shifted. He knew how to attack his opponent, how to end the fight in 2 strikes. But his other powers weren't a part of that. He personally knew that he could use them, too. His weakness sense showed him the weak points on his opponent, but now, when he looked at them, he knew why they were there. His sword mastery showed him the lines of movement, but the knowledge in his mind disagreed, and he decided to trust the combined knowledge of Earth's masters. Zack could use his abilities, but he wanted to first see what he could do just with his perk. He kicked off the ground and ran forward, closing the distance. Gris reacted by taking a step back, his shield moving in front of him. Zack swiped with his sword, and Gris moved his shield to block. The attack turned into a feint, as Zack's hands paused and reversed their direction. Instead of swiping, he brought the blade to rest on his upper arm, and his legs danced. He pivoted on one leg and dashed to the side, flanking Gris. The Drake was surprised, and before he could react, Zack stepped closer, pressing his sword and locking his guard with the edge of the shield. Zack was faster than Gris, and with his boost even slightly stronger. He pushed with his sword at the drake's shield, and Gris stumbled forward, turning his back to Zack. He twisted his sword and raised it above Gris's exposed back, ready to end the fight. And then something slammed into his side and sent him flying across the room. He fell to the ground and rolled, then stood up, frowning. The knowledge in his head told him that there was no way that the man could have defended against that, and he tried to think if it was just an ability when he saw the source of the strike. It was Gris's tail that had smashed into him, and Zack realized that the knowledge in his head was incomplete. It came from people who had never fought against people with tails, or who had powers, who were capable of feats that Zack could now achieve. But he hadn't received just their knowledge. He had received their talent as well. He could feel his perk guide him to a different tactic, almost as if he had the old masters there in his head, looking out and discussing amongst themselves what the best course of action was. But Zack was now in charge, and he decided that he needed to see what the perk could do when he used everything he had. He got to his feet and used Winged Leap. 2 white wings appeared on his back, and they beat down as he jumped, sending him forward. He landed in front of Gris, who activated his own power, and almost translucent plates appeared around him, and then over his shield, increasing its size. Then it spread over his mace and his armor. Gris attacked with the mace, and Zack lowered himself as he raised his sword. He blocked the attack, and then turned his sword, letting the mace slide down next to him as he danced to the side. The mace hit the floor, and Zack snapped forward, making sure to twist the blade so that he hit with the back of the blade. Wind Razor hit Gris in the back, a strike. Zack knew that even if he had used his blade, it would probably not have been a lethal hit, but he marked it as a win. Gris's tail snapped out again, but this time Zack was ready, and his perk made his timing perfect. He jumped into the air and twisted, allowing the tail to pass beneath him as he lashed out with his sword. He hit the tail as it passed, again with the flat of his blade, but in real combat he would have probably taken it off, even with the armor on it. He landed on one foot and then pushed back as Gris turned and his shield flew at Zack's face. The shield passed just in front of him, but Zack had avoided it perfectly. It was like he had all this experience in his head that told him what to do, but he couldn't remember it. He kicked at the shield, and Gris stumbled again. Zack's sword ringed Gris's helmet. The drake shook it off and attacked again, and again Zack danced around him, his sword's flat side hitting the drake after 1 or 2 exchanges at most. His Wind's Child perk sent short gusts of wind in the directions of his attacks, but that didn't affect the drake much in his armor. Zack could feel his Windlord perk letting him move just a bit faster as the wind always blew in his back. A few times, Gris's different size and anatomy made Zack nearly get caught, but he could feel the perk inside him adapting, finding the right knowledge, and the talent of those who had achieved great heights, devising new and better ways of fighting an opponent like Gris. Then the drake used another of his powers. A shock wave spread over the ground. Zack jumped over it, and Gris caught him. He bashed forward with his shield. Zack managed to get his sword in place to block, and brought his knees close. The shield would have sent him flying, but Zack managed to cushion the strike. He hit the ground and lost his grip on Wind Razor. He rolled and stood as his sword hit the ground a bit away from him. Gris didn't wait. Instead, he attacked. He charged at Zack with his mace ready. Zack threw out his hands and used his support ability, Light Chains. Chains of light appeared and caught Gris's legs, making him slow. Zack jumped to the side and grabbed his sword, rolling again and getting up to his feet with his sword in his hands. Gris was yet to get out of the chains, and Zack attacked again. Before Gris could react, he struck the drake's hand, making him drop his mace, and then he raised his sword up and placed it at the drake's throat.
"Well, that was illuminating. I didn't know that you were so good with the sword,"
Gris said, and Zack lowered his weapon. He let go of his technique, but kept his perk active. He felt like he could end it himself, but he needed to know how long it lasted.
"So, what is your perk?" the Drake asked. "I didn't see you use anything, really, aside from your abilities."
Zack debated just showing him, but then decided against it. He told him, but left out a few things, like the length of the cooldown and some of the things that it gave him. Gris didn't seem offended at that, but after Zack told him, he looked pensive.
"A skill that gives you mastery of the sword. It can be very useful in matches where mastery alone would decide the outcome. But if you aren't strong enough, it won't help you bridge the gap to someone who is far above you."
Zack nodded, feeling the spirit of Terra still inside of him. Even now, when they were just standing, he could feel the best way to defend should Gris decide to attack. He could see the way his weight was distributed, could tell where and how he was going to move next. There was more to this perk than he had thought.
"That was a good match," Gris said. "If it was for real, you could have killed me several times over. Although, when I disarmed you, why did you roll in order to get your sword back?"
Zack blinked. "What do you mean?"
I think that your perk is good, but you need to get a better hold on it. It probably makes you disregard things that people on your world weren't aware of, like my tail. You didn't need to jump for your sword, as you could dismiss it remotely and summon it again. It's one of the benefits of having an awakened object as a weapon. People with such weapons are impossible to disarm."
Zack opened his mouth to speak, but something made him pause. The spirit of Terra inside of him that advised to never reveal a weakness, to keep his cards close. He didn't know that he could dismiss his sword remotely and then summon it. He was certain that he couldn't do it for his storage, which meant that Gris was referring to something else, a power of the awakened sword that Zack wasn't aware of. He could ask him what he meant and reveal that he didn't know. Gris was his friend, and he trusted him, but he realized that what his perk was telling him was correct. He could just as easily look through the library and try to find an answer there.
"So, another match?"
Gris asked, unaware of Zack's inner thoughts.
"Yes. Let's go again."
They fought almost for 5 more hours before Zack's perk ran out. Zack raised his hand and stopped their fight.
"Everything all right?"
Gris asked. "The perk just ended," Zack answered. When the perk stopped, he immediately felt a great sense of loss. He realized just how much the perk had given him. He remembered the way he had held his sword before, how he stood, how he made 1,000 tiny little decisions in order to make perfect moves. Now he felt like he had lost it all. His sword felt awkward in his hand, and his stance laughable. He could still remember what he'd done, but trying to replicate it was like trying to put himself in old clothes that no longer fit. He closed his eyes and took a stance, one of the ones that he had gotten the knowledge about from the perk. It wasn't right, but he still executed an attack, stabbing forward with his sword. He opened his eyes and knew that the attack wasn't anywhere close to the level of mastery that it had been before. His stance was shaky and his attack slow. But he felt like the perk had helped him advance just by being active, like he had learned something more about sword mastery than he knew before. And then he saw that his sword mastery had increased by 1. It was a small gain, but he knew that the perk was supposed to accelerate any skill leveling for anything that used a sword.
"When can you use it again?"
Gris asked, breaking him from his thoughts. "Not soon," Zack answered. "We should probably call it a day. I need to think on this more before I test it again."
"I was just about to suggest that," Gris smiled. "But I wanted to talk to you about something myself."
"What?" Zack asked as he put his sword in his storage.
"I wanted to talk about the dungeon. One keystone can allow an entire team to go. I was going to ask if you want to form a team with me so that we could go through the dungeon twice."
Zack blinked. He had almost forgotten about the dungeon. "That sounds like a good idea. Do you have any people in mind?"
"A few. I was thinking about a 5-member team. I have a warden friend who has good class for dungeon diving. I can serve as our tank, you our close-range damage dealer, and we would need to find someone who is good at long range, and maybe another support if we feel that we have enough attackers."
Zack nodded his head. "What levels are you looking for?"
"I don't want to go with people that are much stronger than us. We get essence based on contribution and kills, so having someone just clear everything for us will not be as profitable."
"I might have someone if that's the case. Long-range caster," Zack said. Gris raised his eyebrows.
"Really? You just arrived at the Citadel and already you know people?"
He grinned. "She's being trained by Emra with me. I think that she is around our level of power."
"Well, I would want to meet her first, but if she's good, then sure."
"When did you plan for us to go?" Zack asked.
"In a week or two,"
Gris said as they left the training room. "That sounds good," Zack confirmed with a nod. With that, they said their goodbyes and headed in different directions. Zack made his way to the library, eager to find books about awakened objects. Perhaps he had missed something on Earth, and if he could figure out a way to get Windrazor to level, he might be able to get even more power quickly, especially if they were going to be exploring the dungeon. He found himself grinning as he walked. It had been a while since he'd had things to look forward to. Chapter 7. Present. Ryun. Evaluating. Ryun walked alongside the two sisters through the mountainous area of the farming territory. He had only just recently learned that they were, in fact, twins. He'd heard an exchange by some of the sect people in the farming town talking to children who hadn't encountered twins before. He wasn't exactly sure why, but he had asked the two out for a hunt. He was very much interested in what a high-level classer could do. Not that they were extremely high in level, but he had been told that they were higher-leveled than the other classers in their group. It had been a while since he had been able to observe classers in action without them trying to kill him, and he wanted to see how someone from this world would use their abilities. He could tell that they were a bit apprehensive of him, which he understood. He was an unknown to them, but he didn't want them to fear him. He realized that he probably shouldn't have threatened them, although his promise was almost tame as his threats went. He would like to make more friends, to have people that he could talk with. It was strange to find himself wanting companionship, but the more his memories settled, the more he wanted people to talk with. And the two sisters were a good target for him to practice his social skills on. They were from a faction that wasn't connected to his own in any big way. They weren't relevant to his future, and as such he could risk alienating them if he messed up. He could admit that he was rusty, which was apparent as they walked in silence. They were looking for monsters to hunt, which his sense had picked up a while ago, but Ryun was leading them in circles, trying to think of something to say. "So," he said finally, almost startling the two, "the two of you grew up in a faction dominated by classers?" The two looked at each other, their body language changing several times without them even speaking a word, almost as if they were communicating without Ryun being able to hear them. He knew now that that was possible, as he had a communication method with melody that didn't require verbal speech. He wondered if the twins had something like that. "Yes," Rayla, the one who was in charge of her group, answered. "There aren't many cultivators in our guild, and those that do live there are not like you or Master G. Van." Ryun tilted his head, which probably looked weird with him still not having eyes and his head being pointed forward. "Oh? How so?" The twins exchanged looks again, and then Rayla turned her head to look at him. Well, the cultivators don't really know the secrets of advancing, so many get stuck at lower stages. Ryun had heard something in that vein from people around him, but he never had an issue with advancement, never needed anything special to do it. Cultivation came naturally to him. It always had. I know that people hide secrets, that they want to keep an edge, but is it really such a big issue? Are there no teachers available for cultivators outside of the sects? Sects guard their knowledge carefully, Rayla said. Their power comes from others not knowing. There are less cultivators than there are classers, and they survive because a few have incredible power. Ryun nodded his head, understanding the issue. He noticed that the women were looking at him, their faces changing expressions. He could tell that their brows had lowered, so he made a guess as to what they were thinking. "You are surprised that I don't know this?" Ryun smiled. Yes. Aren't you from one of the sects?" Rayla asked. "I've not been a part of a sect prior to arriving here, no. I'm what you might call a loner," Ryun said. He wondered how much he wanted to reveal to people about his origins. It wasn't like there weren't people that knew. Those in the Wolf's Grove knew that he was from the 7th iteration, and that information would spread to other territories as they started to interact more. He couldn't really keep it a secret anymore, nor did he have any desire to keep it hidden, if he was being honest. "Really?" the other twin asked, speaking for the first time since they'd gone out. "So you've just been out on your own, doing what? Hunting monsters?" Ryun smiled at the incredulity in her voice. He felt her sister give her a look, and again something passed between them. Ryun figured that Rayla was the more composed and tactful of the two, while Naira seemed a bit rasher, speaking her mind. Ryun quite liked honesty a lot more than someone trying to dance around him. He turned his head to Naira and spoke. "Yes, almost exactly that. There was some time when the framework first arrived when I was part of a community. It was necessary for us to survive the early days, but most of my time I spent alone, hunting monsters." Silence followed his answer, and Ryun could almost hear the gears in their heads moving as they replayed his words in their minds. Ryun realized that he was toying with them, like a hunter might with his prey. That made him think on just how much he had changed. Before his memories were taken, he had been playful at times, but not as much as he felt right now. And his tone was different. He was confident in his power, in dominance. His time alone had impacted him as well, and he might not even be done with the changes. Having two parts of his life suddenly smash into each other was bound to have an effect. "You are a ranker?" Rayla asked, her voice taking on a somewhat reserved tone. Ryun turned his empty sockets to her and answered, "I am." "And what?" Naira interjected. "You just spent the last couple 100 years hunting monsters?" "Ha!" Ryun chuckled. "I am not that old. I arrived to the Infinite Realm only a few months ago. Most of this here is new to me. It is why I am so interested to learn more about you." He could almost feel their shock coming off their bodies. "You just arrived? But that would make you a part of the 7th iteration." "And so it does," Ryun confirmed. "I'm told that my arrival was something of an aberration. I didn't arrive in the arrival zone with the others. I woke up in the woods, in what is now my territory, alone." "I don't know much about the arrivals," Rayla said. "I mean, I don't really follow those kind of news. This is the first time an iteration arrived since long before I was born." "Ah, so you are young, then." "I was going to try and find a good way to ask for your age, but I didn't want to presume," Ryun added. "We are young, I guess you could say. "It is mostly a matter of perspective in the infinite realm," Rayla said, although Ryun could feel her being even more cautious around him now. He wondered why that was. He wasn't any different just by being a ranker. "We are 28 years old, although I don't know how that translates into how time passed on your world." Ryun nodded his head. He had already been made aware that the infinite realm had its own time-measuring system. There were 10 months, each with 30 days, although days here were a lot longer, as he had come to notice. It hadn't really hit him until recently. He had always been able to stay awake longer, so he hadn't noticed as much. But it did make some sense, as most people here could stay awake for longer periods of time. He still didn't know how an infinite realm year measured up to a year on Earth, but that wasn't incredibly important. "I would say that we are close in age, then. I am... I don't actually know. I stopped paying attention a while ago, although I had been in my early 20s when the framework arrived, so I guess I am in my early 30s. "Are you already a monarch realm cultivator?" Naira asked. "Is that strange?" Ryun asked. "Very," Naira said. "And if you've been in the infinite realm for such a short time, even stranger. I can't imagine how you advanced so far in such a short period of time." "It was not easy," Ryun said, but didn't comment further. He did not really want to go in depth on his past with them. The two had to have picked up on his feelings because they didn't ask any follow-up questions. But then, a bit later, Naira spoke up. "So why are you not letting your eyes heal?" she asked bluntly. "Naira!" Rayla hissed at her, then caught herself and turned her head in Ryun's direction. But Ryun didn't let her speak, as he was not offended at all. "Because it is making me stronger. Without my sight, I am forced to rely on my other senses and sharpen them. 2, because it makes me advance my skill faster." "So you do have some sensory skill that lets you monitor your surroundings?" Naira nodded her head. Ryun didn't comment, but it wasn't a hard thing to figure out once someone saw him walking and fighting without eyes, while not being hampered in the least. Ryun almost felt like he was better without his eyes. His focus on his skill had skyrocketed, and he felt almost the tiniest changes in his surroundings. His resonance sense skill had risen to 9 of 10, and was almost ready to advance to the next tier, all because he had been focusing on it constantly. "But isn't it difficult, going around without sight, I mean?" Naira asked him. "Not really. I can perceive things even better now. I have lost nothing," Ryun answered. "But you can't see," Naira said. "You can't see this forest, the red trees, the mountain, or the way sunlight passes through the leaves up above us." Ryun tilted his head at her. "Ah, you are referring to my inability to see the beauty of the world." "Of course. And what about the people? You can't look someone in the eyes and see the intent behind their words." "Perhaps not, but I generally take people on their word. I trust that when they speak with me, they tell me only the truth, because that is something that I always do. If I want to hide something, I will simply not tell it. I do not care for lies and deceit. If someone tries that with me, they will quickly find out what I think about liars." "Still, you can't even see how people look. You lose a lot of information about someone from not being able to see their appearance, what race they are, maybe what iteration they come from," Naira said. Ryun smiled. He could feel the general shape of people with his skill. It wasn't perfect, but he could tell what race people were. Perhaps they don't need to know that. Do such superficial things even matter? "But how would you know if you find someone attractive, then?" Naira asked. Ryun would have blinked if he still had eyes. It hadn't occurred to him that eyes were useful for such a thing. There had been no one after Melody that he had looked at in that way. not even Onrush, whom he had come to count as a friend. Some parts of her reminded him of Melody, but it hadn't been in any romantic sense. He sensed Rayla's face twitch and her head turn to look at her sister. And then something occurred to him. "Are you worried that I can't see what you look like?" Ryun asked. Naira looked away as she answered. "No, of course not." "Ha!" Ryun chuckled. "If I didn't know better, I would think that you are worried that I can't know if you are attractive or not." He felt Rayla make an almost imperceptible shake of her head, as if she had seen similar situations before. Naira turned her head toward him, but before she could speak, Ryun continued. "I have seen your sister before, when I still had eyes," Ryun said, and felt Rayla stiffen. Although she had been dressed somewhat for stealth, still, I assume that you look similar? Naira leaned forward to look at her sister over Ryun, and then turned back to Ryun. "Exactly the same," she answered. "Ah, well then, I know what you look like." Ryun smiled. No one said anything for a beat, and then Naira put her hands on her hips and spoke. "And?" "And what?" Ryun asked. "Am I attractive or not?" Are you trying to seduce me?" Ryun asked, being perhaps a bit too blunt. But he never cared much for games and usual social dances. "Of course not," Naira said, almost indignantly. "But knowing a man's tastes can always come in handy." "Even when said man can't see?" Naira shook her head. You know what? I might need to rethink a few things." "Well, you do that," Ryun said. He found that he really enjoyed the conversation. A light and playful conversation was something that he hadn't had in a long time. It made him feel human again. "Now," Ryun said again, "you should get ready. The monsters have found us. Or rather, he had led them into their path. It was time for him to see how these two classers fought." Interlude. Naira 1. Difference in Power. "You should get ready. The monsters have found us." Naira heard the sect head and blinked. Somehow she had managed to forget why they were even out here. She raised her spear and buckler and looked around. She was, frankly, grateful for the interruption of the conversation. Am I attractive or not? She wished she could have just dropped into the ground, especially since she did it in front of Rayla, who couldn't help but berate her with their link. It was enough that she already felt inferior to her sister. She didn't need to have Rayla see her make a fool out of herself. "Be ready," her sister's voice sounded in her head. "I'm ready," Naira said in her mind, but didn't respond to her sister, not wanting to give her the satisfaction. It wasn't like they hadn't had the exact same training. Naira knew what to do when dealing with monsters. Her heat sense told her the direction the monsters were coming from, and she turned to meet them. Rayla stepped up next to her, her eyes focused in the same direction. Behind them the sect head stood quietly and watched without eyes. He unnerved her, but also fascinated her. She remembered seeing him fight against the Black Viper sect warriors, seeing him decimate a small army. He had a level of power she dreamed about one day having. The monsters appeared from among the trees, charging at them. With the ease of lifelong training, she removed the filter on the framework's notification and saw their names and power. Rock Bear, R, Tier 3. Not a truly high tier, although it was strong. The problem was its rarity. It meant that this type of monster could have special powers. But she was familiar with its type and knew its strengths and weaknesses. Rock-type monsters usually had passive powers that made their skin harder to pierce, and from what she could see, these two bears fit full into their category. Immediately she felt Rayla use the base technique of their path, flow, which let her move with greater fluidity, making their movements flow from one to the other. Naira instead used the branch technique, haste. Rayla was a good commander and fighter. She was better than Naira in many ways, especially when fighting other people, but Naira had spent a lot of her free time studying monsters and the best ways to fight them. Her branch technique gave her a boost of 40% to total speed, and when fighting big and slow monsters that had stone for skin. Moving perfectly might be more important against people, but what did that technique matter against monsters? The two bears were large, their shoulders at the same height as Naira's head, and they were charging fast, scoring the earth with their big claws. Their skin was covered with large plates of stone that were covered in moss, and some sparse fur between them. Rayla dashed to the side, but Naira waited for the monsters to come closer. Both of the monsters were now charging at Naira as Rayla tried to flank them. Always going for the tactical advantage, Naira thought. Her sister thought things through too much sometimes. It made her a good commander and leader, but there was something to be said for just being aggressive and unpredictable. Naira dashed forward toward the two charging monsters. She activated Mirage Double, and a red form, looking like a scaled-up, spectral version of her body, superimposed itself over her and stabbed forward with the spear in its hand. Naira then activated Haze Burst and dodged to the side. The bear on the right roared and rose up, then threw itself forward before clawing through the illusion. Naira stabbed her spear into its side as it tried to understand why it had hit only air. Her spear stabbed between the plates and into its flesh. The bear roared just as the second one tried to get around it and get to her. Naira dashed away and kept the first bear in between them at all times. Her speed with haste was great enough that she didn't have issues. She saw Rayla engage the second bear from behind, and then the two bears split their focus, one for each of them. Naira danced away as the bear tried to swipe its claws at her head, and noticed the sect head walking around them, in between the fight. It was such an insane thing that she almost got hit by the monster. She raised her shield, and, using greater block, her buckler shone with white light, and a translucent copy of it appeared over it, only slightly larger. The bear's claw struck her shield, its strength considerable, but her buckler stopped the attack. She was thrown slightly to the side and stumbled, but recovered quickly. She tried to ignore the insane sect head walking in between them, but she saw Rayla's bear try to hit him. He just jumped into the air and landed on a dark spot that looked almost like a cube that she was sure wasn't there just a moment ago. Her bear roared again, and Naira dodged again, then Swipe scoured a gash on the bear's shoulder. She saw Rayla using her immolation and shook her head. It was a waste of stamina. The heat wouldn't hurt these monsters much, and it was a constant drain. Rayla was too used to fighting people against whom that would work. Naira looked at her bear, seeing it bleeding profusely from the gash in its side and the stab wound she made earlier. Her 1,000 cuts perk prevented the wounds from clotting and made them bleed more. For a perk that she'd never wanted to take, it ended up being useful, she could admit. But she still wished that she didn't need to follow the path her family laid out for her. They were following a build of a spear-wielding class that wasn't anything like the class that they had gained. Of course, their class was unique, a reward they had won, and there was no build for it. But their parents and tutors had made them follow the build of other powerful spear-based builds that were proven. It meant that she couldn't choose any unique perk her class provided her, unless the tutors approved of it. The bear attacked again, and she evaded once more. It was dead. She could just dance around it, and it would bleed out eventually. It was not a powerful monster, so she didn't know if this really was a good show of their power. Not that it mattered much to Naira. It was Rayla who wanted to do everything in her power to get into the sect head's good graces. Him wanting to know more about classers was just a way in. Naira decided to end the fight quickly. She dashed in, close to the bear, knowing that her combat ability would come from cooldown. As soon as she was in its range, she activated Mirage Double again, and then dodged to the side as her Mirage attacked and confused the bear. Then she activated the Goddess of Speed perk, her dexterity doubling. Her speed didn't technically increase, but her precision, her reactions, and the speed at which she could get to her top speed did. She stabbed forward between the plate and into its neck, twice in quick succession. One of her stabs severed its spine, and it fell to the ground, dead. Naira turned around and saw that Rayla had dealt with her monster as well. She gained some essence from the kill, a small amount. She looked at her essence, seeing how much she had. She could level, but she had been taught from a young age to never do that. She should always have essence in reserve, and level when she had extra, and do it in bursts of 5 at minimum. That was because you could never know what might happen, what one's opportunities one might receive that required essence. She had never liked that rule, but she had always followed the rules. She had fallen behind her sister, too. Rayla smiled at her from across the corpse of the bear monster. "Good job," Rayla sent. Naira suppressed the desire to lash out, but she could see just how condescending her sister was, how much she believed she was superior, even though Naira knew that she was better in some things than her. Fighting monsters wasn't like fighting other people, and Rayla made mistakes when fighting them. But, of course, Rayla would never accept Naira's advice. Naira was the loser sister, the incompetent one. But Naira had decided to make an effort to mend their relationship, and she was trying. She sighed and smiled back at her sister. "That was an interesting display," a voice from above said, and Naira looked up. She had almost forgotten that he was there. The sect head of the newly formed Twilight Melody sect, Ryun Noct, was sitting in the air, on top of what she could now identify as some kind of object that drew in even light itself. "It has to be a chi construct of some kind," Rayla's voice spoke in her head. Naira agreed. The man's style was still unknown to them, even after seeing him decimate an entire warrior group. It was a destructive power, but he had to have more techniques than just that. She didn't know what to make of the man, but she couldn't deny that he intrigued her and made her uncomfortable. She said things that she didn't intend to when she was around him. There was something about him that was wild and unbound. She doubted that he had to follow any rules that he didn't want to. He was close to her age, too, even if he was a ranker from the 7th iteration. She almost couldn't believe it, but she didn't know why he would lie about something like that. She couldn't wrap her head around someone getting so strong in such a short period of time. He was what she wanted to be free of obligations and rules, and to just follow her own path. She would have loved nothing more than to be able to spend all her days hunting monsters. "Did you get to see what you were looking for?" Naira asked. "Please try not to flirt with him again," Rayla told her mentally. Naira rolled her eyes. It wasn't like it was hurting anybody, and she could admit that she did find him attractive. If only he had eyes, but even the lack of them made him striking. He was willing to sacrifice his vision in order to gain more power. She didn't know if she would be able to do the same. "You fight very well. Practiced movements. You were trained?" Ryun asked as he dropped from his sitting spot. His body actually slowed down as it got closer to the ground, and then landed gently without making any sound. Naira wondered if that was a perk or an ability. She couldn't put her finger on him exactly. His build seemed so lackluster, and yet his power couldn't be denied. Compared to her, who'd had everything planned out for her, she was not in the same league. "Yes, our guild has good tutors," Rayla answered before Naira could. It was almost as if she didn't trust her to answer, as if she was going to betray something if she opened her mouth. Naira wasn't even sure if they should continue their plan. This man was from the 7th iteration, and he was leading a sect that didn't have anyone from the 1st or the 2nd. He wasn't their enemy. They shouldn't have any plans for him and his sect. Fighting against others who served those who started the war was one thing, but someone unrelated? It didn't sit well with Naira. But Rayla wanted to get back into the good graces of the Order, and she was prepared to do anything to do it. Naira knew that there were things that Rayla didn't share with the Order about this sect, that she was waiting, trying to get something that would give them influence. Perhaps she wanted to turn Ryun to their side, but Naira wasn't comfortable with it. This wasn't his conflict, and dragging him into it wasn't right. Well, Ryun tilted his head. It made her shiver. The fact that he wasn't facing either of them but could see them nonetheless. Your tutors did their job well. I am always surprised by the classers' way of using abilities. I can't sense them attempting to do it until they start using it. It is annoying, to say the least. Naira saw the corner of his mouth rise into a small smile. So now that we've shown you ours, maybe you could show us yours, Naira couldn't help but ask. Naira, I told you to stop. We don't want to offend him, Rayla thundered in her mind. It was like she hadn't figured out by now that Ryun was nothing like what they've been taught a cultivator was, that he was unlike anyone else in a position of power that they had ever met. Naira could see that he wasn't easily offended. Ryun laughed. I think we can arrange for something like that. He turned his head to face her. It made her shiver, knowing that he didn't need to do that in order to see her. And the way he said it made it clear that he was playing along with the double meaning. Naira wondered if he would be interested in... She shook her head, not letting her mind take her deeper into that particular direction. There are a couple more of those bears higher up in the mountains. Let us see if I can show you mine, he said, then started walking. Up in the mountains? If he can sense monsters so far away, then he has to have an incredible range to his power, Rayla told her through their link. Naira agreed. They still didn't know what exactly he was using to sense things around himself, but it was most likely a skill. The issue was that they didn't know what it did. Was he listening with his ears, or detecting something else? But he had just shown them that he was very powerful indeed. They walked in silence, following behind him, until finally he stopped. A roar came from up ahead, and then a bear charged out from behind the trees. Greater Rock Bear, E, Tier 4. Naira looked at the monster in surprise. This one was much more powerful, and she realized that the other two had to be cubs, because this one was almost 3 times their size. Its skin was all stone, without any room between the plates. It was an armored monstrosity. "Pull back," Rayla sent her, but Naira was frozen. Ryun was walking toward it as if he wasn't even worried. She could see a faint sheen over his skin, and then he disappeared. She blinked and saw him standing next to the charging monster, his hand on its neck. The next moment he pushed it into the ground, shaking everything and cracking the plate on its neck. The monster growled and whined, trying to move, but his strength was so much greater than its. He reached with his other hand, twisting the monster's head to the side and up so that it looked at his face. Then, with both hands on its snout, he pried it free and opened his mouth. A plume of violet and black chi exploded out of it and into that of the monster. The bear started thrashing, the stone over its chest disintegrating from the inside and flashes of chi bursting out. It stilled and then died. Ryun dropped the head to the ground and turned to face Naira. So I hope that mine satisfies." His lips quirked up, and Naira swallowed her response. A while later she was sitting in her room, the events of the day still shaking her up. Rayla had spent the entire trip back telling her that they needed to learn all that they could about the new sect head, even suggesting that Naira tried to get closer to him since he seemed receptive. But Naira couldn't get the image of him killing that powerful monster out of her head. It was as if it was nothing to him. She wanted that kind of power, and to be free to use it however she wished. She glanced at her essence, at her class. She was level 85, but she had enough essence to reach level 90. She would be left without essence afterward, but she could do it. All her life she had tried to obey the rules that her family made, to be a good daughter and sister, even when she didn't feel like it was the right path for her. But seeing him, it made her want to try something on her own. Rayla would kill her if she knew that she planned on doing this, that she planned to do something against the plan, against what she had been taught. But she couldn't bear it any more. Couldn't bear to be the other sister, the one that was a failure, who lived in Rayla's shadow. Naira knew that as long as she followed the same build as her sister, she would always be second best, always be compared to her. And she no longer wanted that. She took a deep breath and put her essence into her class, then leveled. Chapter 8. Past. Zack. Traitor. The city of Haven looked beautiful as the sun rose just above the horizon. There were moments when Zack could almost forget that the entire world had changed. From a distance, the city looked like any other city had on Earth before the framework arrived. But the closer one got, the more it became apparent that it was not. Zack walked through the gates that opened as his party neared. The buildings were stone and wood instead of concrete, and there was no sign of advanced technology anywhere in sight. Not for lack of trying, either. There had been attempts to recreate things that Earth had before the framework, but none succeeded. Things just didn't work the same anymore. It was as if the framework was keeping them from advancing technologically, and perhaps it was. Zack turned around to his party and dismissed them, letting them go back to their homes. Their mission had been a success. They had managed to kill a boss that had appeared near the city, one that had been targeting their caravan routes. Hopefully they could go without another monster incident for a while. Keeping the surviving cities connected and establishing trade had been one of their most important missions. With the slow speed of travel between them, it was hard to accomplish, but over the last few years they had managed it. Zack reached his home and entered. It was early morning, so he wasn't sure if anyone was awake, but he tried to be as stealthy as possible. Still, as he rounded a corner to the kitchen, he was met with a wide smile, a squeal, and then running feet. "Daddy!" Zack braced as his daughter jumped up into his arms. He spun her around, eliciting another squeal of happiness. "Why are you awake, little princess?" Zack asked. "Mom said that you would be back, so I woke up early to wait for you," she said proudly. Early, you say?" Zack asked as Linda moved a pot out of a fire, then walked over from behind the kitchen counter and gave him a kiss. "I barely got her to sleep," Linda said. Zack mussed the little one's hair. "Well, I'm glad you were the first to greet me." She grinned. "Oh, I have something for you. I'll be right back," she said, and then started running. "Don't run, Rayleigh," Linda called, but Rayleigh didn't seem to have heard her. Linda shook her head, then pulled Zack into a hug. "Welcome back." "Thank you." Zack sighed. "Is that coffee I smell?" Linda grinned up at him. "Yes, it is. I managed to barter away some of your haul for it. There is a farm outside of the city that grows it. Someone got a class that helps them grow anything, but they are very expensive." Zack shook his head. His family was one of the wealthier ones in the city, thanks to his job and his station. Zack wasn't exactly comfortable with that, but he understood the way things worked. Ray ran back into the kitchen, holding a piece of paper in her hand. She raised it and showed it to him proudly.
"Oh, and what is this?" Zack asked.
"It's you, fighting monsters."
Ray was showing him a painting, one that she had obviously done herself. He smiled down at her and took the painting in his hands.
"Thank you, honey," Zack said.
His heart broke sometimes when he looked at her, knowing what had happened to her when the framework arrived. But moments like this, where he saw her being carefree, they were what made him keep doing his job. Rayleigh was an orphan, like many, if not most, of the children that had survived the arrival of the framework. She had been just 4 years old when everything changed and her parents died. Children could not have a class, and as such were unable to even try to defend themselves. Haven was filled with children who somehow had managed to survive. 2 years ago, Zack and Linda had decided to adopt her, to start a family. There had been too many children left without anyone in the world. And as no woman had been able to conceive since the framework started, people realized that the young were their only chance of surviving. As Ray smiled up at him, he only thanked God that she no longer had nightmares. Zack didn't know exactly what happened to her parents, but he could guess.
"Now you should go and get ready for school,"
Linda said. Ray nodded her head and then ran off to her room. Linda poured some of the coffee for them both, and they sat at the counter.
"So, did you do it?" she asked.
"We did,"
Zack nodded. It wasn't that powerful, but it was very stealthy. A hunter of some kind, like a cross between a panther and a wolf. Strange creature.
"Good,"
Linda said.
"So the roots are safe again?"
"Should be."
"Then I've been thinking about taking Rayleigh up north to New Dallas to meet her grandparents," Linda said.
Zack turned to look at her with a tired look in his eyes.
"Linda,
you're letting hundreds of people go with the caravans. If you think that it's safe enough for them, then it should be safe enough for us, too."
Zack sighed. She was right. They've had regular messages through the city interfaces with other settlements and cities, and over the years they had made lists of survivors. Linda's parents had been on one of them. She had rejoiced when she heard, and they had been trying to meet up ever since. It was hard because traveling was dangerous, but the caravans had been doing well. It wasn't like he was worried about her safety. She was a powerful classer in her own right, and she could protect herself. It was the fact that he probably wouldn't be able to go with them. He had too much work here with the council. "I don't know, Linda. Maybe we could wait a while, until I can have some free time," Zack said. Linda opened her mouth to speak, but then someone knocked on their door. Zack frowned. It was too early for any kind of visits. He and Linda exchanged looks, and she shrugged. He stood up and walked over to the door and opened them. It was a guardsman from the council, so identified by the red band that stretched from his shoulder to hip. "Sir Gardner, the council has requested your presence as soon as you are able." He was surprised that they knew he was even back. "Is something wrong?" "I wasn't told, sir, but I think that it is something serious." Zack sighed, looked back at Linda, and spoke. "We'll talk about this later." He walked out of the door and followed the guardsman. Zack entered the council chamber, a large round room decorated with red tapestries and with torches lit all around it. The room was filled with voices, all yelling one over the other. The chamber held a round table with 6 chairs, only 3 of which were occupied at the moment. As Zack entered, their voices quieted, and they watched as he made his way over to his own chair and sat down. "So," Zack started, "what is so important you had to drag me in here not even an hour after I returned from a hunt? I was looking forward to spending some time with my family." Gloria Hightower looked apologetic as she met his eyes.
"There's been an incident in the Eastern Expansion front."
Zack straightened. "What kind of incident?"
"A survivor from one of our new cities out there returned to tell us that the population and the governor are dead," Gloria said.
"Monsters?" Zack asked. It wasn't a rare occurrence. Monsters raided towns often, and sometimes a swarm of them attacked, wiping out entire settlements.
"No."
Gloria shook her head. Zack closed his eyes. Monsters were bad enough by themselves, but humans murdering humans was the worst thing in this new world. Even when they all should be bound together, they couldn't be free of their brutal past. "What happened?" Zack asked.
"They were in conflict with a settlement out there on the fringes," Gloria said, but then paused.
"There's more," Zack said. Marcus Grissom snorted. "Oh, hell yes, there's more. Wait until she tells you what exactly happened." Zack turned to the other man and frowned. "What is it, Gloria?"
"Well, the survivor that came to us was a civilian, so we don't know the exact military situation, but the gist of it's bad, Zachariah."
Gloria shook her head.
"The first story the survivor said was that they were fighting a hostile settlement, but there were too many holes in their story, and under interrogation the full story slowly revealed itself."
The fact that she paused again told him that it was very bad indeed, but then she started speaking again.
"The governor had been expanding aggressively into the eastern wildlands, pressing other survivors into his service."
"Did he break our laws?" Zack's voice hardened.
"Technically not at the start, no. He pressured some of the settlements but didn't force them to join him. He did, however, exploit them afterward, using them as cheap labor and the few cultivators for essence farming. He was providing protection as required by law, but he gave them only the bare minimum supplies."
Zack's fist tightened on his armrest. "And what about his watcher? Why are we hearing about this only now?" He turned to look at John Grissom, Marcus's twin brother, and the man in charge of the Watchers. The group that the government had set up to serve as aides for the governors, but also to be the council's eyes and ears out there. They were supposed to make sure that the governors don't break any laws and to put humanity first. They didn't want lawless areas inside of their territory. There was enough of it outside of it, with warlords and bandit groups waging wars on everyone and everything around them, fighting for scraps. John sighed as Zack turned his eyes on him. "I got nothing from the Watcher. All of his reports indicated that the governor was acting within the confines of the rules we gave him, that things were good and looking up, that he had managed to convince several settlements to join of their own free will. But I've heard some whispers. I'd been planning on sending people to investigate things quietly. I didn't have enough time to get proof before this happened." Zack grimaced. Their law was clear. They couldn't act on suspicion. If their governor had been breaking the law, his watcher was supposed to report it and take action. The watcher flipped, didn't he? Hid the governor's crimes? Most likely. We don't know for sure, and I doubt that we will ever find out now, John answered. Zack turned to look at Gloria. So how did this entire city get killed?
They tried to press another settlement. At least we think that they did. The civilian didn't really know. We are assuming a lot of things here, but the civilian knew that the governor sent his army, probably to take the settlement, which means that they refused their offers of joining up. Afterward, the civilian knew that prisoners had been brought in and some even executed. The official story was that they were raiders, but the governor kept most of the women as... The official word was that they were servants working in the public buildings, but most of the people in town knew that it was more than that. Zack's hand crushed his armrest, and the whining and the splintering of the wood filled the room. Sex slaves? We think so.
Gloria said. Why did we not know? Zack asked, working hard to keep his voice level. John coughed and answered in her stead. The Watcher was the one with a direct connection to us, and he was lying to us. Other people had no way of getting word to us without braving the wilds themselves. We had no way of knowing. It is our job to protect humanity, those that join us and those that do not, Zack said heatedly.
We are doing the best that we can, Zack,
Gloria said.
But the world is fractured. We are spread too thin, putting out too many fires. We can barely keep the territory we have secured. We need more powerful people.
Zack closed his eyes. He knew that she was right, but it didn't make things any less wrong. They had laws for a reason, because in the face of the chaos that the monsters brought, law was the only thing that could keep humanity safe, the only thing that could keep them from devolving into monsters themselves. What happened after? The settlement was a part of some larger faction? Gloria exchanged looks with the twins and then coughed uncomfortably.
No. The civilian didn't report any attack on the city, not from the outside, anyway.
What do you mean?
The civilian said that the attack came from the inside. The women that were captured staged an escape, fought their way to the gates, and then the arrays that we gave the governor activated.
Zack's eyes widened in understanding. Those arrays were expensive and powerful. They had been bought through the framework system, and only advanced settlements could purchase them. They were fixed systems that could do a variety of things, from collecting water, purifying the air, to blowing up like mines. But the arrays that they had given to the governor were only supposed to be used as a last resort defense against monster swarms. Did the array malfunction? Destroy the city?
No. The women broke through the gate, and the governor and his people rigged the arrays to activate in case of the gate being breached. The women died, but there was apparently one more prisoner that survived, a man. Once the women were incinerated, he went on a rampage. He killed everyone in his way. The survivor only made it through because they had a good hiding place. They waited, hidden for 2 days before they dared to try and escape.
One person killed an entire city? Zack whispered.
That is what they believe, yes.
And we don't know anything else, nothing about them? Zack asked.
No. This is why we called you. We need someone to take a team east and investigate. We need to know if there is a threat to our people, if this man will seek revenge.
He would be right to. The traitor struck first, Zack said.
The problem is that we just don't know what happened. And this person has to be incredibly powerful. You know the danger of having people like that running around doing whatever they want. We need to evaluate things. In a best-case scenario, bring them in for a trial,
Gloria said. You want to put them on trial? Zack asked, surprised.
Even if the governor did all that, this man killed innocents that were not culpable in his crimes. You know what is going to happen if we ignore this. The story will get out. People relying on us for protection will start to doubt it. And then we will see people who are high levels begin thinking that they can do the same as this person did. That as long as they have the power, that they can do whatever they want. Especially if they see us just let him go free. We can't let it get that chaotic. We need to address this. Even if only to clear this person of all wrongdoing, we need to have it out publicly. The people need to see that there is still law that protects them, that there is a process. No matter what was committed against this person, their response was far outside the range of what would be acceptable. He could have killed only those who were guilty, and we would have had a much easier time of dealing with it. Instead, they not only killed everyone in their way, they butchered them. The reports are...
Gloria trailed off, looking sick. Zack took a deep breath, then released it slowly. I know, and I understand. But what if he doesn't want to come peacefully? You would have me force him after what someone from our side did to them? He doesn't follow our laws, and he and his had been attacked, enslaved, and murdered, if what you've told me is the truth.
I know, but even if we treat him as a separate governing entity, there needs to be a response. We are charged with the fate of humanity. One person against the lives of millions? I don't think that we can allow this to pass. But it will be your decision. Just find them and see if they are a threat. We need to know what we are dealing with if we are to know how to respond,
Gloria told him. Zack sighed. He didn't enjoy fighting humans, but he had seen too many of the horrors that they could inflict. People who gained power and enslaved entire towns, people who became warmongering beasts that killed all in their way, despots and wannabe kings. The government had brought order, sometimes hard order, but with it came safety, and it all came from the laws that they all obeyed, or tried to, at least. Fine. I'll go and see. But Zack turned to look at John Grissom. You are going to make sure that none of your other watchers are disloyal and dishonest. If you have to purge the whole lot of them, you will do it. I don't want to learn about another city in a similar situation. I'll do my best, John said. It was all that Zack could ask from anyone. Chapter 9. Past. Zack. Meeting. Zack stood in the center of the abandoned city, looking at the destruction. And it was destruction that he was seeing. No other word could describe it. He hadn't expected what they found. Their trip took a few months, since this area didn't have any established routes. Zack hadn't had much hope that they would find any clues about the person they were looking for here, but he had been wrong. The city had been visited by monsters since it was abandoned. That was obvious. Half-eaten dead bodies could still be found in the buildings, but even with them coming in after, the signs were still there. Doors were broken apart, the insides of homes destroyed. There were signs of battle everywhere. The front gate was destroyed, and the square in front of it filled with ash. It was where the escapees met their end. It made him feel sad and guilty. His council appointed the person who'd caused this, but they had believed that they were doing the right thing. They even had a system in place to watch the leaders because they knew that in this world those with power could easily become corrupted. Still, it hadn't been enough. The aftermath, someone had ripped through the town like a storm of death and destruction and killed nearly everyone. Blood splattered the walls, bodies were torn apart, heads or limbs missing. Some of that had to be the fault of the monsters, he knew, but the rest, it was obvious that it was done with intent. People here died horribly, women or men, there was no difference. Zack couldn't imagine how someone could do this, no matter the reason why. It was monstrous. He understood justice, but this was indulging in suffering and death. Most of the people who had died were innocents, just civilians that didn't even know what was happening. Zack wasn't naive enough to think that none of them knew, but to kill everyone indiscriminately, it was wrong. And Zack did understand their point of view. The governor and his accomplices had done terrible things, and if he could, Zack would have killed them all himself. But the others? This went beyond the eye for an eye type of law, and even that Zack didn't agree with. Humanity was dying, and they couldn't afford to allow these kinds of things to happen. They had a rough estimate of human survivors. The united government was an agreement between 8 framework-upgraded cities, settlements that had upgraded their interfaces to allow for communication between other cities at the same level. Among those 8 cities, they had almost 100 million people in them alone. But each of those cities had other smaller settlements under their rule. The population of the united government was a bit over those 100 million, but not by much. Most people wanted to live in the cities where they could be safer. The cities were spread across the world, but they shared information as they attempted to make a connection over the ground. Only 4 cities had managed to have any kind of regular traffic, but that alone was a success. Because humanity was dying. Their projections put the global population at less than 1 billion and dropping every single day. They had to do something to establish some kind of an order, or humanity was going to tear itself apart before the 10 years that the framework gave them were up. And Zack, as one of the strongest people in the united government, had to do as much as he could to protect humanity, to make sure that the innocents had a chance in this new cruel world, to give them hope. And the only way that he knew how to do that was to show them that there was still law and order, that everyone, no matter how much power they had accumulated, would be held accountable. Otherwise, those in power would always exploit those who had none. He knew that they made mistakes, that they weren't perfect, but he just didn't know what else to do. Only that he had to do something. But seeing this city, the destruction, it reminded him just how much power some people could wield now. They still didn't know the full truth, and probably never would. But even if everything that they suspected was true, killing those who were innocents was crossing the line. Zack still didn't know what he was going to do. He first needed to find the person and evaluate them. The prisons beneath the ground had already told him that probably most of what they suspected about the governor was true. This entire situation was horrible and depressing, but sadly not an uncommon occurrence in the New World. Zack had seen too many settlements wiped out in retaliation for slights, or just so that someone more powerful could steal what wasn't theirs. Zack needed to see who this person was, to see if they could remedy their relationship with them. Gloria's suggestion that they be brought in for a trial would alleviate the tension of the word getting out about a city being wiped out. But he didn't think that this person would come willingly, not after what had happened. Forcing them would only escalate things. Zack had to balance the hearts and minds of millions against those of one person, someone who had killed innocents. He didn't know what to do. The interrogation of the survivor had shown that the governor was at fault, that they had failed in their screening process. Zack shook his head. He would have to play it by ear. For now, he knew that they had to add more safeguards to their appointments of governors. They had to make sure that the law was followed. Zack and his party spent 6 days in the ruins of the town, burying the dead. Seeing the cruel way that they had been killed made him sick, but he tried to push that as far away from his mind as he could. He needed to have a clear mind for what was going to come next. He had patrols exploring the wilderness, looking for the settlement that belonged to the prisoners. They knew the general direction from the survivor, but not the exact location. On the 6th day, one of his patrols returned with the location. "We found a town. It looks mostly deserted, but there was one person still living there," one of his party members said. Zack hadn't expected that. He thought that they would find the town and then some clue as to where the person had gone. In truth, he had hoped that they wouldn't find them, that the person just left. It would have solved his problem of having to decide what to do. "You didn't approach?" Zack asked. "No, sir. We watched from afar like you instructed." Zack nodded his head. He didn't want them making first contact. They knew that this person was powerful, and they needed to proceed with caution. His party all had high levels compared to most people, in between 20 and 25, but Zack was almost double that. He was the only person who would be powerful enough to match this person in case of something going wrong. He gathered his team and made his way to the town. It took them only about half a day to get there while moving at a brisk pace. Zack looked at the town in the dusk's light. It was a small settlement, with a couple of buildings and a smaller wall. It reminded him of Safehold, the first settlement that he had lived in when the framework just arrived, which seemed as if it had been so long ago. A time that had been filled with constant dangers and issues. Somehow he still remembered it fondly. He could hear sounds of hammering coming in from the settlement, and as they approached the broken gate he could see someone standing on the other side of the settlement. Their back was turned to them, and hammering on a simple workbench set up in front of a small house. Zack turned to his people and gave them a signal, and then he started walking forward alone. They were to stay back and not show themselves until he gave them another signal, if it came to it. Zack made no attempt to hide his presence, so his footsteps had to have alerted the man that he was there. He stopped a couple of steps away from the person and looked at them. The man wasn't that tall, but he seemed fit. Zack couldn't see his face, but something about the man made him seem familiar. The man didn't react to Zack's presence, so much so that Zack almost thought that he hadn't heard him. The man just continued hammering at a board, leaned over his workbench. Zack narrowed his eyes and tilted his head, and then he recognized the man. "Ryun?" Zack whispered, completely shocked. His friend glanced over his shoulder, meeting Zack's eyes, and then returned back to his board. "I should have guessed that they would send you. What are you now, their strongest guard dog?" Zack was so shocked that he couldn't even answer. He had expected so many things once he found his target, but for it to be Ryun was not one of them. "They sent you to find who killed your people, who destroyed your town?" Ryun asked, still not turning around. For a moment, Zack felt hope rise up in him. Perhaps they found the wrong person. But then Ryun spoke again. "You don't need to ask. It was me." Zack closed his eyes. He had been reunited with his friend after years apart. He knew that their parting hadn't been on the best of terms, but it hadn't been bad either. They just wanted different things from life. And now, Ryun had killed innocent people, people whom Zack had been supposed to protect. But Zack didn't know everything, didn't know what happened. He knew that he could trust Ryun. He didn't lie, especially not to Zack. "Why?" Zack asked, seeking the truth, the whole story. Ryun stopped his hammering. Slowly, he put the hammer to the side, then straightened his back and slowly turned. Zack saw Ryun's eyes and felt something make him shiver. They were so cold and sad. Ryun's expression didn't change as he spoke. "Why? Well, I could tell you that it was because they had been pressuring the neighboring settlements, forcing them to join under your governor, to whom you have granted land that did not belong to you." Zack opened his mouth to respond, but Ryun spoke again. "Or I could tell you that it was because they attacked my people once we refused their offer, because they did do that, too." Ryun's eyes bored into Zack's, and he saw them harden as his fists clenched. "Or maybe it was because they took us prisoners and threw me into a hole, where they brought my people to the edge and killed them to make a point, or because I didn't answer their questions in a satisfactory manner. I don't think they needed an excuse, really. Or perhaps because they threw the bodies down into my hole and then poured boiling water on me, broke my bones with rocks the size of your head. Because they took my people prisoner and did with them things that I do not wish to even repeat." With every word, Zack felt more and more emotion spilling out of Ryun. "We didn't know what he was doing, Ryun," Zack started, but Ryun snorted and interrupted him.
But none of that was the reason, Ryun said, taking a step forward. I killed them because they made Melody their slave, and because they murdered her in front of my eyes, because I watched her burn to ash in seconds. I wished that I hadn't granted them such quick deaths. I wished that I had kept them alive and stuffed them down into the hole where they kept me. I would have enjoyed pouring boiling water down on them and watching them burn. Zack felt the breath leave his chest, as if he had been physically struck. They killed Melody? He couldn't believe that. The things that Ryun claimed were bad. They had suspected, but to know... It shouldn't matter that it was Melody, Zack's friend. Any loss of life was tragic, but it did matter. It made everything so much worse. Ryun, we didn't know. Believe me. You didn't know that one of your governors was doing things like that? Ryun asked. Well, then you are more incompetent than I thought this government was when they first came to Safehold. I told you that the world had changed, that we had to change with it, and you stayed with what was old and felt safe. You enabled this to happen. We had to keep order, Zack said slowly. Everything was thrown into chaos with the framework's arrival. We saved lives, kept people from tearing at one another. Without us, things would have been much worse. And yet this happened here. How many times did it happen elsewhere? Where else is it happening right now? Ryun asked. You might have kept order and law in your little area of influence, but beyond it? Ryun, I'm so sorry about Melody, Zack said. But we are doing all that we can to help people. That one traitor had caused such suffering is inexcusable, and I will make sure that it doesn't happen again. But it doesn't change the fact that people are safe because of us. He didn't know what more to say. He couldn't think. She had been his friend as well. And is your sorry going to bring her back? Of course it's not. It is as worthless as your government and as your fucking laws. Ryun, Why are you here, Zack? Zack tried to collect himself, to find the right words, even though they probably don't exist. I was sent to investigate the incident. Incident? Ryun laughed. You mean the slaughter of your people? Zack saw Ryun's eyes boring into his and nodded. Yes. Ryun, there were innocents in the town. Innocents? Ryun tilted his head. You mean like how Melody and my people were? We've been living here for years, Zachariah, in peace with other settlements in the area, trading, protecting one another. And then your governor showed up and brought your government. You were the ones who brought blood and death, who murdered innocents. You have no right to demand anything from me. You should be ashamed of yourself for even coming here, for standing where she stood while wearing those colors. Zack glanced down at his uniform. The United Government crest was on his chest. We didn't know, Ryun. The governor was corrupt. He broke our laws and did horrible things. But you are delusional if you think that there wouldn't have been someone else without him. This world is filled with warlords doing far worse than what this traitor had done. I've seen it with my own eyes. People who eat other people because they think that it will give them more power, who just want to see everything else burn. The government isn't perfect, but we are trying to do good. I am here to make things right. And how will you do that? Do you have someone with a class that can bring people back from the dead, perhaps? Ryun looked at him expectantly, maybe even hopefully, but Zack shook his head. No, Zack said. I am here to make sure that things like this don't happen anywhere else, to show the people
that there is to be punishment for those who break laws and use their strength to subjugate others.
Ah, so are you here to punish me?
Ryun asked, his voice light, but his eyes hardened. You were not part of our laws, but you still killed innocents, Ryun. Hundreds of them, people that were not to blame for what the governor did. I understand that there were extenuating circumstances. You saw your love die. You weren't thinking clearly. We can make sure that you are not to blame. But you see how everything breaks down, how people turn into monsters. We need to be better than that. Zack looked at Ryun, waiting for him to answer, but Ryun just glared at Zack. Please, Ryun, we need to show the people that there is an order in the world. You don't know how bad it is out there, how many people are dying every moment. Humanity is dying, and it will be wiped out if we don't do something. If you would just come back with me, you can help me make sure that things like this don't happen again. We can show everyone that we are better than our most basic impulses. Come back with you? Why? The people need to see you cleared of any wrongdoing. They need to understand both sides. I think that you know that you've done something horrible, Ryun. This isn't you. Just let us show them that even when we make mistakes, we can do better. After that, you and I, we can keep humanity safe, make sure that nothing like this happens again. You want to put me on trial? Ryun whispered, and Zack recognized his friend getting angry. Zack held up his hands. The United Government is a large entity. Many of the people you killed here had relatives still alive somewhere. I understand why you did it. I understand how you could have been driven to do it. But I am tasked with keeping millions safe. If others see that someone could just wipe out a town without consequences, these things will keep happening again. And we are barely holding on as it is. There are warlords outside of our territory who are being held back only by the knowledge that we will retaliate with great force if they try to attack us. We need to stop it, to show them that we have the power to keep people safe. Ryun's eye twitched, and he shook his head. I have no interest in humanity, or placating those whose families have died. They were evil, monsters that had done terrible things. You are fooling yourself if you think that the civilians didn't know, that they didn't at least suspect. And they did nothing. They didn't alert you and those in power. Instead, they looked the other way. I'm done with all of this. I only want to be left alone. Ryun, I don't know if I can let you do that, Zack said. He still didn't know what to do, but he could see that his friend was hurting, that he was grieving. What would happen if he left him alone, without anyone in the wilderness? Zack didn't know if Ryun could survive on his own, and yet he didn't think that forcing him would go smoothly. Oh, and are you going to try and make me go by force? You and those weaklings hiding around us? Zack blinked in surprise. Ryun laughed a cruel, short laugh. Yes, I know that they are there. I knew when they found me this morning. They are not as stealthy as they think. No, Zack, I will not be coming with you, not without a fight. And trust me, you do not want a fight. The look in Ryun's eyes made Zack believe it. Ryun was a cultivator, someone who was not supposed to be strong, and yet Zack knew that Ryun was not to be underestimated. He looked at him and thought about what he wanted to do, but then he sighed. I'm not going to force you, Ryun. There will be no fighting. Zack thought that Ryun looked almost disappointed. Ryun shrugged and turned to look at the setting sun to the left. Zack could see that his friend was tired and angry. Zack stepped closer and put a hand on Ryun's shoulder. "Ryun, I'm so sorry that this happened. Even if I tell them that the governor is at fault, if I use my influence to clear this up, the relatives of those who died will want something to be done. They might even send people here on their own to look for you. Please, if you come with me, I promise you that we can clear all of this up. Come with me, please." Ryun stiffened and then rounded on Zack, pushing him away. Zack blinked as he nearly stumbled, and he saw Ryun glaring at him, his eyes flashing red. It happened so fast that he wasn't sure that he hadn't imagined it. Ryun shook his head several times and blinked his eyes, but then the red in his eyes was gone. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Zack. "No, Zachariah, I do not want to be among those kinds of people ever again. I know that you think you are doing something good and noble, but I can see the rot beneath the surface. Humanity is a vile and despicable beast, and I will have no part in it. If you think that they will try to find me, I'll go somewhere else. But I will not mingle with others again. I have no patience or even desire for it, let alone to help you save it. I used to believe that to survive in this world you had to be strong, but I see now that all you need to have is support from foolish people and no morals. You should take a better look at your government, Zack, at least if you really want to keep people safe. The old world is dead, and it isn't coming back." Zack closed his eyes. It pained him to see Ryun speaking like this, to see him so angry and broken. "I know that, Ryun, but if I do nothing, we will wipe each other out. I know that there is still tragedy and death, but the government is keeping people safe." Ryun snorted angrily but didn't comment. I can't leave you like this," Zack told him. "Please, I see that you are hurting. Let me help you." "I don't need or want your help. I don't need anyone," he nearly yelled back, his expression making Zack take a step back. "I am sorry, Ryun. Go. I will tell them to leave you alone. Just—" He didn't have the words to say, to express his feelings. He wanted to help him, but he was not prepared to find his friend, and he was still in shock. He didn't think that there was anything that he could do to help, nor did it seem like Ryun was willing to even allow him to try. For the first time, Ryun's expression softened a bit. "Goodbye, Zachariah. May we never meet again." "Be safe, Ryun," Zack said, and turned away. After a few steps, he paused and glanced back, seeing Ryun pick up his hammer again and return to his work. For a moment he was tempted to stay, to help him, but he knew nothing of the loss that Ryun had suffered, didn't know what to say or do. Zack sighed and turned back, walking away from his friend and trying to figure out what he was going to tell the others. Chapter 10. Present. Zack. Bond. Zack sat in the library, reading a tome in a private berth. It contained information about awakened objects, and it was incredibly illuminating. It seemed as if he had missed something incredible. Everyone on Earth had. If what he was reading was correct, then every awakened object had to be bonded with their wielder if they were to be able to level and give their wielders power. He hadn't known that. No one had. The descriptions of awakened objects that they found hadn't said anything about that. He was, if he was being honest, shocked. There was so much more about awakened objects that he didn't know. They were stored in their user's soul and could be taken out at will. What Gris told him earlier made a lot more sense now. Zack should be able to dismiss the sword and summon it, regardless of if he was touching it. But also he was supposed to have a bond perk, as well as powers that every awakened item had. There was more about them as well, including how to deepen the bond between the awakened object and their owner, which would apparently make the weapon grow more powerful and improve the perk. He also learned that such items were incredibly rare and valuable, that Zack could sell it for an enormous amount of essence. Just having one was seen as a sign of prestige. He had been incredibly lucky that no one had realized that it wasn't bonded to him, otherwise they might have tried to steal it. A bonded weapon could only be taken once the previous owner was dead. He was lucky that there was no real way for someone to tell if the item was bonded, unless they saw them do something like what Zack had done when he rolled to grab his sword from the ground. He found the instructions on how to bond with his sword with a ritual and memorized it. There was never any thought of him selling it. Immediately afterward, he made his way to the practice yard and rented a private room. Once inside, he pulled the sword out of his storage and sat down on the ground, placing it in his lap. He pressed his finger over the edge of the sword and made a small cut. Then he raised it over the blade and let a drop of blood fall on the blade's flat side. With that done, he focused on the sword, thinking the word bond at it. A notification flashed in front of his eyes, and immediately a prompt appeared. You are about to make a permanent bond with the awakened sword Windraiser. Are you sure you want to proceed? Y/N. You can only have one bond with an awakened object. Zack took a deep breath and accepted the bond. He felt a stab in the palm of his hand, and then a warm sensation spread through his body. From the texts that he read, Zack knew that he should be hearing a voice of his awakened object inside his mind, but there was nothing. A long couple of seconds passed without any kind of a response. Finally, Zack decided to take the initiative. "Hello?" Zack tried to say in his head, following the instructions from the texts. Then he heard something that was a cross between a groan and a yawn.
Oh, you bonded me,"
a tired-sounding voice said slowly, every word dragged out. "Yes," Zack said, trying not to sound confused. "I'm sorry it took so long. I didn't realize that I needed to bond with you." One of the things that the text stressed was that one should always be respectful with their awakened object, to try and foster a good relationship.
"It's fine,"
the voice said, followed by another yawn. The voice sounded almost like that of an older person, a grandfather or someone like that. But the tone reminded him a lot of people who spoke as if they were perpetually tired. Zack wasn't sure how a sword could even yawn. He saw the notifications in the corner of his eye, but he ignored them for now. He wanted to make a good impression. "I'm Zachariah, or Zack, if you prefer," he told the sword.
"I know. I've been with you for a while,"
the sword drawled out. "Right. Do you have a name?" Zack had read that some objects liked to be given names, while others preferred to be called based on what they were.
"I am Windraiser. No name, but maybe having a name wouldn't be that bothersome,"
the sword replied. "Do you have any ideas, or would you like me to choose?" Zack asked. The sword paused, and for a moment Zack almost thought that it had forgotten that it was speaking with him. But then it continued.
"I can't think of a name."
"So you want me to pick one?" Zack asked.
"Might as well,"
the sword said. Zack was still a bit taken aback by his sword's personality. It seemed slow and uninterested in things, but he was thankful that at least it wasn't one of the types that liked to insult their owners. Zack wasn't sure if he would have been able to handle having someone throw insults in his head, especially when he was in battle. He tried to think of a good name for a sword, thinking about something that fit in with the theme. "How about Mistral?" Zack asked the sword.
"It sounds adequate," the sword answered.
Zack wasn't exactly sure how to take the lack of enthusiasm, but that seemed to be the sword's personality. "Do you have any rules, Mistral? Anything that you want me to do?" One of the things he learned in the texts was that some awakened objects had both peculiar personalities as well as rules, or rather things that they preferred the wielder not to do. If Zack wanted his bond with the sword to advance, he needed to make sure to keep it happy.
Do try not to use me too often, and keep me clean. You left me covered in blood for 3 days once. That had been uncomfortable."
"Of course, I'll do my best. Also, I've been hoping that I could train with you a bit now to test out your abilities. Is that all right?"
"If you must,"
Mistral answered. Zack sighed in relief. Having a sword that had its own thoughts was going to take some time getting used to. Finally, Zack turned to his notifications and brought them up. The first thing he saw was the sword's 2 powers. Wind Razor. Razor Wind. Allows the wielder to send razor-sharp blades of wind from the sword's blade. Power and speed depend on bond depth and charge time. Stamina cost depends on charge time. Wind's Power. Gain plus 5% to all stats while holding the awakened object. Zack was pleasantly surprised with both. The first one could give him much-needed ranged attacks, and the second was a flat bonus to his stats. He picked the sword up and then looked at a dummy on the other side of the room. He tried to think on how to use Razor Wind, but it was very intuitive. He pulled his sword back, and a rush of wind around its edge could be seen, getting stronger by the second. Zack swiped forward with Mistral, and a crescent of wind flew out of the blade. He felt a small drain on his stamina, but no more than when he used a regular ability. Zack winced as he missed the target, by a lot, and the blade of wind hit the wall. He didn't see any damage, but then they were reinforced to survive quite a lot. He focused and tried again, this time charging the blade for a bit longer. He swiped, and another blade of crescent wind flew out. He felt his stamina dip a bit more, and the blade hit the dummy. There was a sound that reminded him of an axe hitting a tree, only tinged with a rush of wind. Zack walked over to the dummy and saw that there was a shallow cut in the wood. The attack wasn't all that powerful right now, but he knew that it would get stronger with time, practice, and as he deepened the bond between himself and Mistral. Finally, he turned to the last notification and saw his new perk. Wind's Favorite, Bond Perk. Allows the bondholder to manipulate wind in their immediate surroundings. All wind-based powers are 20% more powerful. The wind passively carries nearby sounds to your ears. Strength of effect depends on the depth of the bond with the awakened object. He blinked at the description. It didn't seem all that powerful and was more like an extension of what his other perks already gave him. Somehow he felt disappointed.
"There is more to it than that," Mistral said slowly.
Zack frowned.
"What do you mean?" "With time, and as our bond deepens, you will be able to do more with it, manipulating the wind around your will. Once the wind gets strong enough, it will let you move anything with it."
Zack blinked, and then a thought occurred to him. "You mean I could be able to move myself?"
"Anything," Mistral said.
Zack turned to look at the weapon in his hand. His other 2 wind perks could only be activated while in combat, so he couldn't really test how much the 3 perks synergized with one another, but he tried to focus on Wind's Favorite. Immediately he realized that he could feel the air moving around him gently in a small sphere. His influence didn't extend far away from himself, but it was in his melee attack range. He started moving it around, finding that it wasn't all that easy. Then he tried what Mistral suggested. He tried to have the wind blow at his back from beneath him. He felt the air push him up, lifting his feet so that he stood on his toes, and then he stumbled forward. It wasn't strong enough to pick him up, but perhaps in the future, or if he could use all 3 of his wind-based perks at the same time. Still, it was powerful, and he could probably push an attacker with it, perhaps enough to make them stumble. He tried a few more times to pick himself up from the ground, yet never managed to do more than just barely lift his feet off the ground. Then he got an idea. He walked over to one edge of the room and started running. He pushed himself off the ground and jumped, then used the perk. The wind pushed him from behind, making him soar through the air faster and farther. He crossed the entire length of the room and almost hit the wall on the other side of it. I guess I can still use it for something. It wasn't flight, but he could at least glide through the air or slow down his own fall. It would be useful, and, eventually, he couldn't help the small smile that appeared on his face. Who didn't want to fly? A week later, on one of his training-free days, Zack found himself down in the city with Gris. They were sitting in his sister's inn, drinking and talking as they waited for another to join them. But while the drinks were good, Zack was a lot more interested in the small plates that seemed like they were almost made out of stone, which Beris, Gris's sister, brought with their drinks. It was actually a small interface, and although not one that commanded any territory, it could apparently collect essence as payment. It was one of the ways that crafters and other non-combat-oriented people gained essence to grow. The framework gave them things like that plate so that they could sell their goods through it, but it also gave them essence based on their contributions, or rather quests they did, oriented toward their craft. For Beris, as an innkeeper, it was all oriented around her clientele, and how many of them she had in the inn during a week, how many rooms or drinks she sold. It was very interesting to see an economy that ran on essence. On Earth, they only had a barter system, but it looked like here everything was essence-based, although according to Gris, there was still a lot of bartering going around. Still, it was fascinating. Zack looked around the inn, seeing which races were represented. Most of the patrons were Ravzer, Drakes, and a couple of Demaci and humans. It was strange seeing them all together like that, interacting, and if he was seeing correctly, a few people of different species even being in closer relationships. Everything was so interesting to him. There was so much to see and so much to learn about. Even with his lessons, his library research, and his talks with Nyathala, he still knew very little.
"So," Gris said, interrupting Zack's thoughts, "how is your training going?"
Well, Emra is a good teacher, but I am struggling to find a build similar to mine that I can use as a template. Gris sighed.
"That is understandable. You are a ranker and have been doing things on your own. You even have unique perks. It will be hard for you to find something outside of builds made by other rankers. It will take time for you to find something similar enough."
"Wait, those are available?" Zack asked.
"You didn't know? I thought that you've been looking through the builds."
"Well, yes, but none of the builds I looked at were made by rankers," Zack told him.
"You're just looking at the main build floor, aren't you?" Gris said.
Zack nodded.
"You need to ask the librarians for ranker builds. They're kept separate since they aren't as useful for new recruits. It's unlikely that any of them would be able to get the perks that some of the rankers could."
"Well, that would have been good to know before I sunk in days of research into the other builds," Zack said with a sigh.
"Sorry. I still forget sometimes about how much you don't know."
Gris gave him a compassionate look. "It's okay," Zack told him. He would just need to spend some more time in the library.
So, about the person we are meeting with,
Gris started. Zack raised an eyebrow. The two of them were supposed to meet with one of Gris's friends, a healer that they hoped to add to their dungeon team. Zack didn't know much about them other than that Gris thought that they were good. What about them?
Well, I don't know how things were on your world, so I think that I should warn you before they arrive.
Zack blinked. Warn me about what?
Well, they are a bit peculiar.
Gris took a deep breath and then spoke.
They prefer to be referred to by they, theirs, and them.
Zack blinked again. He didn't know what he expected, but it wasn't that.
Okay. I just wanted you to know in advance, in case you might—
No, it's not a problem, Zack said, wondering why Gris thought that it was.
Good.
Gris sighed.
The Infinite Realm is generally an accepting place, relatively speaking, but after the Rankers first arrived here with their limited populations, there was a need for, well, let's just say, rapid reproduction. Since reproduction wasn't possible on the old worlds, some people felt like it was the duty of everyone to help grow the population. Most new Rankers that arrive feel similarly. There is obviously no real need for it now, but there is some leftover prejudice towards some people.
Ah, Zack said. He did know prejudice. Then Gris raised his head and looked over Zack's.
And here they come,
Gris said. Zack turned as someone walked up to their table. They were a human with elongated ears, an elf variant, although from what Zack understood they didn't think of themselves as anything other than human. They wore close-fitting pants and a simple tunic. Their hair was brown and pulled back in a tail. They had deep purple makeup around their blue eyes. From what he could see, their sex appeared to be female, although he wasn't exactly sure. Still, it didn't matter. Gris had made it clear that they had a different gender.
"Hello, Gris,"
the newcomer said.
"Zalor," Gris greeted. "Thank you for coming. Here, take a seat."
They did so, and then glanced in Zack's direction.
"This is Zachariah, a fellow warden,"
Gris introduced him. He extended his hand, and they grasped it. "Zack is fine. It's a pleasure to meet you."
"Zalor,"
they said, and then turned to look at Gris.
"So what is this about? Your message was somewhat vague."
Gris looked sheepish for a second, but then he answered.
"Zack and I are looking to form a dungeon team, and we were hoping that you might join in as our healer."
Zalor tilted their head.
"What dungeon?"
Gris leaned in and whispered.
"Abyssal Deep."
Their eyes widened at that. Zack hadn't realized that the warden's dungeon was such a big deal.
"I'm listening,"
Zalor said. And then Gris started his pitch. Chapter 11. Present. Zack. Killer. Zack and Gris spent a few hours talking with Zalor, discussing the dungeon dive. They were interested, provided that Zack and Gris managed to get a balanced team, and that they all had the time to practice together. Zalor was apparently attached to the Elder's Kingdom army, serving as a healer in service to the Elder King. They were around the same level as Gris and Zack were, and if Zack understood well enough, one of the best for their level. In the end, they all decided to meet again once Zack and Gris found more people.
"That's 3,
Gris said as Zalor left.
"What about your friend?"
"Nyathala. I'll ask her the next time we have a training session," Zack answered.
"We still need either a front-line or ranged fighter. I have a friend that I plan on asking, but she is on an assignment right now. She should be available soon, and if we are going to get Zalor to go, we will need to train together."
Gris sighed.
"That means we will be able to go in a month at the earliest, if my friend agrees and we start training immediately."
"Isn't it better if we're prepared?"
Zack asked. Of course it is, but this is a big opportunity and I just feel impatient. If we do it right, we will most certainly level a lot from this. It's our first time in it, and being able to clear 5 floors, I don't think that you understand just how important this is, Gris said. How much do you think we'll level? Zack asked, intrigued. A minimum of 10 levels, maybe more depending on how many of the floors we clear. That's why I want to get a good group, and why we need Zalor since they are one of the best in our level range. But if we manage to clear all 5 floors twice, we will probably reach our class evolutions. Zack blinked. Why isn't everyone being allowed in then? Couldn't the wardens just level everyone? Access is given based on merit, because there are only so many times that the dungeon can be cleared in a day. It is respawning, but it still takes time for it to reset. It's used as a way to reward promising members of the wardens. I didn't think that what we did warranted such a reward, Zack added. I didn't think so either, but apparently our information was very useful to the warden commander. It looks like they hadn't been able to learn much about the people making moves on the frontier, so any information was welcomed, Gris told him. What they reported back was mostly speculation, some observations, nothing really concrete. But if they considered that to be important, then that whole thing could be much more complicated than Zack originally assumed. That is a lot of essence, Zack said. Gris nodded. It is, but the dungeon is dangerous. We will need to be very careful, but with a good team, I don't think we should have any problems. Zack didn't know much about the dungeon, so he trusted Gris's opinion. They finished their drinks, and Gris suggested that they take a walk to clear their heads. They had already agreed to stay in the city for the night instead of going back to the citadel. As they walked through the inn's common room, Zack started focusing on his Wind's favorite Bond perk. Its sound-carrying effect was strange. He could hear conversations outside of his usual hearing range, but they weren't clear. They were more like murmurings, with him only understanding every 3rd or 4th word spoken. In the chaos of the inn, it was hard for him to discern anything clearly. It would probably be a lot more useful in the areas where there wasn't so much noise. The two of them left the inn and headed in a random direction, with Gris in the lead. The sky was dark and the moon loomed over their heads. But the city didn't seem like it was sleeping. There were a lot of sounds battling for supremacy, drowning one another out. The background sounds of a city, something that Zack hadn't had a chance to hear in a long while. It brought memories of the time before the framework, when things used to be so simple. There were times when he dreamed of a different world, of his family, but reality always returned with a gut punch to remind him that the world in his dreams was no more, that it never would be again. But Zack had resolved himself to try as hard as he could to make a new home in the infinite realm with the wardens. It was a life with purpose, something to keep the nightmares away. The two of them walked in silence, neither having the need to fill it. It was one thing that he liked about Gris, that he was comfortable to be in silence. Zack was lucky that he had met him when he had, that he had learned about the wardens. It had been what he had needed at a time to survive, to hold himself together after his failure. And now he had a path in front of himself, something to do. Gris interrupted Zack's thoughts by speaking. "Did you get that armor of yours patched up?" Zack blinked at the sudden question. His main armor had a hole in its chest, from when he was stabbed with a spear on the frontier. It wasn't his only armor, but it was his most powerful. "No, I didn't have a chance." "You should probably look into it, or you could maybe buy a new one before we go into the dungeon," Gris said. "I don't know if I have enough essence, with me leveling up and all," Zack said dubiously. "Right. You should get it patched up and take it to the Citadel's enchanters then. All wardens can get a free equip function on their gear, and as a warden, you need to have that."
"Really?" Zack asked. He knew that there were armor sets that could be equipped directly from storage onto the user's body. He had seen them on Earth, but they were rare. "Why didn't you use yours when we were on the frontier?" Zack asked.
"My main armor set was damaged before we met. I only picked it up from the smith's yesterday," Gris answered. "It's why I remembered to let you know."
"I'll be sure to do that. Thanks for telling me," Zack said.
"No problem."
Gris waved his hand. Then a strange sound reached Zack's ears, something that the wind carried to him. He stopped moving as he tried to identify the sound.
"What is it?"
Gris asked. "Do you hear that?" Zack asked as he heard it again. It sounded like scratching and something banging against something else. Gris paused.
"I don't hear anything."
Zack frowned, and then he heard something again, and this time he recognized it for what it was, a scream. "Someone is screaming," Zack said quickly, as he turned in the direction he felt the sound came from.
"I don't hear anything, Zack,"
Gris said, but his armor made out of black plates appeared over his body along with his shield and mace. Zack didn't have armor that he could equip, but he carried his usual battle robes. They weren't armor, but they allowed him to move quickly and gave some small bonuses. He summoned Mistral to his hand and heard a sigh in his head.
"The wind is restless,"
his sword said as Zack sprung into motion. He ran to the side street, following the sounds that wind brought to his ears. He heard Gris following close behind him, somehow keeping up as Zack rounded two corners and came to a short dead-end street. It was dark, without the light from the lamp-posts that lined the main streets. The only light that illuminated the street was from the full moon up above them, but it was enough for Zack to see. A cloaked figure was leaning over a shape on the ground, something dark surrounding them both on the floor.
"Halt!"
Zack yelled as Gris came up behind him.
"Wardens, stop what you are doing and back away. Show us your hands."
The cloaked figure turned their head in his direction and then sprung from the shape on the ground, heading for the wall. Gris roared, and his form blurred forward, his shield in front of him. He smashed into the moving shape, and it bounced, falling back on its feet. Zack, meanwhile, reached the fallen shape and saw a man, already dead, with his stomach cut open, lines carved into it. Zack's face twisted into a hard expression. He gripped Mistral tighter and looked up, just in time to see Gris's body flying backward to slam into a wall hard enough to crack it on impact. The killer turned and ran, jumping up the buildings and to the roof. Zack reached Gris, kneeling down to check up on him.
"Go after him. I'll raise the alarm,"
Gris said as he grimaced and stood up. Zack almost argued, but Gris was the senior warden, and Zack followed his instructions. He used his winged leap and jumped up into the air, using his new Wind's Favorite perk to give himself some extra distance. He grabbed the edge of the roof with one hand and pulled himself up. Immediately his eyes scanned the rooftops, and he saw a dark cloaked shape jumping to another roof in the distance. He started running, his wind lord pushing the wind into his back just a bit stronger now with his new perk. The killer was fast, but with the wind on his back, Zack was gaining on him. His winged leap came back from cooldown, and he leapt forward over the roof, Mistral raised in both his hands as he prepared to attack. The killer moved, blurring around, and a flash of steel headed in Zack's direction. Before he could react, it had stabbed him in the heart. The killer caught him, twisted the dagger, and threw Zack to the side. Mistral bounced over the roof, and Zack slid down a wall to lie on his side. Immediately he felt his second chance perk start working, healing the wound in his chest. It wasn't a large wound, and he knew that it wouldn't take long to heal. He looked at the killer, who was looking down on his dagger, then back at Zack. The darkness of his hood made it hard to see his features. Zack could see the large paw on the dagger's handle that was covered in both Zack's and the previous victim's blood. The killer was a Ravzer. No stats. Not dead yet. Killing a warden wouldn't be smart. No. The man spoke, almost in a sing-song voice. He started walking toward Zack. A warden? Not gonna get caught, the killer murmured as he approached. But can't leave him alive. A quandary. He knelt next to Zack, his black and silver dagger held in one of his paws. Zack could see the golden eyes reflecting light from the total darkness of his hood. What do you think, little warden? Zack didn't answer. Instead, he waited for the wound in his chest to close. How did you find me? Luck? Chance? Couldn't hear. No one ever hears. The city is too loud, the killer said. Zack felt his wound close, but he still waited. Can't leave you alive. Could be good. You are stronger than the others. That means a bigger reward for me. The killer raised his dagger, and Zack sprang into motion. He dismissed Mistral and summoned him back to his hand as he focused on his skill and activated his last heir of Terra, Wind's favorite, Light Chains. Then Zack moved. His formless core let him cast his technique nearly instantaneously, and calm before the storm settled around him, his lightning chi giving him a further boost to his dexterity. His sword came back into his hand as the killer was pushed back by a burst of wind, his eyes widening in surprise as chains made out of light tangled around his limbs, and Zack stepped to the side. He swiped his sword, activating riposte, cutting precisely at the killer's throat. Thousands of years of mastery guided him. The boosts on his stats from last heir of Terra doubled his stats, and riposte pushed his speed even further. Wind's Child's burst of wind followed his strike, pushed even further by his Wind's favorite perk. The killer tensed his body against the chains, trying to escape. The chains broke, and Zack's sword reached the killer just as he got free. His dagger came up and somehow made contact with Zack's sword, turning Mistral just slightly away, but Zack still saw the tip of his weapon pass through flesh. Sealing slash touched the killer's body, and Zack felt it seal his power. The killer tried to dash away, but wind that followed Zack's attack arrived and battered him. The killer stumbled back and tripped, rolling over the roof as Zack followed. His chi moving through his body, Zack dashed forward, and in an instant his technique surged through his body, and lightning strike engulfed his sword. The killer raised his hand, but nothing happened. For a moment, Zack saw confusion in the golden eyes peering deep from the hood. Then Zack's sword stabbed the killer in the chest. Before Zack could even react, the killer grabbed hold of the blade and pulled it deeper in. The lightning chi dispersed through the killer's body, but the killer didn't react, ignoring the attack. The killer's other hand came up along with his dagger as he kept Zack's sword trapped in his own body.
That was interesting, Warden,
the killer said, his voice much more serious now. He prepared to stab him, and then Zack heard noise behind him. The killer's attention slipped as his eyes moved to look over Zack's shoulder. Zack dismissed his sword, and it disappeared from the killer's body and freed his hands. Zack's fist snapped forward with a greater strike, hitting the killer in the wound in his chest and making him stagger backward as Zack pushed the wind around him forward. The killer was pushed back to the edge of the roof and tripped over it. Zack summoned back his sword and dashed forward, looking over for the killer. He saw only darkness. Zack cursed and then turned, seeing Griss and 2 more wardens heading his way. They found no sign of the killer afterward. He had disappeared in an instant, suggesting some kind of a movement or even stealth power. It had been a short fight, but Zack somehow felt exhausted. The killer was strong, his stats equal to his, maybe even greater, even with all of his boosts. "You are certain that he was a Ravzer?" a warden standing next to Gris asked. "Yes, I saw his clawed paws and his golden eyes. I'm sorry that I couldn't get a better look at him," Zack said as he looked down at the victim, a lone Demacy that the killer had murdered and started carving up when Zack and Gris arrived. "No, this is far more than we had before. It will help tremendously," a warden by the name of Raylas, a Karora, said. "You've been following this killer?" Zack asked. Both Raylas and Gris nodded. "He's been active in the city for a few months. He leaves bodies everywhere, usually killed in some kind of a ritual, or so we thought." Zack glanced down at the body, seeing the carvings in the man's stomach. "He does it after death." "It appears so," Gris confirmed. "We've been looking into some kind of an occult angle, but now all of our assumptions seem wrong." Zack blinked and turned to look at Gris. "You were involved in this case?" "I was consulted a few times. I've had encounters with deal-maker cults before, and I was brought in to see if there was any relation." Zack wasn't sure if he even wanted to know what a deal-maker cult was. "Did you see anything else?" Raylas asked. "An ability he used, a skill, a technique, anything that could help us narrow down the list of suspects?" Zack shook his head sadly. "No, he didn't get a chance to use them before." Zack paused as he glanced at Gris, then back at Raylas, wondering if he should reveal his ceiling slash. "Before I pushed him off the roof." In the end, he decided against it. If he was to live in this world, he really should start living by its rules. "That's too bad," Raylas said with a sigh. "He was strong, stronger than me with my boosts," Zack added. He was sure that the killer could have killed him if he was being serious, or if he had known about the ceiling slash beforehand. "At least that tells us that we are looking for an individual that has at least one class evolution. Maybe he's achieved the peak foundation realm as well. There's a wide range of possibilities," Gris said tiredly. Zack looked down at the body, at the markings that were half-finished. He frowned and then knelt down next to the mutilated body. His frown deepened as he saw a wound that looked strange. It was a long cut, but the center of it looked somehow different. "What is it, Zack?" Gris asked as he knelt down. Something about the wound seemed familiar to Zack, and then he realized what it was. "I know why he mutilates them, why he makes it seem like it's a ritual." "You do?" Raylas asked. "This wound," Zack pointed at the long cut over the victim's chest. "This here is the stab wound that killed the man. The killer just widened the wound after death to hide the original incision, but we interrupted him before he could finish, so he couldn't hide everything." "What would he try to hide?" Gris asked. Zack placed his finger over the middle of the long cut, where he believed the original stab wound to be. He pointed at the blood. "You see this? The blood, how it flowed. It's as if suddenly every blood vessel around the stab started to flow up to the skin. If it was an ordinary stab wound, blood would have filled the wound and spilled out, but here it was as if it had been suctioned out." "So an ability to draw out blood?" Raylas asked. Zack shook his head. "No, I've seen these kinds of wounds before. They were done with a special kind of dagger, one that can take its victim's essence." "An essence-stealing weapon?" Raylas blinked in surprise. "I'm not saying that it is the exact same weapon." Zack glanced at Gris, who grimaced. "It doesn't even have to do the same thing. I assume that there are similar weapons that do something else, but my guess is that the killer gains something from his kills." Zack remembered the killer's words on the roof. He mentioned getting stats. "Shit," Raylas said. "We've been running around in circles, trying to find a cult, and we've had a monster like this on our hands the whole time."
"We couldn't have known."
Gris stood up and placed a hand on Raylas's shoulder.
"But we know now. He won't be able to evade us for much longer."
Zack kept his eyes on the dead body, looking at the terrified face and still open eyes. There had to be some kind of justice for people like him, whose lives had been cut far too short because of a monster. This was why he joined the Wardens, to serve the law and protect the innocents. And this monster he swore he would stop. Chapter 12. Present. Ryun. Listening in. Ryun sat in the main office in the city of Venoran, what had used to be Ierv's office, but was now Unrush's. Neither of them was here, since they were still in Wolf's Grove, working to establish that territory properly and set up a system for the farming of the dungeon. Ryun himself was on his way back to Wolf's Grove, along with the best farmers from their farming territory. The territory leader, Embesh, had come with them, and Ryun was eager to see what he could do. Their visit to Venoran was mostly because Ryun wanted to see how things were going, as well as to show his face around the town, to make sure that the people didn't forget that he was the one in charge now. So he sat behind a desk, and the lord left in charge of the city and the territory stood across from him, reading a report. He hadn't thought about reading when he decided to keep his eyes from regenerating, but he didn't regret it. His skill had been leveling like crazy, and just a couple of hours ago he had hit the 10 of 10 and gained a skill quest to improve it to the next tier. Skill quest available. Resonance sense, 10 of 10. Isolate a single resonance source and observe it for a full hour, repeated 1,000 times. 0 of 1,000. Reward, skill evolution, 5,000 greater essence. As far as a skill quest went, it wasn't hard for him, but it was time-consuming, which annoyed him. He wondered if he would be able to skip the quest. He had done it before, and he could probably do it again. The problem was that he needed to get a better insight into his skill. And while his blindness helped in leveling it up, understanding was something else. He knew how it worked abstractly, and he knew how to focus it, how to identify the different sources of vibrations. He believed that he understood it, and yet there was apparently more to it than that. He shook his head as Werish, the Cretan lord standing in front of him, started reading a new report.
"A new shipment of weapons from the Last Return Guild arrived yesterday. We've inspected the goods and sent them on with our trading caravans to the core," Werish said.
Ryun had inspected the weapons that the Mercenary Guild gave the sect as payment for them being given access to the sect territories. They were solid weapons, nothing special, but nothing to be scoffed at either. The issue was the volume of what they were giving them. Ryun knew that Ierv had recently negotiated a better deal, with them paying more. Ryun didn't know much about crafters, but he was fairly certain that they would need to have quite a lot of them to produce so much weapons. A mercenary guild having crafters wasn't that odd to him. He figured that they would need to have them in order to repair their gear and maybe improve it. But in order to craft the amounts that they were sending to the sect, they would need to have a good source of materials for them, perhaps an entire mining branch, and he didn't know if a small mercenary guild would have that. Ierv had already shared his suspicion that they were not who they said they were, that they worked for one of the factions in the core that wanted to create another route to strike at their rivals in the core itself. That was probable, but Ryun didn't know enough to be able to tell how probable. He had tried to get closer to the twin sisters who were in charge of their representatives, but he wasn't getting far. Rayla Orn was the one in charge, and Ryun could see that he wouldn't get anything out of her that she didn't want him to know. He had seen through her attempts to learn more about him, but they were wasted on him. He didn't have any secrets important enough to hide, nor did he enjoy lies and secrets in general. He was fairly certain that he had unbalanced her by revealing that he was a ranker from the 7th iteration. Still, he doubted that he would learn anything from Rayla, but her sister was another story. Naira was far more open with her thoughts. Ryun stood up and walked around the table. "Honorable Elder?" the Cretan asked, and Ryun paused, having nearly forgotten that the man was there. "Thank you for the reports. I will let Onrush know that you've been doing a good job," Ryun said, trying to make his words sound genuine. Without waiting for a response, he left the room. The guards stationed around the corridor stiffened as he passed and headed to the window looking into the garden in the middle of the compound. He opened it and then got out, letting himself fall and shape a cube beneath his feet before he hit the ground. With one leg he pushed himself up into the air, soaring above the buildings around him and forming another cube. His running on air had gotten a lot better as he figured out his limitations and the best ways to utilize his power. His untethered true body made it hard for him to gain speed on long leaps. Instead, he had to do short ones and constantly push himself forward if he wanted to prevent his body from bleeding off all of his momentum. It was annoying at times, but his true body did have its benefits. He jumped from cube to cube over the city, his resonance sense scanning the people below him. Finally, he found his target and jumped in their direction, dropping from the air directly into the courtyard. His fall slowed down as he got closer to the ground, his body ignoring most of the forces trying to exert influence on him, and he stepped on the ground gently. The guards around him all reacted by grasping for their weapons, but before they had a chance to draw them, Naira yelled out, "Stand down!" She took a few steps toward Ryun and looked him over. Ryun couldn't see, but he could feel her body's state enough to know that she had been in the middle of practice. She carried her spear and buckler and had been sparring with another of her guards that he didn't recognize.
Sect head?
Naira said, bowing. "Didn't I say that you may call me Ryun?" Naira shifted her weight from one leg to the other. "Of course, Ryun. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?" Ryun spread his senses wide, noticing one of the guards rushing through the building to his right and barging into a room to tell Rayla that Ryun was here. "Can I not just come to visit the guests in my city?" Ryun said with a smile, as Rayla ran through the building. Naira tilted her head and considered his words. "Most people's idea of a visit isn't dropping down from the sky in the middle of your guest's room." Ryun mirrored her head movement and frowned. "You know what? You got me there. Let's just say that I am not like most people." "I can see that," Naira said with a small smile, just as Rayla walked out of the building. He had watched her run through the structure and sensed her stop and collect herself as she walked out slowly and calmly. He nearly chuckled at that. "Honored Elder," Rayla said, "is there a problem with a shipment?" Ryun wondered if he should correct her, too, but let it stand. "I assume that everything is all right. I don't bother myself with such little things." He waved his hand. "I am here on personal business." "Oh?" Rayla said. Ryun turned his head toward Naira, more to let the people around him know who he was talking to rather than having any real need for it. "I am here to ask if you would be willing to come on a short walk with me. I have more questions about classers that I hoped you might answer." Both Naira and Rayla looked taken aback, and again he noticed their body language changing, as if they were talking. "What chance is there that they can speak to one another with their minds?" Ryun asked Kagehime. "Are you a simpleton? How many times must I tell you that I am a sword? How would I know?"
"What do you know, then?" Ryun asked, feeling just a bit frustrated by his sword.
"Ask me things about slashing, cutting, and stabbing, or something about shadows, and I can answer. Anything else is beyond the scope of my knowledge."
Ryun mentally rolled his eyes at his sword.
"Just me?"
Naira asked, and brought him out of his thoughts. "Sure, I wouldn't want to take your sister from anything important. She is, after all, the one in command," Ryun said. Again, the two looked as if they were talking silently.
"Of course, Ryun. If you will give me a few minutes to change, I'll go with you,"
Naira said. Ryun nodded, and the two sisters went inside. His senses followed them, but they weren't speaking, not out loud, at least. Two more people joined them, and for the first time they started talking. Ryun monitored their words carefully, learning a few new things. Finally, Naira came out, and they walked out of their compound through the gates. Ryun just headed in a random direction, and Naira kept pace with him. "So," Ryun said finally, "I assume that your sister told you to get more information out of me?" Naira nearly missed a step, but then she recovered and turned her head to look at him.
"She did. Again, that is not something that you should just say out loud."
"Why not?" Ryun asked.
"The world doesn't work that way. You keep your secrets close and try to find what others are hiding,"
Naira told him. Ryun hummed. "But what if I don't have any secrets that I wish to hide?"
"Everyone has secrets,"
she said. Ryun nodded his head. Yes, he was very honest, and yet even he had a few things that he kept from everyone. But keeping something a secret was nothing like lying. "I was impressed by your fighting skills against the monsters. Well done." Naira shrugged.
"The bears weren't all that powerful, and neither Rayla nor I are anything like you."
"You could be. All you need is will," Ryun said.
"I don't think it works that way."
Naira shook her head.
"You are a rancor, an anomaly. Not everyone else can do the things that you have done."
"Perhaps," Ryun said noncommittally. "I did notice that you and your sister fight in a similar manner. I assume that you share a class?"
"We do,"
Naira confirmed.
"Our build is mostly the same, though we have some different skills."
"Ah, so you follow a build that already exists, then?" Ryun asked.
"Yes, something that is established as one of the better builds."
"I don't know how you can do that." Ryun shook his head. "I could never let others make the choice for how I develop my own power." Naira turned to look at him, her head tilting.
"Of course, you are a rancor. You had no one to tell you which choice is the best."
"Even if I had the opportunity, I wouldn't do it. I might ask for advice, but the choice would ultimately always be my own." Naira opened her mouth, then closed it. They walked for a bit in silence until she finally decided to speak again.
"So how do you make a choice? If you had to choose a new perk, for example?"
Ryun turned his head in her direction. "It depends on what I want. A powerful perk on its own might be a tempting prospect, but I always try to see if it will synergize well with my other perks." Naira turned her head forward.
"But how can you pick something when you don't know if it will be good in the future, if you don't know its limits?"
"Everything I have ever chosen has been like that, from my path and class to my perks. I could say that it is an instinct, and perhaps there is some of that, but it is ultimately just making a decision about the direction you want to go in."
"I never thought about it like that,"
Naira said. They fell into silence again, and Ryun didn't try to speak. He had hoped to trick her into revealing more about her faction, but he could see that she was struggling with a decision regarding her build.
It felt wrong to try to get information out of her now, so they walked while she was lost in thought. Later that evening, after Naira had returned to her compound, Ryun stood on top of one of his cubes. He was high up in the air, his senses stretching far down and following two individuals as they sneaked out of his city. Rayla and another, a man, exited the city and headed into the forest with the cover of night, and Ryun followed through the air. Kagehime was in his hand and his form obscured by shadows. Even if they thought to look up into the sky, they wouldn't be able to see him. He leapt from cube to cube as they moved down on the ground, beneath the tree canopy. Finally, after about an hour, they came to a stop as they met with two more individuals. Ryun risked getting a bit lower, just above the trees, and sat down on his cube, focusing his sense on their speech.
"We were warned by headquarters that a monster swarm is on its way here. Did you manage to find it?"
Rayla said to one of the two men. "We did, Nightorn. The swarm is moving slowly through the unclaimed lands. We were unlucky enough that they hit one of our outpost stations."
"Casualties?"
"None, thankfully. The agents saw it in time and evacuated. They are headed home now," the man said.
"How long until it reaches here?"
Rayla asked. 3 to 4 months, 5 at the most. There are quite a lot of strong monsters in their way. Not all join the swarm." Rayla sighed.
"And your evaluation?"
"The last Ember sect is strong enough to survive. They have the numbers, and their sect head is powerful enough to make a difference. The others are going to get wiped out if they get hit. I don't know enough about the new situation in the Black Viper sect to tell if they could survive, but even a few months ago they would have been hard-pressed to weather the swarm. With them losing so many of their monarchs," Rayla nodded.
"It is the Twilight Melody sect now. Their new sect head is powerful, but I don't yet know how powerful. I am supposed to evaluate them, but—"
"It might be best for you and your team to abandon our interests there," the man said.
"I'll think about it. What other news from the frontier sects?"
"The last Ember is growing, but we've heard whispers that they are preparing a fighting force."
"Target?"
"The the Twilight Melody sect seems most likely. The last Ember sect head and the former head of the Black Viper sect are known to be antagonistic. With the perceived loss of power, they might try to seize some of their territories, but we just don't know. The last Ember values security highly, and we weren't able to infiltrate their inner circle."
"I will never understand sects,"
Rayla said with a shake of her head.
"Thank you for letting me know, Knight Leandros."
"Of course. We are on our own here on the frontier, far away from home."
"Blood and justice, straight and true, Knight Leandros," Rayla said as she moved her fist to her chest.
The man mirrored the gesture and spoke. "Blood and justice, Nightorn." With that, the two groups split and headed in different directions. Ryun scratched at his small stubble on his chin, thinking about what he had overheard. It seemed like there was far more to this faction that Rayla and Naira were a part of than he initially thought. He started following after Rayla and her companion, jumping from cube to cube above them.
"What are we going to do?" her companion asked. "We need to learn more about Ryun Nacht, to learn how powerful he really is in order for me to be able to make a decision about the monster swarm."
"Will you warn him? If they know that it is coming, they might be able to prepare."
"But we are not supposed to be helping our enemies," Rayla said.
"But is he really our enemy? He is from the 7th iteration. He has just arrived here. He has no connection to the past."
"You are right, but the others are—"
"All descendants, and barely a few from the 1st or the 2nd iteration. They serve them because they have no choice."
"I'm going to need to think about this,"
Rayla said. Ryun mirrored her words inside his head. It seemed that there was a lot that he would need to think about as well. Chapter 13. Present. Rayla. Realization. Rayla and Durgabor made their way back to the city with haste. They didn't want to risk their absence being noticed, even if it was unlikely to be. It was the middle of the night, and while she knew that the Twilight Melody sect's warriors kept their eyes on the compound, Durgabor's perks were powerful enough to keep them from being seen or overheard when they were active. The Watchers were unlikely to enter the compound itself to make sure that everyone was there. They reached the walls, and Durgabor activated his stealth field so that both of them could climb over without alerting the guards. Once they were in the city, Durgabor deactivated it, since it couldn't be active for long when it was hiding more than one person. Their meetings with the knights who patrolled the frontier were few, but they were necessary. They had the most up-to-date information regarding the expansion of the frontier and the states of the sects in this area, and Rayla had needed more information regarding the monster swarm if she was to make a decision about their interests here. Now she didn't know what to do. She had sent word back to headquarters using the Farlink orb that the new head of the sect was from the 7th iteration. The response she got was that there had been no arrivals from Earth with the rest of the 7th iteration, and that it was possible that he was, in fact, telling the truth. The tower would investigate through their people in the core, and she would get further instructions after. Rayla knew that the tower had people working for them in the core, some of the smaller factions, but only a few knew who they were working for. Secrecy was their best weapon. Rayla doubted that the tower would want for her to make a better offer to the sect head and try to have him join their cause. This part of the frontier wasn't really important to them, other than as an additional route to use to move troops and resources, but they had many other routes that were far more reliable and closer to their targets. There was no need to push for this one as well. Rayla knew that her mission was a punishment, and that the only reason the tower still gave her orders was because of her family, and now perhaps because of the developments with the sect. She was stuck here, but there was an opportunity as well. The ruler of the empty sky was in the sect too, although Rayla knew that she had now been freed from her collar and had left with the former sect head to another territory. She had hoped to try and smuggle her back to the Empire, but she had no resources to do so. As it was, she hesitated to so much as report her existence to the tower. The Empire might be united, but there were still differing interests inside of it, and she needed to make sure that a resource like the ruler of the empty sky was used properly, and that such use would benefit her family. It was the only thing she could do to redeem herself and remove the stain that her failure had left on her family name. But she couldn't exactly reach her family to ask for advice without her message being intercepted, and she still had no idea what to do. She had entertained the idea of kidnapping, but with the new sect head being such an unknown, she didn't think that they could afford the risk. Approaching the high ranker herself would be difficult without being seen. There didn't seem to be anything that she could do, and so she felt helpless. She wanted to serve her order, to serve her family, but she didn't know what to do. This position was supposed to be a simple one, and yet events had conspired to make it much more complicated. This wasn't what she had been trained for. She was a warrior, not an emissary. Finally, Rayla and Durgabor made their way across the city and reached their compound. They jumped over the walls and inside, still using shadows as cover. They slowly made their way toward the main building's rear entrance. They climbed onto the porch, and Rayla reached to open the door and walk inside when a voice spoke out, startling her. "I hope you had a productive outing, Knight Orn." The voice came from the side, somewhere in the deep shadow on the porch. Her body reacted on instinct, and she pulled out her spear from her ring, whirling around as it took her mind another long moment to recognize the voice. By then it was too late. Durgabor had his 2 daggers in his hands and had lunged forward at the source of the voice. No one from their group would ever speak that way while they weren't secure, so it could only be an outsider. Durgabor had trained for most of his life to act quickly and decisively. Rayla opened her mouth to call him back, but she knew that it was going to be too late. His daggers flashed with red light as he stabbed forward. The shadow seemed to move, and Rayla saw a hand snap out impossibly fast and grab Durgabor around the neck. In the next moment, Durgabor's back slammed into the wooden wall, cracking it, but he wasn't out yet. He raised his daggers and stabbed forward again, but violet and black chi manifested around the shadowy form like armor, and his daggers bounced off harmlessly. "Stop!" Rayla said quickly. "Durgabor, stand down!" Her companion froze as Rayla's voice got through to him. She held her spear pointed to the ground, not wanting to look threatening. She had recognized the voice and knew that there was little that they could do to fight their way out. "Naira, wake everyone and get to the back porch, ready for a fight," Rayla sent with her mind even as she spoke out loud. "Sect head," she inclined her head, "I assure you that my subordinate didn't mean to attack. He was merely startled." "What happened?" Naira's voice said inside her head. "The sect head is here holding Durgabor against the wall. He had to have followed us," Rayla sent to her sister as her eyes looked at the form in front of her. It looked as if the shadow was donned in armor. But then the shadow receded, or rather the man became more visible, more focused. The sect head, Ryun Nacht, was looking at her as his hand kept Durgabor pressed against the wall. "How? Didn't you take precautions?" Naira sent, but Rayla didn't answer. They had taken precautions, but it looked like they had not only been followed, but also overheard, which shouldn't be possible. Durgabor had one of his more powerful perks active, one that prevented sound from being carried beyond a few steps in a circle from him, and she was sure that the man couldn't have been that close to them without any of them noticing. He had called her Night Orn, so he had heard some things, but she didn't know how much. He couldn't know about the Empire. Aside from the fact that he wouldn't know about it because he was from the 7th iteration, they hadn't ever referred to their home, not with any detail that could tell him what and where it was. The sect head inclined his head, and his armor made out of chi disappeared before he then dropped Durgabor to the ground. Durgabor coughed and moved away, closer to Rayla. "I was under the impression that you people were mercenaries, that your deal with my sect was simply for you to send people through and explore beyond the frontier, to look for a territory you might want to claim. Your meeting did not seem like that of a simple mercenary guild." Rayla swallowed as she heard his words. He had to have overheard everything, but she didn't know how. Durgabor's perks should have prevented any sound from reaching him. But she knew that there was no time for her to try and find an answer. The sect head was standing in front of her, looking completely at ease, and that terrified her. "You are not thinking about fighting him," Naira's voice sounded inside her head. "I apologize, sect head." Rayla bowed deeply. "I am sure that you—" "Don't." The sect head interrupted her and took a step forward, then put his hand on her chin and raised her head up. "I value one thing above all, the truth. I do not care for your secrets, they are yours to keep. But lies to my face are something entirely different. I do not care what your faction does or who you are, but I will not have you plot something that would bring harm to those in my care. Please be very mindful of the words you choose to speak in my presence." Rayla shivered at his words. She had been about to deny everything that he had heard, to try to find an explanation. But the look on his face, even without his eyes, told her that she shouldn't even try. She trailed off, not knowing what really to say. All her training told her to lie and keep the truth hidden, and now— "Allow me to help you then," Ryun said. "I heard everything, so I know that your faction is larger than you say, that you have agents in other sects on the frontier, and that there is apparently a monster swarm headed this way. As I've said, I do not particularly care about who you are and what you are doing, as long as your shipments keep coming and your actions don't impact my people. But if you are, in fact, plotting something else, then I believe that it would be best for me to deal with you now rather than wait for you to make a move." His voice hardened as he finished the sentence, and she decided that they didn't have much choice. She was certain that he was willing to kill them all if she didn't speak soon. She opened her mouth, but again he interrupted. "And just so you know, before you make your decision, I can feel your people around this compound readying for a fight. If they attack, you will all die." The words died on his lips, and she looked around. She wondered how far he could sense.
"Well, I don't think we should fight him at all,"
Naira said. She had to be close if she'd overheard that.
"We can't fail again, Naira. We can't have our secrets be revealed. Didn't you hear him? He doesn't want to know our secrets. Just tell him something that is true, but doesn't reveal who we are."
Rayla wasn't sure if that was going to cut it. The silence stretched as Rayla and Durgabor stood across from the sect head, and then before she could decide to speak, the doors opened and Naira stepped out.
"What do you think you are doing? I didn't give you an order to move,"
Rayla sent, but her twin ignored her words and instead focused on the sect head.
"You're right. We are part of a larger faction, and we do have more interests here than what we've told you,"
Naira said. Rayla felt Durgabor stiffen next to her. She herself was frozen with shock. What Naira was doing was bordering on treason. The sect head turned his head to face Naira, even though without eyes he didn't need to. She knew that it was just for effect. "I already knew that," the sect head said. "But I am glad that you are willing to confirm it."
"We can't tell you more. We have our orders,"
Naira continued.
"But you are not our enemy, that much I can tell you."
Rayla closed her eyes. Naira was speaking out of turn, without authority. It was treasonous, but she herself was too frozen to add anything else. She watched the sect head, knowing that he was going to ask for more, that they wouldn't be able to reveal it, and then everything was going to come crashing down. There was going to be a fight. She should have never been sent here. The tower had no idea that this area would turn into a point of interest, but still, they should have sent someone more competent than her. The sect head took a deep breath and then spoke. "I believe you, Naira. I do not need to know who you are, but you will share with me the information you have about the monster swarm and the neighboring sects that impacts my own." Rayla blinked. She had expected more questions about their faction, but then, slowly, she understood. Those things didn't matter to him. He wouldn't even know what it meant for them to be from the third iteration. He didn't know about the war, about their exile, how everyone thought them to be dead. What Naira had said, what Durgabor had asked her after their meeting, was the truth. This man wasn't their enemy. He was unrelated to anyone else. He still didn't know much about them, just that they had more assets in the frontier than they had claimed. But it could lead to unpleasant conclusions or questions if that information got back to someone in the Corps. Rayla took a step forward, bringing the man's attention back to her before Naira could say something else.
"My sister is right. We aren't your enemies, but we do have many other enemies who will not hesitate to use any information they may get to hurt us. I promise that I will let you know about the monster swarm and the intelligence we have of the other sects neighboring yours. In return, I hope that you will keep our secret, that you would act as if we are just a small mercenary guild,"
Rayla said. It was technically within her authority to expand and make deals with the Twilight Melody sect, even if the tower had never intended for her to use that authority. But it was better than having the sect head kill them all. He tilted his head, and then nodded. "I will keep your secret, but tomorrow I will expect one of you to come to me and give me all that you know about the threats against my sect." With that he turned and walked off into the courtyard, and a moment later he jumped into the air and was gone. Rayla released a deep breath, and then, after she composed herself, she rounded on her sister. Rayla walked out of the office, feeling shaken. She had just used the Farlink orb to report to the tower. She had told them everything about what happened with the sect head, about the things he knew and what he demanded of them. The response hadn't been kind. She had failed in her duty again. The tower was recalling them, and they were going to send someone much better suited for a position in a sect ruled by a ranker from the 7th iteration. If there was something good that had come out of this, it was that the tower agreed that a ranker that was unaffiliated with anyone in the Corps could prove to be an asset, so at least they were not going to be sending assassins to deal with the problem. But she didn't know what she was going to do. Would she be thrown out of the order? Her superior had all but said that. Rayla walked into the common room where Naira was sitting and waiting patiently, if in a somewhat subdued manner. The tongue-lashing Rayla had given her just a few hours ago had cowed her. She took a moment to look at her twin for a moment before she was noticed. Naira's eyes looked hard, determined. Rayla had done her best to heal their relationship, but the gap was still there. They didn't see eye to eye on most things, and Naira always seemed too rash to her. What she had done with the sect head was a prime example of her acting without thinking, even though the outcome hadn't been as bad as it could have been. Finally, Rayla stepped in, and Naira noticed her, turning as their eyes met.
"What did they say?"
Naira asked.
"We are being recalled. They will send a more competent team here. I doubt that our family name will keep us from being expelled from the order,"
Rayla said. All that she had ever wanted to do was serve and make her family proud. It was what she had been trained to do all her life. Naira nodded her head as if she had expected it.
"You should pack your things. We are leaving as soon as I deliver the reports to the sect head about the monster swarm and the last Ember sect,"
Rayla told her, trying very hard not to yell again. The calm expression on Naira's face made it extremely hard for her to keep her cool.
"I'm not going,"
Naira said. Rayla blinked, her mind not comprehending the words for a moment.
"What do you mean? You don't have a choice."
"Have you seen what he is like?"
Naira asked, ignoring Rayla's question. Before she could ask again, Naira continued speaking.
"He is so free and so strong. I've always wanted to be like that, to be free to make my own choices. Yet everything in my life has been prearranged. My power, my choices, my life, all dictated by others. All supposedly so that I would be the best, and still I failed constantly. I fell behind you when we were supposed to be the same. I don't want this anymore, Rayla."
Naira's eyes bored into Rayla's, hard and determined.
"I want to make my own choices for once, to succeed or fail on my own."
"Do you understand what you are even saying?"
Rayla asked quietly, her fingers biting into her palm.
"All that we do is for a purpose, something greater than us, something that all of our people have worked toward for centuries. I know what we are working for, but I just can't bring myself to care. Why is my life dictated by something that happened long before I was born?"
Naira asked.
"Our family has—"
"Our family?"
Naira interrupted, her face twisting.
"How many times have we seen our parents since we were children? How many times have we spoken with them for longer than an hour? What family, Rayla? We were raised by servants, trainers, and a few of our siblings who bothered enough to visit us every few months. We have a family name. We don't have a family."
"What about me?"
Rayla asked, her voice shaking.
Do you think that I don't see how you look at me like I'm a failure? And it hurts more because I know that it is true. I fuck everything up. I know that you wanted to try and fix things, but I can't be like you, the good soldier. I am not built for that, Rayla. I love you, but I can't follow the path others chose for me anymore. I need to make one for myself.
Rayla's head filled with so many responses. She wanted to scream at her sister, to give her orders, to wail and beg. But she saw the look in her eyes. She knew that none of it would do any good.
What do you want to do, Naira? Stay here and join a sect? You are not a cultivator. You don't live by the rules of these people, Rayla said. I never had the chance to choose what I want, and here I might get that, Naira said.
Rayla said, but words didn't want to come. Naira walked up to her and pulled her in a hug. Rayla gripped her tighter.
I don't know if the tower will let you go. Tell them that the sect head likes me, that you left me here to help the new team settle in, Naira whispered, begged. It would be going beyond covering for her. It would be straight-up lying to the order for her sister, but Rayla couldn't find it in herself to say no. All right, I'll tell them that. We can always speak to each other, Naira started, then added mentally, we will never truly be apart. I know.
Naira let her go and then turned around, walking away. Rayla followed her until she left the room, and then she felt the energy leave her. She sat down on one of the couches and closed her eyes. In a way, she felt free. Without Naira, she wouldn't have to worry about her in the order, to worry if she was going to follow orders or not. But they had never been apart before. It was like a part of her was leaving her. A part of her wanted to tell her that she was being foolish, that she couldn't stay, to force her to come back with them. But another part of her was relieved. Naira had never been happy in the order, had never been able to fit in. The gap in power that had formed between them was just one of the examples of that. It was really her temperament, her refusal to follow orders when it mattered. Perhaps it was better if she left on her own before she made a mistake that would require a much harsher punishment. Rayla's station in the order was probably too far gone to be saved. She would be expelled, forced to go back to her family in shame. That shame would be greater if she came back without Naira, but she had things that she could use to at least appease the family. She knew about the ruler of the empty sky. Perhaps just letting her parents know would be enough to bring her back into the good graces of the family. She could use that information to keep her position in the tower as well, but that might harm the family interests. She didn't know what she was going to do, but she was going to have a while to think about it on her trip back to the tower. Rayla raised her head and looked at the empty doorway through which her sister had left. She wondered if Naira was going to find what she was looking for. Interlude. Naira 2. Personal Choice. Naira watched as the group led by her sister left the city, her eyes following it all the way until they entered the forest and could no longer be seen. Only then did she relax, letting out a big breath that held all her worries and fears. She almost convinced herself that Rayla had agreed to her wish as a ruse, so that she could ambush and drag Naira back with force. But they made their goodbyes, and Rayla hadn't tried to convince her to come back. She hadn't really believed it to be true until just now. For the first time in her life, she had asked for something, had made her feelings and wishes known, and then gotten what she wanted. Her sister left, and Naira was still in Venorin, alone, save for a few staff members and Ento. But they were members of the Order, and Naira, she no longer was. She had asked to stay, But that act meant more to her than just refusing to go back. She didn't know if even Rayla understood completely, but Naira wanted to be free of her family, of the Order and their plans for war. She wanted to make her own choices, something that she never had a chance to do before. Everything had been planned out for her, and she had been expected to follow the road decided on by others. And now she was free, and that terrified her, because she didn't know how to make her own decisions, not when it mattered. She glanced at the blinking notification in the corner of her eye, the testament to that fact. 3 choices of a perk that would define her class, decide how her class was going to grow. All of her choices so far had been in preparation of taking one of the 3 perks she had offered, to create synergy and make her a classer that had a good balance of offensive, defensive, and supporting perks. Her abilities were less costly to use, and she had enough stamina reserves to use them as often as her cooldowns allowed. It was why the True Classer perk was so important for most of the top-tier combat ability-oriented builds. Naira's class was a legendary one, meaning that the abilities she got to choose from were all top-tier, and they would only improve with further evolutions. Having the True Classer perk would let her utilize the most out of her class, but her class wasn't something that was known, wasn't something that had been studied. Her class allowed her for some unique choices, but the people who had been in charge of her build rarely allowed Naira and Rayla to pick any of those unique choices. The only unique choice they had ever been allowed to pick was their first perk, the Valkyrie's Descent. All of the other perks had been things that were well known, instead of the unknown and unique perks that her class offered. Naira understood that somewhat well. She knew that there were perks which weren't good, or at least ones that required a couple other perks to really shine. Naira knew that Rayla was thankful that she had people to tell her what the most optimal choice was, but Naira had grown resentful toward her family for removing her personal choice. It was her power, and it should be her choice, like what her parents had done, what Ryun had done. Rankers, people who had to make their choices blind, and who somehow gained incredible power. Seeing how powerful he had gotten had lit a spark inside of her. She wanted what he had, to be able to do what one wanted because one was powerful enough not to care about others. The problem was how she was going to get there. She was free, but that meant that she could no longer rely on the resources of the Order and her family. Not that her family had ever showered her with resources as some of the other families did. All that she had earned on her own. She had been trained and instructed by some of the best that her family had, but she had never been given powerful items or free essence. But all of her training, the build that she had been instructed to follow, the Order and her family, all of these things stifled her. She didn't feel like she was growing or improving. Seeing Rayla overcome her was the thing that pushed her over the edge. She wanted a power that she could call her own. Even if she got help along the way, she didn't want it to be an instruction coming from people that didn't even have a legendary class like she did. She was alone now, and that meant that she would need to find a source of essence on her own if she was going to survive. The compound was supplied well enough by the sect, so she wouldn't starve, but she really didn't want to stay here anymore. The staff and Ento were all giving her strange looks. Her decision to stay had raised some questions, but none of them were brave enough to ask, so instead they stared. Naira turned around and walked back through the city. She had made her choice, and now she needed to make the first step. She already had a vague idea of what she wanted to do, a plan or something like it. She just wasn't sure if she could go through with it. Telling Rayla had been one thing, but going to the sect head was something entirely different. She wasn't even sure if he was going to hear her out. He knew that they had kept the truth, that they were not just a mercenary guild from everyone, but she couldn't help but feel like he would be receptive to what she had to say. Not because they had flirted a bit, or because he particularly liked her, but because something inside her told Naira that they were similar, that both of them just wanted to get stronger. She believed that that had to count for something. Before she realized, she found herself at the gate of the main compound of the city, the sect lord's home. According to Ento's information, the sect head didn't really spend much time in there, and certainly didn't sleep in the main bedroom. That had led them to believe that the man had to have a fairly high endurance stat. Naira knew that people who had a high endurance could stay awake for much longer than ordinary people. Ento hadn't been able to learn much about the new sect head, mostly because he wasn't interacting much with the servant groups that Ento had his people in. He was an enigma, both to the order and to his own people. At the gate she was met by 2 guards, warriors of the Twilight Melody sect, but still wearing the colors and the uniforms of the old one. She wondered why they hadn't changed them yet, but that wasn't why she was here. "I want to see your sect head," Naira said. She was fairly known by the guards by now, or rather Rayla was. The guards hesitated in answering, but then they whispered something to each other, and one entered through the gate and ran off, probably to see if the sect head wanted to see her. Naira waited anxiously, trying to figure out exactly what she was going to say. She knew what she wanted, but she was never good at words. Rayla had always been the one who knew what to say and when to say it. The guard returned, and she was allowed in, one of the guards leading her through the compound. She frowned as they didn't head toward the main building, but rather a smaller one that was nestled at the end of the large yard. The guard led her inside what appeared to be a small training hall, and then pointed toward the doors at the end leading behind the building. Naira scowled as the guard left her there. Her being allowed to meet with a sect head alone was not expected. Most of what she learned told her that sects were big on perceived power and rules that she didn't quite understand. She exited the building and stepped into a small garden. Immediately she noticed Ryun, sitting on the ground with his head leaning to the side. She wasn't sure if he was aware of her presence, but remembering all that he had done, she figured that he must know. She didn't announce herself, but instead waited. A few minutes later he sighed, stood up, and started walking toward her. "Skills are all so annoying to grasp, aren't they?" the sect head asked. Naira was startled by the question, but then quickly answered, "Most consider them the hardest way to gain power." "They might be, but they are far too useful to ignore." He shook his head, then faced her. "I thought that your group left this morning," Ryun asked. She realized just how much she had been relying on seeing someone's eyes in order to read them. When she looked at Ryun, she saw nothing of his true thoughts. "They did. I chose to stay," Naira said. "Oh, really? May I ask why? Please tell me that they didn't leave you as a spy, given the assignment to seduce all of my secrets out of me?" Naira blinked, her mouth opening to quickly deny it, but then she realized that he was joking. She composed herself and spoke. "No, I decided to stay on my own, because I don't feel like I belong back home anymore." Ryun tilted his head at her. "Your coming here and telling me that means that there is something that I can do to help, I assume?" Naira opened her mouth and then closed it. She wondered how people went about these kind of things. Then she started to second-guess herself. She didn't really know this man. A few conversations exchanged didn't make people close friends, and yet she did feel a kind of kinship with him because he had what she wanted. "I want to be strong, to be like you," Naira said finally. "Ah. Did you hope that I would take pity on you? I have heard that people here sometimes seek out great sect masters, that they try to get them to take them in as students, that they might share secrets and essence crystals with them, raising them up to power. Is that what you want?"
"No,"
Naira said quickly, shaking her head.
"I don't want pity or charity. I can work and earn for myself, but I would like guidance and advice."
Ever since I arrived here, all I've seen is people guarding their secrets vehemently. Why would I share with you my advice?"
I have some skill with the spear. I can help your sect teach others how to fight better,"
Naira said. She had spent a lot of time thinking about what she could offer. She knew that the former sect head was apparently a good spear user, but she knew that there was no way that he had the time to teach those who were just starting their paths. Too, the things she had learned came from the best her family had to offer. Her skill tier might not reflect that, but it was only because she hadn't improved upon that which she had learned. What she had been taught was the culmination of many different styles, and it wasn't easy to improve. "That does sound interesting," Ryun said slowly, his hand scratching at his chin. "I had been thinking about making some changes in the way the sect's people were trained." Naira's heart started beating faster. Getting a ranker to give her advice, someone who knew what it was like to be free and make one's own choices, would be exactly what she needed now. "Ah, but in what capacity would you teach them?" Ryun asked. "Are you still a part of your faction? I would not want your loyalties to be split. Perhaps if you would be willing to make a contract and join the sect officially?" Naira had expected that, knew that someone like Ryun would never help her get stronger if she wasn't a part of his sect.
"I am no longer with them. They might not like that and send people to retrieve me, but I don't want to be with them anymore. I am willing to join your sect, but I cannot reveal anything about my previous faction."
"Understandable," Ryun said with a nod. "So what is it that you really want from me?"
"I would like your help in choosing the best perks for myself, not something that is thought of as the best pick for a build, but something that would make me powerful."
"I do not know much about classers, you understand that, unless you would want to become a real cultivator." Naira was tempted, but her path wasn't powerful. It was her class that she felt could make her far stronger than what the build others had made for her would do.
"I don't need your knowledge, I need your instincts. The thing that made you pick your choice and allowed you to survive your old world, that which makes you a ranker."
"I can do that, but you do know that you will need to show me all of your screens if you want me to give you the best possible advice I can."
"I know,"
Naira said. She knew that in the sects, screens were the closest guarded secrets. It was similar in the Great Empire, if not to that same extent. Still, it was still a private affair, as showing someone one's screens made you naked before them. It gave away all the secrets. But Naira wanted to gain more power, far more than she wanted to keep her secrets. She looked at Ryun. He had shared with her things about himself that most wouldn't, the fact that he was from the 7th iteration among them.
"If you are willing to make a contract with me," Naira said, "I am willing to do whatever it takes."
She would get more power, no matter what price she had to pay. Chapter 14. Present. Zack. Investigation. Zack and Gris stayed at the crime scene for more than 2 hours, looking for any kind of a clue that could help them catch the murderer. Zack and Gris couldn't contribute as much, as they were what was referred to as combat wardens. Wardens like Gris and Zack were generally more focused on fighting and hunting down bounties. They knew the basics of investigating a crime scene, but they didn't have powers that could help them find more clues. Relas, on the other hand, was an investigator warden, with skills and a class that allowed him to look through the crime scene and see more than either Gris or Zack could. The problem was that, even with his help, there wasn't much to see. Most of the new information they got about the case came from the fact that Gris and Zack had interrupted the killer while he was setting up the scene. "How long has the killer been active?" Zack asked a while later as the three of them walked toward the warden station in the city. "A couple of months? We don't know for sure. There had been 18 murders over the span of at least 8 months," Raylas answered. 18 in 8 months. A serial killer that had been killing under the noses of the wardens. Zack could see it in their eyes. They were frustrated by their inability to catch him. "And you've been looking at an occult angle for all that time?" Zack asked. "Yes," Raylas sighed, his beak snapping sharply in a clicking sound. Zack wasn't familiar with the Kurora enough to know what that meant for certain, but he was leaning toward frustration. All the signs were there, the carvings in the bodies, the targets chosen. Every victim had been someone who wouldn't really be missed: prostitutes, low-level workers, people who were alone, without family. We never could find a link between them, other than the fact that they wouldn't be missed. That was a problem in itself, having few leads to go on. The ritualistic carvings, at least, gave us something to do, as there are a few cults in the city and we've been monitoring them." "We know now," Gris chimed in. "We'll catch him." "This will only flame the rumors more," Raylas said with a shake of his head. "Rumors?" Zack asked. "A rumor about a person going around killing people at night has been circulating over the last few months. Every person disappears or has an accident with no witnesses attributed to them. There's never been any evidence to support it, but now, if it gets out that the occult murders are in fact the work of a single killer, the people will start believing that he is this night horror. Everything bad that happens they will attribute to him. It's going to be a nightmare to question anyone." "I've been wondering about something," Zack said, and the two turned their attention to him. "Why was this even allowed to get this far? Don't the wardens have some higher-level people that could have been brought in and handled the case?" The two grimaced at his question. Raylas was a bit lower in level than Zack and Gris, but above level 60 at least. Zack had seen people with at least 2 evolutions in the Citadel. "It's complicated, but it mostly boils down to the fact that these deaths aren't important enough to warrant the time of someone more powerful," Gris answered with a bowed head. "What? People are being murdered, and that isn't important enough?" Zack asked. "There are only so many wardens available," Raylas started, "and the truth is, there are far more dangerous individuals out there, people who can and do kill far more people than this killer has. Dozens of people die every day in the city, more sometimes. One additional death once in a while isn't even a blip worth mentioning compared to people who can wipe out entire towns." Zack blinked, then turned from the Kurora to look at Gris. "So there are people who could catch this killer, but they just don't?" "It's not like that," Gris shook his head. "The wardens are always moving around, dealing with problems in the core. There are wars going on constantly, and the more powerful people are needed to mediate between the warring factions. Sending a more powerful warden here would mean letting some other incident go unattended. And there is more to it than that. We are independent, but we still obey the laws and customs of the places we operate in. Even here in Emerus, with the Citadel nearby, we need to act carefully." "But the warden commander stays in the Citadel, doesn't she? Couldn't she find this criminal, prevent more deaths?" Zack asked. "What would you have her do? Go after every criminal in the territory, or just the city? There are too many things she needs to take care of, too many fires she needs to keep an eye on. The wardens and emeras are the ones who are mostly preventing the core from dissolving into an all-out war. Her hands are full just with entertaining ambassadors from the city," Gris answered. Raylas snapped his beak. "Yes,
And sending a high ranker after a low-level criminal is like using scorching tongs to pull out a splinter stuck in your finger. Sure, you might get it out, but you would lose the entire finger in the process. High rankers are not suited to delicate work. They are too powerful. The warden commander could stomp on the ground and collapse the entire city block. We are the ones who are going to have to deal with this, as only wardens up to gold rank are allowed to work in the city without permission. We work with the Elders' Guard to pursue criminals, but bringing more powerful people to scour the city, we would need permission from the Guard, and I doubt they would allow something like that. It would make the Elder King look bad for someone outside of his kingdom to act in the city. The people allowed to police the populace are generally only slightly stronger than the average person in the city, with only a few exceptions. This is to prevent a large power disparity between the enforcers and the population, which can lead to abuses of that power. Gris was a gold rank warden, and Zack was silver, just one rank lower. He knew that the rank didn't necessarily mean power, but it was still a pretty big limitation. He did understand what Raylas meant. He had seen too many people with power abuse it and push down those who were weaker than them. So you're saying that the reason why someone stronger hasn't been brought in is principally because of politics and optics? Zack asked. The truth is that until tonight, none of us knew exactly what we were dealing with. It hadn't been a really big concern. As far as things go, this is a minor case, Raylas said. There are far more prolific killers out there with far larger body counts. But you are partially right in that it is about politics.
Everything in the Infinite Realm is about that, Gris said with a snort. We like to joke that the only ones who care for appearances are the people in the sects, but the truth is that everyone else is the same. Perhaps not to the same extent, but still it matters.
Zack sighed, unable to help but feel that everything was so familiar. Limitations, politics, perception, those things that had caused Earth to devolve into chaos as people tore each other apart. But he had learned long ago that no matter how much he wanted to change that, he was helpless to.
How many people are on this case anyway?
Just me, Raylas said. Zack blinked.
You are the only one investigating this?
I can call on the Guard for help, but yes. He hadn't realized that they had so little resources to spend on something that seemed so important. People were being murdered, and only one man was looking for the killer. It was insane.
But now that you have more information, you can get more help, right? Zack asked.
Raylas's eyes blinked several times in quick succession as he looked from Gris to Zack. I was planning to ask if the two of you would be willing to help. You've already added more to the investigation than I did since I started looking into it. The Karora shook his head. Before Zack could answer, Gris sighed and spoke.
I was hoping on getting Zack attached to some easier cases once he finished with his training and we went through our dungeon run. This is maybe a bit too dangerous for someone just starting their service for the Citadel.
The Karora blinked at Zack, surprised. You are a new recruit? Zack nodded his head.
I am, he confirmed, and then he turned to Gris. But I am not as inexperienced as you think, Gris, merely ignorant of all the rules. I have hunted murderers before.
Gris sighed.
I know, he said.
He did know most of Zack's past, but Zack could see that the Drake wasn't yet sure about his abilities.
I still think that we should go through the dungeon. The killer is powerful, and we will need all the advantages we can get.
Zack grimaced. He didn't like that. The killer could kill someone else while they were away training. Raylas spoke up before Zack could voice his thoughts. Gris is right. If you have a key to the dungeon, you should go. There isn't much that you can help me with now anyway. I will need to look into clues, start interrogating people surrounding the previous victims. Everything about the case has changed. I can't use anything that I had gathered by now.
It will take me a while to go through all the contacts, and, let's face it, the two of you are not investigators." The Kurora snapped his beak a few times, and Zack realized that it was meant to be taken as mirth. Gris nodded his head.
"You are right, of course. We will be here to support you once you catch the killer's trail. Until then, we should focus on getting stronger."
Gris finished as he turned to look at Zack, his eyebrow raised inquisitively. Finally, Zack nodded his head, agreeing. "I would still like to look through what you have about the case, though," Zack added. "All of my records are at the station, and you are welcome to look through them. I'm always glad to get a new set of eyes on my work, but I don't know how useful it will be for you," Raylos told him.
"I've looked through them before," Gris told him. "Most of it is concerning cultist organizations in the city."
"I know, but perhaps there's something there that both of you missed," Zack said. When they got to the station, Gris and Zack went to the recording room to write down their experiences. It was just a place that had paper on hand for people to write on, and they compiled their observations of their encounter with the killer. Raylos brought over his reports for Zack to look through, and Zack settled in a corner to read while Gris and Raylos worked to gather all their information in a more official report to send to the Citadel. He looked at the paper in his hand and saw a letter written in English, his native tongue. But it almost looked like the letters were floating slightly over the paper. If he focused on trying to see through, the English letters would disappear, and he could see the strange symbols on the paper that he was unfamiliar with, the language that had been used to write it. The framework's ability to translate was incredibly powerful. If he didn't try to look through it, and didn't dwell on that fact the paper's contents were not, they would look like they were written in English. It was the same for everything around him. But as part of his lessons, he had been starting to learn the written language of the Infinite Realm as well as the tongue. It was a bit hard to do, because he had to actively focus on hearing the exact words someone was saying, or to look at what was really written. It made lessons a bit confusing on the one hand, but also somewhat easier on the other. By the time Zack finished reading, he had to concur with Raylos. There wasn't much to go on in his notes and reports. The kills all appeared occult in nature, with every single person murdered being isolated and alone. That told Zack that the killer was targeting these people intentionally. He had to be scouting them out prior to attacking, likely tracking them. Raylos's notes told him that he had reached the same conclusion, only he had been working on the assumption that the surveillance was being done by a group of cult members. He had been working on trying to identify people that came into contact with the victims and anyone suspicious hanging around them prior to the murders, and then link them to some of the cults in the city. Now they knew that the killer was a Ravzer, which meant that they had to look through all the statements taken before again. Then Zack remembered what Raylos and Gris said about the night horror and the rumors. "Hey, Raylos," Zack called out. The black-feathered Kurora raised his head from the table across the room where he was sitting with Gris and met Zack's eyes. "Yes?" "Are there any records of deaths in the city, statistics, and so on?" Zack asked. "Yes, we keep them down in the archive." "Why?" Raylos asked. "I mean, we know that this killer has been using occult methods to hide what he was doing, but that doesn't mean that he only used this method to hide his kills. Some of these kills you've been looking at might not even be related to him. They could be real occult killings. Maybe he has more than one method of hiding what he is doing." The Kurora blinked, and then his eyes widened. "By the Dealmaker, we don't even know for how long he has been active." "Where is this archive? I'd like to check on a few things." Gris and Raylos gave him directions, and he made his way to the basement, to the archive, while they stayed to finish their report. It was mostly curiosity that drove him. He knew that he wasn't going to solve the case in a couple of hours, but it wasn't like he had anything better to do at the moment. He found the large doors labeled Archive and entered. It was a large room, with a somewhat low ceiling, and was filled with shelves and binders. Looking around, he didn't see anyone present, so he made his way to the shelves looking at the labels. He didn't find what he was looking for on the first row, so he made his way to the second. He rounded a corner and nearly walked into someone. He froze as he saw a woman, a Demacy, her horns small and pointing upward from the top of her forehead, with blonde hair and piercing dark green eyes. She was carrying a small book in her hand and yelped as she saw him, then took a step back. Her eyes met his and widened, her arms coming up protectively. Quickly, Zack raised his arms and tried to look non-threatening. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I didn't know there was anyone here." She blinked, several emotions flashing over her face too fast for Zack to recognize. She was short, almost a head shorter than he was, and very petite. Her tail was curled around one of her legs, and she wore a simple brown robe, with a wooden warden's badge attached to her waist. She didn't respond immediately, but then she turned her eyes down, her bangs falling across her eyes.
"I don't know you,"
she said shyly, almost too low for Zack to hear, but his new bond perk carried the sound to his ears. "Ah, I'm new to the city," Zack said, and then pulled out his own badge to show her. She peered down at it, then raised her head to look at him again, her eyes narrowing. She looked ready to run, so Zack tried to smile again as he extended his hand. "I'm Zachariah." She glanced down at his hand and then slowly reached out with her own hand.
"Quell,"
she said, and then shook his hand quickly. Once she dropped it, she prepared to walk away, but Zack spoke up again. Sorry to bother you, but could you help me out a bit?" She looked at him suspiciously, and Zack continued when she didn't answer. "I need to find the records of all the deaths and disappearances in the city over the past few years. Unnatural deaths, of course." The woman, Quell, tilted her head, clearly thinking about it. Finally she nodded.
"I am the archivist. It is my job to help."
She turned and walked away, leaving Zack wondering if he should wait or follow. Finally, he decided to follow. She made her way through the archive with the certainty of someone who knew exactly what they were looking for. Then she started pulling out binders off the shelves and placing them in Zack's hands. It took nearly 10 minutes, and after she was done, Zack was holding a pile of binders that nearly prevented him from looking forward.
"No taking the binders out of the archive. You can read them here,"
Quell said in her soft tone of voice.
"No food or fire allowed."
Zack nodded his understanding, but then realized that with her height she probably couldn't see his head over the pile of binders. "Of course, archivist."
"Just Quell,"
she said, and then walked away faster than Zack could fathom. Zack shook his head and found a table where he set his material and started to read. Before he had a chance to go through even half of the material, Gris walked into the archive and found him. "Well, you really threw yourself into this, huh?" Gris asked with a somber smile. Zack blinked, startled to see the Drake standing in front of his table. "How long have I been down here?" "Hours. Raylas and I went over some of his files upstairs. Did you find what you were looking for?" Gris asked. "I found something." Zack grimaced. "Here, take a look at this." He showed him a piece of paper where he had been taking notes. Gris looked at it and quickly saw what Zack had underlined. "Are you certain that this is correct?" Zack nodded. "I looked at the amount of unnatural deaths and disappearances over the last 5 years, and found that the numbers doubled 2 years ago. Most of the extra disappearances for the first year have been in this area here of the town, but I can't really see why that would be so." Zack pointed to a map of the city next to him. "There doesn't seem to be anything special about that area, but the disappearances have shifted for this year to the outskirts of the city, here." Gris grimaced and flared his nostrils. "I do. That part of the city was built 2 years ago. At the time of those disappearances, it had been under construction.
The disappearances for this year are all in the new construction zones."
Zack blinked. "That makes more sense. All of the disappearances have been among the low-level workers. But why didn't anyone notice the pattern?"
"It might not be a pattern," Gris said. "The workers are brought in from other territories, low-level people who are basically just cheap labor. Not all can handle the work, so a lot of them just leave to go back home."
Zack knew that he would need to investigate further to see if that was actually connected, so he switched to another set of notes. "Here are the records of unnatural deaths. There has been a spike in the deaths of low-level people, mostly in poor neighborhoods. Prostitutes, workers, the homeless. The ones who you've been looking at, the occult-appearing ones, are just one part of the increase. There are some disappearances here, too, but there were also dead bodies found with body parts missing, a limb here or there, a head sometimes. It might not look suspicious, but if this killer was responsible, then removing the wound along with the body part would still hide the effect of his dagger. He only needs to stab the blade and leave it inside the body until a person dies for it to be counted as a killing blow. He doesn't actually need to kill with it. He only needs to bleed a victim and then stab them in the shoulder as they die from blood loss." Gris winced and looked away, and Zack remembered that Gris knew how Zack had this kind of knowledge. He closed his eyes, images flashing in front of his eyes. He didn't try to push them away. It was his penance, his burden to remember them all. The Drake coughed, and Zack turned his attention back to him.
"We should let Raylas know about that. This is good work, Zack. I'm sure that he can use this, but we really should head back to the Citadel if you are to be ready for your training session tomorrow."
Zack grimaced. He had nearly forgotten. He stood and took his notes to pass on to Raylas, but then he paused, looking at the table and the piles of binders. Gris noticed his look and slapped his shoulder.
"Don't worry. The archivist can keep the table reserved for you if you want to come back and work more on it."
Zack nodded. He did have free time every few days, and he did feel like this was something he could do to help. The two of them headed out of the archive, and Zack saw the archivist shelving binders on a shelf nearby. "Quell," Zack called. The woman snapped around and looked at him, startled. "Yes?" she whispered. "Can you keep my table reserved? I'd like to come back in a few days and work some more." The woman gave him a nearly undetectable nod, and then returned back to her work. "Thanks, Quell," he said as he caught up to Gris.
"Oh, already on the first-name basis with the archivist."
Gris grinned at him.
"I can see how you are making friends everywhere you go."
Zack rolled his eyes. "She told me to call her that." Gris raised an eyebrow.
"Really? She insists that everyone call her archivist. You must have caught her eye, then."
The Drake winked at him. Zack just shook his head. She was cute, but he wasn't really looking for anything like that at the moment. And then there was the fact that she wasn't even human. Zack had seen many couples in the city who were cross-species, but he didn't know how to really feel about that. It was all so new to him, as was everything. He needed to have something to focus on to prevent himself from getting overwhelmed with all the new things he was learning and experiencing. And it looked like investigating a serial killer was it. He was aware of the irony, that the first thing he felt comfortable with was to hunt for a murderer, but it was what he knew how to do. The two of them walked up the stairs and back to Raylas's office, then back to the Citadel. Chapter 15. Present. Zack. Introductions. Zack was bent over the desk in the Citadel's library, reading the collected information on the ranker builds. He had spent the last week going through them, looking for anything useful. By the end of the week, he had managed to narrow the builds down to 3. None of them were close to his build, of course, but they offered insight into what he could do in the future. One was a build of a sword-focused ranker from the 5th iteration, who'd had a few of the perks that he had, like Riposte and Consequence. She had focused on using a shield along with a sword, however, making better use of the Consequence perk. Zack had thought about using a shield too, but his weapon was too large to be wielded with one hand. Windrazor was longer than a katana and slightly straighter, with a handle that was as long as his forearm. The ranker had guided her evolutions into a more sword-focused build, with abilities that allowed for quick movement around the battlefield. She'd even had some of the same titles as he did, and if what Zack was reading was correct, his Blade Master class could evolve into what she had chosen as well. The only requirement seemed to be that the first evolution class had to utilize the sword. He would have to take the same perk that she had at level 105 if he wanted to go for it. Her second evolution was called Quick Sword, probably because all of her ability evolutions came with a small dash component added to her abilities. She made some interesting choices during her continued climb, and then evolved her class a third time into Sentinel. There wasn't much recorded beyond that, since she apparently died, but it showed him a few interesting ways of using his current perks, and what he could take in the future that would be useful. The second build was from a ranker that had a similar path to Zack and had taken the same aspect. His class perks weren't similar to Zack's own, but they were in the same vein, which by now Zack knew mattered more. Class evolutions were guided by the type of perks for the most part. A few classes needed specific perks or titles, but the majority didn't, and because of his titles, Zack was already guaranteed a less-known option. The ranker had Lightning Blade as his second evolution, and then on the third he'd evolved that into Crashing Lightning Blade. He'd focused on more lightning-based perks, likely because of his path, although he'd only received those perks as a choice after his second evolution. That told Zack that he needed to be very careful about what evolution he picked, because his future flavor of perks would depend a lot on how he evolved his class. The Lightning Blade had some good ability evolutions, favoring speed over raw power. But the last build was the one that he was focusing on the most. The third ranker was from the second iteration and was still alive today. She was a high ranker and had been a part of the Wardens in the past. She had a caster combat hybrid class, so she wasn't that similar to him at first glance. But Zack had two perks that she had as well, Wind's Child and Wind Lord. On their own, the two perks weren't that strong. Even Zack could admit that. He had picked them because his other choices didn't seem much better, although he had to admit that the two perks had helped him survive plenty of times. People always underestimated how annoying it was to have the wind blowing in your eyes while you were fighting. A single blink at an inopportune moment could be the difference between life and death. According to the build, those two perks would get stronger and stronger as he leveled, and by the end, his Wind's Child would be sending powerful blasts of wind with every strike of his weapon. Wind Lord would eventually be powerful enough to carry him and let him levitate, or rather float off the ground. He had an advantage over the high ranker there, as his Awakened Weapons perk allowed him to manipulate wind in his surroundings such that the wind generated by his perks synergized well with his weapon. He was already able to use it to push himself around a bit, to glide slightly. The high ranker's perk eventually allowed for flight, but Zack was sure that he could accomplish as much without an extra perk like the high ranker required. But what had caught his eye were the perks that came after the second evolution. All were wind-based, and some were more suited for someone who had abilities that could be cast from range, but there were some that were both interesting and powerful. Zack figured that he could make use of some of them. The issue was that he was almost certain to gain a wind-themed class evolution as a choice, but he wouldn't be getting the same one as the high ranker, as their classes were too different. But that didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to gain the same perks. They were shared among the classes with the same theme. So a swordsman could gain the same perk as someone who had a sailing-based class, if they both focused on wind as their theme. The build was incomplete, as the high ranker had left the wardens at some point, but what was there seemed very powerful. He tried to think of what he wanted to do, how he wanted to evolve. For years his main drive had been gaining power in order to stop Ryun. But now there was no sign of his enemy, there was no whisper of him, and he had gone months without having every moment of his life consumed by the need to find him. There were even days where he forgot about him. He knew that he would meet him again. It was inevitable, even in the infinite realm. If Ryun lived, he would do something that would draw attention. Zack sighed and looked at the 3 builds. From them he could probably fashion a rough outline of a guide for himself. There were good perks in all of them, and based on his current build he was almost guaranteed to get some of the perks that the others had chosen as his choices. The perks weren't really tied to level, aside from the perks that came every 90 levels. He could get perks at level 105 that one of the 3 had gotten upon their reaching level 75. Most perks weren't level-gated, but rather based on his achievements and direction. He tried to imagine what he wanted to become, how his combat style would evolve. He had read a lot of builds by now, and he knew what all was possible. He could do anything, become anything. He was focusing on his class and using his skills to round up his build. He knew that he wanted to continue fighting with his sword, which meant that he would need a close combat focus, but with his sword's ability he had some ranged options as well. A few of his skills had leveled from his fight with the killer a week ago. His ceiling slash had improved by 1 level, and his sword mastery and great strike had both reached 9 of 10, just a single step away from the skill quest and improving. He was sure that they were going to hit 10 soon, too, because they finally had a group for the dungeon, and they were going to have their first training session today. Gris had asked his warden friend to join, and she had agreed. That brought their numbers up to 5, since Zack had asked Nyathala. He hadn't even needed to try and convince her, as an opportunity to grow stronger wasn't something that anyone in this world would pass up on. Zack sighed as he finished reading through the ranker build again. His notes were next to him, a couple of pages of ideas and perk descriptions, as well as some stat calculations. He had gone really in-depth with his projections based on the builds of the 3 rankers. He rolled his wrist with a grimace. It almost felt like he had been spending all his time writing. Aside from going through the builds in the library, he had gone back to the city and the archive a few times to go through the other records and try to find something to help them catch the killer. Thankfully, he didn't need to write as much there, since the archivist, Quell, helped him with pulling out information and writing it down. She was still quiet and almost shy around him, but he figured that that was just her personality. She was actually quite good at her job, considering he barely had to ask for information before she brought it to him. He knew that he should be focusing on the dungeon, but he couldn't help himself. The encounter with the killer had made an impression. He was shaken by it. The killer was stronger than him, even with his new perk and all of his boosts. He had managed to land blows, and none of them had done much of anything. He was sure that if he hadn't landed the ceiling slash, he would have probably died. Having a silencing power was one of his greatest aces. He had found quite a few mentions of silencing abilities in the builds that he had been reading. They were incredibly useful, especially in fights against classers who relied more on their abilities. Most of the silencing abilities didn't seal powers like his skill did. Instead, they increased the cooldown durations of the target's class abilities. He had seen a few that could slow down the chi movement of a cultivator as well. However, those who could silence powers completely were rare, but they existed. Zack had decided on trying to focus on the ceiling slash during their practice. He had already told Gris that he would like to keep the skill a secret, but he needed to train on someone. Gris hadn't been exactly happy when Zack suggested it, but he agreed in the end. Gathering up his notes, he put them in his storage ring and then made his way out of the library. His training with Emira and Nyathala had almost reached its end. They had gone over the basics and were now learning more about how to disable their targets without killing them. Most of the things that Emira taught them Zack already knew, but they needed to go through the accelerated warden training if they were to be allowed to act in their capacity as wardens unsupervised. Zack walked through the halls of the citadel. The white stone had become quite comfortable and familiar to him. It was nice to belong to something again, to have a purpose. And if he was to stand between ordinary people and monsters like the killer that stalked the city, he knew that he would need to get stronger. The citadel was populated by almost every race that existed in the Infinite Realm, aside from the Screen and the Cretan. Zack had learned that the reason for that was simple. The Screen rarely ventured out of their hives or mingled with the other races, but they had a hive nearby. They hated the Cretans, so apparently their kind rarely came here, and although there were Cretan wardens, they just tried to stay as far away from the citadel as possible. The more time passed, the more Zack realized just how insane the political situation in the Infinite Realm was. Most of the wardens walking around were lower in level. The recruits were attending what was basically school, or at least a course. Most of the wardens started out that way, joining when they were young, and hadn't advanced far as the wardens offered a way of getting stronger, as well as knowledge. What Zack and Nyathala were going through was an accelerated course, since they didn't really need to be taught how to fight from scratch, nor could they really be guided properly by the warden teachers, since their builds were unique and too far progressed for them to course correct. There were a few higher-level individuals from what Zack had learned, mostly crafters, but some officials that helped with the discussions down in the city between the embassies of the different factions. And then there was their warden commander. She was a high ranker, indeed one of the more powerful ones, and she alone was apparently enough to keep the citadel safe. Zack was making his way to a private training yard, one of the ones that was open to the sky but had high walls to prevent people from looking in. As he reached the area, he saw Nyathala waiting at the entrance where they had agreed to meet up.
"Hey,"
she said as Zack walked up. "Hey," Zack said in turn. "I hope you weren't waiting long."
"Not long,"
Nyathala said with a shake of her head. Zack smiled, and they walked into the area, heading to their private yard. The yard was large, around the size of a football field, with target dummies in one corner and an obstacle course in the other. It was a large arena-like area, complete with benches surrounding tables covered with wooden roofs. The others were already there, and Zack waved to Gris, who stood across the yard near the benches and tables. There were 3 people there, Gris, of course, with Zalor, their elf-human healer, and a new person that he hadn't seen before. She was a minotaur, dressed in full plate armor with a large 2-handed hammer leaning on the table nearby. As the 2 of them approached, he saw the others blink as they saw Nyathala, and he realized that he hadn't exactly warned them that she was a Cthulhu. He knew about the discomfort that the other races had toward them, but it had just slipped his mind. Thankfully, the others recovered quickly, and he didn't detect any strange looks aside from the initial one. Gris grinned and waved. "Zack, you're late," the Drake said as Zack got close enough and they shook hands. "Sorry, I lost track of time in the library." "You need to get out more, Zack. You've kept your head stuck in books for the past week between the library and the archive." You know about that?" Zack asked.
"Of course. Raylas told me that you've been back,"
Gris said, and then leaned close to him.
"Is this really about the killer, or are you just going back to bother a certain cute archivist?"
Zack rolled his head and turned away from the now laughing Drake. "Hello, Zalor." Zack nodded his head toward the healer. They inclined their head in return.
Zack?
Gris stepped back and put his hand on the Minotaur's shoulder.
Zack, this is Edema. She will be joining us.
She walked up to Zack, towering over him by almost a head, and put her hand out.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Zack. I've heard good things from Gris.
Zack shook the hand, one that could probably grasp his entire skull, and smiled.
I'm glad to have you join us, Edema.
Zack then turned and gestured at Nyathala. This is my friend Nyathala. She will be our last member. Everyone introduced themselves, and then Gris took charge of the conversation.
All right, then. We all know each other's names, but if we are going to have a successful dungeon dive, we should get to know each other better. Come, everybody sit down around the table.
Everyone took a seat as Gris pulled out papers from his storage and started giving them out to everybody.
These are some notes on the dungeon itself. They're not really a guide, since the Abyssal Deep has a knack for throwing new things at people every time it respawns, but there are a few things that are constant. For now, we should probably start by explaining in broad terms what we each can do.
I'll start, Gris said, then coughed gravely before starting.
My main focus is deflecting or absorbing damage. I am a front-line fighter, and I have several area-of-effect disrupting powers.
He glanced to the side, to where Zack was sitting, and Zack took the hint.
I am a close-combat fighter, a sword user.
I generally try to end fights quickly, but I have some powers that can keep me in the fight for longer. Next was Nyathala, who was sitting next to Zack.
Long-range damage dealer with a caster-type class. I can use powerful attacks, and I can use battlefield control powers to suppress monster movements, Nyathala said simply.
Healer, Zalor said immediately after Nyathala finished.
I can heal minor wounds instantly. For anything more drastic, I will need a couple of minutes. Growing back body parts is taxing, so you shouldn't rely on that from me. Once per fight, I can restore one target's stamina.
Zack raised his eyebrow at that last one. That could be a very useful power. Lastly, Edema coughed and spoke in a deep voice.
Front-line fighter. I use my hammer,
she said, tapping the handle of the weapon leaning on the table next to her.
All of my powers are enhancing in nature, used to improve my ordinary attacks. I don't really have any movement powers, aside from a charge ability, which is on a long cooldown.
With everyone finished, Gris clapped his hands.
Well, now that we know our broad roles, we should start discussing about what kind of a formation we want to go with. Here, I took the liberty of writing up some ideas.
Gris started explaining a bit more in depth how they could proceed through the dungeon. Zack was a bit surprised at the level of thought that he had put into it. About an hour later, he finished with what he called a preliminary planning, and they moved to the yard proper for some demonstrations, and then training. Chapter 16. Present. Zack. Armor and Start. Zack and Gris walked through the Citadel corridors, heading in the direction of the Crafter's Quarter. Their dungeon dive was only a week away, and Zack was finally going to upgrade his equipment. Their encounter with the killer in the city had made both of them eligible for another bonus in their salaries. He had gained 2,000 essence for his monthly contribution from the framework, which included his work on trying to find clues to help catch the killer in the archive, according to Gris. From the Warden organization, he had gained another 2,000 in essence crystals as a bonus. Gris thought that Zack had enough funds that he could buy some new equipment and have enough left afterward that he could live until his next contribution allotment. He was still not quite sure what impacted how much essence a person gained from the framework, but according to Gris, it depended on the person's level and their actions. But apparently only actions that were directly connected to the person's profession mattered. So as long as he did wardenly things, he would be getting more than just the bare minimum. So, as soon as they had received their allotments, Gris had taken Zack to the crafters so that he could commission something new. The choices of what he could buy were limited, and not really impressive to Zack. Gris had tried to convince him that it was all good quality gear, but Zack wanted more. He voiced the idea of bartering or selling the equipment that he still had from Earth in his storage, and Gris immediately jumped on the idea, saying that he might have enough to commission a piece of armor. Zack was certain that Gris couldn't have imagined just how much stuff Zack had from Earth. His storage was the size of a small room, and it was filled with rewards gained over the 10 years of brutal fighting against monsters. Not all of it was even looted by him, but was just the best of what the last survivors could gather from those that had fallen. He had items all the way to epic rarity, and while those items were useful even here in the Infinite Realm, they weren't quite up to par with what he was supposed to carry for his level. So Zack had bartered away most of his equipment to the crafters instead of selling it. That way he didn't need to wait for people to buy it through the auction, but he didn't sell it for essence. Instead, he bought credit that he could use to commission gear from the Citadel crafters. He still remembered the look on Gris's and the other wardens' faces when Zack started pulling stuff out of his storage. There had been a lot of weapons and armor, some of it damaged almost beyond any hope of repair. He also had a few arrays, which were similar to essence formations, only the arrays could only be bought through the framework shop, and the formations could be created by cultivators. Once he had pulled out everything that he was comfortable parting with, the wardens evaluated and decided what to do with it. Some of it would go to the new recruits, some to crafters to be repurposed, repaired, or scrapped for material. In the end, he had gained a credit value that was almost equivalent to 60,000 greater essence. It almost made him wish that he had gone through the auction house and earned essence. He could have leveled quite a bit with that much essence. Gris told him that there were adventurers who were lucky enough to find rare treasures that made them essence rich, and he cautioned Zack about leveling without buying equipment to match. A large portion of a warrior's power came from their equipment, and apparently far too many of them leveled too fast without upgrading their gear, and died as the result. Aside from the credit, Zack did have around 10,000 greater essence available, and he had been thinking about leveling with it. Again, Gris advised against it, not only because he needed that essence to live off of, and all of them were paying for the private training yards, but also because if he was lower in level, he would get more essence in the dungeon. It was a risk management situation, one where they didn't want to be too weak for the dungeon, but also didn't want to be too over-leveled for it. In the end, Zack did agree with Gris and didn't spend his essence on leveling, and with his credit, he commissioned a full set of quality armor that would last him for a long while. He was actually surprised that it finished so quickly. He had commissioned it only 2 weeks ago, but it seemed that having crafting powers sped things up considerably. Gris and Zack arrived at the smithy of one of the Citadel's main blacksmiths. The work was, of course, not done just by a smith. Tailors and enchanters were involved as well, but they had agreed to pick up the commissioned armor in the store attached to the smithy. The two of them walked in, and immediately the warden behind a large desk waved at them.
"Wardens Gris and Zachariah, good day to you, sirs," the burly Minotaur said. "Your commissions are done. If you will follow me, please."
They followed the attendant through a door that led into a private room in the back. As soon as they entered, they saw their commissions. Gris had upgraded his shield with a reflective enchantment that returned a portion of the force taken on it back to its source, and it gleamed in front of them. But Zack's eyes immediately fell on the armor. It was silver, with black accents, and it was glorious. The chest and arms looked like they were made out of leaf-shaped and sized scales, and they didn't look like they were made out of metal of any kind. A short battle skirt extended from the waist, made out of overlapping plates that covered the private area and protected the upper things as well as his posterior. The skirt didn't seem like it was made out of the same material, and as Zack got closer and touched it, he realized that it was metallic, while the scales felt more like tough hide. The leg sections were also covered in scales, with the boots being more traditional metal plates, just like the two gauntlets on the arms. The shoulders were also covered with metal, pauldrons being on each shoulder that had ridges to protect the neck from the sides. The helmet was impressive as well. It looked more like an insect head with a rounded front plate with just a few holes for air and eyes to peer through, and two antennae curving backward from the forehead. He walked around it, seeing that the helmet protected the back of the neck.
"It is an impressive set," the attendant said as he approached. "Great quality for the price and level it was intended for."
Zack could see that. Of course, it wasn't crafted by the best crafters in the Citadel, but it had been done by the apprentices of the masters. Putting his hand on it, a window popped up in his vision. Greater armor of the Silver Sentinel, epic. +10 to all stats, +15 to total stamina and stamina regeneration. Clean. Minor repair. Equip. The stat gain was good, and the stamina upgrade would help him a lot, but it was the enchantments that made the armor incredible. Equip was a standard enchantment for Warden armor, since they had to be able to equip their gear in moments at times, but clean and minor repair were extremely powerful on their own. One would clean the blood and grime from the armor automatically, and the other would allow for it to slowly repair itself over time if it was damaged. Those were things that he had been missing greatly in his gear. He knew that the rarity concerned the quality of the item as well as the power for the power level of the item, as his last armor was also of an epic quality but was weaker than this one.
"The set is made from a Tier 2 great sea serpent hide and silverite. It is tough, light, and easy to move in. It shouldn't hinder your speed by much, as you requested."
Zack closed his eyes and thought the word equip. The armor flashed, disappearing from the rack and appearing on his body.
"I hope that is satisfactory," the attendant said.
"Yes, very much so," Zack said excitedly as he moved his hands, opening and closing his fists. An hour later, Gris and Zack were in a private training yard, trying out their new equipment. The others all had other errands today, so it was just the two of them. All 5 of them had trained quite a lot over the last weeks. In Zack's opinion, they had gained a good sense of one another's powers and had started to feel like a real team. Their training sessions were intense and illuminating. His skills had all improved, with his sword mastery hitting 10 of 10 and him gaining a skill quest. In order to evolve that skill, he was supposed to adopt a sword art. From his research in the library, he knew that he only needed to learn a sword-based martial art from someone. Gris had been looking into finding him a teacher, but it looked like it wasn't going to happen before they went to the dungeon in a week, as the masters in the Citadel were all too busy before then. His other skills had improved as well. His greater strike had hit 10 of 10, and the quest required him to use the skill as a finishing blow 100 times against opponents that were higher in level than him. He hoped that he would have the chance to evolve it in the dungeon. His evade had evolved into greater evade, without the need for a skill quest, which was a first for him. When he asked Gris about that, the Drake laughed and said that there wasn't much to understand about evasion. Zack saw what he meant, considering he was fairly certain that he understood what it meant to evade. The evolved form of the skill let him move faster and farther while evading, which was useful, if not much of a difference. He had also been training his ceiling slash against Gris, and had gotten it up to 9 of 10. His last skill, Weakness Sense, was currently at 8 of 10. He had also practiced with his Last Heir of Terra perk twice, once against Gris alone, and then next week against the rest of the team. He could feel his movements improve slowly, even when the perk wasn't active, But when it was active, it was like he suddenly saw the entire world differently. It was eerie. He had even wondered if he could evolve his sword mastery through it, but he had been unsuccessful so far. He retained some of the movements, or rather, his body remembered, but he didn't know what the old masters knew. Not yet, at least. Zack jumped into the air, Mistral held in both of his hands. The wind around him surged and picked him up, pushing him further and just a bit faster. He ended his leap by cutting down with his sword. Mistral hit Griss's shield, and a shock wave rebounded out of the shield. Zack felt himself get pushed back, and the force get absorbed by his armor. He was incredibly satisfied with his new gear. The padding on the inside of the armor helped him absorb the hits better, and the materials it was made out of were high quality. It was also incredibly light for what it provided, such that he had a full range of movement and had lost only a tiny bit of speed. Zack landed on the ground, and Griss moved his shield out of position.
"How was it?"
Griss asked. "I can definitely feel it. I doubt that it will seriously injure anything high level, but it is annoying at least," Zack said, commenting on the new enchantment that he had done on his shield.
"That's all it needs to do. Distract an attacker and make an opening for my teammates to exploit."
Zack nodded his head and started swinging his sword around, trying to get a better feel for his armor.
"You up for a spar?"
Griss asked after a few minutes of Zack flailing around through the air. His wind perks were definitely stronger with Mistral, and he didn't seem to lose much power when trying to move himself with the wind. He could still glide for a few seconds and push his leaps from the back to gain more speed. He was even experimenting with pushing himself with the wind while using his evasion skill. It gave him a bit more speed. At Griss's question, he turned to look at the Drake and nodded his head. "Sure." A couple of hours later, the two of them moved over to the tables to talk about their session.
"You should have a gear set for the dungeon. I know a lot of things can be kept in the storage rings, but there is something to be said for keeping things on your person,"
Griss said after they went over their spar. Zack nodded, having noticed that Griss usually carried some potions on his belt as well as another smaller weapon on his hip. "Aside from potions, is there anything else that you recommend?" Griss scratched his snout thoughtfully.
"Well, usually I would suggest an extra weapon since you could get disarmed in battle, but as you have an awakened weapon, it is easy for you to dismiss it and summon it again."
"Right," Zack said as he stood next to the table, with Griss watching him as he pulled out potions out of his storage. Some he still had from Earth, whereas others he had bought here. Aside from his new armor, he'd also had a belt with potion slots made, as well as a ring that could hold an extra weapon. It seemed that the Citadel crafters knew exactly what a warden would need. He looked through his potions and put 2 health potions on his belt and 2 stamina ones. In the last slot he put a potion that he'd bought in the Citadel, one that would give him a boost of 20 to strength and dexterity. It wasn't the most powerful potion, but it could come in handy. Then he saw the ring on his belt that could be adjusted to any position on its length, a slot for an extra weapon. He still had a few weapons in his storage, and he hadn't sold everything just in case he ever needed something. Finally, he focused on his storage and pulled out a short gold and white dagger. The great dagger of essence siphoning lay in his hand, and he looked at it for a long moment. Then he sighed and pushed the blade through the ring, twisted, and slid the hilt into the slot, securing it on the small of his back.
You want to use that?"
Griss said slowly. "It is a powerful tool. I can make use of it in the dungeon," Zack answered. He waited for Griss to say something, but then he just nodded his head. Zack focused on his armor and unequipped it directly into his storage. All the items he placed on it disappeared with it. Then he called it back on, and saw that everything he had placed on it appeared as well. He nodded before he unequipped it again one last time. "Well, that's that, I guess," Zack said, and the two of them cleaned up and headed toward the training yard's exit. Their session had been a good one. His greater evade had increased by an additional level, and his new armor was more than worth the price he had paid. A week later, their team walked through the Citadel corridors, climbing down the stairs that led them deep beneath the ground. All of them wore their full gear, their weapons in their hands and ready. Zack had gotten used to wearing and using his armor by now, and he held Mistral in a reversed grip in one hand since it didn't have a sheath. It occurred to him that he could probably have one made for the sword, and he cursed himself for not thinking about that before. He forced his mind away from that topic. He had to focus on what was ahead. The trip down the stairs was eerie. The way was barely illuminated by glowing blue lanterns, but what made it worse was that there was no one walking around. Before long, their footsteps echoed around them as they finally reached the end of the stairs. Zack blinked as he saw people for the first time since they had started climbing down. There was a group of 4 to one side, sitting at a table and talking with another warden. They seemed like they were adventurers, though they all had warden-styled armor. But what drew his attention the most was what was at the end of the room. A massive, double-sided door made out of stone, with glowing blue glyphs engraved into their surface. The doors were almost 3 times as tall as he was, and at least 5 times as wide, if not more. Gris led them forward, and they reached the doors. 2 warden guards stood in front of it, and Gris extended his dungeon key to them. One of them took it in silence and turned around, placing it in the doors. The light intensified, and he saw 5 lights turn on one after the other in an arch starting from one side of the doors, and they hadn't even gotten to the middle of the arc before the 5th light appeared. Zack wondered just how many floors the dungeon had. The guard nodded and stepped away. "Good luck," the human man said, and then a rumbling noise sprang to life as the doors started opening up, showing them only darkness. Gris glanced back at everyone. "Let's go." The 5 of them stepped into the darkness, and then the doors closed behind them. Chapter 17. Present. Zack. Dungeon. The darkness that was surrounding them was total when the entrance to the dungeon closed behind them, but then a point of light shone in the distance ahead. Gris led their group toward it, and quickly they exited the long and dark tunnel. They stepped into the light, and Zack saw the first floor of the dungeon for the first time. It was a large cavern with a tall ceiling, and was filled with the roaring sound of crashing water. There was light enough to see, and as Zack and the others approached the edge of a small plateau, he could see that the light that came from the vegetation glowed with bluish light. It looked like an entire ecosystem existed inside the cavern, which was the size of a smaller town. He could see monsters moving about, near the edges of the waterfall, along the river that passed through the middle of the cavern, around pools on the other side of the cavern. The vegetation looked to be mostly plants that had long and wide leaves that gave off light, with vines crawling along the walls and stalagmites. "It's a swarm configuration," came Gris's voice, turning Zack's attention away from the cavern. Gris had explained that there were several ways that the first floor could be configured. The terrain was always slightly different, but it was always a cavern. The monsters inside could change, both in type as well as strength and amount. There could be less monsters, but their power could be greater, or it could be a swarm configuration, which meant more monsters of lesser strength. The first floor had monsters that were anywhere from level 20 to level 40, usually between early and peak mortal realm. Gris had had them train for all configurations, but the swarm one was the one that was going to provide them the most difficulty. In small numbers, the monsters down there weren't a threat, but in large groups they could pose a significant one. None of them was focused on dealing area damage, aside from perhaps Nyathala. "We've got 2 choices now,"
Gris started. "We can attempt to clear the entire floor, trying to defeat all the bosses and gathering all the loot, or we can go straight for the exit, fighting only the monsters in our way. That will minimize the risks of us getting overwhelmed by too many monster packs at once, but we will be losing out on essence and rewards."
"How much are we talking about here?"
Edema the Minotaur asked. "A substantial amount, actually. The swarm configuration gives the most essence of them all. Individually, the monsters are weak and give less, but it adds up. That said, the rewards aren't as good as in the other configurations, but there should still be 3 bosses hidden somewhere in the dungeon," Gris answered.
Zack knew that dungeon diving was about more than just getting essence. It was about loot. People could get rich from a lucky reward drop, or receive powerful equipment that would serve them for years. But dungeons were also dangerous. From what Gris had explained, most dungeons had a high kill rate. More than half of the teams that entered a dungeon never came out, depending on the type of dungeon, of course. The Abyssal Deep had somewhat better odds, but that was because of the wardens controlling who had access. Still, 2 out of every 10 teams that entered suffered losses, and the deeper one went, the more that number rose. "I vote for a full clear," Zack said, breaking the silence. All of them had much to gain from this dive. They were all planning on leveling to their evolution and gaining enough essence to have some left over. They had all emptied their storage spaces in preparation. Zack had had to rent a vault room in the Citadel to store all of his stuff, since his storage ring was so much larger than everyone else's.
"Me too,"
Zalor said as they tucked an errant lock of brown hair behind their pointed ear, with Nyathala and Edema agreeing a moment later. Gris nodded his head.
"I suggest that we go slowly to take our time to clear the monsters."
He glanced down the ledge, looking at the floor of the cavern and the moving shapes down there.
"Those appear to be Taka. Not smart, as monsters go, but they can be dangerous if they manage to pull someone down to the ground. Their jaws have incredible strength, so don't let them grab hold."
They were already familiar with most of the monsters that the Abyssal Deep liked to throw at people. The Taka were monster versions of an animal from the Drake homeworld. In fact, most monsters in the Infinite Realm were based on the wildlife of the old worlds, although there were many that were unfamiliar to all races. They made a rough plan, since no plan would survive the contact with the monsters, and then headed down. They followed the winding path around the edge of the cavern walls which led them down to the ground floor. Zack noticed that there were numerous caves all along the cavern's sides, leading into side rooms. As they got closer to the ground, he realized that the vegetation was a lot larger than it looked from above. There were large glowing leaves that were almost twice as tall as he was, and there was a lot more color down there. Blue was the most prevalent, but there were flowers and plants that were glowing with almost every color imaginable. They moved in formation, with Gris holding his shield up and his large mace in the other hand being in front. Edema was on his left, a few steps behind, her large hammer held in both of her hands. Zack was on Gris's right, with Mistral pointed to the ground and held in both of his hands. Behind them came Nyathala and Zalor. Nyathala held aloft a large staff that decreased the cast time of her abilities, while Zalor was holding a small wand in one hand and wore light armor that had potions strapped all over it on belts that crisscrossed their torso. Their main path was a class, a healing one, but their path was one of alchemy such that they had things that could help in a fight. Mostly they focused on healing concoctions and things that could distract monsters or buy them time, since they weren't a combat specialist.
"Ambush,"
Zack whispered as the wind brought the soft rustling of leaves to his ears when they reached the bottom, but everyone was already prepared. Gris's training had made sure that all of them understood that they couldn't drop their guard for a single moment in a dungeon. Zeller and Nyathala walked closer as Zack and Edema moved back so that the two were surrounded by the rest of them. And then, as they walked along a path surrounded by plants, monsters leapt from their hiding places. Cavern Taka, C, Tier 1. Taka looked much like overgrown lizards, except that they were covered with colorful fur and were double the size of the largest alligator from Earth. Gris pushed his shield forward, and a wave of force hit the first Taka, sending it flying back through the plants as Zack turned his focus on the monsters attacking from his side. There were 3 of them, and Zack dashed forward, his chi moving through him in an instant. Calm before the storm filled him, and then he pushed his chi further, turning the first technique into his second as charged focus settled into him. He used White Wing and surged forward next to the closest monster. His sword, glowing with a white light that covered it in the shape of a small wing, soared. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, each hitting a weak spot that his skill weakness sense showed him. In a moment, the monster was cut to ribbons, and blood sprayed in every direction. He used greater evade, and his body jerked to the side, rolling and gaining distance. He pointed one hand up, and light chains caught one of the monsters, while the other jumped forward. Zack pirouetted to the side and then cut from below, Mistral stabbing into the monster's side and opening up its stomach as he cut upward. Without waiting for the monster to fall, Zack dashed forward at the third monster, trying to break his chains. It roared at him as the chains almost cracked, and Zack smashed the pommel of his sword on top of the monster's head, disorienting it. Then he pulled out his dagger from his lower back and snapped forward with his greater strike. The dagger punched through the monster's skull, and he felt the familiar sensation of essence passing through, but just as quickly as it came, it was gone. Zack's technique kept his mind from wandering into the past, and he turned around to look at his teammates. Zeller was standing next to Nyathala as the Cthulhu held one Taka in her prison ability, while a barrage of violet bolts smashed into another. Edema raised her hammer and smashed down in a burst of speed, pulverizing the head of another. At the front, Gris was the only one who still had monsters attacking him, but he was a defender and was having little issue keeping 5 of the monsters occupied. Zack focused and pulled Mistral back, then activated the sword's ability and charged it. He could feel the air around him move toward the sword, compressing and sharpening. Then he swiped forward, sending an arc of wind like a blade flying forward. It caught a monster mid-leap as it was trying to jump on Gris's back. The wind blade cut through it as if it was nothing, splitting the beast in half. The blade continued on into the foliage, cutting leaves and then hitting the 6th monster hiding there with some kind of stealth, the monster that had been his original target, as his charged focus allowed him to see through stealth effects. Then another barrage of violet bolts flew from Nyathala's direction, hitting another monster near Gris. Zack used his winged leap and crossed the distance, falling on top of one of the monsters and stabbing Mistral through its back. Edema charged forward, her armored form hitting the last monster in the side and sending it rolling across the ground. The wounded monster tried to get up on its feet, but violet bars of energy snapped in place around it. The monster jumped and was thrown back by a blast of energy. Nyathala pointed her staff, and a wave of force began leaving the trapped monster. The violet wave reached her staff and twined around as it moved down the staff's length and entered Nyathala, causing her body to begin glowing with a violet light. Then, as the wave drained everything, the monster inside the prison toppled to the ground, and Nyathala activated her perk. Gris, Edema, and Zack all jumped back near Nyathala as she raised her hand to the sky. Then 8 pillars of violet light exploded around them inside the foliage, followed by the dying screams of the hidden monsters. Her perk allowed her to drain the energy from a monster and then unleash an attack on every being of the same type in a radius around her, in this case the Taka. With the monsters killed, Zack glanced at the amount of essence that he had gained. It wasn't much, even with the number of monsters that they had killed, and what he gained from the dagger wasn't that much either. But this was only the first encounter they'd had, and the monsters had all been low in level. He was glad that the dagger worked on monsters. He had assumed that it would, since the description said that it would work on any living thing, but he had never had the chance to test it out on one. By the time they had obtained it, all the monsters on Earth had been all gone. Zack looked around, looking for a chest, but there was no chest with loot anywhere around. Zack knew that not every encounter here would give one. Edema had a small gash on top of her head, and Zalor placed their hand over it, using an ability that made their hand glow, and then closed the small wound in less than a second.
"That was good for our first encounter," Gris commented.
"Yes," Zack replied absently, while keeping his eyes open and looking around, his technique still active. He wasn't about to let his guard down. They were in the dungeon now.
"We should continue on. I'm sure that nearby monsters will start converging here. We need to lead them on as much as possible and deal with them quickly in smaller packs,"
Gris said, and everyone agreed. In moments they gathered themselves before heading deeper into the strange forest made out of glowing leaves. Almost 3 hours later they had cleared their way through most of it. The first floor hadn't really been a challenge for them, since most of the monsters were too low in level for them. They used them as a way to train their group dynamic, though they still took care not to engage more of the monsters than was prudent, since they could get dangerous in larger numbers. They were clearing everything, and had already found quite a bit of loot. Most of it was low-level stuff, weapons and armor that wouldn't really help them much, but they would be able to sell it and split the profits. Zack had earned almost 1,500 greater essence, but they had killed around 100 monsters. He had taken the opportunity to practice his killing blows with his dagger and his greater strike, to prepare for when they reached lower floors and encountered monsters that had a higher level than them. He was planning on finishing his skill quest and advancing that skill, but also getting as much essence as he could with his dagger. It had taken him a bit, but he realized that he had a great tool that could help him grow, and he shouldn't allow what had happened in the past to hinder him now. The Infinite Realm was an incredible place, filled with wonder, but also tragedy and monsters. More than anything, it was now his home, a place to call his own, something that he hadn't had in a long time. He was going to do everything in his power to survive in this place. Their group reached a large clearing that led into a pitch-dark cave. They had defeated 2 bosses, both being larger versions of the monsters they had encountered in the cavern. One had been an alpha cavern taka that had been level 35 and had a small pack of 8 fighting with it, and the other a group of 6 giant bats with another alpha. None had really posed much threat, but that was to be expected. It was too bad that they couldn't skip floors, but on the other hand, even this was an opportunity. They had gained essence as well as gear that they could sell, so it wasn't like it was a waste. "Where is it?" Edema asked as they entered the clearing. They had yet to fight the last boss.
"It should be defending the cave entrance. Be alert,"
Gris said as they moved in formation. Zack kept his technique charged focus up and was looking around, trying to see if there was a monster hiding somewhere. They reached the center of the clearing, a flat rocky ground without any foliage, and then a plume of water erupted out of the pool nearby, and a monster the size of a truck exploded out of it. A bright blue, sinuous shape landed nearby and spat something at them. Gris raised his shield, and a wall extended out of his shield, a dome that protected them as the dark liquid splashed over it and dropped to the ground with a hiss.
"Acid! Be careful!"
Gris called out. Zack saw the monster in full then. It looked like a snake that had legs, large claws peeked out of webbed fingers, and a muscular frame coiled as the monster opened its mouth and hissed at them with its forked tongue, showing its long fangs. Mature Everak, U, Tier 2. It being uncommon meant that it had some extra abilities, so all of them knew to be even more careful. Zack wasn't familiar with this type of enemy, but Gris had coached them on tactics for different types of enemies. They already knew what to do. Their team split up, with Gris staying in the middle with Zalor and Nyathala, who immediately raised her staff and used her prison power. Bars of violet light fell down on the boss as Zack and Edema moved opposite each other to flank it. The Everak smashed into the bars, trying to break through, but unsuccessfully. Then it hissed and sent another blast of acid flying at Zack. With greater evade, he got out of the way. Mistral pulled back and Razorwind charging. Nyathala sent her arcane barrage at the monster, and it smashed into its head, breaking the scales on its head and drawing blood. Zack let a wind blade fly, and it passed through the bars, cutting into the monster's side and opening up a long gash that let blood spill onto the floor. The prison ran out, and the monster roared, then leapt forward. Edema used her charge ability, and her form surged forward. Her hammer smashed into the monster's side and sent it to the ground, rolling in Zack's direction. His chi moved through his body and into his arms, then into his sword. Winged Leap brought him close to the monster, and then he stabbed forward, cutting into its shoulder. Twisting, he pushed the blade into the floor and pinned the large monster there. It tried to curl and get out, but Gris charged forward and smashed his shield into its nose, stunning it. Zack drew his dagger, and then, with a greater strike, stabbed it into the back of its head. The monster twitched, and then died, its essence flowing into Zack. "That's it?" Edema said as she put her hammer on her shoulder. Zack nodded. The other bosses had been a bigger challenge since they both had minion monsters around them. This was a single boss monster, and against 5 people, all who were much higher level than it had stood no chance. It hadn't even managed to use its powers. They could have killed it even faster. Zack himself could have done it, but they were using the opportunity to train some more. Gris walked over toward a large chest that had appeared. They had cleared the entire floor of monsters, and this was the final loot for this floor. Zack walked over and looked in once Gris opened it.
"Potions and an armor set," Gris said.
"What kind of potions?" Zalor chimed in as they walked up.
"Stamina and mental rejuvenation," Gris said.
"And the armor?" Edema asked.
"An Everak set. It would probably be useful for someone around level 30, maybe up to 40, Gris answered. "It is a good enough set. We can probably sell it. There is no shortage of people wanting to secure quality gear for their children when they are just starting out."
They gathered the gear and headed toward the cave opening. Once they got close, Zack saw the glowing symbols and realized that nestled in the darkness of the cave was another door.
"Onward to the next floor,"
Gris said, and all of them got into position and readied their weapons. The first floor had been an easy one, just a prelude of what was to come, but the more they climbed, the more dangerous it was going to get. The doors opened as they got closer, and they stepped into the darkness toward the second floor. Chapter 18. Present. Ryun. Raising a Sect Warrior. Ryun stood in the small training room in the town of Wolf's Grove. He had arrived only a few days ago, accompanied by the leaders of the other 2 territories of the Twilight Melody sect and the newest sect recruit, Naira, territory leader Embesh, along with his farmers, and territory leader Rayon with a couple of his warriors. Both were Lord Realm cultivators, but where Embesh focused on farming, Rayon focused on combat, or rather hunting monsters. His territory was filled with monsters that they hunted, and the sect relied on selling the ingredients that they harvested from them. Ryun had gathered them both because he wanted to speak with the leaders about the future of the sect. That meeting was going to take place in a couple of days, once Embesh had the chance to take a look at the farming area, and Rayon and his warriors had the opportunity to visit the dungeon. But right now, Ryun had something far more important to take care of. In his hand, he held a path stone containing the knowledge of his path. Next to him stood Tali, her hands grasped behind her back just over her tail. They were alone and waiting.
"Are you sure you want to do this?"
Tali asked, not for the first time. Ryun had had this discussion with her before, and he knew that she was uncomfortable with it. Ryun wasn't going to change his mind. He had made a decision to run this sect differently, but the reason why he was doing this had nothing to do with his plans for the sect. This was something else, a gift for someone who deserved it. "Yes," Ryun answered. The old ranker was uncomfortable with this kind of thing, with the sharing of power, with giving out power for free. Just like all other people in the sects, she believed that a purpose of the sect was to make the leaders strong so that they might protect the others. Her question concerned not only what they were about to do, but his future plans, which he had shared with her.
"You are preparing to spend a lot of resources and share a lot of knowledge with someone who is not a part of your family. These resources would be much better spent on the other sect leaders. You could ensure their loyalty with just a small donation."
"I don't want to give them any help. I have given them an opportunity, and I will give them knowledge. That is enough," Ryun told her.
"Why is that not enough for the child?"
Tali asked. "If it makes you feel better, you may think of her as the heiress of my sect," Ryun answered.
"So you plan on adopting her in your family? I didn't think that there was anything going on between you and the mother, but perhaps I was wrong."
Ryun would have rolled his eyes if he still had them. "No, there is nothing like that between us. That doesn't mean that they are not important. In a way, they are my family," Ryun said. Tali didn't comment again, but he knew that the things that he wanted wouldn't be easy to accept by people who had grown used to doing things one way. Despite that, she was misunderstanding why he was doing this. It was because he felt like he owed it to the first person in this world who had treated him like a person and not a monster. The first person that hadn't been afraid of him since Melody died. That was enough. Two people walked into the training room, Onrush and Cree. He could feel the girl shaking with excitement, and he couldn't help but smile. In her mind, this was the real start of her life. But Ryun knew the dangers that came with having power. He was not going to give her everything, but he was going to make sure that she had the best possible start that he could offer. The two of them walked over and stopped 2 steps away from Ryun and Tali. "Are you ready for this, Cree?" Ryun asked. His senses told him that she nodded, but then she realized that he couldn't see and spoke out loud.
"Yes, I am."
Ryun had spoken at length with Onrush about what they wanted to do for Cree, about what path they wanted her to take. Ryun had felt a bit out of place in the conversation, making a decision for Cree, who wasn't his daughter, but Onrush had asked him. She wanted what was best for her daughter, and Ryun wanted the same. He went to Tali for advice, and together with Onrush, they had come up with a plan for Cree's advancement. Ryun extended his hand and offered her the pathstone that he had used to record his path. According to Tali, it wouldn't matter if he taught her his path or had her learn it from the stone, as she would still need to master the techniques if she wanted to advance beyond Foundation Realm. Cree took the stone in her hand and looked at it.
"Use it,"
Onrush told her. Cree nodded her head, and then the stone cracked and turned to dust in her hand. Ryun couldn't see anything, so he didn't know if there was any other indicator of the stone's use, but Cree's face suddenly turned into a smile. Ryun pulled out a crate containing essence crystals, the last of what he had from his cycling before he gained an aspect. It wasn't much, but it would be enough to push her through the mortal realm. The amount needed for that was nothing to someone like him. "Remember what we told you," Ryun said, and Cree nodded again as she sat on the ground and started taking the crystals from the crate. Upon much discussion, they had decided that the best way for her to proceed was to reinforce her core by cycling the essence in one large burst instead of smaller ones. Ryun had done half and half, but he too was thinking about focusing on his core now. The more chi he had, the more power he could put into his techniques, and the longer he could last in a fight. His chi conduits seemed to be reinforced enough that he had enough speed in activating his techniques, at least for now. All three of them waited in silence as Kree pulled in the essence and advanced, entering the early mortal realm, and then she started cycling. As Tali had advised, she cycled 6 times on each stage until peak, and then Onrush pulled out her own essence crystals, the cycled essence that she had created by cycling the aspect of the absolute cold. Kree took her mother's crystals and then cycled 6 times again. Ryun kept all his senses on her, trying to see how the cycling affected her. This was the first time that he'd had the chance to observe the process from the start, and he wanted to see if he might be able to glean something from it to help him on his path. But not only that, this was also a chance for him to steer Kree in a better direction than he himself had taken. With all of his experience now, he could advise her to take better perks than he himself had. Still, her power was not going to be the same. For one, Tali had convinced them that Kree shouldn't take a class, saying that spreading her too wide could inhibit her growth as well as make her have mental issues. In the end, Onrush and Ryun had agreed. Even though he thought a class could be useful to her, Tali had managed to convince him that it would be dangerous for a child, that she might take on more than she could handle in order to grow stronger faster and get herself killed by fighting monsters that were too much for her to handle. Ryun did agree that children could be rash and irrational, and no matter what Kree claimed, she still remained only a child. She finished cycling the absolute cold essence and looked up from the floor. Then Tali instructed her to advance into the next realm. Kree took a deep breath as she pulled in the essence from her mother's crystal. Onrush had enough to raise her daughter far, as she had cycled several times in the Lord realm. Too, most of what she had cycled was Ryun's pure essence, along with the essence that she had drawn in, which held just her own aspect. It was perfect for Kree. Kree filled her core, and then Ryun felt the transformation. Her chi surged through her body, making her stronger and pushing her into the next realm. And then the chi retreated back in her core, and she sighed, cold sweat soaking her body. He could tell that just this was tiring Kree out, but he knew that Tali didn't want her to stop here. The blind woman turned her head in Ryun's direction and spoke. "It's your turn now." Ryun nodded and sat down on the ground across from the girl. "All right, Kree, use your base technique," Ryun said as he focused inward and did the same. In order for her to be able to advance beyond the Lord realm, she needed to achieve a breakthrough, or inspiration. The requirement for that was for her to change her own techniques. It was something that Ryun had done on his own, and he had done it in the Foundation realm as well. According to Tali, the earlier someone had inspiration and changed a technique, the stronger it would be when it evolved on its own once Kree gained an aspect. But the path that Ryun had gifted her was what he had now, an epic path with developed techniques. It wasn't something that a child could improve on her own, but inspiration didn't need to always come from within. Ryun changed his breathing form and triggered Null Mantle. Kree's version of the technique would be Tranquil Mantle, the base form of the technique without an aspect. Her branch and fruit techniques would therefore be Silent Breath and Final End. Ryun had ideas on how to change them as well, but he wanted to work on them more, and Kree didn't need to change all 3 right away. A technique, according to Tali, was a blueprint, a framework for an effect. He could change it, alter it, but never too much from what the original technique was. He could build upon it, but he couldn't change his Null Mantle from an enforcing technique to something that expelled chi from his body. Ryun looked at how his chi moved through his body. He had been planning on improving his techniques for a while, ever since his first conversations with Tali, and he had been thinking about how to do it and what he wanted to achieve. His base technique had his qi seeping into his body, spreading a portion equally over it all. He could feel like he had 6 points in his body where his qi could pool, and each increased one of his stats. 2 were in his chest, 1 on each side, increasing strength and dexterity. 2 were around his navel, just to the sides of where he could feel his core, and those 2 increased his vitality and endurance. The last 2 were in his head, increasing intelligence and wisdom. When he switched focus from all of these points to just 1 or more of them, he switched his qi bonus around, but this he achieved by funneling the same amount of qi into less points. He had tried to increase the amount of qi he could use with a technique, hoping that that would let him increase his stats further than the 70% that it was currently, but that didn't work. So he had tried to do the reverse, to funnel less qi and get a smaller bonus. His null mantle was powerful, but it also drained a lot of his qi, and he had found that with all of his qi-draining powers, he was emptying his core too fast for his liking. The first thing that he had figured out in his experimentation was that he always needed to activate the base form of null mantle and increase all his stats first before switching that bonus around. But now he started lowering the amount of qi he was funneling from his core through his conduits and into these points. He paid attention to his stat screen in his head and noticed that his bonus was getting smaller with the amount of qi he was supplying. He smiled as a notification pinged inside his head. He ignored it and turned his attention to Kree. "Can you feel what I'm doing?" Ryun asked. "A bit," Kree said. Ryun had her start her tranquil mantle. He knew that her version couldn't shift bonuses, but the base version was the same. He slowly instructed her on how to lower the amount of qi her technique was drawing from her core, guiding her through her inspiration. He felt her struggle, losing her breathing form a couple of times. It wasn't a surprise, since she had just started using techniques. 2, a breathing form wasn't a requirement, but it helped a lot. He had to teach her how to change her breathing form first, how to slow down the intake of air, how to shift her body as she exhaled. It took her several hours to get it right, and by then she was completely exhausted. Still, she did manage it. Ryun sensed Tali shake her head, and he knew that it was in disbelief. When Ryun had told her that he wanted to try teaching Kree, she had told him that it would take him weeks, if not months, of daily attempts to achieve as much. But Ryun had a feeling that Kree was going to be good at it. He didn't know how he knew, or how to explain it, other than instinct, but he had learned to trust such things. Kree was barely holding on, but Tali didn't let her rest. Tali cleared her throat and then spoke. "Now the aspect," Tali told Onrush. Ryun admitted that she seemed to know a lot. He never would have thought to have Kree cycle essence with the aspect without first drawing it in, but apparently preparing the core before taking on the aspect was beneficial. Kree took the aspect globe from her mother and started drawing it in. Ryun felt the qi inside her body moving to her core, changing as she drew in the aspect. He sensed her shiver from the cold, the power of the aspect making her weak body nearly collapse, but she endured. She didn't have a core large enough, nor conduits developed enough for the aspect to really hurt her much, but she would still feel the effects every time she used a technique. Her body would get cold from its power, at least until she reached mid-lord realm. Barely hanging on, Kree looked around as Onrush put more essence crystals in front of her. Ryun could tell that Kree wanted to ask for a break, that she needed one, but Tali had made it clear that stopping during the process would be a mistake. A cultivator gained strength by pushing themselves, and they gained inspiration by pushing to the brink of what they could handle. Kree started taking the crystals, cycling slowly, almost collapsing several times. But the three of them kept pushing her. They raised her to mid-foundation and then to peak foundation. As soon as she advanced, her eyes rolled in the back of her head, and she dropped to the ground. Onrush knelt down and scooped her up into her arms. It looked like they would have to wait for her to wake up to see all the benefits that she had gained, as well as have her choose perks. They also had to have her consume potions and elixirs that they had secured for her.
"Incredible,"
Tali whispered.
"What we have done with that child will make her very strong in the future if she continues advancing properly."
Onrush didn't say anything, and Ryun wondered just how hard it had been for her to watch her daughter go through that, but he thought she understood. She was a cultivator, and she knew that power required pain. Tali shook her head and spoke again.
"I suggest you keep her at that stage for a while. Have her train with her techniques and take her to face monsters. If she is to gain the most benefits, she needs to reach the Lord Realm by cycling only the essence that she herself drew in at least 3 times.
"We will make sure of it," Onrush said, looking down on Kree's form in her hands. "What about skills?" Ryun asked. Their plan for Kree, on Tali's insistence, was that they choose only 2 ways of power for her. Ryun had voted for a class, while Onrush and Tali had voted for skills. Ryun wasn't sure, but he thought that Tali had a big dislike of classes for some reason, but still he knew that skills could be powerful too.
"I suggest combat mastery and an evasion or movement skill, since her path has nothing of the kind,"
Tali said. Ryun agreed with that, and he would seek out Onrush to discuss it with her later. He used his sense to take in the state of Kree's body. Even unconscious, she was shivering from exhaustion and the cold, and yet he couldn't help but smile. This was what made cultivators dangerous and powerful. In a single day they had raised her from no path to peak foundation. A sect couldn't do this for everyone. It required too many resources, and from what he had seen so far, the people in the sects were, for the most part, selfish. Such a transformation was incredible, and he couldn't wait to see where Kree would end up. Chapter 19. Present. Ryun. Dreams and Power. They stepped onto the surface of another world. The night was dark, the sky barely shining. There were so few stars left, the wolf knew. All was dying. The heat death of the universe was upon them. The end of all things. A true death. The wolf followed the scythe as they walked to a ring of stone where others already stood, waiting. An aspect greeted them. She brought the fists of all 3 sets of her hands together over her chest and bowed her head.
"Scythe, Reaper, welcome. I wasn't sure if you would accept the invitation."
"Jamia," the scythe greeted the other aspect in return, while the wolf only growled.
"There is not much else to do," the wolf said.
Jamia, the aspect of space, sighed.
"I understand your reticence, but this is our only hope."
"It is not,"
the wolf started.
"What we were promised,"
the scythe finished.
"It is reality,"
Jamia said. The wolf shook his head as he and the scythe moved into the circle of stone. They found a spot away from the others, preferring the isolation to the company of other aspects. There weren't that many of them left. Indeed, only the most powerful of aspects still lived. The laws, concepts, and some few elements still existed, like light and dark, but the wolf could see that they were ragged, dying as they lost the sources of their power. The end was coming for them all, and only a few of them were still at full power. True death, space, time, the others, they would not last long. The aspects were talking amongst themselves as Jamia stepped into the center of the gathering.
I thank you all for coming. I will not draw this out. You all know why we are here. The end of reality itself is near. You have all been given an offer by the deal-maker. I wish only to convince you to take it." The wolf growled softly and then opened his mouth.
"The three are capricious and vain. This was not what they promised when they breathed us into existence,"
the wolf rasped. Jamia turned her head and met the wolf's eyes. "The offer comes from the deal-maker, not the three." "The deal-maker is an extension of the three," the scythe spoke with her melodic voice. "Is his will not also theirs?" "His offer comes independent of what the three desire," Jamia said. "We are too insignificant to them now."
"He wants to change us, to make us less than what we are," the wolf warned.
"That is preferable to death," Jamia said.
"No, old friend. We were made to embody the grand laws of the three," the scythe said. "We are tiny pieces of their reflection. Our very existence reveals the truth. We are the aspect of true death, and that means that all things have an end, even the three."
Jamia grimaced, looking away uncomfortably. But she and the other aspects had never really been comfortable with the idea that they would one day die. Now they were looking for any way to prevent that, even if it meant changing what they were. "Regardless, the deal-maker has made the offer, and I believe that we should accept." The wolf shook his head, looking around, and then Ryun woke up. "Another dream," he thought to himself, even as the memory became less and less clear inside his mind. Another remnant from the aspect of true death, whose power he had taken. He didn't understand what he was seeing most of the time, and he wondered how long it was going to last. He shook his head and got up from the bed that he had dragged up onto the roof. He had received a lot of strange looks when he did that, but no one said anything. A perk of being the leader. Since he had to wait for Cree to wake up before they could continue with her improvements, he decided that he didn't want to sit on hard tiles. So, the bed. Judging from the intensity of the sun, he had slept for not even an hour. He didn't need much in order to get rest, a couple of minutes every few weeks or more, but that meant that he still had time before Cree woke up. He focused on her sleeping form directly beneath him, in Onrush's room. Cree was in the bed, and Onrush was sitting on a desk that had been brought into the room and worked, a pile of papers on one side of the table. Ierv was down in the office, talking with the two territory leaders, and Tali was in the training hall, apparently meditating. Ryun sighed and decided to practice some more. He had been practicing his resonance sense skill, working on his quest. He had gotten pretty good at excluding everything and focusing just on a single source of resonance, but he had barely scratched the surface of the quest requirement, as it was a lengthy one, which was why he had been trying to evolve the skill without the quest. If he was correct, he only needed understanding of the skill. So he was going through mental ideas and theories, trying to broaden his understanding of it. He focused on a source of resonance, a nail sticking out of a piece of wood on the roof. It made a resonance every time the air touched it, but also from vibrations that were transferred from the wood it was nailed in. He tried to figure out how the skill worked. His range was incredible, beyond even the walls of the town. In its basic form, the skill let him sense vibrations, waves that occurred when two things interacted with one another. A foot hitting the ground, the expelling of air, air hitting a solid object. The more his skill advanced, the more depth and precision his sense got, but he was certain that he wasn't sensing the vibrations themselves, or at least not in how an ordinary person might. Everyone could feel vibrations if they were strong enough,
Loud music with heavy bass would be easy to feel, as would something heavy hitting the ground. But in all of those cases, the vibration had to reach the person in order for them to sense it, which wasn't the case for Ryun. He didn't need to wait for the wave to reach him. Instead, he felt everything at the source. He tried to think of how that was possible. Obviously, he wasn't using any of his human senses. Instead, the skill was adding a new sense to him, one that apparently sensed vibrations instantaneously at their source. Then a new thought appeared inside his head. Or does it just appear as if it is instantaneous? Ryun asked himself. He could also be sensing something that was moving faster than the speed of the waves. Inside his head, he was focusing only on the nail, to the exclusion of everything else. He could feel the air hitting it and resonating. It did feel like a vibration, but also not. And then he had another idea. Perhaps he was sensing the disturbance in space itself. Everything had its own frequency, its own resonance, and he could feel all of them. It was what made him able to discern different objects without his eyes. Finally, he tried to compile everything that he knew. His skill worked on something that was either instantaneous or far faster than the speed at which the wave was propagating. It was possibly faster than light, which meant that he was probably sensing the resonance in the space itself. He didn't really know what he was talking about. In the end, the infinite realm followed rules that were so different than anything that had existed on Earth. It worked, and that was the only thing that mattered. He felt his skill shake, something coming over him as he broadened his understanding. He could feel a pressure inside his head as his skill neared evolution. And then he lost it, and his concentration with it. His mind started taking in all of his surroundings, and he sighed. He felt like he had been so close to evolving it then, but it just slipped through his fingers. By then he had lost his focus, failing to keep it on a single source of resonance for a full hour. Ryun grimaced and shook his head. He didn't know what would be the better idea, to push the quest or try and gain understanding. Finally, he focused on the nail and continued with the quest. The next day found Ryun, Tali, and Anrush inside a room with Kree, a bathtub filled with alchemy potions in front of them. There had been some discussion about allowing Ryun inside, since Kree would need to take her clothes off, but in the end Tali and Anrush decided that it was all right. He didn't really know what the problem was. His senses had already allowed him to sense the shapes of everyone's body around him. Their clothes didn't hide anything from him. Of course, he knew enough now not to tell them that. And, well, he was blind. Kree disrobed and entered the tub. She would need to soak in it for several days in order to gain the most stats from it. They had already had her drink enough to get the alchemical tester title, since using the lowest quality potions wasn't all that wasteful. They had used a lot more resources for the bath. Ierv wasn't exactly happy that Ryun had raided the sect's vaults for them, but he didn't object much. Still, they were investing a lot in Kree, and Ryun wanted to do everything right for her. Kree shivered as the potions sizzled around her. None were all that high grade, as the really powerful potions were extremely rare, but they were sufficient. "Calm. Endure it," Ryun told her. "This will make you stronger." He sensed her nod her head, but she didn't respond out loud. Ryun hoped that she would gain enough stats to offset the lack of a class. They had focused on giving her stats that she would need the most, which were wisdom as her main one, and endurance so that she was a bit tougher. But now was also a time for her to show them her screens and for them to see her perks. Kree had just woken up when they hustled her into the room with the tub waiting. Ryun and Tali sat on chairs next to her tub and had Kree take both of their hands into hers and make her screen notifications visible so that they could see her choices. It took a few tries for her to get it right, as they had to guide her through how to do it in the first place, but then Ryun saw her choices inside of his head. Path perk available. Body enhancement. Body of cold. Your body is touched by cold. Damaging effects of cold have 50% less effect on you, and your body is filled with the essence of the cold. Strength and endurance increase depends on the temperature around you. Strength of effect depends on wisdom stat. Body of iron. Your skin is harder to pierce, your bones harder to break, your flesh harder to part. Strength of effect depends on endurance stat. Body of the river. Your body's movements become more fluid, your reaction speed increases. Strength of effect depends on the dexterity stat. 2 of her first perk choices were the same ones that he had, but she also had the one tied to her aspect, which was the only real choice for her. He knew that she would be able to upgrade it later when she got the second path. Her cycling was going to make her techniques stronger, but it wouldn't impact all of her perk choices until after Peak Lord. According to Tali, she would get better choices for perks tied to her chi aspect only. He moved on to the next perk choice. Path perk available. Mind enhancement. Fortified mind. Path perk. Your mind is fortified, able to resist mind-altering effects. Strength of effect depends on intelligence stat. Quickened mind. Path perk. Your mind is quickened, able to think faster than an ordinary person's. Strength of effect depends on intelligence stat. Perceptive mind. Path perk. Your mind is perceptive, able to see through illusions and stealth effects. Strength of effect depends on intelligence stat. Again, she had gotten some of the choices that he had, but he knew that the fortified mind would be the most useful. She didn't have the perks that he had, and protecting one's mind was the most important thing. Ryun had encountered monsters that could mess with the mind. It was incredibly dangerous. Then he turned to her last choice. Path perk available. Core enhancement. Grand Core. Path perk. Your chi core is reforged. You can expel your chi out of your core more quickly. Plus 20% to core capacity, plus 10% to wisdom. Strength of effect depends on wisdom stat. Bottomless core. Path perk. Your chi is a bottomless well. Increase core capacity by 250%. Reduce chi replenishment rate by 90%. Plus 20% to wisdom. Increases essence draw-in rate based on wisdom stat. Cold forged core. Path perk. Your chi core is forged by the essence of the cold. Increase core capacity by 40%. Increase chi density by 20%. Minus 20% to chi speed. Plus 20% to wisdom stat. Using techniques lowers the temperature of the air around you. His path required something with a greater amount of chi, since all of his techniques were extremely costly. Seeing her choices, it seemed clear what they should have her pick, but he wanted to check how her techniques had changed before making the final decision. Ryun asked Kree to show them the techniques, and the screens changed. Cold Mantle. Increase all stats by 37.5%, 30% of their total while technique is active. The bonus stats increase gradually depending on the temperature around you, up to an additional 25%, 20%. Cold Breath. Send out a wave of cold chi from your mouth, dealing absolute cold energy damage equal to 4.75 times, 3 times, your wisdom. The wave freezes anything that it touches, dealing frostbite damage equal to 1/4 of the total damage dealt over the next 15 seconds. Cold End. Unleash a sphere of absolute cold energy all around you. The energy deals absolute cold damage equal to 5 times, 4 times, your wisdom. Anything hit by the attack takes 1/4 of the total damage dealt as frostbite over the next 15 seconds. All of her techniques were generic upgrades of the techniques that he had developed, just flavored by her aspect. It was interesting to see how different aspects gave different effects to techniques. Each aspect had a different effect, of course, such that her cold end wouldn't destroy everything around her. Instead, it would probably freeze everything. There were some interesting things that they could do with that, but first they had to choose perks. "Do you have any ideas, Cree?" Ryun asked. The girl was still shivering in the tub, and Ryun wondered what the potions felt like. They weren't damaging her skin, from what he could tell, but they had to have an effect. I trust you," Cree said. Ryun nodded his head and asked Tali for her opinion. For the most part, they agreed, except for the mind-upgrading perk. "She needs to have something to help her protect her mind," Ryun insisted. The Damacy woman snorted. "People with such powers are rare, and there are other perks that can do the same thing. Better perks." "I disagree," Ryun said. "You have had the luxury of having a better perk to protect your mind. There's no telling if she will have the same fortune, and just because people with such powers are rare, it does not mean that they are not dangerous." To illustrate, Ryun flashed his Bringer of Sorrow, focusing on Tali. He felt her wince at his attack and then stiffen as she turned her head in his direction. He figured that she wanted to glare at him, but the gesture was pointless since neither one of them could see. "Fine," she said in the end. "It isn't a bad choice. I would have just made a different one." Ryun understood that she had a great well of knowledge, of experience, but he had some as well. Protecting the mind was the most important thing. He would know, since he spent a large chunk of time with a mental barrier in his head. They told Cree what to choose, and she followed their instructions. In the end, she picked Body of Cold, Fortified Mind, and Cold Forged Core. With that part of her advancement done, Ryun stood up and turned around to face Onrush, who was standing there and looking at her daughter. He could feel her discomfort, but she knew that Cree had been given an incredible thing. "Go and gather the others. We should have the meeting now," Ryun told her. Onrush shifted uncomfortably. "I'd like to stay," she said. "Tali can watch over her. She will need to stay in the tub for a few days. You are not planning on standing there all this time?" Ryun asked. Onrush didn't answer. "Mom, go," Cree said. "I'll be fine." Onrush sighed and then nodded. She turned and left the room, and Ryun tracked her as she headed in the direction of the office to find Ierv. Ryun walked out after her, heading in the opposite direction to find Naira. There were things that he had to inform the others about, and there were changes to be made. Chapter 20. Present. Onrush. Swarm Meeting. Onrush looked around the meeting room. There were 6 people sitting at the table. Ryun was at the head, with Onrush sitting on his right and Ierv sitting across from her. Next to Onrush was the former outsider, Naira, now a member of the sect. She looked uncomfortable to be sitting in on the meeting, and frankly, Onrush hadn't even been sure why she was there until Ryun started explaining the new developments. Ryun had accepted her into the Twilight Melody sect, and Onrush had seen her hold lessons on spear-wielding for the people of Wolf's Grove. It was Ryun's idea, and anyone could attend and learn. Onrush knew that he wanted to change things, but sharing such knowledge with everyone wasn't how sects usually operated. Still, Onrush had to admit that Naira was good with the spear. Even Ierv had said as much, although his exact words had been, "good enough for the rank and file." She had been working with Ierv closely since Ryun put her in charge, and she had come to realize that Ierv wasn't that much better at leading a sect than she was. Sure, he had some good advice, and he knew more than she did in many ways, but he also knew less than her in some areas. Ierv's advice had, she had to admit, been invaluable as they set up the dungeon farming. Territory leader Rayon had been asked to send some of his hunters so that they could set up a rotation. Half of the time they would be sending powerful people to farm the materials in the dungeon, and the other half would be teams comprising out of stronger and weaker warriors in order to get them essence and gear. Rayon seemed much more agreeable than the last time she'd dealt with him. It appeared that she had proven herself somewhat, at least to the sect. She knew that there were still problems, and that most looked at her as Ryun's voice, which was, in a way, true, except that she was the one who made most of the decisions, with advice from others, of course. Territory leaders Rayon and Embesh were the last two people in the room, and the 5 of the 6 of them in the room made up all the leadership in the Twilight Melody sect. She knew that they would need to promote more people soon, but for now they were making it work. But the topic of the meeting had nothing to do with leadership, as Onrush had expected, and as Ryun finished explaining the new developments, Onrush couldn't help but close her eyes in frustration. It seemed that there was always some danger heading toward them. "A Category 3 monster swarm?" Territory Leader Rayon asked. Onrush had never experienced a monster swarm before, but she had heard about them, as everyone in the Infinite Realm had. There were many ways that a monster swarm could be triggered, but the most common cause was when a monster ecosystem was disturbed in some way, often when a powerful monster died, leaving a power vacuum inside a territory. This usually triggered a rapid expansion by another monster group, eventually resulting in a new monster climbing to the top and rampaging through the territory, taking in all the other monsters under its rule and killing those that refuse it. Such monster swarms were usually a Category 1, or 2 at most. The greater categories were different, most importantly because the monsters migrated out of their native territory. That could happen for a variety of reasons. Some stronger force pushing them out of their territory, the fall of a wild dungeon, or 100 other things. But regardless of the cause, a Category 3 swarm meant that there was an army of monsters, all rampaging through several territories, killing and adding to their numbers. A monster swarm could have only 2 fates. It could either be stopped by a stronger force, or it would keep growing until its size became too great. It would then collapse in on itself, and the monsters would tear one another apart. The more powerful the alpha monster of the swarm, the more monsters it could add to that swarm, and the higher the category it could reach. Onrush knew that even just a Category 3 could wipe out entire sects. She didn't know if they could even survive it. "Yes," Naira said in response to Rayon's question. My former guild's people had discovered it while they were scouting territories. It is headed in this direction." "How long do we have?" Ierv asked. "Several months, perhaps 5, Ryun answered. 5 months? That wasn't enough to get them ready. "We can't fight that," Onrush said. Ryun just waved his hand. "I will go and see for myself how big of a threat this swarm really is. In the meantime, we can use the dungeon to help our warriors advance. But what I would like the 2 of you to do," Ryun gestured at Onrush and Ierv, "is deal with the last Ember sect. I would like to meet with their sect head. If you can arrange that, I am sure that we can come to an understanding that doesn't involve a war." Ierv tapped his clawed hand on the table. "We don't even know if they are preparing their forces in order to attack us. They could be aware of the monster swarm, could be getting ready to defend themselves. We need to learn what their intentions are. To do that, we must reach out to them peacefully and set up a meeting," Ryun said. Onrush didn't know if letting Ryun talk with the sect head of a rival sect was wise at all. He wasn't the most sociable person, although he did seem better at being as much since he took over the sect. "All right," Onrush said cautiously. "But would it be too much to ask that you try not to kill anyone when you meet with them?" Ryun shrugged and didn't answer. Onrush sighed and shook her head. "And what about the swarm? Are you certain that going to look for it is wise? She asked, hoping that he had enough sense not to think about fighting a swarm alone, although with him one could never know. We need to obtain first-hand information, and I'd like to see how strong the swarm is for myself, Ryun said. Onrush had to suppress her desire to speak. She knew that Ryun valued openness, but she really shouldn't speak what was really on her mind in front of the others. And how long do you plan on being gone? We need to know if we are to arrange a meeting with the last Ember sect. A month or 2 at the most, Ryun said. In the meantime, you can start training up our warriors. Naira here should start holding lessons for everyone who can use a spear, and I will speak with Tali about sharing some things concerning cultivation. The mention of the blind woman had Onrush think of her daughter. Kree had been granted a gift without measure, a base higher than many sect heirs would enjoy. Onrush was thankful to Ryun for that, but that only made her want to make sure that he survived. He was powerful, but he was arrogant and too reckless sometimes. She took control of the rest of the meeting, asking for ideas about the defenses for the monster swarm and the training of the warriors, and they spent the next hour talking about it. After the meeting was over, she asked Ryun to stay, and then once they were alone, she finally voiced her concerns. "You are going to fight the monster swarm, aren't you?" Onrush asked him. The corners of his mouth quirked upward. "I am very good when fighting armies," he told her. "I don't think that you understand how dangerous a Category 3 swarm is," Onrush warned. "I have seen and fought monster swarms before," Ryun said. "You don't need to worry. I won't take any unnecessary risks, but what I said was true. We really should learn as much as we can about the swarm." "Why don't you take someone else with you at least?" "There isn't anyone around who can keep up with me. I'll be faster on my own," Ryun said. Onrush sighed. "I know that you will do what you think is best, but I just wanted to remind you that you have an obligation here. If you die, everyone in this sect will not survive your absence for long." Ryun's expression sobered, and he gave her a firm nod. It looked like that was going to be the most that she would get from him. A couple of days after Ryun left on his trip, Onrush was standing in Kree's makeshift room as the girl was taken out of the bath. She was shivering and barely able to keep her head up. Quickly, Tali and Onrush cleaned her up and shuffled her to bed. Tali had kept Kree awake for all that time as the bath worked on her body. It made Onrush uncomfortable, especially since she could see that it had hurt Kree, but her daughter had endured and had been rewarded for it. She spent the next day sitting next to Kree's bed, looking over her as she slept. Seeing her sleeping so peacefully made her remember a simpler time when she had just been born, when her life had been so much different. They had never had much, but they had survived. Now she enjoyed the wealth of the sect, the secrets of gaining power. She herself had been granted gifts that every cultivator dreamed about. She was still not sure if all of this was real or if she was just dreaming. Sometimes she felt afraid of going to sleep, fearing that she would wake up in her old life. There was much pain in her past, something she tried not to think of. She was someone who looked forward, and now Kree was the focus of all her plans for the future. She needed to make sure that Kree's growth was proper, that she didn't squander the gifts that she had been given. She didn't want Kree to turn out like young Fier had. She heard Kree mumble something, and then her eyes opened up, looking sleepily at her and frowning. "Oh," she said as she recognized her. "Hey, Mom." Onrush smiled down at Kree. "Good morning. How are you feeling?" Like I've been soaking in elixirs for the past few days." Kree grinned up at her. Onrush chuckled. "So? Don't keep me in suspense. How much stats did you get?" Onrush asked.
Apparently the amount varied. The bathing method would always give more stats than just drinking the elixirs, but the amount depended on how well the person's body accepted the elixirs, and several other factors, such as the person staying awake during the process, which Cree had done as Tali had instructed. Cree blinked, her eyes looking at something that only she could see. Finally, her eyes widened.
"Whoa. Can I see?"
Onrush asked, and Cree blinked up, then nodded. A moment later, her daughter's screens appeared in front of her. Name: Cree Kesh. Race: Human, Infinite Realm. Titles: Alchemical Tester. Essence: 0, greater. Cultivation: The Path of the Final End, E. Stage: Peak Foundation, 0 of 3,000 greater essence. Base Technique: Cold Mantle. Branch Technique: Cold Breath. Fruit Technique: Cold End. Perks: Body of Cold, Path Perk. Your body is touched by cold. Damaging effects of cold have 50% less effect on you, and your body is filled with the essence of the cold. Strength and endurance increase depends on the temperature around you. Strength of effect depends on wisdom stat. Fortified Mind, Path Perk. Your mind is fortified, able to resist mind-altering effects. Strength of effect depends on intelligence stat. Cold Forged Core, Path Perk. Your chi core is forged by the essence of the cold. Increase core capacity by 40%. Increase chi density by 20%. Minus 20% to chi speed. Plus 20% to wisdom stat. Using techniques lowers the temperature of the air around you. Strength, 56. Dexterity, 57. Vitality, 65. Endurance, 85. Intelligence, 72. Wisdom, 106. Cree's words were exactly right. She had gained a lot of stats from the alchemy potions. Onrush herself had used the ones that Ryun had given her, but she had drank them before Tali told them about the bathing method. Now they had used a lot of the sect's supply on Cree, so there wasn't enough for another bath. And the one that Cree had used had lost its power, the liquid having turned into a brown color that no longer had any potency. Onrush was thankful to Ryun for spending so many resources on Cree. She knew that it was going to give her daughter far more advantages than most anybody else. Coupled with his path and instruction, Cree would grow strong. "Now you need only to pick your skills," Onrush said. Most of Cree's choices had been made for her, but Ryun had insisted on Cree making some of the choices on her own. He and Tali had made a list of skills that might be useful for Cree and had asked her to choose. "I still don't know what to choose," Cree said. "You don't need to rush," Onrush said. "But Ryun had asked me to suggest that you pick up a spear." He seemed to think that Naira was good enough with the spear that her instruction in spear-wielding would be better than the sword-fighting that Cree had learned so far. Onrush wasn't so certain, but Ryun did have good instincts about these kind of things. "I don't know," Cree started, but Onrush could see right through her. "You don't need to worry. You don't need to follow in my footsteps. If you don't like the sword, then so be it." Cree nodded. "I would like to try the spear," she said sheepishly. "Good," Onrush said. "You should also try other weapons, but don't make your decision until after you get a feel for your techniques. You should find a weapon that suits your version of Ryun's techniques." Onrush knew that because of the different aspect, Cree's techniques would have different effects they had yet to test out. "Can we do that now?" Cree asked, sitting up in her bed. Onrush smiled. "You should rest some more. Tali said that you shouldn't use your chi for another day or so, as your body is still adjusting. Rest. There will be time for you to test things out later." As she finished speaking, Cree yawned. Her body was exhausted, and within minutes she had fallen back to sleep. Onrush looked forward to testing Cree's techniques with her.
She hoped that she had some time to spend with her in the first place. Ierv and she would be leaving for the last Ember sect in less than a week, and she didn't know when she would see Cree again. It nearly made her heart break to leave her, but Cree had grown up. She could gain essence now, and she had a path. Everything was changing, and she could barely believe that just several months ago both of their futures had seemed so bleak. But now they both had prospects, had support, and had a future. She shook her head and stood. There was more work to be done. Administration of the sect would not take care of itself. She needed to make sure that the sect kept running while she and Ierv were away. With that thought in mind, Onrush began walking toward her office and the piles of paper that she knew were waiting for her there. Chapter 21. Present. Zack. Second floor. Their 5-person team stepped out of the darkness and on to the next floor. The passage itself seemed to be some kind of a portal, as they simply entered into darkness and stepped out on the next floor. Zack hadn't felt anything, but he was certain that they hadn't just walked through a door. The second floor was more what he imagined a dungeon to be. Stone walls surrounded them, blocks of a constructed corridor leading forward, lit by torches mounted on the walls which illuminated everything. There was no sign of monsters, but they had expected that. The second floor was a floor filled with traps. They advanced slowly, taking great care to look out for anything hidden. Gris was at the front, his danger sense proving invaluable in avoiding any pitfall. The issue was that it only activated the moment the trap was triggered. So there were several instances where they all had to act quickly to get out of the way of spikes shooting out of the walls, bursts of fire from the ceiling, and collapsing floors. In fact, Zack's wind favorite perk gave him advanced warning itself a few times. The sounds of stone grinding against stone inside the walls were carried to his ears, letting him know that a trap had been activated even before Gris could shout a warning. They were moving slowly, but they were getting through the corridors and larger trap rooms at an even pace. They didn't know how large this floor was, since the size could change, but they were lucky that they hadn't encountered any monsters yet, as sometimes the second floor had monsters to augment the traps. They did encounter chests every once in a while, but the loot was still not powerful enough to be of real use for them. The second floor was supposed to be appropriate for people in the range of level 40 to 60, which was still lower than their levels. After almost an hour of walking, they reached a long room that had a large hole in the middle with no way to get across. On the other side of the room was the door that led beyond the room and a lever on the floor in front of it. They approached the edge of the hole slowly and looked down. It was filled with a green liquid that sizzled intermittently.
"Acid," Gris said.
"The other side is pretty far away," Edema, the Minotaur, said. "There's no way I can jump over that, and my movement ability needs the ground."
Nyathula's tentacles twitched as she spoke.
"My blink won't be enough either," she said.
Zack knew that the other two, Gris and Zalor, also didn't have any movement powers that could cross that distance.
"I might be able to make it," Zack said as he narrowed his eyes and studied the distance.
Zalor walked over to stand next to him and looked down at the green acid. They then pulled out a piece of fruit from their ring and threw it in. As soon as it hit the acid, it sizzled, dissolving it nearly instantly.
"My abilities might not be able to reach you if you fall short," they said, "and that thing will dissolve you quickly."
Zack grimaced. "I don't see anything that can help us get across, and I think that lever over there will probably make something for you to be able to cross." Gris nodded.
"Aye, the dungeon will not make a room that was impossible to cross."
"So I'm going across?" Zack asked. The others all agreed after a few moments, and Zack got ready.
"Wait,"
Gris called out suddenly.
I think I can help a bit.
The drake walked to the edge and knelt, placing his shield on his shoulder and bracing it against the floor.
I'll give you a small push, the drake said, and Zack nodded.
He walked back to the entrance, getting some room to gain speed, and then he focused. He focused on his Wind's Child perk, slowly moving the air around him. He activated his Calm Before the Storm technique to trigger his Lightning Chi aspect perk and received a 30% increase to his dexterity. Then he pushed off the ground, his body rushing forward at max speed instantly because of his Lightning Body perk. He reached Gris and summoned Mistral to his hand as he placed his foot on his shield. Immediately, his sword's ability increased his stats by an additional 5%. Gris moved, pushing with his shield even as Zack bent his knees to jump. 2 white wings made out of light sprang from Zack's back as he activated Winged Leap. Then he was soaring through the air and over the acid-filled hole below. He pushed the air around him, forcing it into a wind that pushed at his back, carrying him further. The other side was growing nearer as he dismissed Mistral to reduce his weight. He felt the wind pushing him further, harder as he got to the end. His leap was just short of being long enough, and Zack reached forward with his hand, summoning Mistral back, and stabbed it forward. Mistral cut into the seam between the 2 blocks, and Zack caught himself on it. His feet reached dangerously close to the acid, and his boots sizzled for a moment before he pulled his legs up.
"That was close,"
Mistral's voice said inside Zack's head. Zack didn't respond as he pulled himself up and then grabbed the edge, pulling himself over it as he dismissed Mistral. He lay on his back for a few moments, catching his breath.
"I wouldn't have made it without you," Zack said.
The wind perk that he had gained from Mistral had proven itself incredibly useful yet again.
"No problem,"
his sword yawned inside his head. Zack got back to his feet and looked across the room at the others, who waved at him. He waved back. It had to be at least half a football field's length. It was the farthest distance he had ever jumped over. He turned over and walked over to the lever. He took a moment to check for any traps, and then when he didn't see anything, he pulled it. Immediately a rumbling sound could be heard inside the room, and a slab of stone started extending from the 2 edges of the room over the acid, creating a bridge over which 2 people could walk side by side comfortably. Zack walked over to the start of the bridge and waited as the 2 sides met in the middle and the others started to cross. His eyes kept searching the room, looking for any signs of other traps. The 4 on the bridge were doing the same, with Gris having his shield up and ready. And then Zack saw movement, but before he could yell out a warning, Gris moved. His shield was covered with translucent plate, and he smashed to the side and hit a person-sized blob of acid that had jumped from below. It was an acid slime, Tier 2, and just as it fell into the pool of acid, more started jumping up. Nyathala's staff pointed to the side, and a barrage of violet bolts smashed into 3 slimes heading toward her, sending them tumbling back down. "Run!" Zack yelled as he summoned Mistral again. Gris smashed another slime as Zalor ran past him and toward Zack. Edema's hammer hit another, sending it flying down. Nyathala blinked forward, and Gris and Edema ran after her, protecting her back. A slime jumped onto the bridge in front of Zalor, and they raised their hands, causing a box made out of translucent yellow light to fall on top of the slime, trapping it inside. Zalor jumped over the prison and reached Zack, who ran past them and toward the cracking prison. The slime escaped, and Zack swiped with his sword. Wind's Child activated, and he enhanced it with Wind's Favorite. A gust of wind hit the slime and pushed it off the bridge, just as Nyathala reached him. She fired her barrage again, and Zack stopped in step with her, following her to safety as he felt that Gris and Edema could protect themselves better. More slimes tried to jump them, but Zack used his wind powers to send them flying back down. Killing slimes was incredibly hard without the right powers, and none of them, aside from Nyathala and himself, had abilities that could kill them quickly. As he and Nyathala ran, he moved his chi, switching to his fruit technique. As another slime jumped in front of them, Zack dashed forward, his sword stabbing into the center of the slime, and then activated Lightning Strike. Sparks flashed, and lightning chi discharged inside of the monster, destroying it from the inside. It lost its cohesion and turned into a liquid that flowed over the bridge back into the pool of acid. Zack and Nyathala reached safety and stopped next to Zalor. They watched as Gris and Edema pushed through the attacking slimes, a bit slower than the rest of them had, but they weren't having much issues. They fought clear of the slimes and reached the end of the bridge. A few slimes tried to come after them, but Gris smashed his shield forward and sent a wave of force that sent them flying back as the rest of them took positions behind him. More slimes started jumping up, but they were ready for them now. Nyathala sent her barrage at them, killing 2 of them. Edema smashed her hammer into the side of an airborne slime and broke through its membrane, splashing acid all over the wall to her right. Zack could see that her hammer was sizzling as the acid ate at the metal it was made out of, but it was still holding up. Zack stood next to Zalor, waiting for them to drop their light prison on the slimes, and then stabbed into them with his lightning strike once they freed themselves. Gris was using his defensive abilities to send back almost half of the attacking slimes, allowing the rest of them to take care of the smaller numbers and not get overwhelmed. The slimes on their own weren't much of a threat. They were easy to kill with the right weapon or power, but when they had numbers, they could easily overwhelm their target. As they cut down the slimes' numbers, Gris was able to stop preventing more from jumping up on the platform. With only a handful of them left, they killed them quickly. With a chance to catch their breath, they looked around. A chest had appeared near the exit of the room, but Zack was still focused on making sure that there weren't any more hidden slimes somewhere in the room. "I guess the dungeon did spawn monsters for this floor this time," Gris said with a grimace as they all walked over to the chest. "We need to proceed carefully," Zalor added. "If there are monsters, there will be at least one boss." Gris grimaced. "A slime boss. Ugh." Edema nodded her head, agreeing with the sentiment. "They are annoying, but we are lucky that this floor is still lower in tiers than us. We shouldn't have much problems if we take it slow." Zack didn't know too much about slime bosses, aside from the general knowledge he had about regular slimes. They were vulnerable to chi or energy-based attacks. Sufficient blunt force damage could disrupt their cohesion and kill them as well, if it broke the membrane that gave them their shape. Otherwise, just cutting and stabbing wouldn't do much, as the membrane was malleable and capable of regeneration. It needed to be damaged enough in a short period of time so that it couldn't heal itself. They checked the chest and found some essence crystals as well as a short sword that, again, none of them could use. It went into their storage along with the rest of the gear to be sold after they finished the dive. Their team continued on, doing their best to evade traps or muscle through them when they could not. Their builds didn't allow them to safely dismantle every trap, but the second floor wasn't a high-tiered one, and they didn't have many problems, aside from the need to be extra careful not to get taken off guard by a trap or a room filled with slimes, which they did encounter 2 more times. One was a room where the slimes had been attached to the ceiling and had then dropped down on their heads once they had gotten far enough into the room. Gris had saved them with one of his perks that created a spherical barrier around them that pushed the enemies away, but it had been a tough fight. The second room had only a few slimes, but these ones had been made out of some kind of a liquid metal and had been extremely hard to kill. They acquired loot along the way, essence crystals which they split evenly amongst them, and gear that they stored to sell later. Finally, they reached the end of the dungeon, seeing a familiar-looking door with a massive slime sitting in front of it. "Well, this is going to suck," Edema said, and Zack could only agree. The slime was the size of a school bus, and it was pink in color. He didn't know what type it was at a glance, and the name above it didn't give him any clues. Great Slime, E, Tier 2. It was the strongest monster they had encountered so far, so they proceeded with caution. Spreading out, they began to surround it, but as soon as they stepped within 20 paces of it, the monster reacted. Its surface rippled, and then it expelled a blast at Edema. The Minotaur dodged, but the liquid splashed on the ground near her, and some of it got on her leg. Zack saw it sticking to her like glue and prevent her from moving. The Minotaur roared and used her charge ability to get away, the sticky substance stretching and finally snapping as she got away. A sticky monster. Great. Nyathala unleashed her attacks, sending a barrage of violet energy striking the boss. Zack charged Mistral and then used Razor Wind, sending blades of wind to strike at the slime. Zeller held back and pulled out bottles from their belts and started throwing them over their heads. Gris got closer and the slime moved, bouncing and nearly dropping on top of him, but he used his movement ability to get out of the way. Then Zack's wind blade hit the slime as its surface swayed and managed to cut away a big chunk of its body. The cut-off part dropped to the ground, but instead of dissipating, it formed into another, smaller version of the boss. "Fuck," Zack said out loud as they all realized what had happened. Gris was using his shield and his plates to keep the big boss occupied as it tried to stick him to the ground. Every time one of his translucent plates got tangled with the slimy substance, he dismissed it, letting the slimy goo fall to the ground before he then summoned his plates again. Zack was sending his wind blades at the smaller slimes, since he knew that getting them small enough would result in their death. Edema was smashing the smaller slimes with him, while Nyathala fired her barrage every time it was off cooldown. She used some of her perks in the downtime, sending larger bolts of violet energy that blasted bigger chunks of the boss to nothingness. The boss itself wasn't much threat to them. It was annoying more than anything, and they were killing it, if slowly. Its volume was reducing, and the lesser slimes that were formed from chunks blown from the main body were dying quickly as Zack rushed around the chamber and used his lightning blade to kill them. Gris was covered in sticky slime that anchored him to the ground, but the boss still couldn't get close to him since he was constantly using perks and abilities that pushed it away or disrupted it somehow. Zaller's alchemical bottles were all mostly acid or some explosive, so they were contributing to damage considerably as well. Edema roared and raised her hammer high, a red glow appearing around it, making her hammer larger. She smashed it down on one of the smaller slimes, splashing it in all directions. Zack recognized the skill use, but he wasn't sure what kind she was using. A strike or smash or something in that vein was most likely. Nyathala stopped what she was doing and pulled her staff back, pressing her head against it. He could see her focusing, and then her eyes opened, glowing with violet light. A moment later she pointed it at the slime boss, and a large beam of arcane energy hit it in its center of mass. It burned through it, leaving a large hole where a big chunk of its volume used to be. Finally, the boss's volume was reduced enough that it was around the size of an ordinary slime. Zack used his winged leap and got close, his chi roaring throughout his body. He stabbed the boss with Mistral and released his lightning strike. The monster's body shook, and then the surface of the slime rippled, and it fell apart, dying. With the boss defeated, a chest appeared. They gathered near it, and Zaller used their healing abilities to mend the smaller wounds that the group had suffered. Gris opened the chest, and they found more essence crystals and some potions. Again they split the loot, and then turned toward the doors leading to the next floor. Finally, they were going to step onto a floor that was going to be a challenge. But before they did so, they took a moment to recover, drinking recovery potions, and eating some food as well as resting for a few hours. They weren't in a rush, but the next floor wasn't going to be as easy, and they needed to be prepared. Chapter 22. Present. Zack. Boss Fight. The team spread out as the boss charged at them. Zack used his greater evade, his body twisting out of the way as the molten golem's fist crashed into the ground where he had been standing just a moment before. The boss was a greater molten golem, E, Tier 4, a monster that was powerful enough to give them some difficulties. The third floor was a series of caverns filled with lava rivers and molten golems. Their bodies seemed to be made out of lava that had hardened and cooled, but was still hot enough that just touching it would scorch a person's skin. Zack was grateful for his new armor, the greater armor of the Silver Sentinel, as it had protected him from the burns. Some of the others hadn't been as fortunate. Nyathala didn't use armor, and one of the golems had managed to get close enough to her to hit her. Not only had she cracked a bone, but the skin on her hand had been filled with blisters. Thankfully, they had Zalor as their healer, and their minor heal healed Nyathala's wound quickly, and they had continued through the floor. The third floor was the first floor where they had encountered a challenge. The monsters here were all golem types, and all were in the Tier 2 range, but were close enough to their own levels of power. Coupled with the fact that the golems were extremely durable, the team had to proceed slowly and carefully. Zack's attacks hadn't been as useful as they had before. Sure, he could kill the golems, but they were resistant to his type of attacks. Killing one required a bit of inventive avenues of attack. He would bind them with his light chains and then pierce through their tough bodies and break chunks off until they died. Edema and Gris were much more suited to dealing with the golems. It had taken them a better part of the day to get through the floor, and now they were at the end, fighting the final boss. The golem was at least twice as tall as Edema, and 3 times as wide. Its body seemed to be made out of black rock, with glowing veins crisscrossing all over its surface. It was also extremely hot. Just getting near it was enough to give light burns. Zack could counter that a bit with his wind-based powers, but it was still hard to get anywhere near it. Zalor was standing at the back of the room with Nyathala, casting their heals from the distance every time one of them was hurt, Gris and Edema being the main ones, as they were close-range fighters, and the Minotaurus's hammer was their best weapon against the golem. Zack danced around the golem, extending his left hand and using his light chains to tangle the boss's right hand. Gris closed the distance and smashed into the golem's other side, making it stumble right into Edema's hammer. She used an ability, and her weapon shone with pale light as it shot forward and smashed into the golem's shoulder, cracking the surface of the rock and sending a shower of shrapnel everywhere. The golem tried to swipe at Edema, but Zack's chains slowed it down for a few moments, allowing her to jump out of range. As his chains cracked, Gris smashed his mace into the golem's back, just as Nyathala's barrage smashed into it. The fight had already lasted for a while, and the golem was covered in cracks, so Zack ran forward. He got close to its back as it turned to attack Gris, and jumped on its back, the wind behind him pushing him slightly farther, and as his feet landed on its back, he activated White Wing. A wing of white light appeared over his sword, and then Zack surged forward, his sword attacking the cracks that his weakness sense told him were sufficiently damaged. His sword flashed with white light, hitting several points in the boss's body as he dashed over its back and jumped over its head. Chunks of its body flew off, the cracks widened, and the golem staggered. Edema charged from behind, intent on ending the fight, when the boss smashed both arms into the ground, and the rock beneath them rippled and turned into melt. Zack's feet just hit the ground when he was forced to jump in the air again and avoid the wave of molten rock. He evaded the attack and saw Gris smash his shield into the ground just as the wave reached him, the ground bursting as he sent a wave of rippling rock toward the boss's own. The two waves met, and an explosion of rock and melt showered everything around him. A translucent plate grew out of his shield and surrounded him, protecting him from it, and Zack used Mistral and his Wind's Favorite perk to block and push the smaller chunks that flew in his direction. Edema was protected from the shower by the golem itself, but she was evading the wave that came at her. She jumped, evading the rolling ground, but then dropped onto the melt. Zack winced as he heard her scream as the magma burned her hooves. Nyathala unleashed one of her perks, and a violet beam smashed into the golem's side, blowing apart one of its arms. Zack's light chains came off cooldown, and he pointed his hand at the boss's head. The chains of light sprang into existence, and Zack pulled himself with them, flying straight at the golem's head. He stabbed forward with Mistral, piercing through the crack in the golem's chest, and activated his Consequence perk. The kinetic energy he had stored ripped out of his sword and cracked the boss's chest open, wrenching Mistral out of his hand and sending him tumbling down over its back. Then Gris was there, and he smashed his mace into the golem's torso. The boss couldn't take any more damage, and the rock crumbled to pieces. Zack summoned Mistral back and used his Wind's Favorite perk to cool the ground in front of him as he dropped down. Immediately he made his way to where Edema was, and sent the air over the already cooling ground, reducing the heat further. Her hooves were burned, and he helped her walk away from the still hot ground. He too felt the heat through his boots, even though the boss's attack had already cooled enough that the ground wasn't melted anymore. Zalor and Nyathala walked over to them. Zalor knelt next to the grimacing Edema and put their hands over her hooves. Edema, smartly, hadn't used any healing potions. It would have been a waste, since the boss had been almost dead, and Zalor's heal was sufficient to heal her wounds. They used their main healing ability, and Zack could visibly see the injury getting better. He left them there, trusting that Zalor would heal them up quickly, and walked over to Gris, who was standing near the chest that had just appeared. It was the largest chest that they had gotten so far, and Zack was excited to see what the loot was. The golem had been the last boss of this floor, the first of the harder enemies that they would now face. It had been very close to their tears. Gris opened the chest as Zack reached him, and the two of them looked inside. There was the usual assortment of items, a pile of essence crystals, larger than any reward they had gotten so far. Already they had looted essence crystals in the value of about 4,000 greater essence, which they had split among them. Zack checked his screen and saw how much essence he had gained for the boss. He had around 16,000 greater essence, from what they had earned on the first 3 floors and what he'd had before they entered, plus what he had gained from using his dagger. He knew that they were yet to really earn the bulk of the essence that the dungeon could provide. So far, they'd only been killing enemies that were lower in level than them, but the next floor was going to be different. All of them had enough essence to level at least 10 levels, but they were holding off on it, and the higher leveled they were, the less essence they would get as a reward. So they were taking a risk, trying to take on stronger floors without those extra levels. Zack glanced to the rest of the items in the chest. There was a bag with ingredients, several potions, and a set of armor, and 2 weapons, as well as a small box. He touched them each in turn and saw what they did. Molten Armor, R. +5 to endurance and strength, plus 10% fire resistance. Repair. Molten Hammer, R. +5 to endurance and strength, plus 5% fire resistance. Molten Shield, R. +5 to endurance and strength, plus 5% fire resistance. The items were solid. Not the best, but certainly the best items they had gotten so far. All of the items appeared to be made out of the same substance as the golem had been, a rock-like material with glowing cracks. They were even warm to the touch, but none were as hot as the golem. Zack saw Gris eyeing the shield. He didn't know how good Gris's shield was, so perhaps this one was an upgrade. The way that they distributed the items was simple. If more than one person was interested in the items, they would roll a die that would choose who would pick first. If no one wanted anything, then it went into the joint pile in order to be sold later, with all of them splitting the profits afterward. Now only Gris could use the shield, so there wasn't really even a need for them to roll. Gris had intentionally gathered a team where everyone used a different type of equipment so that they wouldn't compete with one another for loot. While Gris tried out the shield, Zack grabbed the last item, the small box that was in the corner. He opened it and found a ring inside. He touched it and then blinked as he read the description. Ring of Regeneration, E. +10 to Vitality. The ring has 7 charges that recharge on their own at a rate of 1 per 3 days. Using a charge will boost the wearer's vitality by 400% for 3 minutes and deplete 1 charge. Can only be used outside of combat. This was the first item that Zack felt was something that he could wear right at the moment.
"What is it?"
Gris asked as he noticed Zack staring at the ring. Zack showed it to him, and Gris's eyes widened.
"Well, that's useful," Gris exclaimed.
"Should we roll for it now?" Zack asked. Gris grimaced.
"No, we should give it to whoever would find it most useful for the dungeon run, and then we can roll once we are out. Better to have it help us now."
Zack thought about it, and then nodded in agreement before the two of them walked over to the others and showed them the loot. Most of the loot they placed in storage, since no one wanted it, but the ring they decided to give to Edema, since she was the least mobile of them and was a front-line fighter. Gris had his defenses, Zack was more mobile than her, Zalor and Nyathala didn't really need such help. It wouldn't be as useful in combat, but it would let Edema heal up outside of it and spare Zalor the cooldown in case they got into real trouble. Once they finished up and rested up a bit, they headed up to the door and the next floor. The dark stone doors shone with the same symbols as the entrance to the dungeon, only being smaller. They pushed the doors open and stepped into darkness. After the doors closed behind them, they took a step forward and stepped out into the light. The 4th floor was a frozen tunnel, with light coming in from something behind the ice that softly illuminated everything. Zack was glad that his armor had enough padding that the cold didn't bother him much, but he could still feel the cold air as it passed through his helmet. They walked forward slowly, keeping their attention on their surroundings. This was the floor where they would encounter monsters around their level. Suddenly, as they were passing a wider section of the tunnel, Gris bellowed and raised his shield above him, a dome of translucent plates appearing around the team. Zack looked up and saw horse-sized spiders with white hair and gray chitin drop down on their heads from the ceiling. Ice Spider, R, Tier 4. The spiders weren't stronger than them, but there were 8. With Gris's dome, they had the chance to regroup, and Edema moved back with Zalor and Nyathala to the edge of the protective dome, while Zack stayed with the Drake. Zack activated his charged focus technique and felt his awareness increase. Then Gris dropped the dome, and the battle started. Zack used Winged Leap and White Wing in tandem, getting up into the air and flashing through the group of 3 spiders. His sword zoomed through the air, cutting up the spider's weak spots, as told to him by his weakness sense, a gust of wind blasting out with every strike. One of the spiders died immediately, while he wounded the other 2. Zack used his Wind's Favorite perk to twist himself in the air and levitate for a moment as he looked at the battle below them. Gris kept 2 of the spiders off balance, while Nyathala threw her bolts at another, and Zalor threw one of their alchemical concoctions, which exploded on contact. Edema stood next to the 2 of them, waiting and protecting them in case that some of the spiders decided to go after them. Zack dropped to the ground next to the 2 wounded spiders, and one of them shot something at him. He used greater evade to sidestep what appeared to be spiderweb, and then he dashed forward, his lightning chi moving through his body as he changed his breathing form. The spider tried to jump attack, but he shot out with his left hand, and light chains grabbed hold of the spider mid-air as he stabbed it with mistral through the eyes and released a lightning strike, the spider dying as the lightning chi discharged through its body. The second spider jumped over the corpse of the first before Zack could pull mistral out of the dead one's body. Zack let go of his sword and used greater evade to roll back as he dismissed and then summoned back his sword. The spider swiped at him with its legs, and he blocked, allowing the spider's leg to brush by his forearm. As he got hit, he activated Riposte and swung to the side, unleashing a lightning-fast attack that cleaved through the spider's chitin and nearly split it in half. The wind that followed his attack pushed the injured spider off his sword, and Zack stepped closer and stabbed the injured monster through the head, killing it. Immediately he turned around, looking if anyone else needed help, but saw that they had taken care of the other spiders. One was smoking in the corner, probably Zaller's work, whereas another had scorching holes that Zack now associated with Nyathala's powers. The last three had been smashed to death by Edema and Gris. They gathered around and looked through the chest that had appeared. The loot was better than it had been in the ordinary chests on the last floor. There were more essence crystals, a few more potions, and a small buckler that none of them could use, and which they would probably sell. As soon as they were done, they continued on, moving through the floor at a slower and more careful pace. They encountered a few more monsters, another spider group, and then something that resembled polar bears, but slimmer and saber-toothed. The monster was called Frost Vener, which, according to Gris, was a monster from the Drake homeworld that had lived in cold areas. It was tough to deal with, but thankfully these Veners didn't seem to run in packs, so they only ever had to deal with one of them at a time. Finally, they reached a large cavern and the first boss. It sat in the center of the round cave, and they immediately stopped at the entrance and backed away so not to alarm it. Zack glanced at the monster and grimaced. Alpha Frost Vener, E, Tier 5. The monster was massive, around the same size as the last boss from the first floor, the size of a small school bus. It was also the most powerful monster that they had encountered yet. "That is going to be tough," Edema said dubiously. Zack could only agree. He had seen how fast the regular Vener monsters were, so he assumed that this one was going to be even faster. "We need to hit it fast and hit it hard," Gris said. "Nyathala, can you use one of your more powerful perks?"
"My arcane beam is back from cooldown, but if I use it now, we won't be able to use it for half a day at least," the Cthulhu answered.
"We can always wait for the cooldown. Better that you use it immediately. Zaller, can you drop your prison on it? Nyathala, you might want to do it too. That way it can be immobilized while you prepare your perk. The three of us will spread around it in case it breaks free before you're ready."
"I can do that,"
Nyathala confirmed. They finalized the plan and then entered the cave. Immediately, Zack and Edema split to the side, while Gris walked in front of Nyathala and Zaller in order to protect them. The monster noticed them and stood up, roaring a challenge. Nyathala and Zaller dropped their prison abilities. A box of glowing yellow light snapped into place around the boss, and then Nyathala's violet prison came down around it. The monster roared and snapped at the prison walls. Zack saw Zaller's prison shatter, and he pulled his sword back, charging his razor wind. The monster smashed its paws into Nyathala's prison, and he saw it crack. Zack glanced back and saw that Nyathala wasn't ready for her beam yet, and so he prepared to fire a powerful blade of wind. The monster broke the prison, and Zack let his wind blade fly. A crescent of razor-sharp air flew at the beast as it prepared to leap, but then it somehow saw the attack. Zack saw it move to the side to evade, and yet still the crescent caught its back, cutting a shallow wound in its skin. The monster turned to look at him and growled, then leapt forward. Zack's eyes widened at its speed. In just a moment it was in front of him, its mouth opened wide enough to swallow him whole. Zack threw himself to the side with greater evade, his body twisting faster than he himself could throw his body to the side. The monster's head came down, and its body flashed by him as its momentum carried it behind him. Zack dropped to the ground and rolled, pain flashing through his arm. He got to his feet and looked down, blinking at the stump of his left hand, blood spilling down to the icy floor. The boss turned around, its mouth opening again, even as its claws dug deep into the ground. And then a violet beam of arcane energy flashed and hit it in the side. The venom yelped and jumped away, a bleeding wound appearing in its hide. Zack managed to get to his feet and dismiss Mistral, putting his right hand over the stump of his left and trying to stop the bleeding. In the next moment, Gris and Edema had arrived and pushed the boss, and Zack used his winged leap. He flew across the room and landed next to Zaller, who immediately reached for his hand and started using their abilities. A warm sensation filled him, and he saw the wound shifting as flesh started to grow back. "Damn, I just got this armor," Zack said with a grimace. Zaller quirked a corner of their mouth, but kept their focus on the hand. Zack glanced back and saw Gris and Edema trying to keep the boss occupied enough for Nyathila's arcane barrage to hit, but he saw that it wasn't going well. Gris was thrown back by a swipe of its paw, and Edema was thrown back as the monster roared and a blast of cold air exploded out of its body. Just as his hand finished regenerating, the monster turned toward the three of them. "Fuck," Zack said, and summoned back his sword as he activated Charged Focus. The venom leapt forward, and Zack ran at it, meeting it halfway as his sword shone with white light. He dashed through its attack, his white wing opening up more wounds along the injured side of its body. The monster roared in anguish and turned around, giving Nyathila a chance to send a powerful attack at its back. Zaller threw a bottle that exploded and started burning, and the monster growled and turned around to look at the two of them. Zack sent a few weaker blades of wind at its head, barely scratching its skin, but making it focus on him instead of Zaller and Nyathila. It leapt at him, faster than he could move, but he didn't try to escape. Instead, his breathing changed, and he snapped forward with his lightning strike, aiming and hitting the boss's eye. It whined and turned its head around, right into Edema's charge and a skill attack. Her smash hit it over the head, driving it into the ground and cracking the ice. Zack dashed forward, pulling out his dagger and focusing. He stabbed forward with a greater strike and pushed the dagger through its other eye and into its brain, executing the boss and taking its essence. He closed his eyes as it filled him, and then sighed, dropping down to his knees. The others gathered around the boss and him.
"Good job,"
Nyathila said. The chest appeared in the center of the room, but Zack stayed near the boss to catch his breath. That had been one tough monster. Interlude. Gris 1. Monster. Gris took a deep breath, calming his mind and body. The corpse of the Alpha Frost Venner boss was in the center of the cavern, and Gris looked at it for a moment. It had been their toughest fight so far, and he had seen just how close they had been to losing. Gris himself couldn't have taken more than a couple more of its attacks. It had such strength that even with his enhanced block he had felt it. Half the bones in his shield arm were fractured, and he was pretty sure that his ribs were cracked. The pain would be excruciating if not for his greater pain tolerance, and he was very glad that he hadn't deviated from his build in that case. He still remembered his young self thinking that it was a waste of a skill slot, that he was strong enough to handle some pain. Gris shook his head at how young and ignorant he had been. He was grateful that he ultimately decided to follow the guide, although he was wondering what it would have been like if he had evolved his skill into a greater block rather than enhanced block. The enhanced version allowed him greater speed when he used it to block, caused his shield arm to move faster than he was able to move himself, but the greater version would have allowed him to negate more of the attack. It was always an issue with the skills, the decision about the way one wanted to go. A greater evolution increased a skill's power. For some, it added range, for others, more power, sometimes both. An enhanced version usually improved the skill with some kind of utility-based increase, different for every skill. The way to trigger such evolution was mostly mental, the way one increased their understanding of the skill. He turned around and saw Zalor healing Edema, who had gotten a large gash over her arm and one of her horns torn off. He knew that they would have been in a lot of trouble without them. The fact that Zack had lost an arm in the opening moments of the fight would have put them a man down for the duration of the fight, at least, without a healer. A healing potion could help regrow a limb, depending on its rarity, but they didn't have many of that kind of healing potions. In any case, it would have taken far longer to regrow than what Zalor could do. Zack's quick thinking of going to them to get healed spoke well of his situational awareness, but then again, Gris had been aware that Zack had good instincts for a while now. He still couldn't really believe that he was friends with a real rancor, someone who had come from another world. He couldn't even imagine what having to survive would do to a person, especially considering his titles and his story. Gris could see his past in the human's entire being. The way that his eyes had that old look in them, despite him being barely 30 years old. He had seen it in his parents, in other old people, but there was more to it with Zack. There was a weight around him. He was a man who had lived through a war, who had seen and suffered loss. It was incredible just how normal he seemed, but Gris didn't forget what Zack said about his past. Gris glanced at him, seeing the rancor sitting on the ground and resting. It was so strange to Gris to see him seemingly so relaxed, because Gris had no doubt about who Zack really was. Zachariah was a monster, someone far more capable than Gris could ever hope to be, and the man didn't even realize it. Gris could see how fast he was advancing, how quickly he was learning, adapting. He was a monster, one who had been the most powerful rancor ever to arrive in the Infinite Realm, and Gris had checked. Zack had achieved more power than any other rancor ever had, and of those old rancors who survived, all were incredibly powerful now. Gris knew that Zack said that the other human who was transported here was even more powerful, but he couldn't speak to that. He had only seen Zack, and he could see that the man was going to become powerful. The way that he didn't even flinch when he lost his arm. Gris had seen veteran wardens lose their composure from far smaller injuries. A moment was all it took for them to lose their lives. Zack was just better. He had an innate understanding of how to use his abilities together. Gris knew that he could work on that a bit more, but Zack was already improving at a far faster rate than anyone Gris had seen before. Gris was glad that Zack had agreed to come with him into the dungeon. He was aware that he would get stronger than him, that he would advance faster than Gris could. In that, at least, the Drake was selfish. He wanted to use Zack as much as he could, to learn from him, and to advance as much as he could. His idea for them to not use essence and advance while in the dungeon was insane, and it had taken him a while to privately convince the others, but Zack immediately agreed. It had even made sense to him. It was a great risk, one that not many would agree to. This battle against the Alpha Frost Vener illustrated just how much of a risk it was. It had been a while since Gris had fought against a stronger opponent, and a while since he had been as injured as he was now. He could barely move his arm, and every breath was agony. But Zack, he could see it in his eyes now that this was normal to him, fighting against the odds, against monsters that were more powerful than him. That inspired Gris. He wanted to take chances and gain more power as a result. He saw that Zack was a real ranker, someone forged by adversity in a war against the odds. Compared to people born in the infinite realm, he truly was a monster. He advanced faster, and he was stronger, even for his level. He had seen it as they trained together, but far more so during their clearing of the floors. There was something different when he went all out against a monster, when he didn't hesitate and didn't hold back. And Gris knew that he could be stronger still. None of them had used their most powerful perks yet, mostly because of the cooldown and because they were trying to hold on to them for the last floor. Zack's perk was tailor-made for him, and Gris had seen how terrifying he became when he used it. Gris had trained with him, had seen firsthand how much power it gave him. Not only did that perk of his make him nearly unstoppable with a sword, Gris had noticed how his mastery increased after every use of the perk. He was pretty sure that Zack wasn't even aware of that, or at least not the full extent of it. It had been his class-defining perk, and it was not a surprise to Gris that it had changed him. He had seen the way that his movements became sharper even when he didn't use that perk. That was only going to get better and better as he advanced further. It was hard for him to look at sometimes, when he knew that he would never be able to achieve that kind of growth. It was why he wanted Zack to remain close, so that Gris might get a boost in his own advancement just from their proximity. That, and he liked the human. They were friends, not the closest, true, but friendly enough. And if one looked behind that brooding look and the weight that Zack always carried, he was even nice to talk to. Gris could see that he was accustomed to being in charge, accustomed to being better than others. Gris knew that he needed to talk with him about it before he encountered someone who was a lot more powerful than him, but the truth was that Zack did know a lot. His help with the case had been great, even if he had somewhat stepped all over Raylas's authority as the lead warden on the case. Thankfully, Raylas wasn't the kind of person to be bothered by such things, but other wardens might not look so kindly on that. But Gris understood why he behaved the way he did, because he had been one of the best in his world, because he had survived something that not many in the infinite realm could even understand. It was understandably hard for him to adjust to the world where he was not at the top, but Gris had seen that he was getting there, if slowly. As Zalor finished healing edema, Gris walked over, trying hard not to wince. They immediately turned around and used their powers on him. He knew that Zalor had a few healing perks, as well as their main healing ability, but he didn't know enough to recognize what they were using. Still, he relaxed as he felt the damage to his body being healed. He could have used a potion, but he didn't want to waste resources where they had a healer and weren't currently in any real danger. As soon as he was healed, he walked over to the chest with the others. They opened it up and looked inside. Like with most chests, it contained some essence crystals, which they divided equally. A couple of potions were in the corner, medium-grade healing potions, not much better than what they already had, and so they went into storage. There was one item of note, however, an amulet of water breathing. It was an incredible item, since it could allow for water breathing for a longer period of time before needing to recharge, unlike most that worked for a few minutes at most. It wasn't useful to any one of them, though, so they placed it in storage. But Gris knew that it could be sold for a lot of essence. Finally, he turned to the others. "We should make a decision now about whether we are going to advance in level." He had hoped that they could go through all 5 floors without advancing, as it would have made their gains greater. Already he had gained around 10,000 greater essence before this floor, but with the monsters that they had killed so far and this boss, he was close to 12,000, enough to level more than 10 levels. The stats would be an incredible boon to them all, especially on the next floor. They might even hit their next perk levels. "Why?" Zack asked, his head tilting as he looked at him. Gris saw the others looking uncomfortable. They were all good people, strong, and used to their power, but Zack was a breed apart from them. He could see the fear in their eyes, that they all had the thought that they might die to the next monster if they didn't use their essence. But Zack, there was no fear there, only drive. Gris was pretty certain that Zack didn't even realize that the others felt that way. "The monsters on this floor are already high tiers, enough that they are a challenge. It might be more prudent to level up, to even the playing field," Edema added before Gris could. Zack frowned. "They aren't that much of an issue. Do we really need a couple of levels? That's nothing." Gris almost laughed at that. A couple of levels. He seemingly didn't realize that people generally didn't fight anything that was stronger than them if they could help it. But there was something about the way Zack said the words that made the others shift their weight, to think. A few levels weren't much, that was true, and they had defeated the boss. Even Gris felt like they should take the risk, but it wasn't just his decision to make. He looked around, seeing them all thinking about it. "What do you think?" Gris asked. Finally, Zalor sighed. "We can stay like this for a while more, at least. We are gaining more essence now that we are fighting monsters that are greater in level than us." The others nodded after a second or two, and Zack just looked at them as if they were insane for even thinking this was a point of discussion. "That's good. I probably won't level myself no matter what. I need to finish my skill quest, as it requires me to kill monsters that are of at least Tier 3. Gris sighed. He knew those kind of quests. Most people would not even try to accomplish them. But then, Zack wasn't most people. Gris gathered everyone and they headed out of the boss room, after they harvested the boss's corpse, of course. They had done the same for every boss before, as the materials could be sold for a great deal. In truth, what they had obtained so far was a fortune already. If they left right this moment and went out of the dungeon, they could probably sell everything for enough essence so that all of them could reach their evolution. He wasn't even sure why they had been granted access to 5 floors, but he suspected that it had something to do with Zack. Perhaps the Warden Commander wanted to see how far he could get given the chance. The Abyssal Deep Dungeon was known for producing high-quality items and giving a lot of essence for people who were entering it for the first time. It was a big part as to why the Warden organization could even sustain itself. Gris didn't think about stopping. This was an opportunity of a lifetime, a chance to earn a fortune on which he could improve his life or advance beyond the second evolution. He tried to leave his thoughts of what came after behind him, and focus on the dungeon for now. They fought through more monster groups, spiders and veners, until they finally reached the end of the floor and the last boss. It was a spider, sitting up on the ceiling with another 24 or so smaller spiders. Ice Queen Spider, E, Tier 6. The boss was the max tier for this floor, powerful just like the last one was. But he could already tell that this one would rely more on its minions. It was that type of a monster boss. The spider looked the same as the smaller ones. White hair covered its carapace, only this one was at least 3 times as large. Not quite as large as the Vener boss, but big nevertheless. The team already had a tactic for multiple monster bosses. Nyathala had some AoE abilities with which she would deal most of the damage, while the other's job was to keep the boss and the minions occupied until they could be used. They took their positions, and started the fight. The spiders and the boss dropped from the ceiling and started attacking immediately. Nyathala focused down one spider, imprisoning it and then killing it quickly. A moment later, she started channeling her big AoE ability that targeted the same type of monsters. A vial of liquid flew over his head, hitting a group of spiders and setting them on fire. Zack was using his wind blades on Griss's left, and Edema was swinging her hammer on his left. Griss put his shield in front of him and activated his Force Armor perk. Plates of armor appeared over his shield and mace, giving him greater range as well as more defense. A group of spiders neared him, and he hit forward with his shield before activating Force Shield Bash. A wave of force exploded forward and hit the spiders, sending them back and staggering them. A few vials, thrown by Zaller, fell on them and set them on fire. In the distance he saw the spider boss screech and prepare to attack, and then Zack leapt over the spiders and attacked the boss directly. He used his dash attack and hit the boss a couple of times, drawing blood. The boss screeched, and the walls shook as more spiders started coming out. Griss grimaced as all of them headed his way. The Drake knew that with Zack keeping the boss occupied, he could focus on the smaller spiders and protect their back line. He activated his Taunting Bellow perk, and the spiders felt compelled to attack him. He moved forward, getting close to the spiders, and then he activated his support ability, Force Stomp. A wave of force staggered every spider around him, allowing Edema to charge in. A spider shot something at him and tangled up his shield, but then, before the other spiders could swarm him, pillars of violet light smashed into every spider around him, killing them. Immediately, Griss used his force charge and surged forward, hitting the boss in the side and sent it stumbling. Zack took advantage of the opportunity to open up a gash in the spider's side, and Edema arrived and smashed the boss over the head with her hammer. Griss hit it with his mace, cracking the carapace, and Zack dashed around to its head, stabbing it with his sword, nearly killing it. He then pulled out his dagger, and Griss saw another dagger made out of light superimpose itself over it, making it larger. Zack used the skill and stabbed the monster through the head again, and the spider twitched before falling to the ground, dead. Griss sighed in relief. The last boss of the floor had proven easier for them to handle than the first one had been, but then they were better equipped against weaker opponents that had only numbers going for them. He glanced at the chest, then walked over along with the others. Again they found essence crystals and potions, but the last item was a one-handed axe that did freezing damage to anything it hit. It was a great weapon, but none of them focused on such weapons, so again it went into storage. Griss was getting excited. The more items they gained that they couldn't use, the more essence they would earn once they sold them, and the further they would be able to advance from this run. After they stored everything, all of them turned toward the doors leading to the 5th floor. Side Story: Lord of Death. Eratimus Prideborn stood in his workshop, his hands hovering over the long slab of metal. In every one of his hands he held an engraving tool of his own design, or rather wore them, since the tools were similar to gloves. The vessel he was currently using was Cretan, an empty shell that had died a long time ago. The formations engraved into the body of the Cretan allowed for much better control, and Eratimus liked having more than one set of limbs when he worked in a hurry. The vessel had been a level 365 heart painter and a lord on the path of the brushing strokes. The body was fairly suited for his purposes. He had, of course, had to engrave the body extensively to prevent degradation, since it had not been an undead body, but there were also formations engraved on the chitin that did a variety of other things. Eratimus turned his attention to the slab in front of him, or at least one partition of his mind. Every one of his fingers extended into a sharp tip that he could use to engrave, highly conductive to chi and probably the most precise instruments ever created, at least as far as he was aware. He worked painstakingly on the metal piece that will eventually be used as a heating conduit. His intent was to tie the formation on the slab with another that he would place in a fireplace. The essence formation will connect the two pieces so that heating one will heat the other. It would work by taking in the essence of fire created in the fireplace and transferring it through a sympathetic bond to the second slab of metal. This was a commission, one made by a high ranker to the Grand Master formation maker going by the name of Rokal Sigat, an elusive figure that had never appeared in person and that only rarely took on commissions. He had risen to become the name people turned to when they wanted custom essence formations built of the highest quality. Rokal Sigat was, in fact, one of Erasmus's aliases. Few knew that almost half of the Corps' greatest formation masters were, in fact, him. He did not work for sale often, but when he did, it was always top-tier stuff, even when the effects were simple. He didn't do it for essence, although with the amount he charged, that was a great benefit. He mostly did it in order to keep his identities alive. As his hands worked over the slab, every finger of his right hand was engraving a pathway in the material in the shape of a different script, while he kept his shaping of inscribed will active and slowly used his left hand to fill the pathways that were created with his chi, creating a hollow conduit. Only one partition of his mind was focused on that work, while others focused on other things. There was no need for more of his mental power. In a way, creating an essence formation resembled creating the conduit system inside of a body. In order for different effects to be achieved, one needed to translate that into the world, to create a network of conduits, a pattern that could create a desired effect. Of course, that pattern had to be inscribed with chi, create an empty vessel that would serve as something similar to chi conduits, only outside the body. Essence formation was all about experimenting and coming up with new patterns, new scripts. It was very different from the array creation that classers could do, not that there were many array masters out there. Very few even understood the differences between a formation and an array. Erasmus took great care to make sure that his engravings had a distinct style. Every formation master had their own easily recognizable style, as formations were not an exact science, but Erasmus could easily replicate different styles, adding the signature flourishes that would instantly tell anyone familiar with Rokal Sigat's work that this was, in fact, the genuine article. That was quite the feat, since his type of scripts were designed around working mainly with death. That he could make a script that was unrecognizable from his own was a testament to his power and knowledge. And then, in the middle of his work, a formation activated, sending an alert to his home. The ring that sounded through his fortress was unique, and he immediately recognized the source. He grimaced, as much as a Cretan body could grimace, and stopped his work as all of his mental partitions joined together into one. He knew that he would need to go to the main hub of his fortress in order to see what the trouble was, but he also needed to finish the engraving. He glanced down on the slab of metal that was half finished, and at its twin that was still bare. He sighed and pointed his hands at the two pieces of metal and focused. Perfect engraving, my touch, memory of opus. Immediately engravings filled the two pieces. Conduits were formed, and scripts finished as he drew the script and engraved it from memory in an instant. He didn't like using his skill when he had free time, since he enjoyed engraving and then inscribing, but more pressing matters called for it. He waved his hand, and a human skeleton walked over. Its bones were of a strange, steel-like blue color, sturdy-looking, for they were. The previous owner of the bones had been an immortal realm cultivator on the path of the steel-wrought heart, as his true body reflected. The bones were covered with scripts, so tiny that one might not even notice them if they weren't looking closely. Its eyes were glowing with a dark orange light, and a black gem was embedded in its forehead. "Here, Antaro. Send it," Erasmus said, and the skeleton, Antaro, the steward of his fortress, bowed. "It will be done, master," came the voice from the skull, even though the jaw did not move. A script inlaid inside the skull allowed his creation to speak. Unlike most of Erasmus's minions, Antaro was unique because he had a soul. The original soul that had inhabited the body had been long gone when Erasmus found the body, but that wasn't a big obstacle. He had simply captured another and bound it to his will. Mindless minions had their uses, but so did the ones that could think for themselves. Erasmus had a few different types of servants, all of them undead. Some were raised through his class perk, while others he had painstakingly inscribed and raised with his path. There were many ways to achieve the same thing. Erasmus walked through his fortress, which was nestled deep inside the mountaintop of a territory outside of the core, secret to all but one other. It used to be a wild dungeon, the Dragon Peak, before he conquered it and took it for his own. Some of the previous occupants now even served him. He passed by the eyrie and the massive undead dragon resting there, then entered the throne room. It was a large round room, with a massive throne in the center and 18 smaller thrones set along the walls in a circle. There was no one inside, living or dead, but the room was filled with formations. Erasmus felt them wash over him, testing, probing, and then going silent as they recognized him. There was enough firepower in this room to wipe entire territories off the face of the map, and all of it was there to prevent intruders. He even had a reaction engine beneath his home in case he ever needed to cut his losses and destroy everything. Only to be used if anyone managed to get by the undead dragon, that was. The throne in the center was majestic, made out of the white and black bones of the most powerful monsters Erasmus could find. Every bone inscribed with powerful formations. It was his greatest work, and the most valuable thing in his life. It was the vessel for his soul. Above the headrest, a vial pulsed with black and white chi, a phylactery to which his soul was bound. Below it sat a massive body, a minotaur that had no hair on its form, with pale skin and long curving horns. His original body, sitting there and soaking in the death essence funneled to it by his formations, cycling endlessly. He rarely used his original body, not because it was weak, but because there was no need to risk doing so. He had many vessels that he could afford to lose, but the body of an ascended realm cultivator was priceless. Erasmus turned from the center throne and looked at the one on his left side, the source of the alarm. He approached the throne, walking over the scripts that tied every throne to the center one and his phylactery. As soon as he reached it, he sat down in it, relaxing, and then using the formations to cast his soul away. He left the vessel, complete nothingness engulfing him, threatening to swallow him whole. But then he entered a vessel and opened his eyes. He was in another throne room, a smaller one. He quickly settled his soul into the new vessel and then triggered another formation, pulling chi from his real body and his phylactery, filling his new vessel with death and soul chi. The vessel had once belonged to a Damacy warrior. It did not have a large chi core, and so he filled it quickly. Thankfully, the body was powerful enough that it could survive his chi flowing through it, although not even it would survive if he tried to use his most advanced techniques. The vessel he had occupied was one in a territory far away from his fortress, a territory that had not seen visitors in a long time, and yet his alarms had been sounded, and so he stood up and started walking. There were skeletons around, soulless guards with barely any will that still obeyed his last commands. He reached out to them with his greater mind link, dominating every undead in the castle. Quickly he looked through their eyes, seeing who the intruders were. There was a group of 3, fighting with his undead in the courtyard of his castle. With a mental command, he froze all of his minions and waited. The 3 smashed a few more of his skeletons before they realized that the skeletons had stopped. They whispered amongst themselves for a bit, and then one of them stepped forward. He was a green-skinned human, his body wider and taller than any ordinary person could be, a true body change that increased muscle mass, perhaps. The human looked around, his weapon lowered but still ready, and then he spoke. "Great Lord of Death, we apologize for the intrusion. We are here to trade." Erasmus felt his eyebrows rise in surprise. It had been a long time since anyone had come to this castle with the intent to trade. He had assumed that people had forgotten about the possibility. It had been a few 100 years at least. Erasmus ordered his skeletons back and started walking through the castle. Quickly he made his way to the courtyard. He exited the double doors and stepped out onto the balcony, looking down in the courtyard at the 3 visitors. One human man, a Drake woman, and a Ravzer man looked up at him with awe in their eyes, but also surprise. They hadn't expected to find him here, he realized. He narrowed his eyes on them and used his ruler's eyes, discerning on them, feeling the effort on his vessel. He saw their screens, and in an instant realized why they had come. The 3 were obviously adventurers based on their gear, but they were all in the 9th tier of power, all on the cusp of becoming high rankers. But not all who achieved that tier of power became high rankers, or rather, not all achieved the strength of those who were called as such. There was more to it than what people thought. A high ranker was not a real thing. It was an invented title, something that those who were powerful invented to call people who had gained a greater measure of power. High ranker was a title given by others. It was, in a sense, a popularity contest. Their numbers were always around 100 and ranked by their power, or at least they were supposed to be. The people who decided the rankings did so based on exploits that a person had done, on the demonstration of their power. Erasmus, or rather the Lord of Death, was ranked as the 76th high ranker. The ranking had nothing to do with real power, only perceived power, though that was not to say that some of the high rankers didn't deserve their rankings. But people misunderstood what it meant to be in the ranks of the high rankers. There was one thing that separated them all from those below them: a title. A personal and unique title. All high rankers had it, but not all who had such a title were high rankers. Not everyone showed their power publicly. There were many ways that one could achieve it, but Erasmus felt like he had grasped what these 3 intended. There was only one reason why they would come to him. Their personal power was lacking, but there was more to strength than just that. Not everyone could achieve greatness through their personal power alone. Some augmented their power with items. Indeed, one of the most powerful beings in the world relied almost entirely on items. There was no shame in doing so. From one look upon their screens, he could tell that they would not gain the title on their own, but there were 2 ways that one could embody an ideal: by personally embodying an ideal, or by gaining enough notoriety that you are perceived to embody an ideal. To this day, Erasmus cursed his past ignorance and the way that he had achieved his title. He wondered what it would have been if he had done things differently. He had gained his title after a public display of power, when his summoned army had fought in the field watched by hundreds of thousands. It was not what he personally embodied. He was a formation master first, a necromancer second. Still, he had gained a lot of use from his title and perk that came with it. The timing of why the three came to him now was not coincidental. The tournament grew near, an event that would be seen by many. An event where new high rankers rose to join the ranks of the old. They intended to gain their titles there. "Adventurers," Erasmus said, his voice echoing through the courtyard. "How did you come to know me? I have not had any visitors in a long while." He saw the three look at one another, and then the human stepped forward. "My grandfather told me stories. He told me that coming to you would give us a chance to rise higher." "I assume that your grandfather told you what my price was?" Erasmus asked. "He did, great lord," the human said, bowing his head in sadness. "I know why you have come," Erasmus said, and he saw them startle and look up. "You do?" the human asked, surprised. "Of course. The tournament draws near. There is only one reason why you would come to me. You will need something really special in order to make it worth it to me." The human nodded his head. "It is so, great lord. We wish to ask for gear, for all three of us, to make us strong enough to fight in the tournament's rising category." Erasmus nodded. It was what he had expected. The category for those who had achieved the 9th tier of power, those who wanted to become high rankers. "As I said, you will need something very special in order to gain what you wish for." The human took a deep breath and then knelt on the ground, then pulled a body out of his storage. Erasmus blinked as he saw a green-skinned body, looking surprisingly similar to the man kneeling before it with a sad expression on his face. Erasmus walked down from the balcony and approached. The human took a step back and bowed his head. "Who is this to you, boy?" Erasmus asked. "My grandfather, great lord," the human answered. Erasmus's eyebrow rose in surprise. He used his eyes on the body, seeing that it was a peak immortal cultivator, one with the exact same perks and paths as the grandson. It was a body in perfect condition, preserved and without any wounds. Immortal realm people rarely died without any marks upon their body. "Did you kill him, boy?" "No," the human shook his head. "He took his own life to give me a chance for this trade." Erasmus blinked at that. The man took his own life so that his grandson could advance further. A risk, but one that Erasmus could respect. Seeing the condition of the core and the overall age of the body, Erasmus deduced that the man had reached his peak as far as cultivation was concerned. He probably stopped having inspirations ages ago, and had been stuck on the same stage for a long time. He had seen cultivators like that before. Some accepted it, others died trying to overcome it, and some looked toward the next generation, hoping to help them succeed where they had not. Erasmus wondered if he had encountered the dead man before. He had to have, since he knew where to point his grandson, but he didn't remember. The grandfather had been right to send his progeny here, as an immortal realm body was a rare find for Erasmus, especially in such a preserved condition. It was worth far more than what these three would want. His death sense perk told him that the man had died from poison that had stopped the heart, and that the damage to other organs wasn't even worth mentioning. The soul of the body was long gone, but he could still use it as an animated undead, or he could convert it into another vessel. He always needed vessels for his aliases. With this one, he would be able to walk freely in the core without anyone realizing who he was. Or perhaps he could inscribe it, strengthen it with formations, and then infuse it with another soul to create a servant like Antaro. The dead man used to be a warrior, and he had built his body to be powerful. Erasmus knelt and put his hand over the body, then used his greater raise dead ability, focusing it only on the body in front of him. The dead body twitched, much to the horror of the grandson and his comrades. The newly raised body stood, a vessel without any will. Erasmus reached out and ordered it inside the castle. He had no storage rings to store the body, and this seemed like the best way to get it where he wanted. The human and his friends watched as the body walked away and disappeared inside the castle.
"I accept your offer," Erasmus said, and then turned around. "Follow me."
Several hours later, the three left his castle equipped with gear powerful enough to make them high rankers without even the title. Mythic armor and weapons, rings and amulets, capes. He didn't keep a lot of gear in this castle, at least not compared to his other bases, but there was enough for the three adventurers. Even with all that he had given them, he still felt like he had gotten the better side of that trade. The body they had given him was priceless for someone like him, a true marvel. He found the raised corpse and pulled the death essence inside of it out, effectively killing it again. The corpse dropped, and Erasmus took a storage ring he had recovered from the armory and put the body inside. He gave it to the undead bird that he had raised from the bone armory in the castle just moments before, and ordered it to fly straight for his fortress. It would take it months to reach it, but he really didn't want to work on that body in this castle. It had been hundreds of years since he had updated the workshop, which meant that he probably should, but he had too many other obligations to bother with it at the moment. And it wasn't like he got visitors here often. He retreated to the throne room and sat on the throne. He activated the preservation formation beneath him in order to keep the vessel from degrading, and then he pulled his soul out. It snapped back through the great nothingness, and then a few moments later he was inside his phylactery. He felt his core and his chi swirling around through the vial and the formations around him on the throne, but he didn't spend much time on that. Instead, he sent his soul down into the body sitting on the throne. He entered his original body and finally felt content. The other vessels were useful, but they constrained him, as he had to control his chi carefully lest he break the vessels and send his soul back to the vial. Only his real body could handle his full power. He had vessels that came close, but none could survive when he went all out. He partitioned his mind, and each started monitoring a different thing using the formations in the throne. One looked at a territory nearby, where one of his undead armies fought against monsters, farming materials and essence for him. Others looked in on the slumbering guardians in his other castles across the core and surrounding it. Another looked in at the status of his formations in the fortress, making sure that all was well in his main base. The last partition looked inward, bringing up his screens to see just how much essence he had gathered since the last time he had looked. Name: Erasmus Prideborn. Race: Minotaur. Minim. Iteration 1. Titles: Adventurer. Hunt more than 100 monsters. +5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action. +5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. First to 10. First person in the world to reach level 10. +10% to all stats, 10,000 essence. Great Hero. Save more than 1,000 people with a single action. +50 to all stats, 10,000 essence. One against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents and win. +5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. Cannibal. Kill more than 5,000 people of your own race for their essence. +10 to all stats, 50,000 essence. Chief. Create an outpost. +3 to all stats, 1,000 essence. Leader. Upgrade an outpost to a town. +3 to all stats, 2,000 essence. Transcended. First cultivator in the world to reach the foundation stage. plus 10% to all stats, 100,000 essence. First body of precision. First cultivator in the world to forge their body, plus 20 dexterity, 10,000 essence. Formation crafter. Craft an essence formation, plus 10 to intelligence, 5,000 essence. 1 against horde. Fight against more than 100 opponents and win, plus 10 to all stats, 10,000 essence. One-man army. Fight against more than 1,000 opponents and win, plus 40 to all stats. Indomitable, 500,000 essence. Torturer. Torture a person for more than 3 months, plus 2 to all stats, 500 essence. Lord. Reach Lord realm, plus 5 to all stats, 500 greater essence. 1 against swarm. Fight against more than 10,000 opponents and win, plus 80 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence. Ruler. Become the sole ruler of a territory, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 greater essence, small mansion, town upgrade. Formation master. Craft more than 1,000 different essence formations, plus 20 to intelligence, 2,000 greater essence. True understanding. Evolve a skill to tier 6, plus 20 to all stats, 20,000 greater essence. Monarch. Reach Monarch realm, plus 10 to all stats, 1,000 greater essence. Alchemical tester. Use more than 10 alchemical concoctions to improve yourself, plus 2 to intelligence, 500 essence. Monster hunter. Kill 5,000 different monster types, plus 50 to all stats, 50,000 greater essence. Alchemical experiment. Use more than 100 alchemical concoctions to improve yourself, plus 10 to intelligence, 5,000 essence. Heavenly. Reach the heavenly realm, plus 30 to all stats, 50,000 greater essence. Hollowed mountain. First to clear the Hollowed Mountain dungeon, plus 2% to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. Immortal. Reach the immortal realm, plus 50 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence. Class Evolution 2. Evolve your class for the second time, plus 15 to all stats, 50 greater essence. The Lord of Death. Unique. Reach at least a combined power level of 9 tiers and embody an ideal, plus 1,200 to intelligence and wisdom, plus 5% to all stats. Death touch, 100,000 greater essence. Broken Eye. First to clear the Broken Eye dungeon, plus 2% to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. Isolationist. Spend 100 years without speaking or seeing another living person, plus 20 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence. Beyond Understanding 1. Focus your understanding of a Tier 6 skill, 1 skill, plus 250 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence per focused skill. Evolved. Reach the Evolved realm, plus 100 to all stats, 200,000 greater essence. Dragon Peak. First to clear the Dragon Peak dungeon, plus 2% to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. 1 against Legion. Fight against more than 100,000 opponents and win, plus 120 to all stats, 1,000 celestial essence. Monster Bane. Kill more than 5 million monsters, plus 200 to all stats, monstrous aura, 500,000 greater essence. Ascended. Reach the Ascended realm, plus 200 to all stats, 500,000 greater essence. Perks. Death Sense, class perk. You are able to sense the newly departed in a radius around you. You may gain insights about the cause of death. Radius depends on wisdom stat. Animate Undead, class perk. Once per day, you are able to animate a recently departed corpse that still has its soul attached, regardless of its condition. The raised minion is considered undead and can survive indefinitely in death essence-rich environments, or otherwise it will slowly degrade. The minion will follow your orders and will remain raised until destroyed. The power of the minion depends on the power of the target. Can have up to 5 minions raised at one time. Max strength of targets that can be raised depends on wisdom stat. Precision wrought body, path perk. Your body is enhanced for precision, and every movement is tightly controlled. Allows for precise control of your body, plus 20% to dexterity. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Divided mind, path perk. You are able to partition your mind into several fully functioning units, each able to think separately, plus 20% to intelligence. Amount of units depends on intelligence stat. Current amount, 9. Death Forged Core, path perk. Your core is forged by the essence of death. Increase core capacity by 20%, plus 20% to wisdom stat. Able to draw in death essence from the recently dead. The amount drawn depends on the target's power and the amount of time they had been dead. Death Chi, aspect perk. Your chi passively enhances your body with the essence of death. All decay and death-related attacks against you deal 80% reduced damage, plus 20% to wisdom and intelligence. Chi controller, precision and focus, path perk. Your chi control is nearly perfect. You are able to finely manipulate your chi and use up to 3 techniques at the same time, plus 20% to wisdom. Control depends on wisdom stat. Your focus and precision knows no bounds. As you inscribe, so the world shakes. True body, flawless coordination, path perk. Your body has been reforged into your true self, adopting attributes that reflect your path. Your path is that of the precision. As such, your body is designed so that you may perform any physical movement that your mind imagines without difficulty, at great speed, without the need for muscle memory. True body, flawless coordination cloud, path perk. Your body retains all the abilities granted by flawless coordination. Flawless coordination cloud is your truest self. Your body is soaked in death chi, and you may assume the state of death cloud. While active, your body becomes a cloud of death, giving off the essence of death, decreasing the regenerative effects of all living beings in your immediate surrounding by 120%. While in the death cloud state, you gain a plus 80% increased resistance to physical attacks, but you also gain a minus 40% decreased resistance to special attacks. While Death Cloud is active, you have none of your physical senses. You have total control of the cloud and can move it in any way you imagine. Running out of chi while in the Death Cloud state will result in death. Entering the Death Cloud when your physical body is damaged allows you to regenerate it through the expenditure of chi. You gain plus 10% to intelligence and plus 20% to wisdom. Death Aura, Withering Presence, Path Perk. By manifesting your chi aspect in the form of an aura, the cultivator creates a field around themselves filled with death chi in the radius depending on the cultivator's chi output. Activating the aura at a 3-meter radius around the cultivator takes 1.2%, 15%, of total chi supply, plus 0.4%, 5%, every second after. Increasing the range by 1 meter requires additional 0.8%, 10% of total chi supply. Increasing the intensity of the effect costs 0.4%, 5% of total chi supply for every 10% in effect increase. Using death chi techniques will cost 80%, 10% less chi while the aura is active. Everything inside the field will suffer the withering effects of death. You can narrow the aura to any part of your body, sheathing it in death chi, plus 20% to wisdom. Strength of effect and costs adjusted depending on the cultivation, chi density, and advancement. All life withers in your presence. You are a bastion of death. Bone Armor, Class Perk. You may summon armor made out of bones to shield you from harm. Requires a source of bones. Strength of the armor depends on the quality of bones used and wisdom stat. Fog of Death, class perk. Once per day, you may fill your surroundings with a miasmic fog that causes health degeneration of all living things it touches. Health degeneration and fog radius dependent on wisdom stat. Physical appearance, unchanging, path perk. Effects of aging are not shown on your outward appearance. Plus 15% to intelligence, plus 15% to wisdom, plus 15% to vitality. Ruler's Eyes, discerning, path perk. Using the ruler's eyes discerning allows you to see the screens of those you look at, plus 10% to wisdom, plus 10% to intelligence. Deepened core, death well, path perk. Your core is deepened, and your current total core capacity is doubled, plus 20% to wisdom. Your core is a well of death. The death around you fills you with power. Endless source of stamina, path perk. Your stamina is strengthened, and the effects of your endurance on your stamina are doubled, plus 10% to endurance. Forging of body and aspect, undead, path perk. You are immune to all death-related damaging effects. Your body is now considered undead, and as long as your body has access to an influx of death chi or death essence, it will not decay. You are no longer able to regenerate damage through vitality, and vital body functions no longer necessary for survival. Plus 20% to intelligence and plus 20% to wisdom. Immortality, phylactery, path perk. You may designate an object as your phylactery, imbuing your soul and chi core in it. You gain immortality. Allows you to possess different vessels by casting your soul into them. Physical stats and capabilities dependent on the vessel in current use, while mental stats remain the same as that of the original body. You may fill the vessel with death chi from the phylactery, but no more than the vessel's capacity. You are able to use original body's abilities, techniques, and skills, but the strain on the current vessel varies depending on its capabilities. You can no longer be affected by stat sickness. Destruction of the vessel sends the soul back to the phylactery, whereas destruction of the phylactery will result in true death. Gain plus 20% to wisdom and plus 20% to intelligence. Death Touch, title perk. Once every 5 months you may touch and raise any dead being and instantly convert it to an undead that is bound to your will. This undead's power will depend on the state of the corpse and will gain plus 20% to all of its stats and will not decay past this point. You gain 25% of its total essence invested as death essence. Inscriber's Conduits, path perk. Your chi conduits are made for perfect precision, allowing for extreme control of chi movement through conduits, plus 10% to wisdom. Mind Library, path perk. Gain perfect memory. You may store memories and knowledge inside an artificial construct inside your mind, plus 15% to intelligence. Remake Undead, class perk. Sacrifice one of your undead servants to fully heal an undead target. Raise Greater Bone Behemoth, class perk. Summon a behemoth made out of bone. The behemoth's power depends on the summoner's wisdom stat and the quality of bones used for summoning. The summon will obey all of the summoner's orders and will last until destroyed. Empower Undead, class perk. Once per combat, infuse an undead with power, increasing all of its stats by 100% for 10 minutes. Capture Soul, class perk. Once per day, you may capture and dominate a weaker soul and are able to place it in any suitable vessel. Siphon Life, class perk. Once per combat, you may siphon life out of an opponent and convert it to death energy that can heal and repair you. Deathly Silence, class perk. Expel a wave of silencing energy in a sphere around you, silencing all abilities and techniques for 4 seconds. Book of Engravings, skill perk. You hold the memories of the engravings that you have made with your engraving skill. My Touch, Memory of Opus, allows you to recreate any engraving perfectly in the fraction of the speed it originally took, plus 20% to intelligence. Amount of engravings memorized depends on the intelligence stat. Current, 233. Death Shield, class perk. Create an armor of death energy around you, shielding you from harm. Strength of effect depends on wisdom stat. Evolved Form, Bone Dragon, Death Soul, path perk. Assume your evolved form, that of a bone dragon. All techniques have their effectiveness increased by 150% while in evolved form. Your techniques deal soul damage. Gain plus 150% to all stats, plus 25% to wisdom, plus 25% to intelligence. You are Death Soul, for all that you touch dies a true death. Domain, path perk. You may craft an inner realm in which you may transport your soul for a time. Domain, field of bones and souls, path perk. Summon your realm into the real world, bringing all living things in range with you. The field of bones is a desolate landscape filled with the bones and souls of those you have slain and captured. Plus 20% to intelligence, plus 20% to wisdom. Master of Death and Soul, path perk. You may exert influence on death and soul essence around you, plus 20% to intelligence and plus 20% to wisdom. Soul Chi, aspect path. Your Chi passively enhances you with the aspect of the soul. All soul-based attacks and effects are 80% less effective against you, plus 20% to wisdom and plus 20% to intelligence. Class, Pillar of Death, L. Level, 179. Combat ability, Greater Raise Dead. Combat ability, Greater Death Bolt. Movement ability, Necrotic Blink. Support ability, Soul Binding. Cultivation, The Path of the Death Script, M.A. Stage, Early Ascended. Aspect number 1, Death. Aspect number 2, Soul. Base technique, Shaping of Inscribed Will. Branch technique, Will Gem Creation. Fruit technique, Will Construct Creation. Cultivation, The Path of Death and Bone, R.E. Stage, Peak Evolved. Aspect number 1, Death. Aspect number 2, Soul. Base technique, Bone Shaping. Branch technique, Field of the Dead. Fruit technique, Harvest Death and Bone. Passive skills, Energy Sight, evolved to Greater Energy Sight, evolved to Energy Sense, evolved to Greater Energy Sense. Mind Resistance, evolved to Greater Mind Resistance, evolved to Mind Fortress. Active skills, Perfect Engraving, My Touch, Memory of Opus. Telepathy, evolved to Enhanced Telepathy, evolved to Mind Link, evolved to Greater Mind Link. Strength, 2296. Dexterity, 2485. Vitality, 2440. Endurance, 2399. Intelligence, 7003. Wisdom, 7991. There was quite a bit of celestial essence gathered, but not yet enough for his needs. He sighed, using his body's lungs, even though he didn't need to since the body was undead. One drawback of attaining as much power as he had was that everything useful to him cost an insane amount of essence. Still, his formations were designed to help him gather essence, and he did gain essence from his minions' kills, if only a smaller percentage than what he would get if he had killed something himself, and he had entire armies out there in the world harvesting essence for him. Finally, he turned his mind to one such army, one that was deep underground, digging. There were massive caverns down there, new territories in what most people called the Under, a world beneath the surface, and it too was filled with monsters, often more powerful ones than what there was on the surface. He had lost much of his army, but he had a vessel down there that he could use to replenish the army from the dead monsters, if it was necessary. Seeing the situation, he was glad that he didn't need to send his own soul down there just yet, as his army was making sufficient progress. But he made a mental note to check again soon. Seeing that he had nothing else pressing to do, he pulled his soul out of the body and threw it to the other throne, the one still holding his Cretan vessel. There was time for him to do some more formations. Chapter 23. Present. Zack. Last floor. The team stepped out of the darkness and onto the 5th floor, the last floor that they had access to. The monsters on this floor were supposed to be anywhere between Tier 2 and 3, which was perfect for him to finish his skill quest. The others were all apprehensive about them going through this floor without first leveling up, but Zack didn't want to gain less essence for their kills, nor did he want to go above the level that the monsters on the floor would be. He needed them to be stronger for the skill quest. He did understand why they wanted that, but he was used to fighting monsters stronger than him. He had done that for what seemed like a lifetime. He didn't run from danger, but he was cautious, liking to take his time. But that didn't mean that he feared fighting. He had been hunting monsters on Earth for a long time before everything went to hell. Not only that, he fought against warlords who wanted to establish their own little empires. Since the moment the framework arrived, his life had been one of conflict and fighting, with only a few moments stolen for himself. And now he looked forward to the last floor. They had already spent a few days in the dungeon. With their stats, they could endure a lot, but they had rested whenever they had the time. They stepped onto a large platform, and out in the distance he could see the walls and what looked to be an underground castle, illuminated by torches and a river of lava that surrounded it, creating a makeshift moat.
"We got intelligent monsters,"
Gris said after a moment, referring to the type of the monsters in the dungeon. He could see shapes moving around, patrolling in front of the fortress, and more on the walls. From what he could tell, they were short and were wearing a shoddy armor that looked more like junk than anything useful. "What are they?" Zack asked, since he was too far away to see their names.
"Goblins,"
Gris answered.
"They aren't as strong for their tier as some monsters, but they are cunning and scrappy. They can be very dangerous if underestimated."
Zack nodded his head, already thinking about how best to approach the fights on this floor. Nyathala cleared her throat and spoke. "Are we going to level or try to clear the floor like this?"
"The goblins we might be able to take," Gris started, "but the boss... This floor has only one deep inside the fortress. Since we're dealing with goblins, that means that it will be a hobgoblin. They are dangerous and much stronger than their smaller kin."
"You can always just level before the fight," Zack added, though he wasn't going to himself. Gris grimaced, but then nodded, and Zack saw the others agree as well.
"Hold on to your best powers for the boss, and let's try not to get killed before we reach it."
All of them got ready for the fight. Zack took a deep breath and then activated Last Heir of Terra. Immediately, the spirit of Terra filled him, the knowledge, the talent, the expertise of every sword master that had ever lived on Earth. His stats increased and his senses sharpened. He had timed their progress through the floors, and he believed that they had enough time to finish the floor before the perk ended. Immediately he found the mistakes in his bearing and adjusted his body. He saw the other 4 around him and saw so many openings. He could kill them all in an instant, before they even knew what was happening. A step to right, and he could summon Mistral and stab through Adima's throat. A twist, and he could take Gris's head off. The 2 behind him would be shocked, slowed by it. An arc, and he could take Nyathala's hands off before she could cast. A spin, and Mistral would go through Zalor's heart. Nyathala would die to... Zack shook his head, quieting the combined voices of the old masters inside his mind. He had no need to think about how to kill his teammates. He realized just how much he still didn't know, how much his movements were wasteful. The perk revealed everything, But then when it ended he could only retain a fraction of what it gave him.
"You used your perk?"
Gris asked, surprised. The others turned to look at him, their eyes narrowing as they detected the change in him.
"A perk?"
Nyathala asked. None of them had ever seen him use his last heir of Terra perk. The only one he had trained with was Gris. A part of that was because of the long cool-down, and a part of it was because there was no need. None of them had shared everything that they had with the team. "Yes, it elevates all my abilities," Zack answered simply, not going into details. The others waited for a moment to see if he would elaborate, but then just nodded. It was normal for people to hide the specifics in the Infinite Realm, so they didn't press. Gris then explained what their best course of action was to be, which was a frontal assault, since they didn't have any rogue-like person who could be an advantage for them when invading the castle.
"Let's go,"
Gris said, and they started walking over the ground, heading for one of the goblin patrols. It didn't take long for them to be noticed. One goblin patrol, numbering 16 goblin warriors, shouted and charged them immediately. Zack looked above them at their names as Gris and Edema stepped forward, and Nyathala's bolts flew over them all. Goblin Scout, R, Tier 4. The goblins had some armor, but it was haggard, worn and torn in places. In their hands they had weapons that were rusty, some even broken, but they charged without fear, even as bolts that Nyathala fired hit them in the face. He saw that only a few went down, and they didn't stay down. The downed goblins jumped back to their feet and charged again. They were tough, could survive a couple of Nyathala's bolts, but one of them at least suffered enough damage to stay down. Then the goblin front line reached Gris, and the Drake staggered them with an ability fired from his shield. Zack activated Charged Focus and waited until Edema and Gris were fully committed, and then he sprang forward. The wind at his back was pushing him harder than it ever had. His doubled stats made all his perks stronger, and as he reached Gris's back, he activated Winged Leap. 2 wings sprang into existence on his back and beat down, sending him soaring above Gris and the goblin front line. Zack used his Wind's Favorite perk to push himself down, cutting his leap short. He dropped to the ground in the middle of the goblin's back line. The wind surged around, making the startled goblins stumble. Zack stepped to the side and turned as Mistral appeared in his hand mid-swing. The sword bit into the neck of a goblin, cutting the green skin and then flesh and bone, decapitating the monster. A gust of wind, more powerful than any his perk had produced before, followed his attack, hitting a goblin behind the now dead one in the face and sending him flying back. The other goblins recovered and rushed him, screaming and holding their weapons raised high. Zack saw all the holes in their movements and stances. The voices inside his head whispered, and while he heard no actual distinct voice, he knew what to do. He stepped in, closing to the leaping goblin, his weakness sense showing areas similar to those on a human, areas where vital organs were, where major arteries were. He didn't need much help from the perk to aim for them. He stabbed Mistral forward, punching through the gap in the goblin armor and sinking his sword into its chest. The goblin swung its sword at Zack's head, but he twisted around as he used Greater Evade and left his sword inside the goblin. A second goblin tried to stab him, and Zack stepped just enough to the side and the rusty sword screeched against the plate on his chest. Zack raised his hand and dismissed and resummoned Mistral. A light sprang around his sword as an image of another superimposed itself over it. He swung down, and Greater Strike cleaved through the goblin's body from shoulder to groin, splitting it in half. Something clicked inside his mind as his skill dissipated, but before he could focus on it, it was gone. 2 goblins were charging at him, flanking him from both sides. Zack's instinct was to charge one, but the voices inside his head, the masters, instructed otherwise. Zack raised his sword and blocked the attack, feeling a part of its energy getting stored inside his consequence perk. Meanwhile, he moved, adjusting his position and letting the second attack land on his shoulder. The pauldron of his armor took the hit, the sword sliding up toward his neck, only to hit the neck guard. Zack let his sword fall and pushed the goblin in front of him away, sending wind to batter it and make it stumble and trip backward. Then he turned to face the other goblin, who was already mid his second swing. Zack moved to block, but the goblin blurred for an instant, probably using an ability to gain a burst of speed. If he hadn't had his perk active, he wouldn't have been able to react in time, but the voices in his head instructed that he should always be ready for anything, and the perk was familiar enough with abilities by now. Zack evaded with his skill and swiped with his sword, cutting the goblin's throat before it could even counter. He looked around, seeing Gris and Edema fighting among several goblins, seeing Nyathla and Zeller throwing their attacks. 3 more goblins came after him, and he let them attack, using his sword to block and store up kinetic energy for consequence. Then he suddenly counterattacked. Zack's hand shot up, and light chains tangled 2 of the goblins as he used White Wing. His sword was a blur as it cut into the weak points of the 3 goblins and cut them up. He jumped forward, letting the 3 die behind him as he used his greater strike again on an unsuspecting goblin fighting Gris. This time he stabbed the sword forward, the skill cutting into the goblin and widening the wound on the back of its neck enough to separate the goblin's head from the body. Again, something nagged at him in the back of his head, and then he realized what it was. What he had been learning so much about in the past month, his understanding of the skill. For him, strike was just a brute increase in the power of his strike. And yet, if he had learned enough, it didn't need to be. It could be more. He just needed to understand what it was about. A strike was a forceful and sudden attack, powerful enough to deal incredible damage. But he had almost always used it as a finishing attack on Earth. He realized that was probably why he gained a quest that needed him to use it as a finishing blow. He wondered if he could change it now, if he could alter the path that it was supposed to evolve on. He knew what a strike was, in this moment, more than ever. With his perk filling him, he had the understanding of 100, 1,000 different ways of striking. But he worried that using that understanding would cripple the skill if he didn't understand it himself. He evaded an attack from a goblin, then blocked an attack from another. His body almost moved on autopilot as his mind worked to find a solution. He looked to his lightning strike, a technique that was a fast attack infused with lightning chi. It was quick and powerful. He knew how to move his body in order to strike fast. He had used that attack, had mastered it, so he used that knowledge and understanding as a base. And then he let his perk guide it forward, expanding on that understanding. A lightning-fast strike. He pulled himself back, using Wind's favorite to push himself back and the goblins away, creating a distance between them. And then he closed his eyes. He activated his greater strike, felt it surround his sword, but he tried to force his understanding of a quick attack, of something smaller and more powerful. A burst of speed and power, that was what he wanted, but more. Not one attack, a combo, more than one strike. A burst of attacks. He dashed forward, his left hand summoning light chains and entangling the 2 goblins in front of him. He pulled his sword back, the image of the sword around Mistral flickered, and he stabbed, utilizing all of his stats. Once, twice, a 3rd time. The attacks came in quick succession, piercing one of the goblins and killing him, but it wasn't what he wanted. It was still his effort. The sensation in his head was pulsing, narrowing his vision. And then, as he turned to the other goblin, it flickered and winked out. He felt drained, and he tried to recapture it. But using the greater strike again just summoned the usual image, He killed the last goblin and sighed. He felt like he had been so close, like his perk was helping him so much. He knew that it was because he was using strike with a sword that it made his perk increase the rate at which it advanced. He shook his head, intent on trying again with the next group of goblins. He walked and rejoined the others, since all the goblins were dead. They gathered, and Zalor healed a few cuts on Edema's arms while Zack drank a stamina potion. The drain from his skills was mostly mental, but he knew that refreshing his stamina would help. A few minutes later, they were moving toward the castle. Zack watched as Gris charged into the closed wooden gate of the castle. The goblins on the walls had, of course, seen them and closed it. The Drake smashed into the wooden gate with his shield and splintered it open, Edema, Zalor, and Nyathala rushing inside. Zack waited outside the walls, and then when he saw the goblins on the walls turn to look inside the castle walls, he jumped with his winged leap and Wind's favorite. He grabbed the edge of the battlements and pulled himself up, summoning Mistral in the process. There were a few groups of goblins on the walls, all swinging slings and shooting rocks down on his teammates. Zack dashed forward with his white wing and killed 4 of them in quick succession. Despite their tears, the goblins weren't all that strong. What they were, however, was tough. If they didn't suffer a killing blow, more likely than not they would just jump back into the fight, wild and unpredictable. Zack blocked an attack, then pirouetted around and cut into the neck of another goblin with the precision of a master. Every movement he made was calculated and efficient. He jumped among the goblins, tying some up with his light chains as he cut the others down. Again he tried to use his skill, trying to force it to evolve how he wanted it to. But again he failed. It was the 5th time he had failed at it. With every patrol that they encountered he attempted it, and always he failed just short of succeeding. He was certain that he could do it, even though he didn't know how he knew it. He pushed among the goblins, their attacks hitting his armor and scratching it. A sword cut between his plates and drew blood. But Zack pushed forward. Mistral swirled around him, creating a whirlwind of blood. Wind's favorite twisted the air around him, and with every strike he sent gusts of wind that sent the goblins flying off the battlements to their deaths. He glanced down, seeing the others clearing the goblins in the courtyard. There were many of them, and he saw Edema get stabbed through the stomach. He knew that he needed to kill the goblins around him quickly so that he could help. He disregarded the voices that told him to slow down, and a blade cut into his hip. He grimaced and activated Greater Strike, cleaving through every goblin around him. Another flash of pain hit him as 6 of the goblins got split in half, and their bodies fell. He looked down to see an injured goblin stabbing him in the foot. Zack fought against himself. A part of him wanted to get mad, to roar at it, but the voices urged calm and composure. The voices won. Mistral came down and split the goblin's skull open. With the battlements cleared, he looked down, seeing the others getting overwhelmed by the numbers. Gris was limping, and Zack could see blood flowing from between the plates of his armor. Nyathala and Zalor were behind Edema, who was fighting to protect them, and was bleeding from multiple wounds. Zalor's potions flew, and their healing spells fell on Edema and Gris, but every time they healed them, they suffered more damage from the goblins' attacks. Zack jumped with winged leap and pulled the wind around him. He could feel it picking up speed, getting faster and faster, and then he slammed into the ground, sending all the goblins around him flying. And then Gris raised his mace up high and smashed it into the ground. The ground cracked, fissures opening up as a wave of the rolling earth exploded, hitting the goblins that were in front of him, and grinding them between the waves of the rolling earth and fissures that opened and then slammed closed. Zack realized that had to be one of his more powerful perks, one with the long cooldown that he was saving for the final floor. His attack cracked the castle walls, bringing one of the walls down. Zack used the distraction to dispatch the few goblins left behind around them. Zack was impressed by Griss's power. The Drake was supposed to be a defensive specialist, but his attack had killed dozens. Soon enough, the ground settled. It was still uneven and cracked, but no longer shaking. Zalor moved forward, touching Edema with their hand, and a pale light surrounded her, healing the wounds. Zack and Griss moved closer to wait for their turn to be healed when a large roar filled the courtyard. And then a massive shape ran out of the castle over the collapsed wall. It was a larger version of a goblin, at least 2 full heads taller than Zack. Fat and ugly, in one hand it held what appeared to be a black metal door fastened to its arm, and in the other a sword that looked more like a twisted slab of metal from all the missing chunks it had. Hobgoblin Chief, E, Tier 7. Zack's hand immediately dropped down to his belt, pulling out 2 potions. He drank the healing one first, followed quickly by a stamina potion. Griss did the same, but the hobgoblin was charging him. Griss just barely managed to down his second potion when the boss reached him and swiped with his sword. Griss put his shield hand up and blocked, but the strike was so powerful that Zack heard a crack of bone breaking as the shield dented, and the force of the attack picked the Drake off his feet and sent him flying into the wall. Zack was already moving, his light chains appearing around the boss, tying him up. Before Zack even reached the monster, his chains were broken and Mistral was met with the shield in the boss's other hand. Zack blinked as the shield barely got dented from his attack, and he wondered just what it was made out of. Then the hobgoblin pushed with his shield and forced Zack back, its stats overpowering him. Zack grimaced and put his leg on the shield, pushed himself away from the hobgoblin, and used the wind to send himself up to the battlement. The hobgoblin glared at him, and then violet bolts slammed into its head, staggering it just as Edema charged in. Her hammer came down on its knee hard, and Zack heard a crack of the bone breaking. But a moment later the hobgoblin moved, as if his leg wasn't bothering it at all, and swiped at Edema. 2 prisons appeared over it, as both Zalor and Nyathala used their abilities, and the monster's attack crashed into the walls of the prisons, cracking them but giving Edema enough time to get out of the way. Zalor ran around the courtyard, heading for Griss, who was limping back toward the fight. With Edema keeping the boss busy, Zack pulled out 3 potions of temporary strength and dexterity, downing them quickly and then using Winged Leap as it came off cooldown. He used the wind to aim himself at the boss's back. He couldn't aim precisely, but it was enough. He pulled Mistral back and activated Greater Strike. He slammed into the hobgoblin's back, punching through to where his weakness sense told him its heart was. The boss roared and turned around so quickly that Zack was thrown off. He hit the ground and used Greater Evade to roll out of the way of the hobgoblin's follow-up attack. His sword was still embedded in it, the tip of it pierced through its chest, but the boss didn't seem to mind. Then Zack noticed that the wounds on its face from Nyathala's attack were almost completely gone. A regeneration power. Great. Zack dismissed Mistral and watched as the wound started to close up again. They would need to either deal so much damage that it couldn't regenerate or take out the brain. Griss charged back into the fight, bashing the hobgoblin in the back and making it stumble forward into Edema's empowered strike. The Minotaurus's hammer smashed the boss in the head with a resounding crack, and the boss fell to the ground. Zack didn't even have a chance to hope that it was down before it rose to its knees and slammed its shield into the ground. A wave of the rolling earth exploded around it, sending Edema and Griss to the ground as Zack jumped and used the wind to pull himself away. Zalor was too far away to get hit by the effects, so they threw a bottle that hit the boss in the shoulder and set it on fire. The hobgoblin roared, and its red eyes fell on Zalor. A moment later, the hobgoblin used a charge ability and blurred toward Zalor. He saw Zalor's eyes widened, and they pulled their hands back. A moment later, a pillar of light fell on them and then pulsed with a yellow light that pushed the boss back. It stumbled as more and more pulses started coming in, some reaching all the way over to Zack, and he felt a similar effect as their healing powers. He realized that the pulses did in fact heal as Gris and Edema got back up to their feet. It had to be Zaller's strongest power, which meant that once it was gone, they couldn't hope for it to save them again. Gris and Edema charged the disoriented Hob. Zack pulled his chi through his body as he ran forward, Mistral reappearing in his grip. Gris hit the boss with a powerful strike that made the Hob get down to one knee, and Edema's attack was blocked by the boss's shield, leaving Zack with a clear shot. He stabbed with Mistral, his perk singing in his head. A perfect strike aimed at the back of the boss's head. He felt the skill's understanding in his head pulse, and he activated Greater Strike, trying to force it to do what he wanted again. Somehow, the boss realized. Whether it had a power that allowed it to sense, or it was just lucky, it didn't matter. The Hob stood, and Zack's attack came. 3 attacks, as quick as lightning, pierced its back. The last attack stabbed into the back of the Hob, where its heart should have been, and lightning chi discharged. He saw the green skin scorching around the wound, but just as soon as it burned the boss from the inside, it started to heal. Before Zack could even try to attack again, a wave of force hit him and the others, sending them all flying back. Zaller's pillar of light winked out, and the Hob walked in their direction. Zack knew that he couldn't get there in time, even with the wind and his leap. But then a ball of violet energy sprang into existence, and a wall of violet lightning smashed down onto the boss. Zack turned and saw Nyathala with an expression of concentration and effort, standing with her staff held high. She had to have used one of her more powerful perks, because he hadn't seen this attack before. The lightning was battering the boss, scorching its skin, burning it with arcane energy. And then the ball winked out, and the attack stopped. The boss was smoking, its skin a twisted mess of burns, and Zack saw that its shield and its sword were melted into its flesh. The hobgoblin was on its knees, Mistral still inside its body. And then, impossibly, Zack saw the wounds healing. He sprung into motion, winged leap sending him flying faster than Gris or Edema could go. His wind pushed him as he pulled out the dagger from his back. He left Mistral inside the boss's body, hoping that if it had to focus on more healing, it would be slower. The skill was singing inside his head now, the voice of the last heir of Terra whispering with a voice more united than ever before. Zack raised his dagger and stabbed forward as he activated the skill. He felt something click, a sensation of a notification, and then his hand blurred. Flurry strikes. Attacks blurred forward, faster than his body could achieve. Instead of a greater blade around his dagger, now there was a smaller one, slimmer and sharper. The attacks hit the back of the hobgoblin's head. He couldn't even count how many, but the result was devastating. The boss's head burst apart, blown away by the skill's attack. Zack's hand felt numb, and he hit the hobgoblin's back, making it fall over to the ground, headless. Zack stumbled, but managed to catch himself. He looked down, searching for any sign of life. Then a chest appeared next to the boss's body, and Zack sighed in relief. Before he could even cheer, he got lightheaded and dropped to his knees. He closed his eyes to gather himself, but knew that there was no rush. They had defeated the boss of the 5th floor. He could rest. The voices inside his head were lower, and from them he sensed something that to him felt like approval. Chapter 24. Present. Zack. Spoils. The trip out of the dungeon had been short. The doors at the end of the 5th floor led them back to the entrance, since the key that they used allowed them only to reach that floor. They had rested for a few hours, going back and taking as much of the goblin gear as they could to fill their storages. Their gear wasn't worth much, but there was no reason for them to waste it when they still had some room. The 2 weapons of the boss had been taken as well. They weren't anything special, and were too big to be useful for anyone, but the material they were made out of was probably worth something. It was an extremely durable metal that had taken a lot of damage from them and was barely scratched. But their biggest haul was from the last chest. Gris had told them that they could expect a great reward at the end. Apparently, the rewards spiked in quality and quantity every 5 levels, and they had cleared the 5th floor while at a lower level, not only in their classes, but also their cultivation. The Abyssal Deep rewarded taking risks, and it was generally considered a loot dungeon, meaning that most of its rewards were item-based. Zack had learned that there were other types, some that gave more essence, others that had rare materials or ingredients inside. Gris said that since they hadn't gotten anything really incredible on the first 4 floors, they could expect a greater reward at the end of the 5th. And the Drake had been right. Zack was still somewhat shocked at their rewards. They had put everything in storage, of course, and had agreed to speak later about distributing the loot. Even if he didn't get any loot, Zack was satisfied. He had gained a lot in the dungeon aside from the essence, as he had leveled up his skills as well. His weakness sense had hit 10 of 10, and he had gained a quest that let him evolve it by hitting a weak spot 100 times. He was wondering if he could do something similar to what he had done to his strike and evolve it without the quest. He was going to need to experiment. His greater evade had hit 8 of 10, just a bit away from being able to evolve as well. The team stepped into the darkness beyond the door and then stepped out of it into the entrance room in front of the dungeon. Other wardens there welcomed them with congratulations and even some cheers. Apparently, outside of the dungeon, only a day had passed, compared to several days that they had spent inside. None of them had known about that, and Zack was very disappointed about the wasted opportunity. They could have spent more time inside and trained. When he'd voiced that idea, though, he had seen that the others hadn't thought that it was such a great idea. But then again, he had realized during the dive that he was very different than they were. Zack valued peace and safety, yes, but he had spent a lot of time training and fighting, taking risks with his life and the lives of others. Long before Ryun began his crusade to end everything, Zack had spent most of his time traveling between the cities, fighting powerful monsters and warlords. He trained as hard as he could in order to keep his advantage in power so that he could keep people safe. People here were not so pressed for power. They were surrounded by relative safety. They had no need to risk themselves when they could take it slowly and advance without the chance of dying in the process. And it wasn't like there was a really big time difference. It wasn't like he could train for a year inside while only a day passed on the outside. Still, Zack felt like he could have used the time in the dungeon, even though there wasn't any real threat to him on the outside that he needed to train for, aside from Ryun, who could be God knew where. The Infinite Realm, or at least what was known, was far larger than Earth had been. He might never find him again. And there was another problem. The supplies they brought wouldn't have lasted for long. If he wanted to utilize the time inside, he would need to prepare better. Apparently, that was just one more reason why the Abyssal Deep was so valued by the wardens. Zack wasn't sure why they hadn't been told, though. Had it been an oversight or something else? In the end, it didn't matter, and they still had Zack's key for the second run. As soon as they left the dungeon entrance hall, they headed to the training yards. They rented one of the private yards and gathered around a table to distribute their loot. They started with things that they looted from the first floor and slowly went through to the higher levels. Most of the things that they had gotten, as far as items were concerned, were rare, and a couple were even epic, a ring of regeneration and an amulet of water-breathing. Both were powerful items, but not useful for everyone. Nevertheless, those interested rolled for them. Nyathala, Edema, and Zalor were all interested in the ring, with Edema winning the roll, while in the end all of them decided to sell the amulet for essence. There were a lot of potions as well, and they rolled on them as well. Zack gained a couple dexterity and strength potions that gave temporary boosts, and a few that gave permanent stat points, worth around 5 dexterity and strength. Finally, it was time to distribute the loot from the last floor. "Gris," Zack started.
"Yes?"
The Drake turned to look at him. "I was wondering if I could get the hobgoblin sword," Zack said. The others all looked at him in surprise.
"Why would you want that? You can't use it."
"For the material. I want to see if the smiths can make something from it," Zack told him. The reason why he had paid a substantial price for his new armor was because the warden's smiths had made it to be upgradable, and he hoped to have it upgraded further. It couldn't change much, but adding smaller and stronger plates in critical locations was possible. He had also discussed with them things about what he wanted to add in the future. He had a few ideas that could help him utilize his wind power, but he wanted to get comfortable with using the power first before he made that jump. The team looked around, but in the end they didn't see any reason to deny his request. Gris pulled the large slab of metal that the hobgoblin used as a sword and gave it to Zack, who immediately put it into his own storage. Finally, Gris pulled out their last 3 items and placed them on the table. The first item was a dark blue hood with a gold circlet that held a white gem in the center. The second was an amulet in the shape of a hawk, looking like it had been carved out of marble, and the last was a small and simple green ring. Zack looked at all 3 items, touching them and bringing up their screens. Hood of Power, L. Plus 50 to Intelligence. While wearing the Hood of Power, gain plus 20% to ability effects. Amulet of the Spectral Hawk, L. Plus 50 to Wisdom. Once per day, activate the amulet to summon a spectral hawk. You will gain command of the hawk and be able to sense through its eyes and ears while losing all the senses of your body. The hawk lasts for 15 minutes. Ring of Quickening, L. Plus 50 to Dexterity. While wearing the Ring of Quickening, your ability cooldowns are reduced by 20% of base cooldown. Each of them would be useful to him, but that meant that it would be useful to the others as well. Their team was balanced enough that they didn't really utilize the same weapons, nor were their main stats the same, but the items could serve any one of them.
"First,"
Gris spoke,
"the hood."
Everyone nodded at that, and Gris retrieved a die that went up to 20. Each of them took one and then rolled. The highest number would get the item, since they would be rolling again for every item separately. The dice came to a stop, and they all looked at which one got the highest number. It was Nyathala with a roll of 17. The others looked disappointed, but Nyathala's tentacles twitched in an excited manner. She reached over and took the hood. It would be of great use to her, especially since she was a damage-dealing caster.
"Next, the amulet," Gris said.
Zack took his die back and made a silent prayer. The amulet would be a very good item for him, especially if he continued to work for the wardens as he planned. An item that let him scout his surroundings would be a real benefit. Everyone rolled their dice, and Zack cursed silently as Gris won. He took the amulet and smiled as he put it around his neck immediately. Zack didn't blame him. Finally, they came to the item that he wanted the most. It would, of course, be of benefit for any one of them, since they were all classers. They took their dice back, and then rolled again. The dice hit the table and bounced, and Zack saw as his tumbled around and then came to a stop on the number 19. Quickly, he looked around to see if anyone got a 20.
"Congratulations,"
Gris told him when it became apparent that Zack had won. He couldn't help the smile on his face as he reached over and picked up the ring. It was an incredible item and would serve him well.
"Now," Gris spoke up, "we need to decide on what to do with the rest of the loot. We can try to sell it all at auction, but that might take a long time. Or we can sell directly to the Citadel, but we probably won't get as much essence as we would if we waited."
"Do we need the essence now?" Zack asked. "We can put it on auction and wait. We still have another dive to do." Immediately Zack saw the others look among themselves and then back at him. Nyathala was the one who spoke.
"About that, Zack, we are not sure if we should go again without leveling up first."
Zack blinked, wondering when they even had the time to talk about it. Probably while they were all resting. After the last boss, Zack had wandered the castle a bit, trying to find more interesting stuff to loot. "That doesn't make sense," Zack said, showing them the ring in his hand. "We get better rewards if we are under-leveled."
"The risk is too high," Edema said. "I can't remember a time when I got so many injuries. If we hadn't had Zalur with us—"
Zack saw the same look on all of their faces, even Griss's to an extent. It was fear, of injury, of death. He sighed. He had sensed their reluctance and unease. He knew that things were different here in the Infinite Realm, but he hadn't realized by just how much. They were like the people on Earth were when the framework arrived. Soft. He could try and convince them, make them see that they could advance further if they would just accept a little bit of risk, but he knew that he had no right to do that. Their world wasn't as dangerous, not in the core where they were surrounded by civilization. Even with the dangers like the serial killer in the city, on average they just didn't face nearly as much danger as Zack had faced daily on Earth. "There is no need for us to take such risks, Zack," Griss said. "We are not in any rush to advance. Too many people die because they try to take on more than they can handle, or because they take unnecessary risks." Zack nodded his head, understanding Griss's point. He was right. They weren't in a rush to gain power. But Zack, he had seen what true power looked like, and he knew that Ryun wouldn't be standing still. He was going to advance, and Zack had to catch up. And yet, for the first time in a long time, he had the luxury of taking his time, of planning for the future and advancing properly. He didn't need to rush to gain power in order to save people, and in truth that approach had failed. His family was killed, as were the people he was supposed to protect. Perhaps taking another approach would be better. He had decided to focus on skills, in part because they didn't need essence, because he could advance them through hard work and understanding. What had happened in the dungeon, the way that he had evolved his skill without finishing the quest, told him that there were shortcuts to be found there. Perhaps he could focus on them. "I understand. If you want to sell the loot for essence now, I will not argue," Zack told them. They all agreed that it would be better than waiting for up to a year for some of the items to be sold. With that, they all went to the warden's vault, deep in the heart of the citadel. The familiar Minotaur warden was sitting behind the counter, and Griss set up the sale. They had a few hundred low-quality weapons from the goblins. From what Zack gathered, the price that the citadel could pay would be somewhere between 70% and 80% of what they would get on the auction, depending on the item, but the payment would be immediate. In the end, the sale went by quickly, as Griss turned over the loot and the warden in charge allocated the essence through the interface. Zack put his badge over the remote access stone, a small pebble-like item that allowed remote access to the interface, and he gained his share of the sale. For Zalur, they had to set up a different type of an exchange since they weren't a warden, but Zack wasn't really paying attention as to how that worked precisely. Instead, he looked at his essence. The last floor had netted him almost 5,000 greater essence, both from rewards and his use of the dagger. That had put him somewhere around 23,000 greater essence, already an incredible amount. And if what he had read in the library was correct, this was enough for him to reach level 110. The sale of the items, monster hides, some potions, and materials that they recovered had given him another 14,000 greater essence. Not enough for level 120, but close. He knew that the others planned on leveling up as much as they could, but Zack was still hesitating, and in the end, he decided that there wasn't a need to make the decision now, since they had agreed to go back to the dungeon in a month, to let them recover from the dive and rest. They split up after that, everyone heading back to their homes except for Gris and Zack.
"So,"
Gris said as they walked through the citadel,
"do you have any idea what you are going to do for the next month?"
Zack shrugged. "I still have a few lessons to finish, and then I'll probably work on my skills, maybe visit the city and go through more of the archives." Gris snorted.
"I meant, what are you going to do to relax?"
Zack's silence was the only answer.
"Damn,"
Gris said, his tone strange as he turned to look at him intently. Zack raised an eyebrow at him. "What?"
"When was the last time you just relaxed and had fun?"
Gris asked him. Zack blinked, trying to think.
"I don't really know. Years, at least.
I took a few days off for family after the framework arrived, but with everything happening in the world, there wasn't much time for real fun. I guess before the framework arrived, then." Gris's mouth opened and then closed.
"I don't think I realized just what your life has been. We need to change that."
Zack tilted his head at the Drake.
"I have a date in a couple of days. Nothing special, we're just going out for drinks. You should come."
"I don't want to be a bother," Zack said, suddenly feeling a bit awkward.
"Nonsense. You should invite someone to join you. Have some fun."
The Drake paused.
"Wait, when was the last time you know, I know you didn't do anything on our trip."
Zack covered his face with his hand. He remembered the Drake's trips at night, even remembered the Drake inviting him along on occasion. Having legal prostitution everywhere made it easy for the Drake to find what to do at night. Zack had just been too overwhelmed with everything. He had arrived in a new world filled with new races. He had seen relationships between different species. Gris had even tried to explain to him what each race was good at, but Zack had managed to avoid that embarrassing conversation. Gris whistled.
"That long?"
Zack closed his eyes. He hadn't been with anyone since Linda died years ago.
"That's it,"
Gris decided.
"You are coming."
"I really don't," Zack started, but Gris interrupted him.
"You need a night of fun. Even if it doesn't progress far, you need to relax with friends,"
the Drake said, and he had a look on his face that told Zack that he was unlikely to change his mind. "I don't have anyone to ask out," Zack said, trying to wiggle out of it.
"What about Nyathala?"
Gris asked.
"You seem to be getting along fine with her."
Zack frowned. He tried not to make his feelings known on his face, but inside he was conflicted. Nyathala was great, and they were friendly, but he was not comfortable thinking about her in that way, and if he was honest with himself, it had a lot to do with the differences between their two races. He knew that people here didn't care that much about such things, but Zack was still uncomfortable with it. Thinking about someone like that, especially someone who didn't look anything like a human. "No, I don't think that He trailed off, but he knew that he wasn't really ready for something that was so new and strange. Gris hummed, and then his eyes brightened.
"What about the archivist? You spent a lot of time with her, and she must like you since she told you her name."
Zack could see that Gris wasn't going to stop until he got his way, and that idea wasn't all that bad. Quell was still not human, but she looked close enough, aside from the horns and the tail. Perhaps just dipping his toes in wouldn't be so bad. "I guess I could ask," Zack said finally.
"Great,"
Gris said and slapped him on the shoulder. Zack really hoped that he wasn't making a mistake, but a part of him was excited. It had been a really long time since he had any fun. Chapter 25. Present. Ryun. Power of the Swarm. Ryun stood on one of his cubes and focused on his sense. He had leapt across the sky since he left Wolf's Grove, covering a great deal of ground. He knew the general direction from which the monster swarm was coming, and he trusted that the long range on his resonance sense would let him see them before he was close enough to be in danger. And he had found the swarm. It was massive, with so many monsters bunched together that his sense was having trouble identifying individual monsters and was just filling his head with noise. It meant that he couldn't exactly tell how many of them there were, but there were thousands at least. There was also something strange in the sky, something that felt like a storm that was following the swarm on the ground, but the way that it felt to his sense was weird. The swarm was moving relatively slowly, like a massive stampede that trampled everything inside a territory. On its outskirts he could sense better, and he saw monsters from the invaded territory fighting against the swarm. Some monsters were fighting to the death, while others submitted and joined the larger swarm. It was strange to see. The monster swarms on Earth hadn't been quite like this. They had been wild and random, a wave of monsters that just went completely mad and destroyed anything in its path. But this, it felt different somehow, more guided. He didn't know much about the monster swarms here, only that there were different categories depending on the size of the swarm. A Category 3 was relatively small, and the monsters shouldn't be of a Tier 5. Of course, the relative strength of monsters differed, the same as with people. 2 could be on the exact same tier, but one swarm could be much more powerful than the other. Many things factored into their true power. Ryun watched from his high vantage point, sensing the clouds above the main body of the swarm moving along with it. He could hear thunder echoing across the mountains of the territory, but he heard no rain. He was almost regretful that he didn't have his eyes to see, but the benefit to improving his skills had been too much for him to ignore. So he focused on his skill, trying to sense individual monsters among the swarm. He hoped that the effort could give him an insight into how to evolve the skill without finishing the quest, which was, frankly, annoying him. Finally, he decided to abandon his efforts. There were just too many monsters in the core of the swarm for him to detect them all individually, so he moved to the outskirts of the swarm. He leapt from cube to cube and watched until he found a smaller monster group of around 100 monsters rampaging ahead of the main swarm. He could tell by their shapes that there were some bull-like monsters and something that resembled big cats. The two types of monster were moving like a herd and a pack combined. The cat-like monsters were on the outskirts, while the bull-like ones were in the center. Ryun decided to test out the swarm. He couldn't tell just how powerful the monsters were, not without seeing their names and tiers, but without eyes that would require his touching them. Still, from the intensity of the vibrations that they made as their feet hit the ground, he could estimate how much the monsters weighed, and from their movement speed he was able to estimate their agility. He didn't know what tiers they were, but he was fairly certain that they weren't the most powerful monsters in the swarm. He came to a stop above them, and Null Mantle filled him. Then he grabbed the cube beneath his feet, swinging himself down and placing his feet at the bottom side. A moment later he pushed himself down toward the ground at amazing speed. His true body was incredible. It let him shrug off powerful hits, and it let him bleed momentum and kinetic force quickly. But sometimes it could be a hindrance. Even with him pushing himself from the cube, accelerating quickly, his body drained that momentum with too much speed as gravity's hold lessened on him. But he still hit the monster down below hard. His hand pushed the bull-like monster's head into the ground, cracking it along with the monster's skull. With a touch, he saw a glimpse of the monster's tier, and he grinned. It was something called a Baniron, and it was Tier 5. But it was a common monster, not a threat to him. The monsters reacted to his presence immediately, but Ryun was faster. The presence of the eternal hunter billowed out of him, and his stats grew even as he activated his void aura. He didn't put the aura out on full blast, but enough that it was damaging the monsters. Kagehime appeared in his hand, and then he moved. He shaped walls with chi shaping, preventing the monsters from surrounding and overwhelming him as he cut and slashed those in front of him. Kagehime easily cut into their skin, his stats proving too much for the monsters. His attacks were crippling, and his hand moved behind his sword. Reeve smashed through a monster's side, killing it and taking in its essence. He prolonged the fight on purpose, using the many monsters surrounding him as practice. He danced among them, letting them try and kill him while he waited for the cooldown on Reeve. As he did so, he remembered his talks with Tali, remembered what she had told him when they started discussing cultivation. She had been impressed with the things he had done, and had even told him that he was a genius, that he might be able to advance to the heavenly realm in a couple of years, maybe immortal in a decade. Ryun had nodded his head, but inside he nearly laughed. He had no intention of waiting so long. He would use her for her knowledge, but his path was his own. He had already filled his core with shadow essence in the few months since she had told him that it would be best to do that once on every stage at least. She had expected him to take longer, he knew, but she underestimated just how much he could cycle. He had expanded his ability to take in essence since the moment he had gotten a path back on Earth, and with Kagehime he could increase that further. He had spent every night since he had bonded with his sword drawing in essence, with only a few exceptions. True, he had been drawing in essence inside his core even before he met Tali, since he first reached early Monarch, but it had been months, and he had been gathering essence for cycling ever since then as well. He wouldn't take nearly as long as she believed. The only reason why he hadn't yet cycled the essence filling his core now was because he wanted to learn more from the blind cultivator. He knew that there were ways of improving one's advancement. Some of those things he had done himself without realizing, what they called inspiration here in the infinite realm. He had improved his techniques, had cycled and improved his conduits and core. Now he knew that the only reason why he had been able to advance to Monarch at all was because of the things he had done in the past. Inspiration was not bound by realm. He could have had an inspiration in the mortal realm that allowed him to advance to heavenly. What mattered was that he did have it. For cultivators who didn't have an inspiration, they simply wouldn't be able to advance. They could fill their core with essence, but there would be no triggering the advancement to the next realm on their screens. Ryun didn't worry about those things. He knew cultivation. It came to him as easily as breathing, but that didn't mean that he was willing to ignore someone who had knowledge, who could put into words the things that he felt by instinct. He could always learn more. He didn't know for how long he fought the monsters or how many times he used Reeve, but eventually there was nothing else living for him to fight. He took a deep breath, using his senses to scan his surroundings. He was in an open field, surrounded by monster corpses. The stats from his Eternal Hunter perk were gone, since there were no more monsters in its range, and as he turned off the perk, he noted that the stats from Vampire were slowly disappearing. There were a few monsters in his sensory range, but too far away to be any threat, and they were heading away from him anyway. He realized that he could feel the front line of the swarm as it got closer and decided that it would be a good time to leave. From everything he had heard, the monsters in the bulk of the swarm would be stronger, and there was their numbers to take into account as well, especially since so many of them packed in close was messing with his sense. The clouds above the swarm had moved ahead of it somewhat. He could feel the strange vibrations lingering overhead, directly above him. He could hear the thunder, but nothing struck the ground. Ryun turned around, intending to get as far away from the swarm as possible. He had already accomplished what he came here to do. He had seen what kind of monsters were in the swarm, and even though he didn't know exact numbers, he had an idea based on the size of the moving swarm. He took a step forward, but then his sense felt something, and he swung around with pounce. His body twisted, his muscles forcing his body to turn around so fast that he felt his bones creak. He raised his hands in front of himself, and chi armor surged through him, plates appearing all around him in less than an instant. And then the attack slammed into him. The force of it sent him to the ground, pushing down and cracking the earth, digging a hole and sending a wave of earth exploding everywhere around him and forcing him deeper into the hole. And just as it came, the attack stopped. Ryun groaned, his hands screaming in agony. He could smell burnt flesh. "Fuck," he thought to himself.
"That sounded like it hurt,"
Kagehimi's voice said inside his head, but for once he didn't detect her usual snark. "It most certainly did," Ryun confirmed. His back was hurting from the impact, and the chi plates on his hands and back were broken. He moved, recreating the plates as he got out of the crater that he had created. Up above, his senses told him conflicting things. Something was there among the clouds, something that had thrown a bolt of lightning at him, but he could only just barely keep track of it. He felt something, a disturbance in the air, and he knew that another attack was coming. Inevitable Step took him away just as another bolt of lightning smashed where he had been standing. The earth shook, and he grimaced as his sense was nearly overwhelmed by the disturbance. His hands were healing, but slowly. He had no monsters near him to kill to heal, but he was wearing his mantle of the undying. He pulled a potion out of his storage ring and quickly downed it, feeling his wounds regenerating even as he moved again, running across the ground as more attacks started coming down from high above. He couldn't sense exactly what it was up there or where the attacks were coming from, but it was powerful. Another bolt of lightning struck near him, and the explosion of earth threw him to the side. His body was slowing him down, but he still hit the ground hard. He rolled and got his feet beneath himself and pushed, leaping into the air and creating a cube. He moved his stats, putting the most in endurance and strength, increasing his speed and his body's toughness. With Kagehimi in his hands, he started leaping from cube to cube, gaining altitude. His other hand was in front of him, shaping chi walls to block the attacks from above. The attacker was far above him, in the clouds, but the closer he got, the better his sense could pick it up. A lightning bolt blew past him. The heat and the power of it singed his exposed flesh even though it missed. Finally, his sense got a hit on the location of the attacker. It was massive, probably a flying monster. He raised Kagehimi and focused. There was still a few hundred meters distance between them, but that didn't matter. He cut down with Kagehimi, and his blade disappeared as it cut into space itself. Perfect cut appeared above the attacker, his blade bridging the space between them as it cut down. He felt his blade make contact, and then a pressure filled his head as the skill was stopped just a hair's breadth away from the attacker's body. A moment later he felt something up above him, and his hand and sword were rebounded. His hand jerked back so violently that he was thrown back, fell from his cube, and lost his grip on Kagehimi. He was falling through the air, but in his mind he was shocked. His skill had been rebounded, but this was the first time that he had felt a sensation like that. He had seen monsters survive his skill, even block it partially, but this felt nothing like that. Somehow he knew that it was another skill that had blocked his. He shook his head and shaped a cube with his hand, catching himself and swinging around as he bled his momentum. He shaped another cube and stood on it, preparing to climb up again, and then a piercing cry split the air, nearly rupturing his eardrums. A moment later a wall of lightning came down, and he shaped a wall in front of himself, making it thicker and pushing chi inside of it. It lasted for all of 3 seconds before it burst, and the attack slammed into Ryun, sending him flying down toward the ground again. He grimaced as his chi armor was shattered, and he immediately started recreating it. He shaped another cube, but before he could catch himself, a wave of wind, like a hammer the size of a mountain, hit him, and he was flying down faster than he had ever been thrown. He didn't even have a chance to catch himself before he slammed into the ground. His armor cracked along with his bones, and he screamed. Immediately he pushed his stats fully into vitality and rolled, though it was agony to move. He pulled out another healing potion and drank it. His sense couldn't pick up the exact location of the attacker, not now when he was so far away. He grimaced and cursed, and then focused on his perk. Rapid regrowth activated, and a pressure filled his eye sockets, and with his vitality pushed to the max, it took barely a few seconds for his eyes to grow back. The return of his sight disoriented him for a moment. The brightness, the colors, everything made his head ache, but his vitality and his mantle helped. He adjusted, even as he was running over the field avoiding attacks from above. And then he turned and looked up. High above him were dark thunderclouds and a shadow moving through them, and then it dipped down below the clouds as lightning shone around it. It was a bird, gold of feather and the size of a fighter plane. It had glowing eyes and a sharp beak, and looked like an eagle with trailing long feathers coming from the top of its head, wide and thick wings, and sharper and longer claws. A thunderbird, something he had seen often enough in Earth myths and legends. The entire monster was glowing with lightning and light, and its eyes were focused on Ryun. Above it he could see its name. Avariel, Lord of Lightning, L, Tier 10. Fuck, Ryun thought to himself. I agree, came Kagehimi's voice. Lightning around it silently surged in intensity, and he knew that another attack was imminent. Ryun turned around. Inevitable step, now off cooldown, he stepped away and pushed off the ground as soon as he crossed the distance. His stats moved back to his strength and dexterity, and he ran as lightning hit the ground behind him. He leapt and entered the forest, continuing on under the cover of the trees. Up above him the clouds moved slowly and then stopped. In a couple of minutes he figured that he was far enough away to take to the skies. He shaped cubes and climbed above the forest. He looked back only to see the clouds above the monster swarm in the distance. At least now I know what monster leads the swarm, Ryun thought to himself. Not only was it incredibly powerful, but the monster had a skill of some kind. He hadn't been able to see it, nor did his sense tell him what it looked like, but it had to have been a perfect skill at least. He didn't think that anything else would have been able to push back his own attack. Ryun grimaced and then headed back toward his territories. It looked like they would need to prepare for the swarm far more than he had initially thought. Chapter 26. Present. Onrush. Sect Leaders. It was a widely accepted fact that the sects were exploitative and oppressive, or at least that was the sentiment among the other factions. Sects were not a majority of factions out there, but some of the most powerful factions in the infinite world were counted among their number. Everyone outside of the sects knew better than to meddle in the affairs of the sects, because the sects were factions that survived on the backs of elites. Every sect, from the smallest to the largest, was led by an elite, and often they had a few others among them. A sect elite was often a person who had reached high on their path, someone who had trained and mastered their power and path. In comparison, classers leveled often, gaining new powers that they had to learn, but a cultivator could spend decades inside the same realm, reaching a far greater understanding of their power in that time, making them much more dangerous than their power level would indicate. Then there were those who were raised to their power, who had inherited greater paths and techniques. Some had their power gifted to them, and did not yet have full mastery of it. Others took great care to learn it. In any case, they were all dangerous, even though their numbers were few. That was the greatest advantage of sects, the power of the few among the many. Yes, a sect was by its very nature exploitative, as it took from those weaker in order to improve the strong, but what most outsiders didn't understand was that those who were weaker, in most cases at least, gave willingly. In return they received safety, and the chance of getting stronger without the need of going out in the wilderness and fighting monsters, a chance to leave something greater for their descendants. A faction filled with classers might have 1,000 average-level individuals stronger than the average cultivators in a sect, but a single immortal realm cultivator could be stronger than all of them put together. And so, outsiders rarely fought with the sects, because even if they had the numbers to win, the few elites among the sects would make them pay a high price for victory. The outsiders thought that they understood sects, but they didn't, not really. They called the sect's way of life broken honor and servitude, but that was because they missed the point of what it was that made the sects. It was personal power, but it was also what the people in the sects called a shine, an inner light, a desire to gain more power. Those individuals who were elites, or those who could become elites, all had it. It was the promise of future greatness. The ordinary people in the sects followed these people because they wanted to witness their climb to power, to witness the first steps of someone who might one day reach the end of their path, who might stand at the top of the entire infinite realm, to see, and perhaps even glimpse at something that would help them rise higher. People in the sects followed those that they believed had more of that shine, as otherwise they would all follow the strongest ones in the infinite realm. The leaders of the three great sects, those who had reached the greatest heights but whose shine had dimmed, their advancement stalled, might have been the strongest, but they did not shine the brightest. This was why there were so many sects, why they fought amongst one another constantly. People saw others shine, and they wanted to follow them, wanted to see if perhaps they could reach beyond those that came before, because they wanted to be a part of their sect when they reach a greater height, to be a small piece that had helped someone become great. The outsiders were half right in that there was a broken honor and servitude in the sects. They respected those who had greatness in them, and they felt obligated to help them on their way, just as the leaders had an obligation to protect those beneath them that allowed them to rise further by letting them walk over their own bodies. There were always those who were unworthy of their positions, false leaders who didn't understand the core of the sect philosophy, who had not made the power they had gained their own. There was nothing inherently bad about gifting someone power, about raising someone high above to a place that they had not earned, but such a gift should never be taken lightly. The recipient had an obligation to those around them who had not been as lucky, and to the ones who had gifted them with power, an obligation to make it their own, to understand it and grow it further before they passed a portion of it down to someone else. This was what it meant to be in a sect, to grow on the work of others, to reach higher, and then uplift the others behind you. A faction of elites defined a sect, but it was a garden, where every plant was a person in the sect, all tended by the sect head. There was trust there, an inherent understanding that by following someone you placed your well-being in their hands, that you were a plant that they were tasked with tending. Perhaps you might never grow so high to become a tree, or perhaps you might be cut to make room for something else, but even if you grow just enough to be a simple flower, by your very presence you would enrich the garden. But, as in all things, some gardens had more weeds than others, Some eventually became infested, such that the weeds consumed everything, but that was a price of trusting an unworthy gardener. Onrush had learned this lesson well, the same as every child in a sect. A sect survived and grew strong when it was united, when it had a strong leader and many elites to tend to the lesser members. Fier had been a bad leader, someone who had not understood how to tend to those around him. He had been gifted his power, but he had not made it his own. Onrush glanced to the side at the former sect head, Ivan, Fier's uncle. They were in the middle of the formation, moving through the forest, sitting on top of their boar mounts and heading toward the capital of the Last Ember sect. Their formation had 10 warriors around them, all mounted as well. The Demacy man had a calm look on his face, as he always did. Onrush still didn't quite understand everything about him, but in the last few months of working together she had gleaned a few things. Ivan was a true cultivator, unlike the rest of his family, who had all died at Ryun's hands. At first she hadn't understood how he could have surrendered and accepted to follow someone who had killed his family. But she had realized why as she learned more about him. Ivan understood his mistake. He knew that their deaths were his fault for letting them gain power and not making it their own. It had been his own inaction that had turned his sister and nephew into unworthy gardeners. She had come to realize that he was helping her and Ryun in good faith, because he had seen what Onrush had seen long before him. Ryun shone brightly. Their sect was stronger for having him tending to them, even though she knew that Ryun wasn't an attentive gardener who would watch over every single plant and make sure that everything was in its place. No, his garden, his sect, was wild and free to grow however it wished. He was only there to root out weeds and protect it from outside threats. This did not mean that his garden couldn't grow strong, and there was plenty of beauty to be found in the wild gardens of the world. But Onrush and Ierv had been placed as the sect's leaders, given power to work in his name, and Onrush felt pulled in too many directions. She felt an obligation to train and master her power, to go and draw in essence from the mountain in order to cycle, but she also had to run the sect, to give out orders and read reports, which was what she was doing even right now. She held a report in her hands and was reading while mounted, trying to catch up on everything. There was always work to be done, decisions on how much food each settlement would be allotted, how many hunting parties would they send out, who was going to be given access to the dungeon and for how long, what they were going to do with the materials recovered from the dungeon. Decisions upon decisions, so many that she understood why Ierv had never been as involved with the day-to-day operations of the sect. Onrush barely had any time to train or to focus on her own path. It was annoying. She had to have shown her displeasure somehow because Ierv spoke. "You will never catch up on work," Ierv said, making her turn toward him. "What do you mean?" Onrush asked. "Exactly what I said. I understand that Ryun put you in charge because you are perhaps the only person that he trusts, but you are not suited for the work he has given you, and it is hampering your own progress." Onrush's face twisted in a grimace, but she didn't comment. She knew as much already, but she also felt obligated to fulfill Ryun's request, to honor the trust he had put in her. "You are on a warrior's path, not an administrative one. You do not have the skills to run the operations of a sect of our size, not without delegating to other people. I myself had given the reins to my sister and the other sect leaders, and among them they had done a good enough job, while I was only consulted in important matters. Now I know that that was a mistake, that the Black Viper sect had suffered and had not been led properly.
The Twilight Melody sect is larger, with both more resources and more issues. I understand the need for you to be involved in everything to make sure that there are no lasting problems, but you will never be able to do it as well as someone more suited to the task could. Onrush was aware of people who had cultivation paths and classes that allowed them to multitask better, to absorb information faster, or to even split themselves into more than one person. The problem was always the same: trust. Putting someone else in charge of the administrative duties would require a lot of trust, and still she would need to watch over them, make sure that they weren't betraying the sect. It would mean raising another sect leader, someone who could take care of that side of things. So far, Ierv, as the only other sect leader aside from Onrush, had done very little but advise her. That was because of trust. He had been a sect head once before, and it wouldn't take long for him to at least be perceived as the sect head if he had more visible power. It was why Onrush was the one in charge and the face of the sect. Ryun didn't care about the administration, and while that was frustrating, his type of leadership wasn't that uncommon in the sects. He was their deterrent. He set the broad direction of the sect and made sure that they were all safe. Onrush did feel like he could fill that role well, but she did agree with Ierv that they needed to find an administrator. She just didn't know how. "Why are you telling me this now?" Onrush asked. Ierv shrugged. "In part because we know each other better now, and I feel comfortable with speaking with you in that way. 2, because I feel like we are both suffering greatly because of our circumstances. With all of your duties, neither you nor I had much time available to focus on our own advancement, and that is one of the reasons why I surrendered my sect to Ryun, because I wanted to advance freely." "That, and you didn't want to die," Onrush thought to herself, but then sighed. What Ierv was saying was true. She had been given a gift by Ryun and an opportunity to reach further. The contribution that she was allotted for being the sect leader was substantial, and she had been saving essence to cycle. She still needed to cycle at least once with just absolute cold essence, but she didn't have the time to do it. Perhaps if she had been free, she might have already reached peak Lord by now. She could understand Ierv's point of view. He had been free to advance however he wished before, and now he was stuck babysitting her. "I'll talk with Ryun once we get back," Onrush said. She hadn't wanted to complain to him, especially not with how much trust and help he had given her, but Ierv was right. Neither one of them was an administrator, and it was a waste for them to be used as though that was what they were. They could likely find someone worthy enough in the sect and raise them to the position. Ierv nodded his head in gratitude at her words. Onrush opened her mouth and spoke, changing the topic. "What do you think will happen once we reach Emberhold?" Onrush asked. "We will be granted an audience with the sect head. Of that I have no doubt. What will happen after, well, that is less certain." Ierv looked thoughtful. "Emberhorn is an old man, an old heavenly realm cultivator. He has no chance of ever reaching higher, but that means that he is powerful for his realm. The only thing that he can do is pass on more power to his heirs. If he is gathering a fighting force, he could be looking to expand his sect's territories as a last act, to make a greater sect for his children." "How likely do you think that is?" Onrush asked. "I don't know, and that worries me," Ierv said. "It is a fact that the Twilight Melody sect looks like it has been weakened, taken over by an unknown monarch, and having lost the majority of its monarchs in the process, to other sects it must look weak. My surrender
had probably confused many, as most sect heads would never consider doing something like that. The others have to be wondering how strong Ryun is for me to do something like that. And he is strong, but as strong as a heavenly realm cultivator that has been in that realm for 100 years. Ryun may be powerful, but most of his power reveals itself in certain circumstances. So the last Ember sect head might refuse to meet with Ryun? Onrush said. He might, although if he does refuse, then I think that it is less likely that they intend to attack us. No, I think that he will want to meet Ryun in person, to evaluate him. Onrush grunted. It wouldn't be her that would be convincing the sect head of anything. She only just reached the Lord Realm, and even with all the power that Ryun had given her, she wasn't anywhere near the level of the usual sect leader. Ierv would speak. Onrush was there only as Ryun's eyes and ears. Their formation finally left the woods, and they could see Emberhold nestled at the base of the mountain, taking the form of red walls rising high to protect the people inside. Onrush took a deep breath and prepared for the meeting. Onrush and Ierv stood in a medium-sized room, surrounded by 4 of their warriors and 8 warriors of the Last Ember sect. The room was lavishly decorated with red banners and vases placed on small shelves. The floor was covered with a fur carpet, and in front of them was a large chair, a throne made out of red ironwood. They were waiting for the sect head to arrive. They had been expected, of course. They had sent a messenger a few days ahead to inform the Last Ember sect of their arrival. Usually a meeting between sect heads could have been arranged just through messages, but as the Twilight sect had no history with the Last Ember sect, a personal meeting to discuss the arrangement was required. Finally, after almost half an hour of waiting, the doors at the back of the room opened and 2 men walked out. Both were Demaci, as most people in this area of the frontier were. The one in front was old, enough so that Onrush was taken aback. She had rarely seen truly old people, especially not on the frontier. Most of the population of the frontier were young, those who had come here to seek fortune and power, and yet the Demaci in front of her had gray hair, his skin appearing wrinkled and dried. He looked like an old man near the end of his life. But even though his skin and hair betrayed his age, his 2 horns were long and appeared strong. Both were red in color, with what looked like embers glowing in the ridges. The second man walking behind him was younger, looking like he was in the prime of his life, and clearly related to the old man. The sect head of the Last Ember sect, Mar-Nu-Zar, the Emberhorn, sat on his throne, the other man taking a position on his left. Both Onrush and Ierv bowed deeply. "Sect head, thank you for your hospitality and for agreeing to meet with us," Ierv said clearly, and then raised his head to look at the Emberhorn. The old man's eyes narrowed as he looked back at Ierv, but he didn't say anything. Ierv gestured with his hand in Onrush's direction. "May I present Onrush Kesh, the current second-in-command of the Twilight Melody sect." Onrush bowed again and spoke. "It is a pleasure to stand in your presence, sect head," she said, and, as Ierv had instructed her to, immediately raised her head. The old sect head glanced at her, but then dismissed her and looked back at Ierv.
"Little Viper," the Emberhorn spoke for the first time. "I must admit that I was surprised when I heard that you were coming. There had been some strange rumors about the happening in the Black Viper sect. Now," the old man glanced at Onrush, "I see that they were true. You really surrendered your sect?"
"I have, sect head," Ierv said. "The path leads through many places.
I've merely arrived at one stranger than most."
Onrush recognized the saying. Many cultivators used it as a way to say that life was unpredictable. The Emberhorn's lip curled upward in a half-smile, and then shook his head.
"And what is it that you want from me, little viper?"
"We have come to arrange a meeting between our sect head and you. It is only polite for a new sect head to pay his respect to someone like you," Eerv said, his face expressionless.
"Oh, to pay his respects?"
the Emberhorn asked, his eyebrow raised.
"Should I be afraid, perchance? He has already taken over one sect. Perhaps he has his eyes on another."
Onrush blinked. She hadn't even thought about how someone coming in and taking over a sect on the frontier could look. Ryun could be seen as a conqueror, someone who wanted to take control of other sects on the frontier as well.
"Of course not. You and I have had many conversations before, and I believe that we know each other well enough that you know that I would not lie to you."
"Perhaps," Emberhorn said.
"But you serve another master now. If rumors are to be trusted, a recently raised monarch. I do not believe those rumors, as no young monarch could have killed so many Black Viper monarchs and then forced you to surrender, which only makes me believe more that this is an incursion from the core. Someone's interests have turned in this direction, and I will have no part of it.
I give you my word that things are not as they appear. The Twilight Melody Sect's sect head is an independent, one who has no ties with anyone else in the core or elsewhere."
"That is hard to believe,"
Emberhorn said. "Yet it is the truth. He is young, but I think that you will see why I have surrendered to him, if only you agree to a meeting."
The old sect head glanced at the man next to him, exchanging looks for a few seconds before he turned back to look at Eerv.
"And what is the purpose of this meeting? I struggle to believe that he only wants to introduce himself."
"There are developments on the frontier that we believe you should be aware of," Eerv said. "Things that I would rather leave to my sect head to speak on."
The old man's eyes narrowed, looking straight into Eerv's. Then he nodded his head.
"Very well. I will agree to meet this man, but I will not allow him in my city, nor will I enter one of yours. At the edge of my territories, neutral ground, I will accept."
"That is acceptable, sect head."
Eerv bowed, and Onrush followed suit. She sighed in relief as they ended the meeting. Now she just had to make sure that Ryun didn't do something stupid and cause a war. Interlude. Night Horror 1. Madness. A shadow moved across the rooftops, jumping from one to another, barely even noticeable to the naked eye. Finally, the shadow came to a stop, half hidden in the darkness above the light of the streets below. The shadow watched the guardhouse and the two guards standing watch in front. The guard ruled the city, servants of the Elder King, and the wardens helped a little. The shadow knew this, but still he sighed. There were too many people inside the guardhouse for him to do what he had planned, so he turned away and jumped from the rooftop while his shadow stealth was still active. He walked through the side street and then changed his form from his new killer persona of a Drake man to that of a human woman. It was unfortunate, but he, Now she had been forced to abandon Velor. The Ravzer form had been intimidating, which had suited her at the time, but the form was now known by the wardens and the guards, so a change was required. Not that she was any less competent in a female form. It had been so long since she walked in her own skin that she didn't even remember what her first body used to be. It didn't matter, as both male and female forms were equal to her. Both were her. She could slip from one mindset to the other seamlessly. Few people had shape-shifting capabilities as developed as she did, that she knew at least, and so few would even suspect her of having the ability. When there were no more sightings of Velor, the wardens and the guards would assume that the night horror had left the city, and all the while she continued her work in a different body. A part of her screamed from deep within, telling her that she should just leave the city, find some other hunting ground, but another part of her couldn't let her bring herself to do so. Taunting the wardens and the guards, leaving clues and having them hunt her in return, it made her feel great and powerful. The knowledge that she could do as she wished underneath their noses without being discovered made everything taste better. But that had been spoiled. A warden had seen her and forced her to abandon a form. She remembered him standing before her, a human with dark skin and dark eyes. There was something in them that felt familiar, a kinship that she could feel inside of him. That intrigued her enough that she didn't feel anger toward him. Another warden she would have killed immediately before she allowed them to see her form. And yet, something about his eyes sang to her. It made her remember her old world, the hunts on the plains, and then the end of everything, the framework and the death that spread among the tribes, the struggle to survive and grow strong enough to protect. She remembered picking up a class, finding the legends of her people among the choices, and so she chose to be a skinwalker, chose to become the champion of her people, to bring to life a legend about the skinwalkers who protected the Ravzer people. And she failed. The framework savaged them, the monsters slaughtering billions. She lost her tribe, her closest friends. She lost everything. She saw loss and pain in the dark eyes of the warden, and so she spared his life. There was a drive there, like how she had been before. She had fought wardens before, had killed those who were strong before. They were all the same, hesitant, cowardly, but the warden with the dark eyes hadn't been like them. He had attacked her without hesitation, without even a thought of retreat. She wondered what he had been through, why he had not been afraid of her when he had to have known that she was the stronger. What had he faced in the past that had been more terrible than her? She wondered when he would be broken by the rulers of this world. When would they tell him that it was enough? When would they tell him that he shouldn't rise further? She sighed. It had been an inconsequential meeting, but for some reason she wanted to know more, to learn who he was and why he was here, to learn how he could have stood against her without fear. That was something that she needed to learn if she was to accomplish her goals. How to conquer fear. As she walked, memories of her past on another world surfaced. The deaths of so many, and yet there were memories of those that remained, those who had been granted the chance to reach a new world. She had hoped so hard that the infinite realm would be a salvation, that she would find a world where she could grow strong enough to protect others. Instead, she found a world run by monsters of a different kind, ones with kind masks and encouraging words, that said that they would help all the while they prevented her from growing as strong as she knew that she could be. So many years lost, so much time. But she needed that power because she would never lose anything or anyone again. Yes, she needed power, more power, stats and essence and people. People were the best target. It was regrettable, but they weren't truly alive, not to her. Soft and weak, living in the shadow of the oppressors, willing to sacrifice their future for safety. It made her angry, so angry. It made her want to show them fear, to devour it as it rose from them. It feels good to see the fear on their faces before they die. It made everything better. They deserved it for letting the others take from them the chance to be immortal, to rise and fulfill their potential. And here, in Emerus, they deserved it more than anywhere else. They were weaklings hiding behind wardens and guards, living empty lives. They deserved fear, deserved to be devoured. She would take the best parts of them and add them to herself. If they themselves couldn't rise high, she would do it for them.
Yes, I can take their stats, their essence, grow and grow and grow and grow, and unleash horrors upon those who tried to hold me down, down, down. I will be stronger and better and faster and—
"You are slipping again," a voice interrupted, and she stopped in the middle of the street. The hood of her cloak was pulled up over her head, obscuring her face, and the cloak made it hard for anyone to get an idea of her body shape. But still, standing in the street, in the middle of the night, was not a smart thing. She shook her head, feeling the need inside of her, that beast that pushed her and controlled most of her actions, that made her do things that she enjoyed and loved, that made her feel the thrill of the old hunts. "Stop," the voice interrupted again, and she shook her head again, faster and harder. It took an effort of will to calm down. She knew that something was wrong with her, but it didn't matter. She was getting stronger. But she had to make sure that she didn't slip too much, as otherwise she would make more mistakes. That couldn't be allowed. "Thank you, Ilui," she spoke in her mind as she placed her finger on the ring around her finger. It was always there, an inconspicuous piece of metal that looked unremarkable but was anything but. She could dismiss him and summon him back as easily as she could breathe, but having the awakened ring on her finger made her feel better. "Remember yourself. You cannot afford to lose focus in this body," Ilui told her, his voice stern and reassuring at the same time. "I know," she sent back. She did not want to have to lose another form, as she didn't have an endless supply of them. She continued walking, calming herself by focusing on her breathing. This form was not her day cover. It was just the form that she used to move around the city, a random woman walking the streets with purpose. Perhaps she would be seen close to a crime scene, but even if she was seen, so what? She had no name that anyone knew, nor was she seen near her day cover, and she most certainly didn't look like her killing form. She had many safeties in place in order to keep her cover identity a secret. It was a necessity if she was to operate in this city. She glanced down at her ring, feeling the reassuring weight of Ilui there to help keep her mind on track. The two of them had been together for a long time. Their bond was deep, unbreakable. Ilui understood what she was doing and why. He helped her make her dreams become reality. She would have had no way of breaking the shackles that those that had the luck to arrive in the infinite realm before her had fashioned around those that came after. She would have had no way of liberating the others, of taking pieces of them to carry with her so that they, too, might one day know greatness. If she hadn't deepened her bond with Ilui, if she hadn't unlocked more of his power, if their bond hadn't improved his strength, then she would have still been like all those around her, weak and aimless. She would have continued to grow old, and then she would have died, never even having the chance to become something greater. Careful. The voice of her partner filled her head again, and she pulled her mind off the topic. She glanced down and brought up Ilui's screens to focus on something else. Greed and change. Ilui. Dark greed's power. Killing grants 15% more essence. Dark change's will. Change the ring into a dagger of variable shape. Dark mind dagger. Killing with this dagger form allows you to steal your target's memories. Clarity and amount of memories depend on the difference between your and your target's wisdom. Dark heart dagger. Killing with this dagger form allows you to drain 5% of your target's highest stat and add it to your own permanently. Dark greed. Temporarily steal 10% of your target's stats and add them to your own. The effect lasts for 1 minute or until turned off and has a 10-meter range. She had been so lucky that she had found him back on the Great Plain. Without him, she wouldn't have survived, nor would she have been able to take the first step toward her goal. It had taken her 50 years to raise her class enough in the infinite realm to gain a perk that had allowed her to extend her life, and 200 more for her bond with Ilui to deepen enough that she could access more of his power. So much time wasted, and all because others didn't want to let her— "You are slipping more and more," Ilui's voice said, and she froze. I haven't used this form in a while. The memories are old. It is hard to focus," she told him. "You need to shift to your cover form. Hurry," Ilui said. She nodded her head, but she wasn't close to a safe spot to shift. She needed to find a place where her cover could explain being some place where it wouldn't be strange for her to be seen. Not that she planned on being seen, but she had rules, and she did not like breaking them. Her mind was slipping, telling her that it didn't matter, that she could do whatever she wanted, that she was the horror in the night, the one who devoured. She shook her head and looked at her stat screens, filling her eyes as she walked, focusing on something else, on her perks, reading each one slowly. Perks. Hunter's Nose, class perk. 5 times per day, magnify your sense of smell by a factor of 10. Partial Shift, class perk. Change a body part into a different shape. Can only shift into shapes of animals that you have personally killed. Shape change lasts for 10 minutes. Silent Hunter, class perk. Your movements don't disrupt the air around you, making you nearly silent. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Shifting and Malleable, bond perk. As long as you are bonded with greed and change, you are no longer affected by stat imbalance or sickness. Hunter's Stamina, class perk. Plus 40% to stamina pool. Enduring Body, path perk. Your body is built to endure. Gain a plus 10% resistance to physical damage. Pain tolerance increased by 20%. Strength of effect depends on endurance stat. Flesh Chi, aspect perk. Your chi passively enhances your body with the essence of flesh. All physical stats gain plus 20% boost when a technique is active. Mind of Horrors, path perk. Your mind is a labyrinth of horrific thoughts, greatly resistant to outside mind attacks. Reading your mind is extremely difficult. Strength of effect depends on the intelligence stat. Great Core, path perk. Your chi core is expanded. Core capacity is increased by 50% and chi density by 20%. Your chi speed is increased proportional to your wisdom stat. Devour Life, class perk. Executing attack. Once per year, kill a person to steal 1/5 of their remaining life and add it to your own. This only works on people on the same tier of power as you. Form Shift, class perk. Devour a corpse and gain its form. You can completely shift into that form and stay in it indefinitely. You retain all your stats and powers. Your stat screen will change to reflect the identity of your new form. You may have 5 forms saved at a time. Adding a new form beyond the last slot will destroy the oldest form. Chi Manipulator, path perk. Your chi control is increased. You are able to finely manipulate your chi. Control depends on wisdom stat. True Body, malleable, path perk. Your body has been reforged into your true self, adopting attributes to reflect your path. Your path is that of visages from the horrific beyond, and as such you may shift your body into unnatural shapes and forms, depending on your body mass. Form change speed doubled for all powers. Greater Reflex, class perk. Your reflexes are enhanced by 100%, speed of response equal to twice your dexterity. Powerful Strike, class perk. Once per combat, your next attack deals 3 times damage. Rapid Regeneration, class perk. Once per combat, increase your body's regeneration by a factor of 10. Class: Devourer, E. Level: 148. Combat ability: Devour Flesh. Movement ability: Devourer's Step. Support ability: Greater Shapeshift. Cultivation: The Path of Horrifying Visage, E. Stage: Mid-Lord. Aspect: Flesh. Base Technique: Horrifying Presence. Branch Technique: Field of Horrors. Fruit Technique: Phantom Army. Passive Skills: Perfect Danger Sense. Combat Mastery evolved to Dagger Mastery. Active Skills: Cut evolved to Greater Cut, evolved to Spatial Cut. Stealth evolved to Greater Stealth, evolved to Shadow Stealth. Perfect Imitation. Strength 667, Dexterity 658, Vitality 642, Endurance 364, Intelligence 435, Wisdom 827. She needed only a little bit of essence to advance her level again, 2 more levels to gain another perk. She knew that she could do so soon, that she could do it right now. She could jump to the roof and find a target, devour them. It would be easy. She couldn't be caught, but she fought against that instinct. Her violence had a purpose. She stole from those who were weak, those who didn't have the drive to reach beyond their pathetic little lives, from those who were satisfied with their lot in life, with the scraps that the rulers of the infinite realm threw at their feet. It took time to find such people, to follow and see if they were truly deserving of her knife in their hearts. She shook her head, pushing her mind away from such thoughts. Instead, she thought back to the warden she had met on the roof. His dark eyes, the intensity in his gaze. He looked the part of the warden with his clear desire to see justice done, but from him she had seen also the willingness to act. That made him unlike the other wardens. They pretended and postured, saying that they were one thing, when they were in fact like the ones she killed, content to stay small. The dark eyes of the warden from the roof told a different story. They were beautiful. She had dreamt of them in the few moments when sleep took her. She needed to see him again, to make sure that he was like what she thought he was. Otherwise, he would need to die. She would take a piece of him forward to do what others could not. She reached one of her safe spots, a bar that her cover visited sometimes. The loud noises were spilling from the open windows, and she made her way to the stable, using her stealth and silent hunter. She made sure that no one saw her, and then she waited, making sure that there was no one around. Then, finally, she used Form Shift. Her body rippled, changing shape in an instant. A sigh left the new person's lips, one filled with contentment. Chapter 27. Present. Zack. Spirit Training. Zack walked down the street of Emerus, Quell by his side. They had just had a very pleasant dinner with Gris and his date. Zack had ended up taking Gris's advice and had asked Quell out. It had been awkward. He hadn't asked anyone out on a date in a long time, and while he did know Quell, at least a little bit, they weren't close. He had met her a few times in the archives, when he went to research things about the case, and she had helped him every time. They had conversations, and he had realized that his first impression of her wasn't quite right. She wasn't really shy. She was just a private person. He didn't pry, nor did she pry, into his life. Aside from those few conversations, a few failed jokes that were too Earth-centric for her to understand, they hadn't really known each other. But Gris had been right. Zack did need to relax and focus on something other than growing his power. And so he asked her out as the only real choice. He knew Nyathala better, but aside from her drastically different appearance, it felt weird with them basically working together. He realized that no matter how much he wanted to rush back into the dungeon, the others weren't like him. He had even entertained the thought of going in alone with his key, but he felt bad for even thinking about it. Gris was the first person that had really helped him in this new world, his first friend. And even though Zack was starting to see a fundamental difference between himself and others, Gris included, he still felt like he owed Gris something. It was, in part at least, why he had agreed to Gris's invitation to a double date, a dinner at a real restaurant. It almost felt unreal, and yet it had happened. Zack glanced at Quell at his side. Their hands were close enough to touch, and, on a whim, he moved his and grasped hers. She looked down, surprised, then met his eyes. There was a small smile on her lips, and Zack returned it. He turned back, looking ahead, watching the street filled with people, many of whom were couples holding hands just like the two of them. The date went surprisingly well. Gris's date was another Drake, a deer, who worked as a construction team manager for the builders, and he had quite a few stories to tell about the Emerus expansion process. It was quite easy to like the man, and he had steered the conversation very well, for which Zack was thankful, since he had no idea how to even start a normal conversation. As the night progressed, he was finally able to relax and just enjoy the conversation. They spoke about unimportant things. He didn't even remember half of what they talked about. The other interesting places around the city, the peace talks between some factions that were half a world away and that Zack didn't even know anything about. They spoke about the Blue Forest hive of the Screen and the tensions between Emerus and them. It seemed that the Warden Commander was attempting to clear up the tensions as she mediated with the hive and the Elder King. They spoke only a little bit about themselves. Gris had said that Zack came from the frontier, which wasn't really a lie. He learned that Quell had lived in Emerus for her entire life, and that she was around the same age as Zack was. She had joined the Wardens, and while she hadn't really been cut out for the front lines, there had been other positions in the organization. "I had fun tonight." Quell's voice brought him out of his reflection. Zack turned his head and looked at her. He let himself smile. "I had fun, too. It's been a long time since I was able to just enjoy myself without any worry." "Living on the frontier has to be difficult," Quell added. Zack prevented himself from reacting. Gris's statement that Zack came from the frontier was true, but they hadn't told the others that he was a ranker. Not that it was a secret or something. It was written in his warden records, and as such any warden could just look and see it. Quell had access to that information as the archivist, although she would probably have to look in the Citadel records, since the station she worked at only held the information about the city. Still, Zack found himself conflicted. He could shrug off her question, skirt the truth, but he liked her, even more so after the dinner. He didn't really want to start anything with a lie. Finally, he sighed and spoke. "I don't really know," Zack started. "I'm not really from the frontier." Quell frowned at him, tilting her head. "I thought that Gris said that you came back with him from there." "We met there, but I am not from there. Actually, I'm a ranker," Zack said. Quell blinked, looking confused for a moment. "But you said that you are 32 years old?" Zack grimaced. "Around that, yes. I lost count for a bit, and with the different day lengths here, I'm not really sure. But I should be that old." He saw her looking confused still, so he spoke before she could ask. "I'm from the 7th iteration," Zack said, as he made a window with his name and iteration visible. Quell looked at it, almost uncomprehending, and then back at him. "But I heard that no humans arrived with the other iterations. How?" "According to Gris and the Warden Commander, I was a bit stronger than the usual rankers that arrive in the Infinite Realm. For some reason I did not appear in the arrival zone," Zack answered. "I arrived in the frontier. I met Gris there and decided to join the Wardens. I used to be something like a warden back on Earth, and I needed an organization that would allow me resources and time to learn about this world and to pursue my own goal." "Your goal?" "There is something that I must do. Only 2 people survived to the end of my world, and I intend to find the other." Quell thankfully didn't pry any deeper. Instead, her face scrunched up in an adorable expression as she thought. Zack appreciated her way of speaking only after she was sure of what she wanted to say. He had noticed it during their talks in the archives. She would often go quiet as she thought about something before responding. Finally, she turned back to look at him, meeting his eyes. "I'm guessing that something bad happened on Earth?" Zack nodded, not wanting to share anything else. Quell seemed to understand, so she changed the subject. "So you are trying to get stronger. That is why you are going in the dungeon, and why you don't want to level for it?" Gris had mentioned that during the dinner, making it seem to the others that Zack was crazy for not wanting to level before their second trip. His date, Adir, had agreed with him. Quell had been a bit more reserved, saying that she wasn't focused on combat, and so she didn't understand. "I want to get stronger, yes, and honestly, I am a bit disappointed in Gris and the others." "Because they want to level?" Quell asked. "Yes, but also, when I met Gris, I thought that he was a good man, obviously, but also that he was someone who could teach me about things in the world, and yet he and everyone else I've met in this world are too content to play it safe, to level slower. They even said that with what they get from the dungeon, they would be set for the majority of their life. They leveled from the first trip and intend to take what we earn on the second trip as a fortune to live off of. I don't understand that," Zack said, and then immediately grimaced and shook his head. "Actually, that is a lie. There was a time when I would have loved nothing more than to find a safe place and settle down. I've spent most of the early years in the framework running around, killing monsters, and putting down warlords that wanted to hurt people. And then everything went to shit, and I realized that I needed more power if I was to keep others safe. Now I know better. I need to advance, and I feel like I've wasted enough time since I arrived here. I have rested enough." Quell looked at him intently, as if she was seeing him for the first time. "I've heard that many of the rankers that arrive in the infinite realm are very different than the people that are born here."
Zack shrugged. "I don't know, but I understand. I came from a world that was filled with chaos. But here," he gestured around them at the city, at the people walking around them without a care in the world. "There is safety here. No real need for them to go around and hunt monsters to get stronger. Not for the most of them, at least."
Quell nodded her head.
"Yes, and it is hard to advance. You need to be supplied well if you are doing it without too much risk. Most people have jobs that pay them a monthly contribution that is just enough for them to survive, maybe improve their way of life. Few can just live with nothing and focus on their leveling."
"I understand that," Zack said, "but I am not like that. I just don't know what to do."
"You are going to be an official warden soon, aren't you? You will be able to go wherever you want and do whatever you want. If you decide to, you can be a wandering warden. Your contributions will be lower, but you could earn through contracts."
Zack nodded his head. He knew that there were a few different types of wardens. There were diplomats who mediated between factions and gained the most through contributions, since they didn't hunt anything for essence. There were bounty hunters who went after wanted criminals that were too strong for regional law enforcement to handle. Then there were city wardens, who usually set up in a city and worked with other law enforcement as consultants. Finally, there were those who traveled the core and did a little of everything. Gris had been the last kind, and Zack felt like that or the bounty hunter was the best fit for him, but he had yet to make his decision. "I guess I still have a few months until I have to make the decision," Zack said. "I still need to go back in the dungeon, finish my training, and I don't plan on leaving until I find that night horror killer."
Quell shivered.
"I don't see how you can find him. He is smart and leaves little to no evidence. And there had been no other suspicious murders that could be attributed to him."
"I know, but I still think that we might find something in the records."
"We already went over nearly everything that the wardens have, Zack,"
Quell told him. "I feel like I'm missing something, some kind of a pattern that I have overlooked," Zack said, then shook his head. "Let's not talk about work now. This is supposed to be a pleasant night out."
Quell chuckled and nodded her head. They continued to walk in silence, and Zack relaxed, putting all his worries in the back of his mind and just enjoying her company. The next morning, Zack walked toward the training yards with a smile on his face. He had escorted Quell home, and they kissed. It had been wonderful, and he had promised that they should do it again. They had agreed to meet today after she was done with work. He really liked Quell. She was a smart and considerate person, and he wasn't opposed to seeing where the things between them could go in the future. He reached the smaller training room that he had rented in the yards and entered. He set up, changed into his training clothes, which were a simple battle robe, and then walked over to the center of the room and sat down. He focused his mind. It had been a week since their dungeon dive, and his last air of terror cooldown had come back. The others had all leveled to level 105, getting perks and stats that would help them in the next dungeon dive. Zack had decided against doing the same. He knew that he would still get less essence, because the others were higher level, but for some things that he had more contribution to killing, he would get more, so he wasn't going to level. That didn't mean that he did not need to train, however, quite the opposite. And he had been thinking the entire last week about how he could improve his skills. The last time he had managed to evolve a skill without finishing the quest, and he had 2 other skills that were currently on a quest, his sword mastery and his weakness sense. For his sword skill, he needed to learn a sword art from someone. It was a simple quest, and Gris had offered to find someone, But after the dungeon, Zack had told him to hold off on that because he had an idea. His perk was the combined knowledge of the Earth's greatest sword masters. When he used his perk, he moved like they moved. His style changed from step to step, adapting into the best possible style for what he needed. But at the end of the dungeon, during the fight with the last boss, when he had managed to evolve his strike skill, he felt something from his perk, a clarity as the voices in his head cleared up and spoke in unity. He wondered if he might be able to isolate those voices, to perhaps listen to only one. He had suspicions about that ever since he read his perk description. The ability that he could use was called the Spirit of Terra, and he felt that there was more to it than just what it said. Perhaps he could learn from just one sword master and be taught a specific art. He knew that his mind retained things after the perk was over. Perhaps if he was focused on just one art, he could retain more. He pulled out an hourglass that he had gotten from the shop and put it in front of him. He triggered his perk and immediately felt it fill him. The voices in his head awakened and a noise filled his mind. There were countless voices speaking with such an intensity that he couldn't quite understand anything, but there was an intent there, under his command, just waiting to provide what he needed. He focused, trying to imagine what he needed. His sword, Mistral, was a long weapon, longer than a katana and a bit straighter. It was similar in length and appearance to an odachi, having both a long handle and a long blade. He needed a voice that understood that kind of a weapon. He summoned Mistral and placed it on his knees, focusing on the blade and trying to sift through the voices. He could feel the change. Some voices spoke louder, those who knew how a weapon like that could be used the best, while others quieted. Zack tried to force his perk to speak to him in a clear voice, a singular one among the countless. He knew that his perk was an echo of those who had died, but somehow he felt like their voices were real. He didn't know if there was an afterlife, but the deal-maker and the three were powerful. They could do whatever they wished. So, following that logic, he assumed that his perk contained at least the real memories of the people that came before. From the library, he knew that perks could be improved, that a person could get more from them than what they could when they just got it. As the person deepened their knowledge of the perk, they learned how to use it better. Zack pulled on his perk, pulled on the voices, trying to make his will manifest. The perk was his, under his control, and he convinced himself that he could do that. The voices were changing. He could hear less and less of them, but they got louder and louder. And then the voices disappeared, and he felt the breath leave him. He blinked his eyes open, confused. He looked at the hourglass and saw that it had been less than an hour, but the perk had run out and was on cooldown. He grimaced as he realized that whatever he had been doing had burned through the perk's runtime. He sighed and then stood up. He had hoped to train for hours with the perk, but now he had to wait for a week. He started training with his new skill instead. 3 weeks later, a week before they were supposed to go back into the dungeon, Zack was sitting in the training room again. He had been working on his perk every time it came off cooldown, and he had been making progress. He could feel that he was close. The last air of terror was filling his mind, and he could feel the voices thundering in his head, though he was pretty sure that there were only two. Over the last few weeks, he had managed to focus on less and less voices. He didn't know exactly how. A part of it was his perk doing the work on its own. He could feel that some voices were better suited for what he needed than others, and so only those who could teach him a style that would be the most suitable to his long weapon remained. Now there remained only two voices, both thundering as if they were fighting each other, trying to speak to him. But Zack needed one, a teacher who could let him improve his skill quickly. He knew that he could have gotten someone from the Infinite Realm to teach him, someone who knew styles that could help him against people of different sizes and shapes. But he also knew that his perk was learning as he did, that it was improving, and he would much rather learn from someone who had been the best on Earth, even without powers, than a middling swordsman from the infinite realm. The two voices were clearing, and Zack tried to focus on one of them. Somehow he was sure that both voices were extremely skilled, but somehow opposed. But one sang to him more than the other, and Zack focused on that one. He felt like his head was splitting, and he felt something wet trail down his cheeks and over his lips. And then in an instant the spirit of Terra blazed in his mind, and something burst. "Ha!" a voice exclaimed, and Zack opened his eyes to see what could only be described as a ghost standing in front of him. It was a man, translucent and holding a long sword, a nodachi that looked surprisingly like Mistral. He had long black hair with a top knot on top of his head and was dressed in a kimono. He looked down on Zack with a big grin on his face.
"I beat Musashi! Can't wait to rub this one in his face,"
the man said, and Zack blinked. Who are you?" Zack asked as he fought through the pain. His head was pounding rhythmically.
"Sasaki Kojiro at your service, young swordsman."
The man smiled and then sighed.
"Thank you for pulling me out. It gets annoying having to be so close with 1,000 other minds."
Zack's brain was barely functioning, but then he felt lightheaded.
"Well, it's too bad that we don't have much time, but we know what you want, and I will help you. Pull me out as soon as you can,"
the man said, and then his ghostly form disappeared. Zack felt the spirit of Terra end and his perk go on cooldown. A moment later, he fell on his face and everything went black. Zack stood with Mistral above his head, his legs spread and his elbows close to his body, as his teacher taught him. He had delayed the dungeon dive by 2 weeks because he wanted the chance to experiment with his new perk ability. The description had changed. It now said that he could pull out a spirit of one of Terra's masters for a short time. And it truly was a short time. He could pull out the spirit of Sasaki Kojiro for just 20 minutes, and while he was out, he couldn't hear any of the voices of the other masters. Sasaki Kojiro also couldn't interact with anything around him other than speak. He had gotten a teacher, but he couldn't use the other part of his perk if he did. That was actually great. While he was training, he could summon a teacher, and in battle he could benefit from the voices of every swordmaster inside his perk. "How many swordmasters are in there?" Zack asked his teacher, the spirit of Sasaki Kojiro.
"A few thousand. It's hard to count when we are just thoughts and voices," Sasaki Kojiro answered.
"That number seems somehow low. I mean, for every swordmaster that had ever lived," Zack said as he swung his sword downward. He already felt like he had improved greatly. Just 2 20-minute lessons with one of the greatest swordsmen that had ever lived had improved him this much. The spirit shrugged.
"We are the best of the best, and the peak of sword mastery did not last for as long as you imagine. A few hundred years at most, and the majority of us come from that period. There are a few outliers from other times, but only a handful scattered across the centuries."
"So you can talk to one another?" Zack asked. He was still not sure if the spirit was the actual Sasaki Kojiro or just a construct of his memories.
"Not how you imagine. In a way, we only exist when you use your perk. Otherwise, we are asleep, I guess, or something like that. We don't know."
Zack had learned a lot from Sasaki Kojiro, both about his perk and other things. While he was using his perk, all the swordmasters were actually combined into some kind of an amalgamation of them all. They become like a single being that could speak with thousands of voices, guiding him and learning with him. They already had ideas about fighting with people with tails, or those with multiple limbs and strange powers, but they needed Zack to get more experience in order to learn better on how to counter them. Zack swung his sword, then moved, dancing to the side and swiping before activating his flurry strikes, and his hand blurred. Several strikes came from the side, hitting empty air.
"Those skills are terrifying. If only I had those before,"
Sasaki Kojiro said. Zack wondered what that would have looked like. His teacher had incredible knowledge about the sword.
"We are nearly out of time,"
Sasaki Kojiro said. Zack could feel his perk slipping from him as the 20 minutes neared the end. "Thank you for teaching me," Zack said.
"It is the only thing that I can do, so I figured I might as well do it. You aren't the best I have trained, but you have the drive to go far. Who knows, with all of these powers you have, you might overcome your lack of talent."
Zack chuckled. The spirit had all the knowledge that Zack had, so he, of course, knew all about skills, abilities, and techniques. But so far, they had focused only on his swordplay and skills.
"Until next time, young Zachariah,"
Sasaki Kojiro said. "Until next time, Master," Zack said as the spirit disappeared. He took a deep breath and then released it slowly. 2 sessions, each 20 minutes. They had to go faster in order to get as much knowledge across in the time they had. Zack had then taken what the spirit taught him and then trained for the entire week until the cooldown from his perk came back. And he had made progress. Zack glanced at his skill window. Passive skills. Combat Mastery, 10 of 10. Evolved to Sword Mastery, 10 of 10. Evolved to Sword Art, 4 of 10. Weakness Sense, 10 of 10. Evolved to Enhanced Weakness Sense, 2 of 10. Active Skills. Strike, 10 of 10. Evolved to Greater Strike, 10 of 10. Evolved to Flurry Strikes, 3 of 10. Evade, 10 of 10. Evolved to Greater Evade, 9 of 10. Ceiling Slash, 9 of 10. He had improved greatly. Much of that improvement came from just a few words from the spirit, but the rest was all him, spending the last several weeks training like crazy. It had paid off. He was ready for the second dungeon dive. But he had 1 more week before then, so he wasn't going inside without the last heir of Terra available. The others might have leveled, but he wasn't going to do that, and so he needed his ace available. He returned to his resting stance and began the dance of stances again, just as Sasaki Kojiro taught him. 1 more week, and then he would go back to the dungeon. Chapter 28. Present. Zack. Old Wounds. Zack jumped toward the back of the final boss. It was a massive, bear-like monster, armored and almost completely feral. It walked on 2 legs, and like its minions they had encountered on the rest of the floor, it seemed like it was intelligent. It used its 2 massive claws sheeted in lightning to strike at everyone around. Gris and Edema were keeping its attention easily, while Nyathala and Zalor attacked from the distance. Zack waited for an opportunity, and then attacked. The others had already injured it greatly. All of them had leveled, and their new perks were powerful. Nyathala had thrown some kind of arcane plague at its arm, and it had attacked and mangled the fur and the flesh beneath so much that the boss couldn't even use its limb. Zalor had gained a ranged heal that was a hot, an overtime increase of her target's regeneration. The second run of the dungeon hadn't been nearly as challenging, even with Zack not leveling. He had tried to use his dagger as much as possible to offset the loss in essence, since the group was of a greater level, and he had tried to train his skills as much as possible. Now, as he was flying through the air, the voices of Spirit of Terra singing in his head, he gripped his dagger in hand. Gris used his new perk, and a force pulled one of the boss's legs forward, making it stumble and drop to its knees. Zack landed on its armored back and found the opening between its helmet and back armor. His hand rose and he stabbed down, activating his skill. Flurry strikes smashed into the boss's nape, gouging the flesh and spine. A moment later the monster fell forward, and Zack jumped off its back. A chest appeared nearby, letting them know that they had killed the boss.
"Well done,"
Gris yelled, as everyone gathered with smiles on their faces. Zack walked over, forcing a smile as well. In reality, he was somewhat disappointed, both because they had leveled and because this was their second time on these same floors. Their essence gain was significantly less, and the items that had dropped hadn't been anything special either. Zack watched them as they congratulated one another, and he smiled as Edema slapped his shoulder. But the only thing that he could think about was how much of a waste this trip had been. He shook his head, trying to dispel those thoughts. He didn't want to let himself resent the others. They were the only people he was friendly with in this world, and he knew by now that they had just grown up in a much different environment than him. They left the dungeon and headed immediately to Warden Vault to sell the items that they didn't want. Only a few things were interesting enough for them to roll on, and Zack didn't win any of them, although it wasn't like he had even wanted anything, really. They took their essence from the sale and quickly went their own way, with a promise to meet up in a few days to celebrate. Zack gave them a false smile and a wave of his hand as he walked away. The second dungeon dive had given him a little over 13,000 GE, plus another 2,000 for his monthly contributions, and that put him at around 52,000 GE. If his calculations were correct, then that was just about enough to get him to level 120. He sighed as he headed to the Citadel's stables and rented a mount, heading down to the city as he tried to think about what he wanted to do. If he spent everything on leveling, he would be a bit low for next month, but he could probably survive. He had leveled some of his skills in the dungeon again, using what the spirit of the Earth Warrior had taught him. His enhanced weakness sense had gone up to 5 of 10, and his sword art up to 5 of 10 as well. His evade skill had also hit 10 of 10, giving him a quest that told him he needed to evade 100 attacks by no more than a hairbreadth. It was a tough quest that he had managed to start on, but again, he was wondering if he could guide the evolution in what direction he wanted. It was worth some thought. He had been so lost in thought that he didn't even realize it when he reached the city. By then, it was almost nightfall. The trip from the Citadel was a few hours one way, and Zack left his mount at the stable at the gate and headed toward the warden station. He had promised Quell that he would come and see her as soon as he was done with the dungeon, both to let her know that he was okay, and because they hadn't seen each other much over the last month as he focused on training. They had only seen each other a handful of times, and had gone on a few walks, and twice to dinner together. Zack had found that he quite enjoyed her presence. They were dating, or at least that was what Zack thought. He wasn't really sure, and he was almost afraid to ask by this point. They'd kissed a handful of times, but it hadn't progressed beyond that. Still, he found a smile fighting its way on his face as he neared the station. Quell was supposed to be nearing the end of her shift, and he made his way down there, finding her among the shelves. "Hey," Zack said. "You're back." Quell smiled, a touch of relief filling her eyes as she shyly tried to hide it. "Of course, I told you I would be," Zack said as she walked over and Zack leaned down and gave her a quick kiss. "Dungeon diving is dangerous, no matter how strong you are," Quell said with a serious expression. "If only you knew how many reports I've read from wardens that lost half their teams to a monster they didn't consider a threat." Zack nodded his head grimly. He understood that. He had been guilty of underestimating monsters before. All it took was 1 second, and even a monster that was half your tiers could kill you. It was why people didn't like taking risks, why the others had leveled instead of risking more to gain more essence. Some of his feelings had to have shown up on his face since Quell placed a hand on his upper arm and looked in his eyes. "What's the matter?" she asked. Zack looked into her dark green eyes that didn't look quite human. They did from afar, but up close he could see that her pupil bled into her iris in a kind of star shape. It wasn't round like it was in humans. Her horns were small but still noticeable, and her skin had a look like she was blushing, but it was in fact just her natural coloration. She was strange, but beautiful. To him, at least. It had taken a bit to get used to some of the differences, but now he kind of liked them. "It's nothing," Zack said. She gave him a look that made her seem almost unsure if she should try and pry more, and Zack sighed. It wasn't like he kept any secrets. It was just that it had been a long time since he had someone to talk with. And they had shared some things. He knew that Quell had no family, that they had died long ago in a monster attack outside the city. She knew loss just the same as he did. It was what drew them to each other. "I didn't gain as much from the dungeon as I wanted to," Zack said finally. "The others all leveled, so we gained a lot less than what we could have. They seemed satisfied with that, happy even. What makes me angry is that I understand that. Back when the framework first arrived, all I wanted was to find safety, to keep those close to me alive. I didn't want to take risks. But then I realized that I was one of the strongest people around, and I felt that it was my responsibility to make sure that others were safe. I hunted monsters and fought against those who wanted to hurt others just because they could. I was forced to take risks and grow stronger. In the end, it didn't matter, as someone else had taken more risks and done more than I or anyone else could." He trailed off, not willing to speak more. He had told Quell some things about him being a ranker, but nothing in depth. He hadn't told her about what happened to the Earth of his iteration. Quell seemed to understand. She squeezed his hand and then stepped back. "Let me take care of a few things, and then we can go for a walk, okay?" Zack nodded his head and watched her walk away. Inside his head, the only thing he could think of was how Gris and the others were happy with a wasted chance. "Thank you for listening to me talk about my nonsense," Zack said. "I know that I shouldn't, but—" Quell squeezed his hand. "It's okay. I don't mind. I want to learn more about you." She smiled up at him, and he couldn't help but smile in return. "Maybe you should talk about some of your nonsense, so that we're equal," Zack added. "If you really want to know about my boring day, then sure," Quell said, and then started telling him how she spent the last week changing the filing order of the old case files in the station from them being sorted by the warden that had been the lead on the case to them being sorted by year. Zack blinked. "You're right. That was boring." Quell chuckled softly, bringing a hand up to cover her mouth and her eyes darting around to see if anyone was looking at her. He found the shy side of her adorable. She would often look around to make sure that no one was paying attention to her. But Zack was glad to find out that she was like that around strangers. Once she got to know someone, she was much freer. "Quell," Zack started, and she arched an eyebrow at him. "Was this what you've always wanted to do? To be an archivist? Didn't you ever want to level and get stronger?" Quell's expression sobered, and she sighed. "Of course I did. Everyone wants that. When they're young, at least. My family wanted that for me as well."